Chapter 132. Ying stood by, tears welling in her eyes, but she suppressed her grief and tightly grasped Lu Mingqi's shoulders, trying to offer some comfort. Mingqi, Mao. He definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. Yi Ying's voice was low and hoarse, and she tried to remain calm, despite the pain she felt within. Di Xinyan stood by, tears also glistening in her eyes. She whispered, "We tried our best. Mao. He's a good man." Lu Mingqi raised her head and looked at Di Xinyan with tears in her eyes, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. Suddenly, she pulled a pistol from her waist and pointed it at her temple. Beside her, Zhongli Rui's eyes widened, his heart pounding. With extraordinary speed, he snatched Mingqi's pistol. "Mingqi, don't do this. Brother Rui, you want me to die, you want me to die. Ameo pursued me for 2 years in college, but Zhang Peihan ruined it all. We finally got together, and I want to marry him. IB is in life and is in death. Please shoot me, and let me go." "Mingqi, don't do this," Zhongli Rui sighed. "Ameo wouldn't want you to hurt yourself like this." "Whoa." Desperate to die, Lu Mingqi, completely devastated, knelt on the ground and wailed. "Dad." Xiaofeng quietly approached Zhongli Rui and whispered, "The sensors show Ameo's body is transforming. At this rate, there's a high probability he become a mindless zombie within 30 minutes to 24 hours. Please make a decision. Transform?" Zhongli Rui's solemn expression suddenly turned to astonishment. Then he remembered that, nowadays, ordinary living people who die without head damage will turn into zombies, but, with Mingqi in this state now, did he really have to shoot a Mao in the head again, right in front of her, already devastated? Zhongli Rui held the pistol in a state of turmoil, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Transformation. Determined to give it a try, he quickly stepped forward and said to Di Xinyan, "Xinyan, sing a song for a Mao, to send him off, as a tribute to his memory." Di Xinyan nodded. In the emergency room, Di Xinyan's gentle voice sang once more. "Your preciousness." Zhongli Rui's pupil shrank. He remembered the song. It was the one Lu Xiaoya had sung when she confessed her love to him. Di Xinyan's musical talent was truly terrifying. She had mastered it after just one listen. The song echoed through the emergency room, as if transcending time and space, soothing the hearts of everyone present. Lu Mingqi's sobs gradually subsided. She raised her head, and through her tearful eyes, she saw Di Xinyan's focused and soulful singing. It felt as if a magical power brought a touch of solace to her soul. At this moment, Xiaofeng whispered beside Zhongli Rui, "Captain, Amao's vital signs are showing again. It seems that his enhanced genes are becoming organized?" Zhongli Rui's eyes lit up at this, and he immediately, ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, connected the vital signs device to Amao again. Beep beep. The electrocardiogram appeared again on the device. Heartbeat 63. He's alive again. Wen Ying, who had been keeping vigil for any unforeseen events, stared in disbelief. "Amao, you are alive again." Lu Mingqi, having gone through a roller coaster of emotions, fainted. Ying looked incredulous. "Is this magic? My sister-in-law sang and brought him back to life?" Zhongli Rui didn't take Amao's vital signs lightly. He whispered to Di Xinyan, "Xinyan, it seems what Xiaoyao said is true. Your singing really can bring order to the nanorobots, or the zombie virus. Xiaofeng's detectors have already detected it." Di Xinyan herself was filled with disbelief, but seeing her husband's cautious expression, she understood that he wanted her to remain silent. So, she simply said to the others who were unaware, "Hurry. Amao's vital signs are back. Take his temperature, and we continue the rescue. Sister-in-law, Ailey, and she, move Mingqi out and take care of her first. Junior sister, help them. Rui Xiaofeng, and I will keep an eye on Amao. We don't know if he be conscious or unconscious when he wakes up later." Wen Ying, the medic, nodded. "Yes, although Amao's heartbeat is back, we don't know if he still be conscious when he wakes up. It would be terrible if he starts biting people like a normal zombie. Senior sister, you're right to be so cautious. You three. Never mind, you're right. You three are more powerful than 10 of us." When Ying remembered that the 3 people before her, Zhongli Rui, Di Xinyan, and Xiaofeng, all had super soldier physiques. The 3 of them staying behind to look after Amao was the right choice. Nighthawk, who also knew the details of the super soldiers, nodded. Then, everyone left the emergency room, carrying the unconscious Lu Mingqi. Only Zhongli Rui and the other 2 remained. Seeing everyone else leave, Zhongli Rui whispered to Xiaofeng, "Daughter, how is Amao? Is his internal condition stable?" "Dad, Sensors show that Amao's physical signs have improved significantly since before Mom sang. Although, we can't confirm whether the nanorobots have eroded his nervous system, causing memory loss. Oh! By the way, Xiaofeng, how are your injuries? Zhong Lirui asked with concern, looking at Xiaofeng, who was still wearing her hospital gown. Dad, I heard Mom sing twice here today. My injuries are now 70% healed. Aside from the fractured bones, which will take about a week to heal, the internal damage is expected to be healed by tomorrow. Di Xinyan sighed softly. I never thought my singing would actually be effective against the zombie virus, or nanobots. Zhong Lirui rested his hand on his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Like Xiaoyao said, this discovery is truly significant. Xinyan, if those people at Changsheng Life Science Group knew you had this ability, they'd be the first to attack you. Because your power clearly stands in their way. Furthermore, if other powers worldwide knew you had this ability, they wouldn't let you go either. We can't let too many people know about this. It seems I need to become even stronger to protect you. Xiaofeng's expression was resolute. Dad, don't worry. Anyone who harms Mom will have to step over my corpse first. Zhong Lirui quickly interrupted. Daughter, I know what you mean. But Daddy wants all of you to be here. Got it? Daddy, I get it. Xiaofeng nodded obediently. At this moment, Amao made another sound, a movement. Xiaofeng, keep an eye out. Xinyan, back off. Zhong Lirui instructed. Di Xinyan complained, Rui, I'm not afraid right now. Zhong Lirui immediately softened. Xinyan, you're not weak, but you and Xiaofeng aren't wearing armor. Zhong Lirui has made it a habit to wear bulletproof gear and carry weapons whenever he goes out. In the community, he at least carries a pistol. Of course, he wear an exoskeleton in combat. Looking at her armed husband, Di Xinyan shrugged, that's a reasonable excuse. Okay, then I listen to you. Under the gaze of the three, Amao opened his eyes. Where is this? Brother Ray? What are you doing? Di Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Consciousness test passed. Consciousness intact. Xiaofeng nodded. Observe that Amao's internal state remained stable. Amao listened to the three people talking and felt like they were all speaking Chinese. But why couldn't he understand? He was about to stand up when he realized his upper body was tied up. Zhong Lirui hurriedly said, Amao, don't move. I help you untie it. Oh. Zhong Lirui quickly stepped forward and untied Amao's bindings. He remembered that on the day he successfully transformed, Di Xinyan hadn't removed them in time, so he had torn the bindings himself. After a moment's thought, Zhong Lirui said to Amao, Amao, I'm going to give you a test. Stretch out your right hand and squeeze my knuckles with all your strength. Amao was a little confused, but he obeyed. He squeezed Zhong Lirui's hand with all his might. Zhong Lirui could clearly feel the immense strength emanating from Amao's right hand. Zhong Lirui smiled and responded with a similar force. It hurts. Amao grumbled in pain. Brother Erui, you're so strong. Amao, you're also very strong now. Zhong Lirui loosened his grip and said, try to hold onto the bed with both hands, like a gymnast, and pull yourself up. Amao tried it, and found that he could, with his bare hands, effortlessly lift himself off the bed, like a professional gymnast. What's happening to me? Amao was utterly confused by his transformation. Xiaofeng, who had been observing, nodded and said, Observation, Captain Amao, successfully transformed into a C1-S. Amao, you successfully transformed, just like the three of us. Zhong Lirui's eyes flashed. You now also have a super soldier physique. What? I become some kind of super soldier physique? Amao was bewildered. Faced with Amao's shock, Zhong Lirui calmly explained the whole story, including the explanation of the transformations that led to his super soldier physique. So, Brother Amao, you're trying to tell me that I died, then came back to life, and now I'm stronger? Indeed, you're very perceptive. Zhong Lirui said with a smile. Amao, however, had a look of despair on his face. Chapter 133. Brother Rui, I'm probably the most useless super soldier, Amao said with a gloomy face. Even if I become a super soldier now, my legs are broken. What good is that? Cheer up. Zhong Lirui encouraged loudly. Mao, if it were anywhere else, you'd probably be confined to a wheelchair. But in my community, have you forgotten Zhao Yingying? She made the legs for Wu Hao, right? He lost a leg, but now he can run faster than anyone. When the time comes, I have Zhao Yingying give him a hand. You make a pair. Mao's eyes lit up. That's right. How could I have forgotten about Engineer Zhao's prosthetic limbs? Brother Rui, thanks for the heads up. No problem, no problem. By the way, you now have the physique of a super soldier. While you're not a zombie, there are still a lot of things you need to be mindful of in your life. Zhongli Rui looked at Mao sternly. It might be a bit cruel, but for now, you can't touch Meng Qi. You absolutely cannot have any intimate bodily contact with Meng Qi, not even kissing. Why? Mao protested absent-mindedly. Faced with Mao's questioning, Zhongli Rui recounted his experiences since awakening. I know about you and Meng Qi. So you don't want Meng Qi to turn into a zombie in your arms the next morning because of your impulsive behavior, do you? Huh? Fearing Zhongli Rui's calm yet terrifying words, Mao was completely stunned and hesitated. I understand. Di Xinyan whispered in dissent. Rui, isn't this too cruel to them as a couple? What can I do? Mao was resurrected after death, and your singing helped him transform in an orderly manner, becoming a super soldier like us. But Meng Qi is now a living, breathing person. So that they can be together, why don't we let Meng Qi go through the gates of hell? You know, the last time Sister Nighthawk kissed me, I was so scared. You're still scared? Huh? Di Xinyan narrowed her eyes, smiled fearfully, and reached out to tug at Zhongli Rui's ear. Ouch. It hurts, honey, I was wrong. Zhongli Rui, realizing his mistake, quickly begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Mao was already lost in a deep emo trance. I died, I lived, I became stronger, I can't touch Meng Qi anymore. What a sin. I'd rather die. Seeing this, Di Xinyan released Zhongli Rui and said, Honey, I leave this young man to you. As for Meng Qi, I go talk to her as her master. Zhongli Rui nodded. The next day, the young couple, reluctantly accepting reality, decided to temporarily stay in the home community. Don't worry, Sister Isan, Mao, and the others are with me. They be fine, Zhongli Rui said to Nighthawk. I'm sure you'll be able to handle this, Nighthawk smiled. At this moment, Mao's legs had been replaced with mechanical ones, and he was leaning on crutches. Beside him, Lu Mingqi was helping him learn to walk. Mao is quite impressive, Di Xinyan said calmly, observing the two practicing. It's only been one morning, and he's already walking with his new legs. Zhongli Rui nodded. After all, he originally came from a street dance background, so his body control is much better than the average person. Even though he's lost his calves, he still has the physique of a super soldier. Don't worry, Wu Hao, I remembered he was able to run on the first day he got his legs. I'm sure Mao will be no problem either. Di Xinyan scoffed. Mao's run is much more difficult than Wu Hao's. He's missing both legs. Without legs, he's faster, Zhongli Rui mused. I remember before the crisis, there was a disabled athlete internationally who also lost both legs. He later received mechanical legs similar to Mao's. But you know what? Because his calves were mechanical, he didn't get tired, and his body was lighter. As a result, despite having no calves, he ran faster than normal people, even those with abnormal legs. Everyone gave him the nickname, Blade Runner. Now that you mention it, I remember. There really is such a legendary figure. I have confidence in Mao. Right now, he has a stronger body than a normal person. If he trains well with these robotic legs, maybe one day, he'd be even stronger than you and me, right? Di Xinyan nodded. You know what? It's really possible. The couple looked at Mao training and Lu Mingqi assisting him, and smiled at each other, their eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. At this moment, Lu Shi and Captain Wang Gang approached and found Zhongli Rui. Lu Shi spoke first. Boss, Captain Wang Gang has some big news from the military. Zhongli Rui frowned. We offered them intelligence, requested joint operations, and even requested a trade of grain and seeds, but they refused. Why are they thinking of us now? Captain Wang Gang's face was grim and dejected. Colonel Zhongli Dayton Base has been lost. What? Dayton Base has 1,600 regular troops, planes, artillery, tanks, and helicopters. How could they? Zhongli Rui, stunned, suddenly realized what Wang Gang was calling him and quickly asked, Wait, Captain Wang Gang, what did you call me? I'm a civilian, how can I be a colonel? Captain Wang Gang shook his head and said, an hour ago, the remnants of the military and the citizens who escaped arrived in the new city district east of our home alliance and settled there. Just now, the military's chief of staff, Major Situ, visited. He brought news from the Dayton base, and General Longweily's recommendation, appointment, and request before his death. General Longweily of the Dayton base has died. Chief of Staff Situ, where is he? Chief of Staff Situ, and the remaining citizen representative, Li Chun, are in the conference room now. A Mao, walking nearby, heard Li Chen's name and his eyes widened due to his super soldier's enhanced hearing. He immediately took a running start towards the group conversing. Under Lu Mingqi's astonished gaze, a Mao actually broke into a run, but after running 5 meters, he stumbled and nearly fell due to his lack of training. Zhongli Rui, seeing this, immediately rushed over at 50 miles per hour to help a Mao. Brother A Mao, don't worry. After all, you lost both legs, unlike Wu Hao who still has one natural leg. Practice walking first, then running. Brother A Rui, thank you. But I want to know if that Li Chen is my cousin. Zhongli Rui was stunned, suddenly remembering the first time he met A Mao. He had warned Ying and the others not to go to the shelter at Jiang'an Gymnasium. A Mao was distraught at the time, with no news of his brother's life or death. He said, "Come on. I need to go to the conference room to meet with Chief of Staff Major Situ." "Okay," A Mao said excitedly. "Listen to me. We go to the conference room together later, and you walk right over there. Today, don't run. This is an order. Do you understand?" Mao hesitated. Brother A Rui feels sorry for you. Mao, don't worry. After a few days of practice, you'd definitely be able to walk normally again. At this moment, Lu Mingqi approached. "Okay. I listen to you. I practice walking first." Mao finally nodded in agreement. In the conference room, Zhongli Rui met the dusty Chief of Staff, Major Situ, and the citizen representative, Li Chen. Mao was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Li Chen, realizing he was indeed his cousin who had been separated since the zombie apocalypse. Li Chen, on the other hand, recognized his cousin instantly. "Brother Chen. You're still alive. Brother Mao Dianqing, you're still alive. I'm so glad you're okay." Li Chen stepped forward and hugged Mao tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. "I didn't expect to see you again. I thought you..." Mao's voice choked with sobs. The two hugged each other tightly, as if trying to make up for the separation and longing. The atmosphere in the conference room became warm and touching, and everyone watching this scene was moved. But then, when Li Chen discovered that Mao's leg had been replaced with a prosthetic limb, a look of horror crossed his face. "Brother. Your leg." Zhongli Rui then explained, "Your brother was a battle hero in the Alliance's defense of our homeland here. His leg was blown off during the battle." Li Chen's voice was tinged with sobs. "Brother." Mao, however, said calmly, "Okay, little brother, being alive is the most important thing. I just lost my leg, not that I can't walk. Look, I'm walking just fine now. By the way, I talk about my business later. Let the commanders get down to business first. You and Major Sita came to see my brother, the Alliance leader, for something important, right?" Li Chen calmed himself down and said, "Brother, you're right." Seeing the two brothers so understanding, everyone smiled. Afterward, Chief of Staff Situ informed everyone of the fall of the Dayton base. After hearing the Chief of Staff's report, Zhongli Rui and the others looked very heavy-hearted, especially Captain Wang Gang, a military veteran. His eyes were red. The 18th War Zone's last remaining strong regular army was now reduced to these 300 remnants, and most of them were not combat personnel, mostly technical experts, engineers, and the like. Zhongli Rui was also weighed down by the fact that his warnings had failed to prevent the fall of the military base. This feeling was truly powerless. After recounting the battle situation, Chief of Staff Situ solemnly read out General Long Weili's final recommendation and orders. "General Long recommended me as the temporary governor of Lingnan Prefecture and commander of the Lingnan Prefecture Army with the rank of colonel?" Zhongli Rui asked, trying to maintain his composure. "Yes, Colonel Zhongli." Major Situ nodded, his tone tinged with respect. "Before his death, General Long spoke highly of your abilities and contributions. He believed that only you could lead the armies of Lingnan and Lingnan prefectures through this crisis." Zhongli Rui took a deep breath. He knew what this appointment entailed. If he accepted, he would be responsible not only for the safety of the 13 communities of the Home Alliance, including the zombie awakeners, but also for the survival and future of the entire Lingnan prefecture. For a moment, the conference room fell silent. At a certain moment, Zhongli Rui's eyes grew firm. "I understand, Major Situ," Zhongli Rui said solemnly. "I will do my best to live up to General Long's expectations. The burden ahead is heavy, and I need the support of every one of you." "Of course, Colonel Zhongli," Major Situ responded firmly. "The remaining military personnel and the civilians who have escaped are willing to follow your command. We will do our utmost to support your work." Lu Shi and Captain Wang Gang also expressed excitement. "Rest assured, Governor Zhongli. We, the police, will fully support your work. After the Home Alliance defense battle concluded, members of the police academy community approached Lu Shi. Amidst the eager anticipation of these police academy students, Lu Shi held a meeting with them to formally begin preparations for the restoration of the Home Alliance regional police system and the reestablishment of legal and social order. After the meeting, Lu Shi established the police department, naturally becoming its first chief and captain of the SWAT squadron. So, while Lu Shi now refers to himself as a member of the police, he still refers to Zhongli Rui by his administrative title, Governor. Sir, I and the 022 Gerfalcon Squadron will, as always, resolutely carry out your orders and defend our people and our homeland. Wang Gang's eyes were filled with earnest anticipation. It's my honor to serve as your subordinate. Rest assured, Governor Zhongli. The medical system will continue to support your work, Di Xinyan said firmly. At that moment, she looked at her husband with immense pride. Zhongli Rui nodded, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. Thank you, everyone. Although my abilities are limited, I will do my best to work with you all to protect this land and its people. Chapter 134. Zhongli Rui noticed that Major Situ and Li Chen seemed to have dry mouths, chapped lips, and hoarse throats. He said, Major Situ, Li Chen, you two should drink some water first. Come, pour them some boiled water. Major Situ and Li Chen stared at the boiled water in their glasses, their eyes wide open. Then, unabashedly, they raised their glasses and gulped them down. Zhongli Rui and the others watched as the two men downed 300 milliliters, equivalent to a can of Coke, of water in one gulp, stunned. How thirsty were they? Li Chen even said, Hey, can we have another glass? We gave all the water we brought with us to the public while we were evacuating from Dayton Base to the city. Many of our citizen representatives and soldiers haven't had any water in a day. Hearing that they were having trouble even getting water, Zhongli Rui's heart tightened. He immediately ordered, Quick, get some more boiled water. Don't worry, we have it at home. Every community in the Home Alliance has sufficient water. Chief of Staff Situ asked in confusion, Colonel Zhongli, may I ask, has the tap water been restored here? Well, the tap water hasn't been restored yet. However, every community in our Home Alliance area now has safe access to water. How is that possible? Chief of Staff Situ asked, a little dazed. Colonel Zhongli, our Dayton Base originally had a well supply. However, after the fall of Dayton Base, we retreated to the city. Every time we went to the water's edge, we had to fight zombies. How did you manage that? Did you dig a well? Zhongli Rui said nothing, simply leading the two of them to the balcony outside the conference room to look out. From here, they could see the road pump and the pool of water in the distance. Standing nearby, Lu Shi and Captain Wang Gang beamed with pride. Li Chen whispered to Amao, Brother, isn't this the thing my late grandfather used for watering the scenic area back home? Amao smiled, It's used to bring water. It doesn't require electricity, and it can bring water into the community. What's the problem? Do you want to risk your life fighting zombies every time you go to fetch water? Li Chen smiled wryly, saying nothing, but silently gave a thumbs up. Chief of Staff Situ's eyes widened, a look of deep shame looming. Alas! Back when we lived in an era with abundant water and electricity, so many devices relied too heavily on the grid. Yes, these old things from our ancestors are truly useful. Observing Chief of Staff Situ's expression, Zhongli Rui said, It seems our first priority is to address the food and water needs of these 3,800 new soldiers and civilians. As for the drinking water issue, our community-based approach is a viable solution. Chief of Staff Situ, perhaps we should ask the engineers and technical experts to get more of these? He simply pointed at the drum cart. Chief of Staff Situ immediately said, Colonel Zhongli, this is a very pragmatic decision. Don't worry, it's not difficult. I arranged for one to be installed in every settlement. It won't be a problem. Excellent. By the way, when making the drum cart, don't forget to build a transmission mechanism. Use the generators from those scrap cars, so the drum cart can also power these low-power generators. That way, every settlement can still use low-power electrical appliances. Chief of Staff Situ's eyes widened again. Colonel Zhongli, you're truly amazing. I feel like your technical mastery rivals even those of my technical experts. Zhongli Rui simply smiled modestly. Lu Shi smiled and said, Chief of Staff Situ, Governor Zhongli, like me, graduated from an engineering university. In this apocalyptic zombie crisis, technology is a powerful tool for resolving the crisis. Chief of Staff Situ nodded and said, Director Lu Shi, you make a lot of sense. Let's leave the water issue alone. Zhongli Rui rested his chin on his hand. Chief of Staff Situ, how much food did you take with you when you retreated? Thanks to your reminder, when our reconnaissance plane detected an approaching 30,000-strong zombie army, we made a retreat plan. Alas, the crops in the fields were destroyed when the base self-destructed. Our convoy managed to transport 70 tons of rice and 3 tons of seed grain during the retreat. Zhongli Rui did a rough calculation and his face fell. Chief of Staff, the Home Alliance, the troops, and the returning citizens now total 4,400 people. With 70 tons of rice, assuming an adult consumes a minimum of 150 grams of grain per day, we'd be out of food in 3 months. Oh, this? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Lu Shi hesitated. Governor, aren't the 12 communities in the Home Alliance self-sufficient in food? If that's not possible, shouldn't we plant corn on a large scale? Zhongli Rui said unhappily, the problem is, winter is coming soon. Winter doesn't get enough sunlight. Planting corn outdoors won't get enough heat and sunlight, and the harvest will be poor. And that's a waste of seed. Di Xinyan fell into deep thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she suggested, Governor Zhongli, I have a suggestion. Dr. D, you're a botanist and pharmacist. Feel free to share your suggestions. Because the military chief of staff was present, Zhongli Rui had to address Di Xinyan by her professional name, rather than the personal, intimate one. I suggest this. First, in the Jiaoyuan community area, all the potatoes recently harvested by the 12 communities should be used as seed, except for the seeds and tubers that are reserved for their own communities. Second, mobilize the Xianan. All able-bodied citizens who have been assigned to the project should participate in the labor effort. First, they should learn from the methods of the 12 communities previously established by the Homeland Alliance and build safe, secure water supply, and secure farmland. Then, all potato seeds from these 12 communities should be planted during the winter. Finally, all citizens should conserve food, switching their primary food source to grains, while retaining appropriate seed grains for immediate spring planting next year. Even Zhongli Rui's eyes widened at this suggestion. Di Xinyan's method was truly bold. I heard that 1 acre of land, with 6 kilograms of potato seeds or 200 kilograms of potato tubers and rhizomes, can yield 2,300 to 3,000 kilograms of potatoes. But in winter, there's not enough sunlight and heat, isn't it? Chief of Staff Situ was the first to raise a question. Di Xinyan confidently uttered 2 words. Greenhouse. Greenhouse? Everyone repeated in confusion. Yes, greenhouse cultivation. Di Xinyan smiled. Among grain crops, only potatoes can be grown in greenhouses in winter. At this point, Li Chen realized, yes, back home, my grandfather used to grow potatoes in greenhouses in the winter with proper temperature control. And it seems they can harvest them half a month earlier. At this point, Zhongli Rui's eyes lit up, and he said to Li Chen, this is a possibility. To prevent us from starving to death in 3 months, we need to build new settlements, reclaim green belts and any other safe land for farming, and grow potatoes in greenhouses. These things require the combined efforts of all the surviving citizens. We need to gather all the citizen representatives and existing community leaders to form a Zero Anzhou Special Committee. Together, we can overcome the food crisis once again. Li Chen said excitedly, Don't worry, Governor. I contact the other citizen representatives right away. Leave this to me. Okay, that's it. Zhongli Rui said firmly. We can't just sit back and wait. We're waiting to die. We must act immediately. Chief of Staff Situ, please coordinate with the engineers and technical experts to quickly build each settlement and construct their own greenhouses and silo systems. At the same time, we need to mobilize all survivors to participate in this construction effort, making them understand that only by working together can we overcome this difficult situation. Chief of Staff Situ nodded and said, Colonel Zhongli, rest assured, the expert team and engineers will complete the mission. Captain Wang Gang also interjected, I suggest that in addition to growing potatoes, we could consider growing some vegetables indoors to diversify our food sources. Di Xinyan added, yes, growing vegetables indoors is a good idea. We can utilize abandoned houses or build simple greenhouses to ensure a sufficient supply of vegetables even in winter. As for vegetable seedlings, Jiaoyuan community and several other communities have them, so we can gradually expand this. Zhongli Rui looked around at everyone and said firmly, everyone, the challenges we face are enormous, but as long as we unite as one, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. Now, let's get started. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. In early winter, following Zhongli Rui's call, the entire northeastern Newtown area of the city was rapidly mobilized. Engineers and technical experts began constructing greenhouses and a system of rice drums, while residents, organized by representatives from various communities and settlements, began clearing the land to plant potatoes and vegetables. Everyone knew, farming is fighting, and the farm tools are weapons. If we don't fight, we will starve to death before Spring Festival. Under the pressure of life and death, most able-bodied citizens actively joined the military and the People's Resistance Army in the construction and farming efforts. It seemed as if the heavens had shown a long-awaited favor to the survivors in this urban area who were trying to rebuild their lives. During the approximately 10 days of construction, the weather was beautiful. The Indian spring in November was surprisingly warm, almost as warm as spring. The precious good weather provided the survivors with a rare opportunity to accelerate construction. While the new resettlement site was being constructed, Zhongli Rui, acting as interim governor, consulted with Chief of Staff Situ, Qin Xiaoyao, the leaders of the 11 other communities from the former Homeland Alliance, and citizen representatives such as Li Qin. He then began to establish the Ling'an Prefecture East City Special Zone Review Committee. Members included Liu Shi, Qin Xiaoyao, various leaders from the former Homeland Alliance, and citizen representatives, totaling 100 people. This system was a restoration of the original Daqian system. As interim governor of Ling'an Prefecture, Zhongli Rui served as acting chairperson of the first term of the review committee. City-level review committee. That day, Zhongli Rui stood at the commanding heights of the Homeland community and once again deployed the Seven Sword system, overlooking the entire Ling'an Prefecture Survivor Special Zone. The military brought in additional equipment, including the drone that Zhongli Rui's Seven Sword system had used up in its self-destruction. Beside him were Chief of Staff Situ, Liu Shi, and Wang Gang. Chief of Staff Situ, how is the overall progress of the plan? Zhongli Rui asked. Colonel Zhongli, everything is progressing smoothly. The 3,800 soldiers and civilians who broke through the encirclement are now housed in the fortified settlements, which have greenhouses, fields, defense lines, and a safe water supply. Are there tunnels between the settlements for mutual evacuation? Zhongli Rui asked. Most of it is connected, but it's not yet fully completed, the Chief of Staff said. At this point, Chief of Staff Situ finally understood the fundamental reason why, during the Home Alliance's defense, the People's Resistance Army, now the militia, suffered so few casualties despite having lost 4 communities. Because once a community's defenses were breached and captured, the survivors within could evacuate through the tunnels to the next community's fortress to continue the defense. This tactic was a replica of the tunnel warfare tactics used by the Northern Plains against the Kingdom of Ria years ago. He sincerely admired the wisdom of these People's Resistance Army. It's okay, Zhongli Rui said. This matter isn't as urgent as the food issue. Just keep pushing forward. Yes, Chief of Staff Situ nodded. Suddenly, a message arrived from Qin Xiaoyao, Governor. Representative Nighthawk has sent word that today, the Balhenia community admitted a survivor from the western part of the city. She's asking for help, hoping we can save the survivors trapped to the west. From the west? I'd be right there. Chapter 135. Zhongli Rui, along with Liu Shi, Xiao Feng, Di Sinian, Chief of Staff Situ, and Wang Gang, arrived at the Balhenia community. Here, Nighthawk was already waiting for them. As soon as Zhongli Rui and his companions entered the scene, they spotted a young girl with messy hair and a thin body, almost as thin as a bamboo pole. They worried she might be blown away by the slightest breeze. She looked like a middle school student. The sight of so many people frightened the little girl. However, she calmed down when she saw the police and military protective gear worn by Zhongli Rui and the others. Little girl, what's your name? My name is Lungyu. Nice name, Zhongli Rui asked gently as he entered. I heard from this older sister that you came from the west side of the city and wanted us to rescue those in distress. Is that true? Big brother, yes, Lungyu replied timidly. Excuse me, big brother, do you know Zhongli Rui, the leader of the Home Alliance and the Chief Justice of the United Nations? The superhero Zhongli Rui who defeated the great villain Tainan A. Feng, eliminated the bandit gangs, defeated a 100,000-strong zombie horde, and rescued tens of thousands of homeless citizens. I want to find him and ask him to save my community and my sister. Superhero. Hearing Lungyu's assessment, Zhongli Rui rubbed his nose in shame. He had indeed defeated Tainan A. Feng, he had defeated the plunderers, but eliminating the plunderers was the work of Changsheng Life Science Group. He did defeat the zombie army that invaded the Home Alliance, but that was 10,000. When did it become 100,000? He did accept and rescue the soldiers and civilians who retreated here from the Dayton base, but now the total population of the Eastern Special Zone is only about 4,400. How did it become 10,000 after being passed around? This rumor is getting more and more outrageous. Everyone around couldn't help but smile at Zhong Lirui's expression. I'm Zhong Lirui. Little sister. Leng Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and she stared at Zhong Lirui excitedly, as if she had seen a savior. Really? You're the hero? Leng Yu's voice was filled with disbelief and anticipation. Zhong Lirui nodded and replied with a smile, yes, I am Zhong Lirui. However, I'm not some superhero, I'm just doing what I should do. Now tell me, what difficulties are your community and your sister facing? Leng Yu took a deep breath and began to tell her story. It turned out that her community, Shuguang, was located west of the city. Due to its remote location, resources were scarce, and food and medicine were in short supply. Her sister's condition worsened due to a lack of necessary medical resources. The residents of our community were terrified and didn't know what to do. I heard the Home Alliance was a powerful organization that could help us, so I risked crossing the dangerous area in the hope of finding you. Leng Yu's voice was choked with emotion. You crossed the entire city? How did you get here? I rode my bike. I tried my best to avoid zombies along the way. I arrived at the Bauhinia residential area, and my tire blew out. Didn't you ask for help from other communities along the way? Leng Yu's eyes dimmed. I passed 2 communities along the way. But when I approached and tried to call out to them, there was no response. I had to give up. No response? Zhong Lirui frowned, then continued, then, tell me about the situation in your own community. How many people are left in your community? When our community was founded, there were 25 people left. A day ago, before I left, only 11 were left alive, including me. And most of them, like my sister, are seriously ill and weak. Zhong Lirui listened intently, his eyes empathizing with both sympathy and determination. He turned to Lu Shi, Xiaofeng, and the others around him and said, it seems we need to act quickly. Lu Shi nodded in support. I'm taking the new SWAT recruits for training on this operation, and our SWAT Team 313 is ready to go at any time. Di Xinyan said, the medical team will need about 2 hours to prepare. We should have sufficient supplies of medicinal herbs for the time being. Zhong Lirui nodded. Okay, when the medical team is available, come with me. Chief of Staff Situ said, Colonel Zhongli, are you sure you want to go in person? Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and said, yes, because before you arrived, there were only about 4. 1/3 of the survivors have joined our Homeland Alliance, establishing a stable new life in their fortresses and farming. But there are still approximately 1,500 citizens scattered throughout the city and its western districts. Many of these communities have been relying on scavenging and hunting to survive. However, this approach is unsustainable. The remaining supplies in the city, especially food, will eventually run out. We must act now. This is a matter of great importance. I must personally visit those communities and win them over and gather them. As the governor of Ling'an province, I cannot abandon these citizens. Seeing the determined look in his new superior's eyes, Chief of Staff Situ said, yes, sir. I have half of the remaining special forces, including Team 022, accompany you. Zhong Lirui smiled and nodded. Tell the special forces to bring melee weapons and shields. Yes. Chief of Staff Situ was naturally aware of the current ammunition shortage. After some time in contact, he also understood the combat methods of the current militia, the former People's Resistance Army. By the way, Chief of Staff Situ said, Colonel Zhongli, you seem to favor bows and crossbows. I noticed that many militiamen are equipped with homemade dual-purpose compound crossbows. So, why don't you bring the powerful semi-automatic compound crossbow rifle originally equipped by Team 031? Although its range is only 180 meters, the powerful bolts it fires can shatter an elephant's skull. Hearing the power of this weapon, Zhong Lirui gasped. But then Zhong Lirui questioned, such a good weapon, why isn't it being used more widely? Colonel, this weapon demands too high a level of personal skill. You're a crossbow expert, but the other soldiers aren't. To put it bluntly, training a professional crossbow specialist is as difficult as training a sniper. I see. Zhong Lirui shrugged. Okay, thank you. Zhong Lirui then connected with Qin Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, we need to lead the rescue team westward. Please arrange for road clearing equipment, transport vehicles, and relief supplies. I'm leading the team to the west of the city. Please take care of the arrangements. After I leave, I'd be in your care for the home community. Governor Zhongli, don't worry. No matter what I say now, I'm still a representative. Qin Xiaoyao smiled in the monitoring center. Zhong Lirui turned to Leng Yu and said firmly, Leng Yu, don't worry. We will never abandon any community in need. We will immediately organize a rescue team and head to your community. Please. Wait for me for about 2 hours. We set off in 2 hours. Please lead the way then. Lung Yu's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she bowed deeply. Thank you, brother Zhong Lirui, and thank you all. Zhong Lirui smiled and patted Lung Yu's shoulder. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Then Zhong Lirui immediately led the team back to the Jiayuan community and arranged for the departure. Dad, are you going to the West City? Xiaofeng asked, observing everyone's frantic preparations. Yes. Xiaofeng, stay home and stay home. You only just recovered from your injuries. Zhong Lirui looked at his goddaughter, wanting her to stay. Dad, I'm fine. Xiaofeng smiled confidently. I have the physique of a super soldier. Now, I fully recovered. Let me go with you and Mom. I definitely protect Mom. After spending time together, Xiaofeng's expressions had become much more diverse, and of course, her common sense had also improved significantly. Seeing his daughter's eager anticipation, Zhong Lirui could only nod. At this moment, Amao, who had just finished jogging nearby, volunteered, Brother Erue, no, Governor, you should take me with you too. I'm super strong now. Zhong Lirui looked at Amao's mechanical legs and said in a suspenseful tone, Amao, you should get more rest. Amao seemed to notice Zhong Lirui's look and said unwillingly, Governor, you probably don't know, but I've been reborn. These legs are amazing. Let me demonstrate to you. My three-dimensional mobility is now even greater than yours. Oh, really? Zhong Lirui said in disbelief. You should know that I can now reach a top speed of over 60 miles per hour, right? I can do that too, Amao said with a smile. But let me show you, Governor, what you can't do. Amao then smiled confidently and sprinted towards the Property Management Center building. Amao, be careful, Zhong Lirui said anxiously. But then, after accelerating, Amao suddenly leaped into the air. He leaped nearly a man's height. Oh! Zhong Lirui's eyes widened. He jumped higher than me? Xiaofeng then added, Dad, this is Captain Amao's latest special skill, and he's even better. Now, he can maneuver along certain facades without the aid of cables. What do you mean by maneuvering along a facade? Before Xiaofeng could answer, Zhong Lirui already knew the answer. Because, look at Amao, leaping into the air, he grabbed hold of the second-floor balcony, then, using the immense strength of his arms, scrambled up like a gecko. And that wasn't all. In a matter of moments, he scaled the third floor, directly onto the rooftop of the Property Management Center, and stood next to the flagpole. Governor, how's that for climbing walls? Ha ha, I really gotten stronger. Zhong Lirui grumbled speechlessly. Amao was truly amazing. Amao, you're really amazing. Okay, you can come with us. But wear protective gear. Okay. Amao agreed with a smile, then climbed back down the stairs the same way he come. Zhong Lirui internally grumbled. His movements were exactly like the Marvel character, except he couldn't spin silk. 2 hours later, with Lung Yu as his guide, Zhong Lirui led a group of 44 westward-bound rescue troops, including Xiaofeng and Amao, 3 members of his personal guard, 6 members of Lu Shi's 313th Squad, 20 members of the military's special forces, including Wang Gang's 022 Indie Squad, a 10-member medical team led by Di Xinyan and Wen Yingying, medical personnel from the Yuanjian community and military medics, Li Chen's road-clearing machinery, and an army tank. They set out on the westward rescue route. Chapter 136. The westbound rescue advance team headed west, clearing the way as they advanced. Unlike Lung Yu, who had previously taken a detour, the convoy's progress required clear roads. Zhong Lirui and several senior executives took this into consideration, and brought Li Chen's bucket loader to clear the way for the convoy. After about half an hour of westward travel, the westbound rescue advance team arrived at the gate of the community, where Lung Yu had last sought help before reaching the Balhenia community. Here, a one-story high defense line was in place. Dad? Colonel Zhongli, something's not right. Xiao Feng glanced at the community defense line and warned, there are no survivors on guard. Xiao Feng's reminder finally dawned on Zhong Lirui. Before the establishment of the Homeland Alliance, in the relatively small community, he and his companions would usually take turns manning the defense line. Now, there was no one guarding the defense line, a clearly abnormal situation. At this point, Amao volunteered, Captain Zhongli, I climb up and take a look. Be careful, this isn't familiar territory, Zhong Lirui said with concern. Don't worry, Captain. I had Engineer Zhao prepare some special tools for me. As he spoke, Amao displayed his specially crafted wrist guard. A unique one, with black, pure steel hooks. These hooks effectively aided Amao's ascent. Amao sprinted and began climbing. He quickly reached the defense line. A Mao's actions caught the attention of the many Special Forces soldiers who were on their first mission together, and many of them looked at him with admiration. Most of these new Special Forces comrades were unaware that A Mao now possessed the physique of a super soldier. In their eyes, this young militia soldier, despite having both legs amputated, could still walk with agility and even climb rocks and walls. He was truly an inspiration. However, the Special Forces soldiers, who were strict in military discipline, did not chat with each other casually. Instead, they calmly waited for their orders. But once A Mao reached the perimeter, he froze. He stared at the scene beyond the perimeter, lost in thought. Noticing A Mao's anomaly, Zhong Lirui called out, "A Mao, what's going on?" A Mao turned and replied bitterly, "It's full of zombies." Furthermore, 3 zombies are gnawed at a victim's body. This proves that the victim might have been alive this morning. Zhong Lirui was stunned, then said to Xiaofeng, "You also reached the perimeter and used the sensors to scan this community. Are there any normal human survivors?" Xiaofeng nodded, and using the catapult cable and jumping device, he also reached the perimeter and began scanning. "Sir, after scanning, there are no normal human survivors in this community." Leng Yu covered her mouth, her eyes wide. How could that be? Wait, that a Mao brother just now said there were still people alive here this morning. Does that mean there were still people alive when I came here? Zhong Lirui said in a low, heavy voice, "We're too late." Leng Yu lowered her head, her face heavy. Di Xinyan stepped forward and comforted the little girl, saying, "Child, this isn't your fault. You risked your life to come to us for help for your community. You done your best and you're very brave." "Sir, should we clear this community?" Xiaofeng asked from the defensive line. "No," Zhong Lirui's eyes flashed with determination. "We are now heading straight to Leng Yu Shiguang community for rescue. There are no survivors here. These zombies are trapped by the community walls and will not affect the outside world for the time being. Our priority now is to rescue the living citizens. A Mao Xiaofeng, come down." Wang Gang, Lu Shi, assembled a team and prepared to depart. Wang Gang and Lu Shi both saluted. "Yes, Colonel Zhongli." Following Zhong Lirui's command, the westbound advance rescue team quickly assembled and prepared to head for Shiguang community. In the tense atmosphere, everyone knew that time was of the essence. They had to reach their destination as quickly as possible for the remaining residents. The convoy started again, with bucket loaders and tanks leading the way, clearing obstacles. Despite the poor road conditions, the convoy managed to advance at a speed of 30 to 40 yards per hour. After a period of arduous progress, the advance rescue team finally reached the outskirts of Shiguang community. As Leng Yu approached the community, he suddenly became nervous. "Hey, where's Uncle Lu on the defense line?" Zhong Lirui asked. "Who is Uncle Lu?" "He was the last person in the community still able to fight before I left. When I left to seek help, he was still on the defense line, watching me leave." Zhong Lirui's bad premonition grew. He got out of the vehicle, activated his 7 swords drone system, and launched a micro-drone into the air. The community wasn't large. A drone was about to display a 3D simulated map of the community before Zhong Lirui. Unlike the Bauhinia community he previously passed, the outer wall of the Shiguang community wasn't very high, only about a meter tall. From a distance, the community seemed completely silent, with no apparent signs of activity. Suddenly, Zhong Lirui said solemnly, "There are 9 ordinary zombies in the community." "What?" Leng Yu was horrified. 9 zombies in the community. So, are there any living people? Zhong Lirui turned to Xiaofeng and whispered, "Xiaofeng, scan to see if there are any living people." Xiaofeng activated the sensors to scan. "Captain, there are 2 survivors in one house, smaller than an adult. Both of their vital signs are weakening. One is so weak that it's practically gone." Zhong Lirui narrowed his eyes. "Smaller than an adult? They're 2 children." Leng Yu, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, quickly grabbed Zhong Lirui's hand and pleaded, "Brother Zhongli, that's my sister Leng Yufei and my neighbor, Su Ziming. Please save them. Attention, all units." Zhong Lirui's voice rang out over the radio, a hint of tension and seriousness. "Prepare to enter the community, eliminate the zombies, and search for survivors. Remember, stay safe during the battle." Following Zhong Lirui's orders, the Special Forces soldiers dismounted from their vehicles and, in combat stance, began to enter the Shiguang community in an orderly manner. Weapons in hand, they vigilantly observed their surroundings, ready to respond to any potential danger. As the search deepened, they discovered some disturbing signs. Many houses had broken doors and windows, and debris was strewn across the streets, clearly evidence of a fierce battle. But the most disturbing thing was that these traces of battle were relatively recent, indicating that the fighting had taken place not long ago. The 9 adult zombies bore multiple bite marks. Some had lost entire hands or feet. The soldiers quickly dispatched the 9 zombies. Lung Yu's eyes welled up. These 9 zombies had been alive before she left, including the man she had mentioned, Uncle Lu. Everyone. Lung Yu followed Di Xinyan's steps, following the soldiers' battle formation. She watched as those who had once been her community members, now transformed into zombies, fell one after another after being shot in the head. Her heart was filled with pain, and she could barely stand. After quickly clearing the community of zombies, Xiaofeng's X-ray sensor and Lung Yu's guidance led them to the storage room, where the 2 children were hiding. Lung Yu was about to open the door when Xiaofeng whispered to Zhongli Rui, "Captain, one of the children's vital signs have disappeared. The other appears to be in a transformation state." Zhongli Rui, shock. He then said to Lung Yu, retreat. Lung Yu panicked, "Brother Zhongli, we have to hurry. Su Zimeng and Feifei are waiting for us to rescue them." At this moment, Di Xinyan, clad in military-grade bulletproof gear, rushed over and asked, "Captain Zhongli, why don't you go in and rescue the children?" Seeing this, Zhongli Rui pulled Di Xinyan aside and said, "Xinyan, Xiaofeng's sensor skin shows 2 children inside. One has just died, and the other is transforming into a zombie. I really can't bear to let Lung Yu witness such a desperate scene. Even more so, I can't bear to pick up my pistol and blow their heads off right in front of them. This child, driven by a single ounce of faith, braved death across the city to find me just to save them. And now, Di Xinyan was stunned, then understood what Zhongli Rui was thinking. But then, she quietly asked Zhongli Rui, "Is the surviving child in the same condition as Amao? How about I try again?" Zhongli Rui glanced at the surrounding Special Forces soldiers, thought for a moment, and then gave an order to Captain Wang Gang, "Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, lead the soldiers to maintain security within the community. Remember to gather and incinerate any zombies you kill while ensuring your own safety. Please. Also, transfer Captain Amao and Tingsha over here. Captain Amao has medical training and can assist. We need to provide emergency medical treatment to the 2 children." "Yes, sir." Wang Gang took the order and left. Looking at Lu Shi standing nearby, Zhongli Rui thought for a moment before adding, "Chief Lu Shi, you lead the SWAT officers and coordinate with the Special Forces to monitor our vehicle. It's our mobile fortress. If anything happens, leave and report." "Yes, Governor." Lu Shi beamed upon hearing Zhongli mention the importance of the vehicle. During the previous community raid, his new recruits hadn't really shown any ability. The Special Forces had already done all the work. This had been a bit frustrating for him. How could he train his troops without doing anything? Now that he finally had something to do, he felt energized. Di Xinyan listened to Zhongli Rui's assignments with a clear mind, a mysterious smile curling her lips. Zhongli Rui's arrangements seemed perfectly normal, but in reality, they were designed to divert those unaware and bring in those who were aware. He was doing this to protect himself, to ensure the secret of his singing successfully converting those in need remained. Seeing her husband act so meticulously and constantly protect her, she felt a warm warmth in her heart. After completing the arrangements, Zhongli Rui ordered Tingsha and Amao to guard the door, then attempted to open the tool room door. It was locked from the inside. Zhongli Rui glanced at Xiaofeng, who nodded. He activated the exoskeleton enhancements on his high-tech armor, punched through the door, and unlocked it. The door opened. The Royal Guard's high-tech armor was full-body armor with protection on the upper arms, making breaking through the door effortless. Chapter 137. The door had just opened. "Monster, I fight you." Inside the tool room, a little boy, wielding a shovel, swung at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng didn't dodge or avoid it, catching the shovel with her armored hand and snatching it away. She now took a closer look at the situation inside the tool room. The little boy in front of her had a large wound on his left shoulder, with a black line creeping up his shoulder. Farther away, a little girl lay on the ground, lifeless. "Child, calm down. We're rescuers," Xiaofeng said, trying to speak gently. "Rescue workers?" the boy asked, puzzled. At this moment, Zhongli Rui, Di Xinyan, and Ling Yu also entered. "Su Zimeng, I brought the great hero, brother Zhongli Rui, to rescue you," Ling Yu explained in a trembling voice upon seeing Su Zimeng. "Sister Ling Yu." "Whoa." Upon seeing Ling Yu, Su Zimeng's guarded expression vanished, her face filled with grief. "Sister. Hurry. Hurry, save Feifei. Feifei is dying." Zhongli Rui noticed that Su Zimeng's eyes had begun to turn red. proving that he wouldn't last much longer before transforming into a zombie. Lung Yu immediately turned to Di Xinyan and pleaded, Dr. D, please, save my sister, please. Di Xinyan's expression shifted into contemplation. Recalling her experiences treating Zhongli Rui and Ameo, she calmly said, Sister Ling Yu, I saved them both now. How about this? You step back a little, and leave the rest to me, the doctor, okay? Okay. Please. Di Xinyan stepped forward to check on Ling Yufei, feeling her pulse. She was still warm, but her pulse had stopped. She had only recently died. Ameo, give me the AED. And the first aid kit. Di Xinyan ordered. Ah. Yes. Yes, master, Ameo agreed, handing over the equipment. Di Xinyan undressed Lung Yufei and connected her to the AED. At this moment, Su Ziming stared at Di Xinyan's face, lost in thought. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, Sister D? You're... Sister D, the nurse at the First People's Hospital. Di Xinyan was stunned, then gently asked Su Ziming, well, little brother, do you know me? Yes. I know you. Once, when I was in the hospital with a high fever, my mother, who had brought me there, also fell ill with a fever. You gave us both first aid and 4 drips. I was so scared back then, and you sang a song for me. Su Ziming's throat was already fainting. Di Xinyan stared at the massive wound on his shoulder, collected herself, and smiled. I remember now. This happened 2 years ago. Good boy, nurse, I'm going to stitch your wound up in a little while. It might hurt a little, but I sing for you, okay? Okay. Su Ziming said happily. Di Xinyan turned her head, and gave Zhong Lirui a look. Zhong Lirui nodded knowingly. Looking over at Lung Yufei, who was being treated with an AED and a respirator, Di Xinyan gave Su Ziming a local anesthetic injection on his arm, cleaned the wound, and began stitching. While still working, Di Xinyan at the boy's request and very naturally began to sing. Youth. Zhong Lirui was a little surprised, but then understood. Remembering how before the apocalypse, Youth had been one of the children's favorite pop songs. The sound of singing echoed through the tool room. Di Xinyan's voice was soft yet powerful, like a beacon in the endless sea of darkness. Su Ziming's face gradually relaxed, and the low growl faded. Lung Yu stood by, nervously watching the scene. Zhong Lirui observed with satisfaction that the dark lines on Su Ziming's body were fading until they disappeared completely. The boy's bloodshot eyes were once again clear. After the stitches were completed, Di Xinyan gently patted Su Ziming's shoulder and said with a smile, All right, little brother, how are you feeling now? Su Ziming tried to move his shoulder. Although it still hurt a little, it was much better than before. He looked at Di Xinyan gratefully, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, Sister D, you're amazing. Su Ziming's voice was filled with admiration and gratitude. Meanwhile, Amao and Zhong Lirui worked together to move Ling Yufei's body to the side so that Di Xinyan could more easily perform the treatment. Di Xinyan checked Ling Yufei's pupillary reflexes and then began CPR. Time ticked by until, finally, Ling Yufei's chest rose and fell slightly, and she began to breathe weakly. Di Xinyan quickly adjusted the respirator to ensure Ling Yufei's steady breathing. She's alive. Lung Yu cried excitedly, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, the 2 children are stable. Xiaofeng scanned them with sensors and whispered to Zhong Lirui. The boys' vital signs are improving. The girls are recovering, and the nanorobots are starting to function properly. Very good, Zhong Lirui replied softly. Remember to call me Commander when you leave this tool room and are around others. Don't worry, I know, Dad. Xiaofeng gave a rare playful smile. Zhong Lirui gently stroked Xiaofeng's head, then stepped forward to check on Ling Yufei. At this moment, Ling Yufei slowly opened her eyes. Fei Fei. Lung Yu excitedly wanted to hug her sister. Don't move her yet. And don't make too much noise. She needs quiet and rest. Ling Yu, Di Xinyan stopped her. In fact, Di Xinyan was more concerned about preventing her from accidentally getting infected by hugging Ling Yufei. Oh okay, I listen to you, Dr. D. Lung Yu obediently stopped and sat down beside Ling Yufei. Sister. Sister? You're back? Lung Yufei hesitated. Where's Su Ziming? Fei Fei, I'm here. We're saved. The great hero, Brother Zhongli, has come with his troops and Nurse Sister D to save us. We're saved. Su Ziming, whose wound had just been bandaged, and whose bloodshot eyes and black marks on her body had completely faded, excitedly exclaimed. Lung Yufei hesitantly looked at Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan, who were wearing protective gear, in the room and began to sob, Brother hero, you're finally here. Thank you. I thought we were doomed. Rest well first. Little sister, I, Zhong Lirui, will protect you. Zhong Lirui's voice was firm yet gentle. He gently patted the back of Lin Yufei's hand, reassuring her. Superhero. Justice Zhong Lirui. Meanwhile, Su Ziming, standing nearby, looked at Zhong Lirui with adoring, burning eyes. Afterward, Di Xinyan and Lin Yu tended to the still weak Lin Yufei, while Zhong Lirui began to inquire about the community's situation with Su Ziming, who had mostly recovered. Little brother, are you Su Ziming? Yes. Yes. The superhero, Chief Justice Zhong Lirui. Sir. Don't be nervous, Zhong Lirui said with a gentle smile. Just call me Brother Zhongli. Yes, Brother Zhongli. What happened in this community? Your sister's been gone for only a day, hasn't she? How come it's become like this in just one day? Su Ziming lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes, but he held them back. He spoke slowly. Before my sister left, those still able-bodied in our community would occasionally go to the mountains further west and the wildlife park to hunt animals for food. However, the adults in our community didn't always bring back prey. As a result, many people starved and fell ill. Feifei was very ill recently. My sister had seen your deeds on a previous live stream, so she went to look for you. But less than half a day after she left, a pack of wolves, swarming with red eyes, surrounded our community. These wolves were so powerful that they easily crossed our community fence. All the adults took up arms to resist. At that time, I also took up arms to resist. Di Xinyan frowned. Child, was the wound on your shoulder caused by a bite during the battle with the zombie wolves? Su Ziming nodded gloomily. Zhong Lirui sighed, I understand. The people outside were all killed and transformed into zombies after being attacked by the zombie wolves. Did those 9 adults hide you here to protect you 2 children? Yes. Su Ziming's tears fell. After I was injured, Uncle Lu hid Feifei and me inside. He told me not to open the door. At that moment, the radio rang out, and Lu Shi called, Governor. The outer convoy has detected a large number of approaching zombie wolves. Over 40 in number. All of you get in your vehicles and prepare for battle. Prioritize bows and crossbows. Did you bring those dual-purpose crossbows? Don't worry, every special police officer I train knows how to use the dual-purpose crossbow you invented. Not only do we have them, we also brought bombs. Okay. Get into the vehicles and fight. Don't be left alone. After instructing Lu Shi, Zhong Lirui notified all units to prepare for battle, and of course, instructed those outside of their units to stay inside their vehicles for the time being. Afterward, Zhong Lirui asked Xiaofeng, have the 2 children's transformation stabilized? Dad, their stats show that they become stable individuals, just like us. Very good. However, these 2 children are still very weak. Besides, I won't send children to the battlefield. So, I take Tingsha and Ameo with me. You and your mother stay here and look after these children. Understand? Dad, I want to fight too, Xiaofeng said reluctantly. Xiaofeng, this is an order. Furthermore, you are the most powerful of the personal guards. Your mother and these 3 children are under your protection. This mission is crucial. Moreover, these 3 children are the last survivors of this community. They cannot afford to be lost. Do you understand? Xiaofeng saluted solemnly. Yes, sir. Zhong Lirui explained to Chief of Staff Situ that Xiaofeng and his personal guards were also part of the resistance army, and therefore were now unified as the militia. Therefore, Xiaofeng and the others saluted. Chief of Staff Situ didn't comment, as there were already more bizarre individuals among the citizens of Dayton Base, such as the Wild Boar Hunter team, who were now using hunting equipment to fight zombies. Furthermore, the militia had even developed powerful weapons, like gas tanks and cannons, so these unusual special forces teams wouldn't attract the military's attention. Furthermore, since Zhong Lirui was now his superior, Chief of Staff Situ wouldn't say anything. Afterward, Zhong Lirui led Mao and Teng Shi out of the room and reunited with the special forces troops outside, who were already preparing for battle. Chapter 138. When Zhong Lirui led his troops outside the community, the remaining SWAT officers and special forces had already engaged the zombie wolf pack. 5 or 6 zombie wolves, lying prone with arrows in their heads, could be seen on the ground. Zhong Lirui noticed that these mutant wolves were truly different from ordinary wolves. They had horns approximately 20 centimeters long growing from their heads. Moreover, just as mutated mountain jackals grow in size, these wolves were noticeably larger than normal wolves, reaching a length of approximately 2.3 meters. No wonder the community walls and fences can't stop them, Zhong Lirui thought to himself. Special Forces. Front team, raise your shields. Rear team, provide supporting fire. Remember, use 3-shot bursts or bursts. Full automatic fire is strictly prohibited. Lead the way. Battle formation, advance. Captain Wang Gang, the leader of the Special Forces, shouted a command. At Wang Gang's command, the Special Forces immediately formed into battle squads and opened fire. Soon, about 10 more mutant wolves lay prone on the ground. As the Special Forces passed the SWAT team's armored vehicle, Captain Wang Gang gave Lu Shi a thumbs up. Captain Lu Shi, your new recruits are quite good. Their archery skills are quite good. Lu Shi waved his hand and smiled, not bad. These new recruits haven't had much chance to fire their guns, but they've been using archery and crossbows quite a lot lately to survive in the police academy community. They're just handy. Captain Wang Gang smiled and nodded. However, he wasn't entirely flattering Lu Shi. The new SWAT Team 313, brought by Lu Shi, consisted of only 6 people, but before the main Special Forces unit arrived, they had already killed 6 wolves of this size with crossbows, all with headshots. These new SWAT recruits were truly skilled with crossbows. Seeing the fierce fire of the Special Forces advancing, the wolves immediately began to evade the fire, and took cover behind the ruins on the road. Zhong Lirui was momentarily astonished. Had these wolves' intelligence evolved? Faced with human firearms, they actually knew how to hide behind cover. Thinking this, Zhong Lirui grabbed the radio and said to Wang Gang, all units, be vigilant. These wolves actually know how to hide behind cover. Yes, sir. Don't worry, Captain Wang Gang replied. In the midst of the fierce battle, a sudden, rumbling earthquake sounded around the corner of the street. All the wolves suddenly turned their heads in the direction of the vibration, wailed, and then fled in the opposite direction at top speed. Stop! Captain Wang Gang raised his fist. With this kind of vibration, it feels like something large is approaching. Just as Wang Gang ordered the troops to halt their advance. Suddenly, a resounding elephant cry echoed from the street corner. Everyone was stunned. Elephants? Before they could react, several massive elephants appeared around the corner. 5 elephants of varying sizes appeared about 20 meters away from the Special Forces. The elephants' eyes were bloodshot, and their bodies were sprouting something resembling scales. Their backs were covered in long hair, something Asian elephants simply cannot grow. Oh no! These might be elephants that escaped from the zoo. They mutated? Damn! Once a human mutates to see 2 regenerative abilities, it's terrifying enough. But these mutated elephants have incredible regenerative abilities. Zhong Lirui gritted his teeth. Captain Wang Gang quickly gave the order, everyone, remain alert. Prepare for possible attack. The Special Forces soldiers immediately adjusted their formation, pointing their shields and weapons at the mutated elephants ahead. The mutant elephants seemed enraged by the human presence and began roaring as they charged towards the Special Forces. The leading elephant, a massive one, nearly twice the size of a normal elephant, used its tusks to lift an abandoned car and hurled it towards the Special Forces. Scatter! Scatter! Take cover! Take cover! Captain Wang Gang shouted, and the soldiers quickly dispersed, dodging the incoming car. The car, tossed by the elephant, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Suddenly, the lithium battery in the electric car exploded, and the wreckage burst into flames. Although most of the soldiers dodged the fatal attack at Captain Wang Gang's warning, 2 Special Forces soldiers were too close and injured by the debris from the car's landing. Their comrades immediately dragged the 2 injured soldiers back to the rear. Seeing the elephants could even throw cars, Lu Shi immediately gasped, Team 313, everyone get out. These mutant elephants can even throw cars. It's unsafe to stay in the armored vehicles. Captain Wang Gang looked behind him. He saw the tanks that had become the front platoon. He felt helpless. The elephants had launched their attack from the rear of the convoy, and the tanks couldn't come to support them. His M82 anti-material sniper rifle was in a military jeep behind the tanks. Lu Shi found a relatively safe spot, unpacked his M99 sniper rifle, and began to assemble it. The Special Forces soldiers had already raised their automatic rifles and began firing at the 5 mutant elephants. The 5.8 caliber rounds splattered blood on the mutants' bodies. However, due to the mutants' armor-like tissue and powerful regenerative abilities, the soldiers' gunfire had little impact on the elephants, only to infuriate them. The elephants used their trunks to pick up nearby motorcycles, bicycles, trash cans, and other items and hurled them at him. The soldiers had to dodge everywhere these projectiles that came through the air, and the scene was in chaos for a while. Although soldiers and special police officers launched bombs at the mutant elephants, the wounded mutants didn't seem to have weakened their ferocity in the slightest. Watching the scene, Zhong Lirui was also deeply depressed. If only tanks had reached the rear, the problem would have been solved long ago. Rampaging mutant elephants. Unfortunately, neither the homemade bombs nor the military's grenades and grenade launchers were enough to damage these rampaging elephants. For the first time, Zhongli felt the urge to use an RPG. Rampaging elephants. Elephants? So, could his crossbow supposedly shatter an elephant's skull? Determined to give it a try, Zhongli raised his semi-automatic crossbow and aimed at the smallest of the 5 mutant elephants. After aiming for the head, he decisively pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt struck the elephant's head with astonishing speed. The elephant, struck by the arrow, cried out in pain, its body truly unsteady. Seeing the attack was effective, Zhongli's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, and he fired a second arrow at the elephant's head. The smallest mutant elephant cried out again, before falling to the ground on its side, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing their commander personally defeat such a formidable mutant elephant, even the disciplined Special Forces soldiers couldn't help but cheer loudly. Brilliant. Commander, you're mighty. Zhongli smiled confidently, looking at the weapon in his hand and saying, this thing lives up to its reputation. It can actually shatter an elephant's skull. Not bad. At this moment, Lu Shi had finally assembled his M99 anti-material sniper rifle, aimed it at the largest elephant's head, and pulled the trigger. With a deafening crack, the 12.7 caliber bullet from the M99 anti-material sniper rifle flew towards its target at a breakneck speed. The huge kinetic energy allowed the bullet to easily penetrate the scales on the mutant elephant's head, directly hitting its brain and blowing up a small half of the back of its head. The huge mutant elephant also fell to the ground with a wail, raising a larger cloud of dust. The Special Forces soldiers, seeing this, were greatly encouraged. They adjusted their firing angles and concentrated their firepower on the 3 remaining mutant zombie elephants. Despite the mutant elephants' remarkable regenerative abilities, they finally succumbed to the intense firepower. At this moment, Tingsha also climbed onto the heavy machine gun emplacement of a nearby military armored vehicle. He cocked the bolt and fired 3 bursts of his 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun at the heads of the 3 remaining zombie elephants. With the rhythmic crackle of the heavy machine gun, the heads of the 3 mutant elephants were instantly struck by a barrage of bullets, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Their massive bodies staggered under the heavy blows, and finally, they collapsed helplessly. Captain Wang Gang, observing this, immediately commanded his troops, hold the firing. Check the surroundings to ensure there are no other threats. The Special Forces soldiers sprang into action, keeping a vigilant watch and checking the fallen elephants for signs of life. Zhongli walked over to Lu Shi and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. That's a deadly kill. Lu Shi smiled faintly, sheathed his M99 sniper rifle, and replied, Sir, your crossbow is quite impressive too. It seems much more powerful than our homemade ones. 2 arrows killed an elephant. Zhongli smiled and said, good eyesight. This crossbow is a military-grade powerful crossbow, capable of shattering an elephant's skull at a range of 150 meters. Now I see it lives up to its reputation. Zhongli raised his fist toward Lu Shi. Lu Shi smiled and raised his fist, and the 2 of them bumped fists in greeting. After the battle, Wang Gang gave the order, everyone, attention. Medics, treat the wounded. Everyone else, remain alert. The Special Forces soldiers regrouped, alert for any unusual activity. Afterward, Wang Gang approached Zhongli and apologized, Captain, I'm sorry we didn't fight well enough, and you had to do it yourself. Zhongli waved his hand, it's okay. This time, it was entirely because we didn't anticipate encountering such a formidable foe as the mutant elephant. By the way, among the weapons and equipment the military brought, do you still have any of these powerful semi-automatic crossbows? Yes, we have 5, Wang Gang said, then suddenly realized, Captain, I understand. Zhongli nodded approvingly, 5, for 5 teams. That way, even if we encounter such a difficult target, each team will be able to launch a powerful and deadly attack at any time. After all, carrying an anti-material sniper rifle all the time is really inconvenient. Don't worry, Captain, I make arrangements. Captain Wang Gang saluted. Zhongli looked at the motionless mutant elephant on the ground, and the Xiguang community behind him, where only 3 survivors remained, including Leng Yu, who had come seeking help. A cloud of gloom rose in his heart. This time, the rescue had passed through 2 communities, and in the end, only 3 survivors had been rescued. So what would happen to the other survivor communities in the city? Thinking of this, Zhongli said to Wang Gang, Captain Wang, we have a meeting later. By the way, please ask Representative Li Chen to come along as well. Yes. Chapter 139. The 2 Special Forces soldiers injured in the battle were in good condition thanks to the medical team's treatment. Even further away, after clearing the surrounding roads of car wreckage and obstacles, Captain Wang Gang ordered all tanks and armored vehicles to form a defensive perimeter around the Shuguang community. The remaining 28 uninjured Special Forces soldiers began to stand guard. Lu Shi, along with the Special Police, retrieved the crossbow arrows. Watching the Special Forces soldiers recover arrows, they were filled with envy. In previous battles with mutant elephants, many soldiers had lost about 30% of their ammunition. Seeing the Special Police retrieve their arrows, and the crossbows also capable of launching explosives like their own underbarrel grenade launchers, the Special Forces soldiers even felt a sense of envy. Are these new SWAT recruits using the dual-purpose crossbows made by the former militia? Yes. Well, this equipment looks quite useful. Yes, although the rate of fire is slow and the range is short, it's quite powerful. Look at those mutant wolves. The key is that their arrows can be retrieved after the battle. Our ammunition is dwindling. Yes, the advantage of this crossbow is now apparent. We need to shoot slowly. Otherwise, when our ammunition runs out, we'd be left with shields and axes as heavy infantry. No wonder Colonel Zhongli wanted us to carry shields and axes. The commander is quite foresight. Yes, and Colonel Zhongli was really impressive just now. He's a master archer, wow. Oh, and by the way, Lieutenant Colonel Wang just said that each squad should have a crossbowman. I signed up for one. Hey. Brother, don't fight me. I'm so anxious. I really can't help it. I need to ask my SWAT brothers if they have any extra dual-purpose crossbows. I just fired too hard and only have 2 magazines left. Just as the Special Forces soldiers were envious of SWAT Team 313's equipment, which was suitable for sustained combat, Zhong Lirui and his men, after setting up their equipment in the Shuguang community, connected to the home community headquarters and convened an emergency meeting of the core team. Captain Zhongli, how's the situation over there? Chief of Staff Situ asked. Along the way, we visited 2 communities. The situation was dire. The first one was completely wiped out. And it was only today. In the second community, the Qingxi Shuguang community, that asked us for help, we only rescued 2 children. The remaining 9 survivors were attacked by a pack of mutant wolves, and all died, and turned into zombies, Zhong Lirui said helplessly. Oh my god, the situation is so serious. Qin Shiyao's face was solemn. Not only that, we just encountered 5 mutated elephants. We managed to deal with them, but we injured 2 men. Fortunately, they were only slightly wounded. Sir, I'm so sorry about what happened in Dawn community. So, are you and the advance team planning to return? Chief of Staff Situ asked. No. The situation in these 2 communities suggests that the situation in the remaining survivor communities in the city is critical. It's been so long since the zombie crisis began. It's become difficult for residents to scavenge for food and supplies. We must act quickly to find those scattered citizens and relocate them to areas near the Home Alliance. Zhong Lirui raised his hand, pointing to the sky. While the weather is still good, we should quickly settle them down and plant some potatoes. Otherwise, I'm truly worried about how many of the remaining survivors in the city will survive this winter. Since General Long believes in me, and everyone in my hometown believes in me, I can't abandon a single citizen of Lingnan Prefecture. Right. Well said. A chorus of support erupted from the surroundings. Zhong Lirui raised his hand, signaling for silence. He then addressed Qin Xiaoyao and Chief of Staff Situ. Representative Xiaoyao, Chief of Staff Situ, this may require some trouble. Please quickly form the 2nd and 3rd Western Patrol search teams from the remaining troops, including the militia. We will send 1 team ahead to continue the operation. We must quickly locate as many of the surviving citizens as possible. Yes, sir. Chief of Staff Situ agreed. Governor, rest assured. I will contact the other representatives and the militia to make arrangements, Qin Xiaoyao replied earnestly. The meeting concluded. Zhong Lirui sighed deeply and said, hopefully, our action isn't too late. Don't give up hope, Di Xinyan soothed softly. I believe there are always strong survivors, just like us, who can survive. Yes, thank you. Later that day, Qin Xiaoyao and Chief of Staff Situ of the East City Special Zone quickly took action, selecting suitable personnel from the remaining troops to form the 2nd and 3rd Western Patrol search teams. Qin Xiaoyao first contacted the other representatives of the Special Zone Review Committee, explaining the dire situation and requesting their cooperation. Meanwhile, Chief of Staff Situ selected capable soldiers from the militia to join the search team. They knew time was running out, and every minute and every second could mean the difference between life and death for the survivors. Amidst the intense preparations, Jean Leroy's orders were swiftly executed. The 2nd and 3rd Western Patrol search teams were quickly formed, each equipped with the necessary equipment and supplies. They would each head to different areas to conduct search and rescue operations. Jean Leroy continued to command the actions of the advance team. The 3 teams patrolling the west searched the city for 3 days, visiting the remaining 86 of the original 100 communities. However, to the dismay of all the search teams, as they repeatedly opened closed communities, they found only wandering zombies. In the end, only 21 of the 86 communities remained alive, including Dawn Community, which had previously only had 3 survivors. After counting and statistics, these 21 communities had fewer than 500 survivors. Thus, all the survivors in Lingen Prefecture were gathered on that day, totaling less than 5,000. In the ruins of Lingen Prefecture, all the survivors gathered together, facing an unprecedented predicament. After much deliberation, Jean Leroy decided to deliver another live broadcast to all the communities, settlements, and resettlement sites in the eastern part of the city. Fellow citizens of Lingen Province, I am Jean Leroy, the interim governor of the Lingen Province East Special Zone. I am your neighbor, your comrade in arms, and your fellow countryman. Today, we, the survivors of the apocalypse, once again stand on the land of our homeland. Once again, we gather together. I know we have endured so much hardship. We may have lost friends, family, loved ones, and perhaps even everything. I empathize with you. For this disaster has also claimed my friends, family, loved ones, but everyone, now is not the time for us to shed tears or give up on ourselves. We have survived, steadfastly surviving the zombie crisis. We have survived the extermination war launched by Changcheng Life Science Group. We have survived this long, dark night of history. Please believe that as long as we unite as one, we will overcome this difficult time. Jean Leroy's voice echoed across people's phones. Right now, the East City Special Zone will provide you with shelter and food, but we also need your participation and effort. We will build our home. A place where we can have enough food, sleep peacefully, and once again feel the glory of civilization. From today on, we will work together to rebuild the civilized society we once knew. For this goal, for this dream, everyone, we need the strength of each and every one of you. Jean Leroy extended his hand, holding up a potato, and said, winter is approaching, and we face daunting challenges. Before the snow falls, we must build a strong community barrier to protect us, and a greenhouse to grow potatoes and other crops. We are racing against time. We must fight, otherwise, we may die of hunger and cold, be forced to leave our homes, and wander once again, or become the walking dead with resentment. My friends, for food, for life, for hope, please join me in this struggle. As Jean Leroy spoke. At the moment of the end, countless citizens shed tears of joy. For life, for hope. Someone in the crowd shouted. At Jean Leroy's call, the newly arrived survivors of the East City Special Zone also began to take action. With the help of the former military and civilians, they began clearing the rubble, finding suitable housing, building greenhouses to grow vegetables and food, constructing defenses, and joining the militia for training. Despite the challenging conditions, everyone worked towards a common goal. Meanwhile, representatives of the East City Special Zone Special Council were actively preparing to provide the necessary medical and educational support for the survivors. Su Xiaowei, the former leader of the library community and current representative, was in charge of education. Reconstruction was not just about material things, but also about spiritual well-being. As time passed, the ruined city of Lingen Prefecture gradually began to regenerate. Jean Leroy stood high above the East City Special Zone, watching over the resurgent land. For life, for civilization, for hope, Jean Leroy muttered to himself. Home cradle, a special room underground. Chen Jingquan stood with his hands behind his back between 2 large reinforced glass containers. In the container on the left, Bai Qiangwei, still fully grown, was placed in a breathing container, her body pierced with various tubes. She was still alive. Even her eyes and mouth could move. She could even speak. The various devices on her body were able to sustain her life. But now, her limbs could no longer move. Bai Qiangwei's eyes had long since lost their luster, and were now in a daze. Only one thing remained in her eyes, despair. For her colleague, comrade, and lover, Murong Chafeng, had already been limbless, transformed into a human pig, and placed in the container to her right. His body was also pierced with various tubes. Bai Qiangwei knew that Murong Chafeng, like herself, was still alive. But he was only just alive. Occasionally, she could see a look of concern in the single remaining eye of Murong Chafeng, now transformed into C3. It showed that even as a monster, he still loved her, that he would still venture into danger for her, trying to rescue her. But her white moonlight had been defeated by the Demon King before her. Chapter 140. The liquid in Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chongfeng's vessels slowly descended, their heads emerging from the surface. Bai Qiangwei, how do you feel? Chen Jinquan said with a meaningful smile. You destroyed almost everything I had, all for the wealth and villas promised you by those powerful, wealthy individuals, and for you and your beloved to live happily ever after. Now, I fulfilled all your wishes. This room is your wedding room. Here, you don't have to worry about making money, you don't have to think about intrigue, you can just quietly be with your beloved, and enjoy the good times. Am I not noble, huh? You pervert, you devil. You shall not perish. Bai Qiangwei, who was now able to speak, gathered her strength and began to curse. I'm a pervert? I'm a demon? Since your lover is here today, I let him hear who created me into this demon. Chen Jinquan turned to Murong Chongfeng. TSK, Operator Yu Changyan, you're not a bad person. Did you know your wife is so vicious and unscrupulous? Murong Chongfeng angrily said, You're slandering me. You're slandering me. Chen Jinquan laughed. Whether it's slander or not, see for yourself. Look. What your undercover wife did to me. Use your remaining eye to take a good look. With that, Chen Jinquan moved his mind, and everything Bai Qiangwei had done at Changsheng Life Science Group was projected onto the walls of the room, like a movie. Faced with the ironclad facts, Bai Qiangwei turned her head away, remaining silent. Murong Chongfeng was utterly shocked. Rose, you did all this? You orchestrated the fall of our hometown Xinjing? Bai Rose closed her eyes, afraid to look, tears choking her lips as she said, I'm an undercover agent. There's nothing I can do. You can't do anything? Bai Rose, touch your filthy heart, look me in the eyes, and say, was I like this back then? I once dedicated myself to ushering in a new era of breakthroughs in human evolution, where everyone could achieve strength, speed, health, and immortality. I said long ago that I don't want to be involved in the military field. It's you. It's the forces behind you who are forcing me. They bribed you with houses and money, using whatever means necessary to force me. You killed my beloved wife, twice assassinated my eldest daughter, and twice tried to kill my youngest. Now, I'm just giving you a taste of my eldest daughter's current state. I didn't chop Murong Chongfeng into pieces in front of you, and then cremate him on the spot. I already done you a great service. The state you and your lover are in is merely the state my eldest daughter lives in every day. As he spoke, the screen showed a surveillance video of Chen Xiaoyu, deep within the cradle of home. Bai Qiangwei, all of this was caused by you. Including the fate of your beloved, who now lives beside you. It was also your fault. My desire to purify this world was also your fault. Although this idea was directed by the people behind you, and most of those people are now destroyed, this cannot be changed. All of this tragedy was instigated and carried out by you. This fact will never change. At that moment, Bai Qiangwei felt as if she were pierced by thousands of arrows. She'd been scheming and scheming here, all for the wealth and the house, so she could live comfortably with her lover after completing their mission. But now, all of that was gone. Even her lover, like herself, was trapped in this petri dish, a human pig, suffering a fate worse than death. Now, even death was a luxury. Bai Qiangwei, aren't you doing all this just so you can have a house and money after marriage? So you can spend the rest of your lives with your beloved? Fine, I grant you your wish. Chen Jinquan said playfully. Bai Qiangwei, aren't they willing to give you a house? I give you one too. This is your wedding room for the rest of your lives. You too, live happily together in this wedding room I've given you. I lock you up here for 100 years, then throw you out to rot. Hee hee. Oh ha ha ha. Chen Jinquan laughed miserably, and left the room, leaving only Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chongfeng, their faces filled with despair. The breathable liquid rose again, and their heads were once again immersed in it. Bai Qiangwei turned to look at Murong Chongfeng, tears of regret streaming down her face. Home cradle deepest. Chen Xiaoyu, naturally, witnessed all this through her highest authority. Dad, are you avenging Mom and me? But the ordinary people in this world are innocent. She sighed deeply in the liquid. Home cradle, in the combat conference room. Chen Jinquan listened to Kuan Lu report. Mr. Chen, according to the residual data on the command chip on C3 guide number 6, it lost control twice. The first time, while carrying out a raid, it was suspected to have been hit by a powerful explosion, damaging some of the command chip circuits, weakening its control. The second time, number 6 seemed to have received a sonic command similar to the young lady's brainwave frequency, completely releasing control. The first time, I know, it was caused by the dust explosion during Murong Chongfeng's attack on Tianan's lair at the grain station. The second time, when did the young lady give its sonic commands? Hasn't the young lady been dormant underground? Confirmed, the eldest lady did not give any instructions to C3 Guide number 6. In that case, where did this sonic instruction come from? According to the residual data read from the command chip, the incident occurred in the eastern part of the city. The eastern part of the city? Is that the eastern part where the second lady lives in seclusion? Chen Jinquan frowned, then remembered the annihilation of Ranger Team 2 in the eastern part of the city. Confirmed, yes. Also, reporting to President Chen, the residents who fled Dayton Base have been taken in by the Home Alliance in the eastern part of the city. Recent satellite imagery shows that the number of barricades similar to those of the Home Alliance in the eastern part of the city is increasing significantly, and the density of C1 failed infected bodies near the eastern part of the city has further decreased. Overall, ordinary human activity in this area is very active. Really? Chen Jinquan said, tapping his fingers with interest. The eastern part of the city seems more interesting than I imagined. Perhaps I should pay them a personal visit next time. President, regarding the Rangers, there are only 3 active C2 and C3 units left from the last conversion by the agents. Don't worry, the dormant area is perfect for putting those useless individuals to good use, isn't it? Chen Jinquan's eyes shone. These heartless bastards are the ones who paid by Qiangwei, killed Ling Xian, and harmed Xiaoyu. I won't let any of them go. Don't they still have 100 people? Activate the second phase of the conversion plan. Execute. As he spoke, Chen Jinquan's eyes turned to the wealthy dormant area. The wealthy shareholders, including Jiang Junhao, were all hibernating in the equipment. Yes, President. President, I have another major change to report. The eldest daughter's vital signs have significantly improved by 25% due to unknown reasons. Current estimates suggest her lifespan may be extended by 10 years, not the previously estimated 2 years. Significant improvement? Chen Jinquan's eyes widened as he demanded. She was poisoned by White Rose, with a powerful poison used by secret agents for assassination. So powerful that even the C0-S's recovery abilities couldn't fully resist it. And now, she's actually improved? Chen Jinquan was about to head to the deepest part of the cave to visit his daughter, when a holographic image suddenly activated. A 3D holographic image of Chen Xiaoyu appeared before Chen Jinquan. Xiao. Stop! Forcibly shutting down the regional drive network will overdeplete your vitality. Chen Jinquan panicked. If there's anything, I come to your place and talk to you directly through the short-range headset. It's okay, Dad. I feel much better, Chen Xiaoxiao said calmly. Dad, you lost weight. I'm fine, Chen Jinquan said calmly. I'm the first successful C0 PS, meaning C0 initial success body. Have you forgotten? Your mother personally transformed me. Dad, do you still want to wipe out the remaining survivors across the world? Yes, Chen Jinquan said calmly. The Blue Star Purification Project has been 99.95% successful. The remaining people, if they don't transform, can only struggle in pain. Only by giving up the struggle and embracing transformation can they escape suffering. But Dad, although you have given everyone strong bodies and immortality, you have taken away their free thought. That's unfair. My dear daughter, human nature is greedy. Look at the civilized society before. The purpose of everyone's actions was 99.99% for money. Look at that White Rose. For the money and luxury house promised by the forces behind her, she killed your mother and hurt you like this. This kind of life blinded by money, a life that will do anything to make money. Is there any essential difference between this and the Walking Dead? Do you think they have a choice? In society, more than 90% of people have no choice. What's the point of such a society, such ridiculous free thinking? Now, even if these people have all become C1 failures, but they no longer have worries, no longer have emotions, no longer feel pain. Isn't this a kind of liberation? But Dad, you can't make choices for everyone. I know you hate those forces in the world who misinterpret your good intentions, killing Mom and me. But Dad, most people, especially ordinary people, are innocent. Take Grandpa, for example. He spent his entire life quietly guarding his martial arts school, living an ordinary life. Weakness is the root of suffering. It's also a form of original sin. Your grandpa and I. We disagreed. But when someone tried to demolish his martial arts gym, I quietly intervened. You're still young, and you truly don't understand how filthy the adult world, the once so-called civilized world, is. Eliminate free thought, turn everyone into zombies, and eliminate the disparities in wealth, power, and resources. Doesn't that achieve equality? Doesn't that eliminate the old distinctions of class and strength in the human world? Tell me, am I doing this for their benefit or harming them? Dad, I can't convince you. But I beg you, please let my little sister go. She's in the east of the city, and my clones are surviving resiliently. Please, don't send any more mopping up troops to harm her. I didn't send them. That disgusting White Rose sent them. I already punished her. But when I have time, I really want to go see how your sister is doing. Dad, please don't hurt my sister or her friends. All right. I'm your and her father. Even a venomous tiger won't eat its own cubs. She's been away from home for so long and refuses to come back. I just want to see her. What's wrong with that? Qin Xiaoyao sighed softly. Suddenly, her 3D projection shook from exhaustion. My dear daughter, rest. Don't waste your energy. We can talk about everything later, Qin Jinquan said hurriedly. Qin Xiaoyao nodded, and the projection disappeared. Qin Jinquan sighed softly, a deep look in his eyes. East of the city, he muttered softly. Chapter 141. December arrived silently. In a former police station in the heart of the East City Special Zone, Zhong Lirui and the standing representatives of the Special Council were reviewing the progress of various current tasks. Governor, Qin Xiao reported, after more than half a month of hard work, all citizens now have a place to live. The problem of safe water supply has also been largely resolved. Well, thank you all for your hard work. How's the food situation? Zhong Lirui turned to Wang Zhong and Wu Jiang. We visited the potato greenhouses in various locations. The potatoes are growing well. We'd be ready for harvest around late January next year, Wu Jiang reported. Our current food reserves will probably last until early January, if we eat 3 meals a day. Zhong Lirui sighed slightly. For the time being, let's switch to 2 meals a day until the potato harvest. We can't leave any wiggle room. At this, the several standing representatives in the room nodded in agreement. How is the medical system doing now? Zhong Lirui turned to Di Xinyan. Thanks to the efforts of the surviving doctors and nurses from the former First People's Hospital, military medical personnel, and private physicians recruited from the public, a small hospital has been established in the East City Special District. Each settlement now has medically trained personnel. Furthermore, the Chinese medicinal herbs transplanted from Jinshan are growing well, and a small-scale, sustained supply has been established. Xinyan, Director, thank you for your hard work. Zhong Lirui paused before formally addressing his wife by her title. Di Xinyan observed her husband's still somewhat unskilled manner and smiled slightly. Then, with a serious tone, she said, my suggestion is that, since we are currently experiencing a slack season and there is no war, we should continue to promote the knowledge contained in the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. Even if every citizen learns a little, it would be a good idea. Wang Zhong smiled and said, President Di well said. It looks like this night school class will be expanding. At this point, Zhong Lirui asked Wang Zhong, Principal Wang, how is the militia training going? Wang Zhong's spirits immediately perked up, and he reported earnestly, over the past few days, after training and the baptism of fire in the Home Alliance defense battle, over 480 members of the former Home Alliance are now qualified militia soldiers. Based on this, we plan to recruit another 500 to 800 militia soldiers from the citizens. Furthermore, we plan to have all citizens receive training in basic combat skills. Currently, there are only 60 military combat personnel and around 500 militia members. We have to defend approximately. With over 4,000 citizens and the entire eastern part of the city, our forces are stretched thin. Chief of Staff Situ nodded and sighed. Yes, at this point in our retreat, although we still have 300 soldiers left, most of them are non-combat engineers and technical specialists. Only 60 special forces remain, along with a handful of Army armored vehicle operators and pilots. Only 5 helicopters remain operational. And, after the previous base defense, all the rockets have been fired. Increasing our forces is the second most important priority, after resolving the food crisis. However, if we expand our forces, there's another major problem. Weapons and equipment. What should we do? Zhong Lirui pondered the topic of weapons and equipment, and fell into deep thought. Armor was easy enough. Paper armor had been combat tested and proven reliable. It offered good protection against the bites of ordinary zombies. Bows and crossbows were now manufacturable, but firearms were still essential. And, for that, explosives were essential. Explosives? Zhongli suddenly remembered the previous discussion. Chief of Staff Situ, I asked you last time to find technical experts to evaluate the restoration of the fertilizer plant. How's that going? Zhongli asked. Chief of Staff Situ said slowly, Colonel Zhongli, based on the intelligence from Representative Liu, Nighthawk, the experts, under the protection of Special Forces, have conducted an on-site inspection of the fertilizer plant. As long as water and electricity are restored, with the amount of coal currently stored at the thermal power plant, small-scale production for 2 years should be no problem. With some adjustments, these fertilizers can also be used for military purposes, right? Zhongli looked at him with a sharp gaze. The expert said it's a very wise idea. Chief of Staff Situ nodded, adding, in fact, during the previous period of stalemate in the city and ammunition shortages, we transported some fertilizer from the fertilizer plant to be processed into military-grade dynamite for ammunition. This remark immediately reminded Zhongli of the military transport trucks left behind by the fertilizer plant. So, the operation at that time was orchestrated by Chief of Staff Situ? Then, we must restore the water plant in the east of the city and the hydroelectric station in the north. Zhongli didn't delve into this further, but pulled up a map showing the 2 marked areas. The order is to restore power at the hydroelectric station first, then restore water supply to the water plant, Chief of Staff Situ reminded him. Well, if the hydroelectric station and water plant are restored, everyone's life will be better. Zhongli nodded. However, even if electricity is restored, considering the fertilizer plant's consumption, the power supply area can only be limited to the east of the city. Moreover, due to the lack of some raw materials, water supply to the water plant can be restored, but the water quality can only be partially purified. Engineer Li Minghong, the chief military technical expert, said hesitantly, let's restore things first. As for getting back to where we were before, that's still a long way to go. Don't rush, Engineer Li, Zhongli soothed. Chief of Staff Situ agreed. Engineer Li, the governor is right. We should initially set our goal of restoration as from scratch. Engineer Li pushed his glasses and nodded in agreement. Okay, if it's just about restoring operations, as long as the power is restored, we can do that. Zhongli nodded. It seems our next step will be to restore the power station at Chumbei Reservoir. At this point, Nighthawk kindly reminded, Governor, can we contact Su Shengwei from the former library community? Aren't the people in his community all technical operators evacuated from the substation? Zhongli smiled and nodded. Yes, we brought this up when we were looking for fertilizer at the fertilizer plant. Okay, Chief of Staff Situ, contact Representative Su Shengwei, and we discuss this together. Yes, sir. Soon after receiving the news, Su Shengwei arrived at the police station's conference room. When the group explained their desire to restore the reservoir power station, Su Shengwei's face darkened. Governor, the reservoir? Those technicians under my command wouldn't dare go back, even if it meant death. Zhongli asked, puzzled, why is that? Do you all know why we evacuated the hydropower station? Wasn't it because we ran out of food? Lu Shi asked, puzzled. That's just one reason. There's another terrifying reason. A bay crocodile in a nearby wildlife park escaped from its cage and took refuge in the reservoir. A viral mutation transformed it into a 15-meter-long monster. We didn't notice it at first, until 3 of our companions disappeared, and then we discovered this terrifying beast. A 15-meter-long crocodile. Everyone exclaimed. To restore the power plant, and for the safety of the citizens, we must eliminate this mutant crocodile. Zhongli immediately asked Chief of Staff Situ. Chief of Staff, how many RPGs, individual anti-tank missiles, or recoilless rifles are left in the arsenal? Colonel Zhongli, we only have 4 RPGs left. As for the other weapons, the 107mm rocket launchers and recoilless rifles, only the launchers remain. We're out of ammunition. Only 4 RPGs? Zhongli's throat suddenly felt dry, and he felt weak all over. The military had truly been fleeing here. They were truly destitute. Only these few RPGs. Never mind, we're lucky to have them. We take 3 this time. So, what about the high-powered 12.7 caliber ammunition? Governor, are you talking about heavy machine gun bullets? Don't worry, we still have plenty. Hearing that there was still plenty of 12.7 caliber ammunition in stock, Zhongli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun ammunition, issue it to the snipers. Also, this time, bring all the powerful crossbowmen. And, as for the heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles, set up one for ambushes. Zhongli thought of all the powerful armor-piercing weapons currently at his disposal, aside from the tanks. At this point, Zhu Yongyang asked in confusion, Governor, why don't you use the seven-sword system to scan the location of the giant crocodile monster, and then use the assault to blast it to pieces? Before Zhongli could reply, Chief Specialist Li Gong angrily declared, Deputy Zhu, consider the consequences before you act. That reservoir is medium-sized, and crocodiles often roam near the power plant. You're using weapons of mass destruction, each with a power of 150 kilograms of TNT. Aren't you afraid of destroying the dam or damaging the generators? And your cannon fire will pollute the water. That's the water source, the water source. After inspecting the militia's gas cannon, Engineer Li was utterly shocked and immediately defined it as a basic weapon of mass destruction. See Extra Chapter 3. Caliber is justice for details. Zhu Yongyang, utterly dejected, apologized. Engineer Li, forget what I said. Sorry. At this moment, Zhongli gave Engineer Li a wry smile, approving. Honestly, as an engineering student, he was worried about the possibility of a weapon damaging the hydropower station, and also worried about fertilizer-based weapons polluting the water. He really thought the same thing as Engineer Li. Alright, Chief of Staff, let's go with the same advanced team as last time. First, eliminate that monstrous mutant crocodile, and then try to restore the hydropower station. This time, I lead the team myself. Di Xinyan, hearing this, became a little anxious. Governor, as the highest executive officer of the Special Administrative Region, how can you risk your life? Zhongli saw the clear worry in his wife's eyes, and his heart warmed. But he patiently explained, Don't worry, Dean D. We now know there are mutant crocodiles in the reservoir. Why would we take such a risk? I'm not going to be like the brave warriors in medieval magic novels, engaging the monster head-on. I plan to use the seven-sword system to locate it first. Then, we set a trap and eliminate it with our ambush ranged weapons. Since it's a 15-meter-long monster, there's no need for politeness. I plan to use powerful heavy weaponry to give it a taste of its own medicine. Don't worry, we won't give it a chance to get close to us. Di Xinyan, though still a little worried, nodded. She whispered, Okay, Governor, I trust you and your team. But please be careful. I don't want to see you make any mistakes. Zhongli smiled and soothed, Don't worry. Now, we must prepare for action. Time is running out. With everything ready, Zhongli once again led the 40-man advance team on their journey to the reservoir. At the same time, the massive, ground-level gate atop the cradle of home slowly opened. A massive elevator rose from the ground. A robot-operated helicopter emerged from the cradle of home's platform. In the cockpit, Qin Jinquan, draped in a thick black robe, his eyes stern. Against the azure sky, the helicopter's propellers trace silver arcs, painting graceful aerial paintings. Most astonishingly, however, the helicopter's propellers spun without making much noise, as if silently displaying their power and grace. This mysterious helicopter was none other than a special warfare stealth attack helicopter acquired by Changsheng Life Science Group during its military collaboration. Utilizing cutting-edge stealth technology, it was not only visually difficult to detect, but also specially engineered to make its propellers virtually silent at high speeds. The plane took off and headed straight for the East City Special Zone. Chapter 142. Lingyan Prefecture, Reservoir Area. In the afternoon, after arriving at the reservoir power station area, the advance team did not rush to the power station. Instead, under the command of Wang Gang and Lu Shi, the Special Forces and Special Police used upgraded compound crossbows to clear out the ordinary zombies nearby. Chief expertly nodded repeatedly as he watched the Special Forces, wielding their hand-rolled dual-purpose compound crossbows, effortlessly dispatch the zombies. It's truly remarkable that the militia, despite such poor conditions, were able to create such a weapon suitable for sustained combat. Zhongli said, Master Li, it's a shame we only have small machine tools and simple machining tools from a hardware store. If only we had better CNC machines and high-performance materials, I have more powerful semi-automatic crossbows in my arsenal. Last time, this crossbow proved incredibly effective against the mutant elephants. Wei. Engineer Li pondered for a moment, then said, Governor, your idea is excellent. Actually, there's a machining plant of this type south of the South City Gymnasium. We can find suitable CNC machine tools there. Furthermore, our expert team is confident that after these machines are modified, we can also produce bullets and even rifle grenades. Zhongli face lit up with delight. Engineer Li, great. We develop a plan for the future. Of course, we start by retaking the hydropower station today. Powering the northern part of the city is the first step. Yes, Governor, you're right, Engineer Li nodded. At this moment, Lu Shi reported, Governor, All the ordinary zombies around the reservoir have been eliminated. Okay, this time, deploy 5 snipers, all equipped with heavy anti-material sniper rifles. Also, prepare 2 heavy machine gun positions and set up ambushes. Is the chicken coop ready? We're ready, Lucy said, a look of reluctance on her face. We're only taking out 5 chickens this time. We only have less than 50 chickens total right now. It's okay. We have more chickens later. After we eliminate the crocodiles, we can finally get electricity to the north of the city. Then, we can go back to our homes. Lucy's eyes lit up. Yes, it would be wonderful to be able to go back to our homes. The rooms in the property management center are so soundproof right now. Zhong Leroy knew this, so he and Disanyan didn't dare make any noise. Besides, he already knew that Lu Shi and Gu Anqi were living together, and they really needed a relatively quiet and private place. Alright, Chief Lu, let's kill the crocodiles first. Are you going to do it yourself today, or are you leaving it to the soldiers? Zhong Leroy asked Lu Shi with a smile. I'm coming too, Lu Shi smiled. This M99 sniper rifle hasn't been used in a while, since we last took down the mutant elephant. It come in handy against this monster today. Alright, then you still be in charge of sniper rifle number 1. Go ahead. Understood. Lu Shi set off with observer Shisheng Ling and the M99 sniper rifle. After Lu Shi left, Zhong Leroy activated the 7-sword system and quickly spotted the massive crocodile in the reservoir. The 3D surveillance footage showed it was 15 meters long. The crocodile, moving from the center of the reservoir, began to approach the bamboo-framed chicken coop on the shore. But at some point, Zhong Leroy's eyes widened, because he noticed the crocodile's silhouette had split in the 3D surveillance footage. There were actually 2 giant crocodiles of roughly the same length. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, bad news. There are 2 giant crocodiles. Reserve bazooka soldiers, get ready. Don't worry, sir. These are living creatures, so one more won't be a big deal. Wang Gang seemed confident in the firepower he had deployed. Okay, I trust you. Inform all units to be on guard. Don't worry, sir. Wang Gang replied solemnly over the radio. Soon, traces of the 2 crocodiles were discovered on the other side of the reservoir. Their dorsal fins and massive bodies, visible above the water, were terrifying. At some point, the 2 enormous crocodiles left the water and climbed onto the shore. At that moment, the soldiers, who had been lying in ambush for so long, finally saw the true appearance of the 2 behemoths. Before their eyes, 2 enormous crocodiles appeared. One of the crocodiles had a head measuring an astonishing 1.5 meters, and its body was an astonishing 15 meters long. In comparison, the other crocodile was slightly smaller, but its head was still approximately 1.2 meters long, and its body was 12 meters long. The 2 crocodiles resembled larger versions of saltwater crocodiles, creating a powerful visual impact. References to prehistoric monsters. Deinosuchus, Sarcosuchus, and Sarcosuchus. As the 2 crocodiles crawled ashore and drew closer to the chicken coop, the tension reached a crescendo. Zhong Leroy gave his final order over the radio. All units, attention, fire. Snipers, shoot for the legs first, then the eyes and the head. Avoid the mouth, it's useless. With that command, the snipers, including Lu Shi, pulled their triggers. The heavy anti-material sniper rifles unleashed a deafening roar, and the massive bullets tore through the air, unerringly striking their targets. After the 2 crocodiles' limbs were pierced by 12.7 caliber sniper rifle bullets, their mobility, already greatly reduced since landing, was further significantly reduced. With their legs broken, the 2 monster crocodiles could only desperately twist and open their mouths in protest. Crocodile have no vocal organs and cannot roar. Heavy machine gun fire. Shoot the stomach and brain, avoid the mouth and tail, it's a waste of bullets. Captain Wang Gang also ordered. The heavy machine gun position also began a fierce sweep, the dense stream of bullets punching shocking bloody holes in the bodies of the 2 monster crocodiles. Maintain the fire, don't give them a chance to escape. Captain Wang Gang commanded over the radio. 5 minutes later, under the violent barrage of high-caliber bullets from all angles, the 2 giant crocodiles finally stopped moving on the shore of the reservoir. Captain Wang Gang was about to call everyone forward when Zhong Leroy intervened, saying, "Bazooka soldiers, aim at the crocodile's brain and blow it apart." Captain, is whipping the corpse like this necessary? This crocodile is over twice the size of the mutant elephant. I'm worried its healing abilities are even better. We better blow its brain apart to be absolutely sure. Wang Gang suddenly remembered his previous battle with the mutant elephant. He understood instantly and nodded. He then radioed the bazooka soldiers, aim at the crocodile's brain and fire. With precise fire, the bazooka soldiers fired 2 rockets into the heads of the 2 crocodiles. Amidst a thunderous explosion, the crocodile's skull shattered, splattering brain matter and flesh. The sight drew a sharp gasp from the soldiers present, yet also a sigh of relief. While the crocodiles were enormous, they were no Xing Tian after all. Without heads, they were surely dead. Looking at the headless corpses of 2 monster crocodiles on the shore, Zhongli Rui felt a little too relaxed. He vaguely remembered playing a zombie shooter game as a child, where the protagonist was a police officer, and they battled crocodiles in a tunnel. Back then, inexperienced and without a strategy guide, he just used a shotgun to fight the crocodiles head-on, only to be swallowed up several times without a hit. That's why, upon hearing they were facing 2 giant crocodiles, he'd been so cautious and deployed so many armor-piercing heavy firepower. But then, he felt a sense of self-deprecation. Back then, the handsome rookie police officer had taken on that giant crocodile alone. Now, he was leading a team of soldiers equipped with all sorts of heavy weaponry to fight 2 crocodiles. The difference was so vast, how could they even compare? And they were heavy machine guns too. The 12.7 caliber ammunition could penetrate even 11 mm armored vehicle plating, let alone these flesh and blood monster crocodiles. Although the crocodiles had mutated under the influence of the zombie virus, their bodies had grown so enormous. But at their core, they were still crocodiles, still living creatures. Clearly, his cautiousness was due to a psychological scar from his previous gaming experience. Thinking of this, Zhong Lirui's frayed nerves finally relaxed a little. Breathing a sigh of relief, he radioed Wang Gang, "Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, mission accomplished, retreat." Wang Gang quickly responded, "Roger, sir." "All units retreat." The soldiers began to evacuate the scene in an orderly manner, while technicians began cleanup and data collection. Zhong Lirui approached Lu Shi and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, Lu Shi." "Thank you." Lu Shi's voice tinged with excitement. "Governor, it looks like we succeeded." "Yes, Director Lu, we succeeded. Next, we need to repair the hydropower station and restore power to the East City Special Zone," Zhong Lirui replied. After confirming the safety of the reservoir area, repair work began swiftly. Su Shengwei, along with the technicians and engineers from the original reservoir, under the protection of special forces, began inspecting the hydropower station. After several hours of effort, the station was finally restarted. "Governor, the hydropower station's generators are back in operation," Chief Specialist Li excitedly reported. Zhong Lirui listened to Li's report, feeling a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, Su Shengwei approached Zhong Lirui and bowed solemnly. "Shengwei, we've been through thick and thin together for so long. Why are you being so polite?" Zhong Lirui quickly helped Su Shengwei to his feet. Su Shengwei looked at the functioning hydropower station and said to Zhong Lirui with emotion, "Governor, you took us hydropower technicians in and restored our livelihoods. Now, you helped us reclaim the hydropower station, which is revitalizing our business. Of course, I thank you on behalf of the 3 colleagues who were eaten by the crocodiles. Thank you for avenging them." Zhong Lirui, moved by these words, shook Su Shengwei's hand. "You're so kind. Engineer Su, rebuilding civilization, rebuilding the world, is a long and arduous task. Let's work together." "Yes." Su Shengwei shook Zhong Lirui's hand firmly, a bright smile spreading across his face. Eastern Special Zone. Qin Zhenkuan, dressed in a black robe, walked along the streets of the Special Zone's controlled area, frequently glancing at the holographic 3D navigation map on his wrist. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire city was about to plunge into darkness again. Suddenly, the scene before him froze him in his tracks. One by one, within the community walls of the East City Special Zone, thousands of lights once again lit up. With the long-lost lights illuminating the city's night sky, countless cheers echoed from every community. "Power's on! Power on! Finally! We finally have lights at night!" Previously, only the Jiayuan and Chemistry College communities, thanks to their photovoltaic panels and hydroelectric generators, could power electrical equipment at night. The other communities' generators, powered by drum carts, were only sufficient to charge low-power appliances. Therefore, at night, unless they lit flames, it was pitch black. People streamed out of their homes, hugging each other within the sturdy walls of the community walls, celebrating this hard-earned light. Qin Zhenkuan stared in shock at the lights of the countless homes across the area lighting up again. He muttered, "Zhong Lirui, is this what you're doing? You want to restore the civilized world of the past? You actually made it this far? You're truly remarkable. Young man, you managed to pique my interest." Are Xiao Yao and those cloning supplies with you? I'm increasingly looking forward to meeting you. As he spoke, Chen Jingquan quickened his pace, continuing toward the Jiayuan community in the core area of the East City Special Zone. Chapter 143. Home Community. Square. In the square, Di Xinyan, Chen Xiaoyao, Gu Anqi, Ai Shirley, Ameo, Lu Mingqi, and Xiaofeng, along with several other children, watched the lights on the upper floors of the building light up. Now, within the home community, there were the 3 children from the original Huaduoduo kindergarten, Tong Manfei, who Li Chen had brought back, and Leng Yufei, and Su Ziming, who had returned from the Shuguang community last time. The total number of children under the age of 12 in the entire home community reached 7. Strictly speaking, it was 17, as the royal guards were all 3 years old. In peacetime, watching the lights of the players light up at night would have been a common occurrence. But after experiencing the apocalyptic crisis and the long nights spent mostly in darkness, the children were surprisingly excited to see this long-awaited reunion, as if it were New Year's Eve. Suddenly, the expressions of all the guards changed drastically. Because a golden icon appeared within 200 meters of their sensors. Chen Xiaoyao asked Xiaofeng in confusion, Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Second aunt. Master. He's arrived outside the community. Chen Xiaoyao's face suddenly changed. The master Xiaofeng mentioned meant her father. Chairman of Changsheng Life Science Group. Chen Jingquan. Dad? He's here? Chen Xiaoyao asked in a trembling voice, his face filled with panic. Second aunt, I suggest evacuating immediately. We, the guards, will protect you from the master. Second aunt, I swear on my life, I will protect you. Xiaofeng, detect again. Have the black-clad robot troops arrived? Chen Xiaoyao continued to inquire. Second aunt, the black troops haven't arrived. Only Dad? How can you be so confident? At this moment, Tingsha and Jusu reported, Captain Xiaofeng. The master has broken through the defense line. We've been ordered to stay in place, run. Xiaofeng was horrified. Second aunt, run. The rest of the royal guards couldn't stop the master and have been ordered to stay in place. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao glanced at the people still watching the lights in the square. Not wanting to harm any innocent people, he said to Xiaofeng, let's go. Let's evacuate through the automatic doors on the east side. Don't fight here and get everyone hurt. Xiaofeng nodded, then quietly led Chen Xiaoyao eastward. However, their conversation was overheard by Ameo, Di Xinyan, and the other 2 children who had been successfully converted. The hearing of new humans and zombies is much stronger than that of normal humans. Amao immediately stepped forward, alert and concerned. Where are you going? Why are you retreating? What's the point of not fighting here? Hearing Amao's question, Di Xinyan also asked curiously, Xiaoyao, Xiaofeng, you were just talking about evacuating. What happened? No time to explain. Don't follow me. Chen Xiaoyao said, trying to leave immediately with Xiaofeng, but suddenly, a tall figure in a black robe blocked the way to the automatic doors to the east. Chen Xiaoyao's face turned pale. It's over. My dad's here. Dad, why are you here? Chen Xiaoyao's voice trembled. Dad? Amao asked, puzzled. Di Xinyan, knowing the inside story, widened her eyes and trembled, saying, he's Chen Xiaoyao's father, the chairman of Changsheng Life Science Group, Chen Jingquan. Everyone around was stunned. Amao said in a daze, he is the culprit behind the apocalyptic zombie crisis, the chairman of Changsheng Life Science Group, Chen Jingquan. The other women were so shocked they couldn't even breathe. The children, unaware of the situation, simply tilted their heads in confusion. Chen Jingquan stood in front of the automatic door, his massive black robe draped in the light, making him appear exceptionally tall and majestic. His piercing gaze swept across everyone present, finally resting on Chen Xiaoyao's face. Xiaoyao, I just came for you, and you want to run away again? Chen Jingquan's voice was low and cold, each word like the chill wind blowing from a glacial cave. For me? Chen Xiaoyao repeated doubtfully, a strange unease welling up in his heart. Yes, to find you. Also, I want to meet your capable senior brother. Where is he? Chen Jingquan slowly approached. He's not here, Chen Xiaoyao replied vaguely. At this moment, she didn't want Chen Jingquan to know Zheng Lirui's exact whereabouts. Really? What a shame. I was going to talk to him before I took you home. No! I'm not going back. Chen Xiaoyao summoned her courage and shouted to Chen Jingquan. You're here, playing house with these mortals. Some ridiculous game of saving the world? What's the point? Chen Jingquan said disdainfully. Come back with me. Your talents shouldn't be wasted on such a meaningless place. You're taking me back to home? That's the 18 levels of hell. There, you disregard the preciousness of life and act recklessly. You stop at nothing to avenge your mother and sister. Haven't you vented your hatred yet? You practically destroyed the entire world. Look around you, my friends, their homes, their lives, everything they have. You ruined it all. As soon as these words were spoken, all the adults around clenched their fists, especially Amal, the only adult male present, who was already secretly preparing to take action. You bastard. You're my daughter. How come you don't understand my thoughts? Do you think I'm simply seeking revenge, a way to vent? No. Have you forgotten? Your mother and I once wanted to lead humanity into a new era. To make everyone a new kind of human. But your mother and your sister's experiences have made me realize that most people in the world don't deserve free thought. So, I want to purify the world. After all, in the so-called civilized world of the past, they just muddled through existence and struggle, perhaps even worse than the walking corpses of today. No thoughts, no worries. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao erupted in anger and raged. You're an unreasonable lunatic. You impose your own agenda on the entire world? You're willing to sacrifice everything, including me, for your sake? Do you think I gain anything by returning? No, I won't be your tool. I won't be another you. A subtle flicker of pain crossed Qin Jinquan's face, quickly masked by his stoic exterior. He responded coldly, you're too naive. Do you think you can change anything here? This world has already been purified by me by 99.95%. What else can you possibly change? Come back with me. Unleash your talents, claim your rightful place, and join me in creating a new world. A world filled with the walking dead? Qin Xiaoyao sneered. I don't want that. I want freedom, to be able to live my life as I wish. I found true family and true friends here. They taught me what love, freedom, and life are. I won't go back with you. Qin Jinquan was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Xiaoyao, I'm truly disappointed. You worked with me on so many projects, and yet you're still so stubborn. Do you think you understand this world? Do you think you understand me? You only see the surface. You don't understand my painstaking efforts. Painstaking efforts? Qin Xiaoyao interrupted. Are your efforts to plunge the entire world into darkness? No, I don't accept such painstaking efforts. Qin Jinquan's eyes flashed with deep disappointment. He slowly said, Xiaoyao, I will not let you stay here. You must return with me. This is your responsibility, and your destiny. Well, you forced me. I don't want to do this. At this moment, Xiaofeng, having sensed Qin Jinquan's intention to attack, resolutely stood before Qin Xiaoyao, aiming her electromagnetic automatic rifle at Qin Jinquan and shouting, Master, I'm sorry, I won't allow you to harm Second Ant. Don't move. Qin Jinquan glared at Xiaofeng with disdain and issued a verbal command. How can a failed, defective product be called Shiyu's Second Ant? You, a mere consumable, really think you're a human being? Qin Xiaoyao angrily shouted, Don't talk about Xiaofeng like that. She's my niece. Xiaofeng, highest authority, free to act. But Xiaofeng didn't move. She simply shouted anxiously, Second Ant. Run! Qin Jinquan said coldly, Don't you know? Control of the Royal Guard's command chip, above the highest authority, is the source code manager's authority. I have the highest authority. Instantly, Qin Jinquan leaped into action, sprinting at a speed of 50 yards, reaching Qin Xiaoyao in an instant. Xiaoyao! Everyone exclaimed. Second Ant. Xiaofeng, frozen in place, cried out in despair. Qin Jinquan unleashed a powerful inch-force blow on Qin Xiaoyu's abdomen. Qin Xiaoyao raised her hands to resist. But the shockwave ripped through her defenses. Her abdomen was unprotected, and she took the blow. She fainted. It seems your martial arts skills haven't fallen behind. However, the speed and strength of your mortal body can't compare to my super soldier form. Not to mention the exoskeleton armor. Qin Jinquan grabbed his daughter and tried to leave. At that moment, Amal appeared behind him and said coldly, You old bidden, want to take my friend away like this? Did you ask the permission of the Dance King, Amal? Qin Jinquan was momentarily stunned by Amal's speed. He was about to unleash a whip fist on Amal with one hand, but Amal easily dodged it, and thanks to that momentary opening, Amal, with incredible speed, snatched the unconscious Qin Xiaoyao from Qin Jinquan's grasp. He then sprinted towards Di Xinyan, handing Qin Xiaoyao over to her. Master, take care of Xiaoyao. Amal glanced at Leng Yufei and Su Ziming beside him and said, You too, protect the nurse and Xiaoyao. That strange man in the black robe is the devil. Hearing this, Su Ziming and Leng Yufei immediately grabbed their shovels. He assumed a defensive stance toward Chen Jinquan and childishly shouted, "Down with the big devil." Then, A Mao charged at Chen Jinquan once more, engaging him in another fierce battle. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, A Mao, with his astonishing speed, dodged Chen Jinquan's attacks time and time again, occasionally attacking his black robe from all angles. Chen Jinquan launched a powerful attack, forcing A Mao back. The two men remained in a standoff. Shocked by A Mao's exceptional speed, Chen Jinquan temporarily stopped attacking. A Mao groaned inwardly. His hands were numb from repeatedly striking what appeared to be hard objects. And when Chen Jinquan's attack hit his defense, he realized that Chen Jinquan's strength was far greater than his own. Therefore, he didn't continue his attack. Chen Jinquan was shocked that A Mao had been able to fight him in such a short period of time. He immediately activated the CEO's sensors. His eyes widened. The scanner showed that in addition to the remaining 10 C0-S guards in this community, there were 4 C0-S-like beings before him. A Mao, the nurse, and 2 children? How can there be so many natural successes here? Is the observation data wrong? Chen Jinquan asked the AI Kunlu in his portable sensors in shock. Mr. Chen, based on the disabled person's running speed just now, we confirmed he's a C0-S unequipped entity, correct? The other 3 have also been confirmed as similar entities, correct? Record this in the database, and name this entity AC1-S new human. Different from the failed C1 infected. Chen Jinquan barely suppressed his shock and excitement. This is what Lingxin originally wanted to achieve, a mass-produced new human. There are actually 4 in this community. And 2 of them are children. Mr. Chen, this entity is already recorded and named in the database. The person who recorded it is Mississippi Kunlu continued his report in a neutral tone. On the other side, seeing that Chen Jinquan didn't move, Xiaofeng shouted to Ameo, "Captain Ameo, be careful. He's wearing exoskeleton armor under his black robe. Even more powerful than mine. Damn. Old Biden has no moral principles." A Mao spat. After spending some time together, he learned the formidable armor of the royal guards. The problem was, not only wasn't he wearing an exoskeleton, he wasn't even wearing a body armor, and he was completely unarmed. Unarmed? Oh, really? A subtle sneer played across A Mao's lips. He moved, charging at Chen Jinquan again. Chen Jinquan once again assumed a fighting stance. At this point, Di Xinyan panicked. A Mao, be careful. Don't charge an unarmed. By then, Lu Mingqi, beside him, had already drawn her pistol and aimed it at Chen Jinquan, ready to fire if A Mao was defeated. Xiaofeng, pinned to the ground, gritted her teeth and activated the radio. "Dad! Come home quickly! Master Chen Jinquan, we're going to capture Auntie. Captain Ameo is fighting hard. The entire guard is pinned down." At this moment, Zhong Lirui, still 2 kilometers from the home community and part of the returning advance team, received the news and recovered from his shock in a matter of seconds. He immediately ordered, "All troops, speed back. Target home community. Quick! Commander Lu Shi, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, prepare your anti-material sniper rifles immediately. Quick!" Roger that. Lu Shi and Wang Gang responded quickly, assembling their anti-material sniper rifles and their respective armored vehicles. The convoy immediately headed towards home community at a forced march. Xiaofeng, everyone, wait for me. Zhong Lirui, now also equipped with the 7-sword system, tightened his grip on his semi-automatic military crossbow. Chapter 144. In the home community square, the fierce battle between A Mao and Chen Jinquan continued. Mr. Chen, the target's disabled new human, appears to have leg equipment that's more suitable for running than natural legs, and doesn't tire them. Therefore, it has gained a speed bonus. During the battle, Kunlun offered his analysis of Chen Jinquan. Combating the battle, Chen Jinquan was secretly astonished. This naturally successful new human, with both legs broken, could actually run faster than a normal person, even faster than himself, even wearing heavy armor. This was truly unbelievable. At some point, A Mao's high-speed attack succeeded again. Sizzle! When A Mao's attack struck Chen Jinquan, a loud, piercing sound of metal scraping against metal was heard. Chen Jinquan, ha! With a loud noise, Chen Jinquan's black robe ripped open, revealing the high-tech black exoskeleton armor beneath. But now, a noticeable scratch appeared on the chest of the armor. The armor's outer coating is 5% damaged, slightly affecting the optical camouflage. The opponent has hidden steel claws on his hands, the AI Kunlu reported. Tearing off his black robe with one hand, Chen Jinquan sneered, "There are quite a few interesting people in this community." Di Xinyan asked in confusion, "What are those?" Lu Mingqi, still holding her gun, explained, Master, those are steel claws that Amao had Zhao Yingying craft for rapid wall climbing and rock climbing. He used them for attacking. Oh Biden, how's it going? Amao said proudly, seeing the attack succeed. Interesting, but not much. Chen Jingquan removed his robe and assumed a martial arts stance. Oh, you can even do the pause? Mao, confident in his speed, attacked again at high speed. Just when Mao thought his attack had succeeded again, Chen Jingquan simply leaned sideways and gently teased him, deflecting the blow. Furthermore, the attack was wide open. Chen Jingquan seized the opportunity and aimed at Mao's abdomen, unleashing his internal Xingyi Baguazhang technique. Mao felt his abdomen violently vibrate, blood spurting from his mouth. His body flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the recently erected potato greenhouse. Everyone exclaimed, Mao. Seeing Mao injured, Lu Mingqi shot at Chen Jingquan. However, the 7.62 standard caliber pistol bullets either bounced off Chen Jingquan's high-tech armor or fell to the ground, causing no damage to Chen Jingquan. With only 2 bullets left, Lu Mingqi gritted her teeth and aimed at Chen Jingquan's head. However, Chen Jingquan's full-face helmet automatically wrapped around his head. Lu Mingqi's final 2 shots hit the helmet, leaving it without a scratch. Mortals, is this struggle even worthwhile? Chen Jingquan, now wearing his helmet, used a loudspeaker, his voice reaching every corner of the community. You are the benefactors who have taken care of my little daughter. Leave her to me, and I won't make things difficult for you. I let you fend for yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with determination, and she shouted, "Ha! Move!" As Chen Jingquan looked slightly surprised, Xiaofeng's right hand actually moved. She tore the built-in command chip from the back of her neck, ripping it apart with blood, drawing a large amount of blood and causing herself to spit out a mouthful of blood. C0-S pre-production model number 1, you completely lost control. Chen Jingquan said coldly. Di Xinyan's voice trembled, daughter. What are you doing? Anqi. Shirley. Bandage her. Xiaofeng raised her hand to stop Gu Anqi and AI Shirley from advancing. I'm the only one here who can fight the master for a short time. Master Mushroom, Mom, quickly contact Dad and ask him to bring the troops back to rescue us. Mom, I love you and Dad. Don't go. Di Xinyan reached out her hand in panic, but Xiaofeng had already drawn her electromagnetic automatic rifle and attacked Chen Jingquan. This piece of junk is so completely broken, she's actually developed emotions and wants to be someone's daughter. Chen Jingquan remained disdainful, but he was already alert, because he knew Xiaofeng's combat prowess was the strongest among the original 12 guards. Xiaofeng rushed forward 3 steps and began firing at Chen Jingquan from 10 meters away. Steel bullets pierced Chen Jingquan's armor with a sharp sound. Warning, armor surface damaged. Optical camouflage damaged by 25%. No longer fully invisible. The AI Kunlu reported the damage coldly. The wound stab was originally designed for anti-human combat. Sure enough, it's completely useless against heavy armor. We were right to abandon this project, Chen Jingquan muttered. Although the armor's outer layer was slightly damaged, Chen Jingquan still didn't take Xiaofeng seriously. He leaped with acceleration and punched Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng threw a smoke bomb and immediately activated the acceleration jump device to dodge the attack. After landing, Xiaofeng pulled out one of her 4 remaining rifle grenades, quickly loaded it into the launcher, and pulled the trigger at Chen Jingquan's armor. Bang! With a resounding bang, the grenade exploded on Chen Jingquan's armor. The immense force sent him back 3 steps, out of the smoke bomb's range. The explosion left a massive burn mark on the armor, but the armor's defense was astonishing. It hadn't been penetrated directly. Chen Jingquan steadied himself, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have such combat awareness. Have you learned this in actual combat? The guards I designed wouldn't fight like this. But you're still too young. Chen Jingquan charged his feet and used his jump device. He launched himself at Xiaofeng like a cannonball. Xiaofeng managed to dodge, but the stab electromagnetic automatic rifle in her hand was knocked away. Without hesitation, she immediately unsheathed her fire axe and PC round shield. Chen Jingquan was stunned. Close combat? You guards have really learned some bizarre things. Xiaofeng, armed with an axe and shield, engaged Chen Jingquan in close combat. Although Chen Jingquan wore armor, he was unarmed, putting him at a slight disadvantage. His powerful punches and palm strikes almost always collided with the PC's round shield, which was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks from the overwhelming force. However, Xiaofeng couldn't break Chen Jinquan's armor either. The firefighter's axe chipped the heavy armor, leaving only scratches similar to those left by Mao's steel claws. Warning: 45% damage to the outer optical camouflage layer, no longer fully capable of visual invisibility. 10% damage to the armor structure caused by the impact. The AI Kunlu reported the damage coldly. This scrap is quite interesting. The residents of the home community watched the battle nervously, unable to intervene, especially the ordinary humans, who could only stay away. While Xiaofeng and Chen Jinquan were fighting, Lu Mingqi dragged Amao out of the greenhouse. Now both Amao and Chen Xiaoyao lay face down. Amao coughed up blood, turned to look at Xiaofeng, who was still engaged in a fierce battle, and sighed, "Alas! My equipment is still too poor. Next time, I remember this. I have to adopt the good habits of Brother Arui, put on all my gear as soon as I wake up. If I had been wearing a body armor and an exoskeleton, how could I have been so vulnerable?" Amao, stop trying to show off. Seeing her lover coughing up blood, Lu Mingqi was distraught. But at this moment, Lu Mingqi felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Watching her boyfriend, even with his legs broken, still fighting to the bitter end, and at the same time, thinking about these days of abstinence. A strange thought ignited within her like wildfire. As a mortal, I'm truly powerless. I don't want this. Di Xinyan and the others anxiously searched for ways to support Xiaofeng, but they knew that facing a formidable foe like Chen Jinquan, their ability to do so was limited. Crack! At one point, the wooden handle of Xiaofeng's fire axe broke, completely unusable, and her shield was completely useless. Xiaofeng donned her helmet, discarded her broken melee weapon, and struck a martial arts stance against Chen Jinquan. It was also a Xingyi Bagwazang fighting stance. TSK. I was so careless. I really shouldn't have imported Xingyi martial arts routines into these products. Chen Jinquan's expression suddenly darkened as he watched Xiaofeng perform martial arts routines against him. Two super-enhanced humans, clad in high-tech armor, engaged in close combat using martial arts techniques. Xiaofeng's movements were lithe and agile, her movements fluid and swift despite her injuries. Despite Chen Jinquan's immense strength, he struggled to gain the upper hand against Xiaofeng's agility. The two men twirled and spun across the battlefield, fists and kicks clashing, the sound of armor clashing resounding. "You useless piece of shit, why did you insist on stopping me?" Chen Jinquan roared. Xiaofeng didn't respond, her complete concentration focused on countering Chen Jinquan's every attack. She knew she had to hold on until reinforcements arrived. The residents of the home community watched the battle nervously, their hearts heaving with Xiaofeng's every dodge and counterattack. Di Xinyan and the others frantically searched for any possible means of support, hoping to offer Xiaofeng assistance. Crack! Xiaofeng's helmet cracked in the fierce impact, and a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. She knew she had no way out, and must give it her all. Seeing this, Chen Jinquan's eyes flashed with pride. He decided to end the fight, so he activated the special device on his armor's fist, instantly releasing a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Xiaofeng felt her body tremble, her movements suddenly becoming sluggish. Chen Jinquan seized the opportunity and punched her hard in the chest. Xiaofeng flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground. She struggled to her feet, but the effort was too much. "It's over, waste." Chen Jinquan sneered, approaching Xiaofeng, ready to deliver the final blow. "No!" Di Xinyan covered her mouth trembling with fear. However, at this moment, the alarm on Chen Jinquan's AI Kunluo suddenly sounded, warning suspected human special forces approaching nearby. Huh? Just as Chen Jinquan hesitated, a powerful arrow pierced the air and struck the face of his helmet, knocking half the armor off his face, revealing a large gap. Warning! 35% damage to the head armor. The facial armor has peeled off. The enemy appears to have used a powerful crossbow capable of piercing armor. The AI Kunluo continued to report the damage and warned, warning, scans have detected 2 snipers attempting to target us, and anti-material weapons have been deployed. Use Plan R to evacuate. What? Chen Jinquan was horrified. 80 meters away, Zhong Lirui, upon seeing the effect of his own shot, shouted, Chen Jinquan, I forbid you from harming my family and friends again. Xiaofeng, coughing up blood on the ground, tears welled in his eyes. Dad, you finally came to save us. The residents of the home community cheered, knowing reinforcements had finally arrived. Chen Jinquan didn't hesitate. With a single thought, the Kunluo automatically executed Plan R, a flash grenade and a smoke grenade instantly ejected from his armor. A bright flash of light and a thick cloud of smoke filled the area. Zhong Lirui was startled, Oh no! He's trying to escape. However, as his vision briefly faded, Qin Jinquan's armor had already activated its three-dimensional mobility system, the towing cable, and leg-jumping mechanism, also found on the mass-produced armor of Xiaofeng and other personal guards, and activated the remaining optical camouflage. To everyone's eyes, a dim, blurred figure, like a mosaic, fled through the air towards the east of the community. Seeing Qin Jinquan flee, looking at the seriously injured Xiaofeng, a Mao, and the unconscious Qin Xiaoyao on the ground, Zhong Lirui clenched his fists in anger. "Captain, are you chasing?" Wang Gang asked over the radio. "Troops are on guard outside the Jiayuan community. Pay attention to air defenses. Chasing him is fine, but ordinary troops can't catch up with armor as maneuverable as his. Moreover, although his armor is damaged, it seems to have optical camouflage. If he really hides, you won't be able to find him." "Yes, I arranged for troops to guard the perimeter." Xiaofeng lay on the ground, watching Qin Jinquan's retreating back, a flicker of relief in her eyes. As her vision gradually closed, her father was running towards her, calling out, "Dad, welcome home." Xiaofeng closed her eyes. Zhong Lirui's voice gradually grew distant. Chapter 145. A secluded area in a nearby residential complex. Standing atop a nearby high-rise building, Qin Jinquan gazed down at the Special Forces troops on high alert, along with armored vehicles and other heavy firepower, and abandoned the idea of returning to take Qin Xiaoyao while their guard was down. At this moment, the AI Kunlua reminded him, "Mr. Chen, we just scanned and discovered that the civilian leader, Zhong Lirui, is the fifth naturally successful new human in this area, AC-1-S. This fact shocked Qin Jinquan again. He's actually a new human too." "Confirmed, Mr. Chen. Moreover, judging by the crossbows he fired, his archery skills show he's a master archer capable of hitting the target from 100 paces away. His current level is high enough to compete in international competitions in the original civilization. This place is so interesting. He's actually the fifth naturally successful new human. And not only does he lead these mortals, he's also such a formidable warrior. Interesting, so interesting." Qin Jinquan stood atop the high-rise building, gazing deeply at the community below. Recalling the past, a complex mix of emotions surged within him. But he already knew that this East City Special Zone wasn't as easily conquered as he imagined. Home's cradle, the deepest part. Chen Xiaoyu had been restless ever since Qin Jinquan's departure. At one point, unable to contain herself, she attempted to contact Qin Xiaoyao. However, the connection was unresolved. Desperate, she tried to contact Xiaofeng using the command chip. However, Xiaofeng's status displayed, like the tiger and rabbit, had changed to offline. No way. Xiaofeng is the strongest. Could it be? In a desperate situation, Qin Xiaoyu, disregarding the cost, forcibly checked the video surveillance data on all the guards' armor and Qin Xiaoyao's hairpin. When Qin Xiaoyu saw Qin Jinquan forcibly ordering all the guards to freeze and attacking Qin Xiaoyao, she nearly collapsed. "No! Dad, what have you done?" "Sister." Xiaofeng. She gritted her teeth and connected her consciousness to Qin Jinquan's armor. The AI Kunlun reported, "Boss Qin, this is bad. The young lady has violated the rules by forcibly linking her consciousness to the original armor. Do you want to connect?" "What?" Qin Jinquan's face paled. He knew that Qin Xiaoyu didn't have permission to link to the original armor. She was essentially programming it with her consciousness, forcing a connection to the armor, but doing so would severely strain her vital signs. Within the Changsheng Life Science Group's privileges, within the highest level of access, when Qin Xiaoyu uses his consciousness to remotely access the system, the existing mechanism will assist and strengthen his consciousness. However, the original armor has source code manager privileges, exceeding the highest level of access, and therefore lacks any support capabilities. Communicating with Qin Jinquan through the original armor will drain Qin Xiaoyu's mental energy, which over time could endanger the stability of his consciousness, similar to the setting in the Matrix 3. Gritting his teeth, he decided to connect. Because refusing the connection and forcibly calling back would cause Qin Xiaoyu even greater harm. A miniature 3D holographic image of Qin Xiaoyu appeared on the display on Qin Jinquan's hand armor. "Dad, what have you done? Why did you kill Xiaofeng? Why did you hurt my sister?" Qin Xiaoyu angrily questioned Qin Jinquan. Watching his eldest daughter, who had suffered so much, question him angrily, Qin Jinquan suddenly felt guilty. Qin Jinquan took a deep breath, trying to calm Qin Xiaoyu, and defended himself. "Xiaoyu, listen to me. Things are not as you see them." "Not as they seem? What are they?" "I checked Xiaoyou's communicator, and the censor video recordings of the guards. You attacked Xiaoyao and killed Xiufeng. Chen Xiaoyu's voice was filled with anger and confusion. You mean C0-S number 1? I didn't kill her. She forcibly pulled out the built-in command chip to stop me. Chen Jinquan was silent for a moment, then began to defend himself. Xiaoyu, as for Xiaoyao, I wanted to persuade her to come back, but she wouldn't. I had no choice but to resort to coercion. Listening to his father's defense, Chen Xiaoyu's expression didn't improve at all. Instead, a deep sadness and disappointment crossed her face. You're always like this. Xiaoyao didn't want to come back, so you forced her to come back. And even hurt her? Look at what you've done. You've been so busy with your so-called purification work, have you ever truly cared about her true feelings and thoughts? Ever since she left home, I've been silently watching her life. These past few months, she's had a hard time, even feeling a bit precarious at first. But I saw it. Her adopted brother, Zhonglirui, has taken care of her. You know, living here, your sister's smile has returned. Listening to his eldest daughter's scolding, Chen Jinquan remained silent with a grim expression. He was also somewhat shocked. He knew that Chen Xiaoyu had access to the device on Chen Xiaoyao, allowing her to monitor her at any time without any burden. This meant that everything Chen Xiaoyu said was true, whether it was Zhong Lirui's unexpected recognition of Xiaoyao as his adopted sister, or Chen Xiaoyao's renewed happiness and smile in this community. This immediately made him feel extremely frustrated. He hadn't seen Chen Xiaoyao smile in a long time. And Xiufeng and the others are my clones. Although they are clones, they are still human beings now, just like me. You always call them waste and consumables. But you know, the damage you cause without regard for the consequences and the cost, Zhongli Rui and his sister are repairing it bit by bit. Xiaofeng started as a genetically enhanced experimental subject and later became a mass-produced soldier, but she is actually only 3 years old. She is a child. Zhongli Rui loves the 10 surviving children and never asks them to die on the battlefield. Xiufeng had been seriously injured in the previous war here, and he felt sorry for her. He was the one who taught Xiufeng the meaning of family love. Xiufeng then naively accepted him as her adoptive father. Zhongli Rui, he's only 25, a Libra, his birthday has already passed, but he's more like a father than a 50-year-old like you. What did you say? Chen Jinquan retorted angrily. You're saying I'm not a father? Yes. Chen Xiaoyu's voice was firm and resolute. You only care about your career, your revenge, and your plan of cleansing, but you never truly cared about. You never considered our true feelings. You always measure everything by your own standards, but you never considered what we truly need. Chen Jinquan's face darkened even further. Unable to accept his daughter's accusations, he retorted harshly, Xiaoyu. I do all this for you, for your mother, and so that your sister will never be hurt again. I do all this for the future of humanity, to purify this polluted world, for humanity to achieve immortality, and for humanity to end suffering. Listen to your own words. How ridiculous. Chen Xiaoyu accuses bitterly. You say you're doing this to protect us from harm, but just now, you hurt my little sister with your own hands. And how many people's happiness have you sacrificed for your ideals? Just a few months ago, the smoke of the battle to defend this land hadn't even cleared yet. Not just here, but across Blue Star, in countless places, people are still resisting and fighting. Is this what you call purification and happiness? This is called insane destruction. Dad, when did you become so crazy? You used to be such a gentle person. Chen Jinquan remained silent, his face pale with anger. You don't understand. Chen Jinquan's voice was practically a roar as he defended himself, but his words were filled with powerlessness. I retreated again and again, but what did they do? That White Rose, under the orders of high-ranking figures from around the world, murdered your mother. Your mother was so kind and gentle, a scientific genius, just like you. They killed her for their own immortality, for the expansion of their army, for hegemony, and to steal core technology. They also killed you like this. More than once. I didn't seek revenge this way. I simply endured the pain and sorrow. I wanted to heal you first. I healed you. But that White Rose poisoned you again. Now you must live in a petri dish. They don't deserve my gentleness. For them, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. The world would be a better place without them. Everything I do is for a blue, pure world. I'm right. Chen Xiaoyu stared silently at her father. Her eyes were bloodshot, blazing with rage, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. His expression had become exceedingly grim, his brow furrowed, his lips pursed in a look of extreme anger and dissatisfaction. His entire body trembled slightly, as if he was suppressing his inner rage, preventing it from erupting. But within those blazing eyes, a deep sorrow lingered. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyu's 3D holographic image shook, and she uttered a painful sound. The AI Kunlu interrupted. Excuse me, Mr. Chen, I must interrupt. The home cradle jade throne system is checking, and the young lady's vital signs are weakening again. Her lifespan has been significantly shortened, with a predicted lifespan of only 1 year and 4 months. Young lady, please terminate communication and rest. What? Chen Jinquan's face paled with fear. Xiao, it's Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have gotten mad at you. You must disconnect the connection and rest. Please rest. Daddy's coming home soon. Daddy will definitely heal you. I will. Please rest. Chen Jinquan's voice choked as he begged frantically, barely controlling his emotions. Chen Xiaoxiao watched his father's reaction, his heart aching. Dad, stop torturing yourself. Chen Xiaoxiao tried to sound calm. After the last word, he couldn't hold on any longer and disconnected the connection. Kunluan. Chen Jinquan anxiously asked the AI, how's you? Mr. Chen, check. The young lady's brain has been overexerted due to the forced connection, her vitality has been damaged, and her vital signs are declining again. Use enhancers. Nutrients. Quick. Already in progress. At the same time, in the Jiayuan Community Emergency Room, an intensive operation was underway. Di Xinyan and Wen Yingying, assisted by Gu Anqi and AI Shirley, were frantically suturing Xiaofeng's neck. Unbelievable. Surgeon Wen Yingying, looking at the wound on Xiaofeng's neck, was speechless. Is this Changsheng Life Sciences' first generation of future warriors? With such serious injuries, he was able to fight for so long. An ordinary person would have died 4 or 5 times from this injury. Wen Yingying majored in surgery at Medical University, so she was now the lead surgeon for Xiaofeng's surgery. Di Xinyan, acting as Wen Yingying's assistant, nervously asked, Yingying, my daughter, can she be saved? When we took off her armor just now, she almost bled out. Well, I can only say let's try. Huh? Wen Yingying suddenly noticed that Xiaofeng's blood pressure had dropped and her heart rate had become weak. Senior sister, you were right. She's lost a lot of blood. Although the bleeding has stopped now, it's still very dangerous if it continues like this. This? Di Xinyan panicked. We don't have any blood bags here. Just then, Zhong Lirui, who was outside, overheard the conversation. He shouted, Xinyan, use my blood. I'm type O and a super soldier. Right now, I'm the only one who can give Xiaofeng a blood transfusion. Wen Yingying and Di Xinyan in the emergency room were stunned. Really? Zhong Lirui, are you sure? Di Xinyan's voice was tinged with hope and nervousness. Of course, I wouldn't joke about something like this, Zhong Lirui replied firmly, then pushed the door open and entered, sleeves rolled up, ready to donate blood. Wen Yingying quickly adjusted the equipment beside the operating table, preparing for the transfusion procedure. As she busied herself, she said, Senior sister, arrange for your disciples to assist my brother-in-law with the blood transfusion. I continue the surgery with you. Di Xinyan nodded and quickly arranged for Gu Anqi and AI Shirley to perform a blood test on Zhong Lirui. A moment later, they confirmed that Zhong Lirui's blood type and physical condition were suitable for a transfusion. We're ready. You can begin, Di Xinyan said to Wen Yingying. Wen Yingying nodded. As the blood slowly flowed into Xiaofeng's body, her complexion gradually regained some color, and her blood pressure and heart rate finally stabilized. It seems to be working, Wen Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhong Lirui, pressing the needle hole where the transfusion had just ended, looked at Xiaofeng in surgery, Amao resting in bed, and Chen Xiaoyao, still unconscious, with a heavy heart. He recalled the traces of battle on the ground after Chen Jinquan's escape. The hole in the shed, Xiaofeng's drop-stab electromagnetic automatic rifle, the shattered PC round shield, the broken axe, even traces of a grenade explosion. Even his powerful arrow, so confident he shot it, capable of killing a mutant elephant, only managed to chip away at a piece of Chen Jinquan's armor. It's still too weak. Zhong Lirui clenched his fists. Chapter 146. After Xiaofeng's surgery was successful, Di Xinyan and Wen Yingying moved her to a recuperation bed outside the emergency room. Yingying, you worked hard today. Go and rest. I watch over here, Di Xinyan said warmly. Wen Yingying waved her hand. Xinyan, you helped me with the surgery just now. You've been working hard too. Alas, I was just an assistant. How can I compare to your hard work? Go and rest. You and I, 2 medical veterans, can't afford to collapse. Go. When Ying met Dixinyan's kind eyes and nodded, softly thanking her, okay, thank you. I go and rest for a while. If anything happens, call me immediately. Dixinyan smiled and nodded, watching when Ying walked to the lounge. She returned to Xiaofeng's bedside and carefully checked the readings on the instruments. After confirming everything was normal, she signaled to Zhong Lirui in the ward. Zhong Lirui immediately understood and walked to the ward door to watch. Dixinyan slowly stood up in the ward, took off her nurse's cap, raised her hands, and suddenly opened her eyes. Try again. To Zhong Lirui's great surprise, Dixinyan actually sang a passionate anime song from years ago. Zhong Lirui's mouth dropped open in surprise. This song is from an extremely old anime, originally sung by a Sunny, rock boy, and now his wife, the head nurse, is singing it. This, he didn't know how to complain. Zhong Lirui couldn't help but wonder. So, the goddess he always thought about and loved was actually a passionate woman at heart? Despite the stark contrast, Zhong Lirui felt a surge of strength as he stood at the ward door, listening to Dixinyan's energizing voice. This strength seemed to bring new life to the quiet space. Soon, Mao's eyes lit up, and the pain in his abdomen lessened significantly. Mao touched his abdomen in disbelief. Master, are you a bard from the magical world? Is your singing magical? Dixinyan didn't answer, but simply made a hushing gesture and smiled faintly. Mao and Lu Mingqi, who was supporting him, were stunned for a moment, then nodded. At this moment, Lu Mingqi clenched her fists, as if she had made some kind of resolution. And on the bed beside her, Xiaofeng suddenly opened her eyes. Huh? She exhaled sharply, turning to look at Dixinyan and Zhong Lirui. Mom? Dad? After finishing her song, Dixinyan stepped forward and gently stroked Xiaofeng's forehead. Daughter, we're all here. Next time, don't do this again. Don't take your life for granted. It hurts me so much when you do this. As she spoke, tears welled up in Dixinyan's eyes, and she stepped forward to hug Xiaofeng. Mom, I'm sorry. I had to do this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to protect Second Aunt. By the way, where's Second Aunt? Zhong Lirui approached and said calmly, your second aunt is still in a coma. She's not a super soldier like us, so she won't recover so quickly. Don't worry, she just fainted, and Chen Jinquan couldn't take her away. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Chen Xiaoyao was fine. Zhong Lirui knew that Dixinyan's singing therapy had worked again. The enhanced genes in the 4 super soldier new humans in the ward were once again activated in an orderly manner. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaoyao awoke. Upon waking, she saw the injured Amao and Xiaofeng in the ward and immediately asked Dixinyan about what had happened since she fainted. When Chen Xiaoyao learned that Xiaofeng had forcibly dug out the command chip to save her, and then, despite being seriously injured, fought Chen Jinquan, she immediately embraced Xiaofeng and burst into tears. Chen Xiaoyao tightly grasped Xiaofeng's hand, her voice trembling as she said, Xiaofeng, you're so foolish. How could you even risk your life for me? Xiaofeng smiled, shook her head, and softly replied, Second Aunt, you always been so kind to me. I can't bear to see you hurt. Besides, I was doing this to protect all of us. Chen Xiaoyao was so moved she was speechless. She turned to Dixinyan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Sister-in-law, thank you, and your singing therapy. It helped Xiaofeng recover so quickly. Dixinyan said helplessly, why should I thank you? Xiaofeng is such a brave child. But it better not happen again. Damage to the brainstem nerves behind the head. A normal person would have died long ago. Xiaofeng, do you hear me? Mom won't let you hurt yourself like this again. Do you hear me? Yes, Mom. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, like a child who had made a mistake. Okay, it's okay. Get some rest. Seeing Xiaofeng's sincere yet slightly aggrieved attitude, Dixinyan stepped forward, touched her head, and hugged her again. Xiaofeng's expression finally relaxed. After comforting Xiaofeng, Chen Xiaoyao also expressed his gratitude to Amao, who was being supported by Lu Mingqi nearby. Brother Amao, thank you so much for your generosity. Otherwise, I would have been captured by my crazy father. Oh no thanks. I wasn't much of a help, Amao said with a wry smile. I thought I was so formidable, but I was defeated so quickly. Amao looked at the fully armed Zhong Lirui and said with emotion, Brother Rui, now I understand why you always wake up fully armed. If I had your habit, I wouldn't be so weak today. I definitely could have fought a little longer. Zhong Lirui consoled him, Mao, in terms of athletic ability, you're already better than me. But what happened today is really just a heads up. Our medium to close range firepower is a bit insufficient right now. Next time we encounter such heavily armored units, or the self-destructing C2 enhanced variant, we won't always have the immediate support of heavy snipers like we did during the last defense, especially at close range. It seems I need to consider beefing up the weaponry of our super soldiers and guards, especially armor-piercing weapons. At this moment, the armor fragments knocked off Qin Jinquan's armor were actually in Zhong Lirui's pocket. Mao nodded in agreement. Brother Rui, you're right. By the way, that powerful crossbow you have seems to have penetrated that great villain's armor, right? Can you give me one? Zhong Lirui shook his head slightly. Yes, it did. However, this crossbow is a bit underpowered. I only managed to penetrate his visor this time. A strike of this intensity wouldn't have been able to penetrate his strongest armor. Qin Shiyu's expression was complicated. She knew Zhong Lirui's concerns were entirely justified. Qin Jinquan had come alone today, but he hadn't brought his 24 black steel AI servants with him. The mechas on those mechanical servants were comparable in strength to her father's original battle armor. Furthermore, the self-destructing enhanced C2 mentioned earlier must be killed immediately upon discovery, before the enemy even gets close enough. Otherwise, the 20 kilograms of explosives would explode, and that would be no joke. She then suggested to Zhong Lirui, brother, let's talk to Chief of Staff Situ and the military weapons experts about this. Zhong Lirui nodded, that's a good idea. Okay. Leaving Disanyan to care for the people in the ward, Zhong Lirui and Qin Xiaoyao left and gathered Chief of Staff Situ, Lu Shi, Wang Gang, and Chief Expert Li Gong for a meeting in the conference room of the Jiayuan Community Property Management Center. After Zhong Lirui shared his thoughts with everyone, the combat and weapons experts fell into deep thought. After a moment's thought, Lu Shi asked, so, if you want armor-piercing and guaranteed power, wouldn't it be enough to use the anti-material M99, M82, and QBU-10? Captain Wang Gang shook his head and said, young man, you're still a little inexperienced. Do you think this is a game? Can you really shoot properly with these heavy anti-material sniper rifles? Besides, what about skirmishes and indoor combat? Have you considered the length of those massive guns? You saw that thing's speed today, didn't you? We can't even aim properly at long range, and you're asking soldiers to use these to shoot at that slippery, armored thing at close range? What's the point? Lu Shi trailed off. Anti-material sniper rifles are certainly unreliable in close combat. But we can't fight with heavy machine guns, right? Zhong Lirui added, the Royal Guards can certainly do that, but carrying that thing reduces their mobility by 80%. Xiu Feng was injured last time, because he was on the rooftop facing off against a heavy machine gun and a self-destructing C2 type enhanced weapon. With these words, everyone fell silent again. Lu Shi muttered quietly, sigh. I thought the semi-automatic crossbow was indestructible at medium range, but I didn't expect to encounter an even tougher opponent, even scarier than the mutant elephant last time. At this point, Engineer Li weakly inquired, Colonel Zhongli, what do you think of the Desert Eagle? It uses .12.7 mm pistol ammunition. Zhong Lirui shook his head, you mean that movie star pistol? Sorry, I refuse. Everyone asked curiously, huh? Why? Zhong Lirui said calmly, first, the Desert Eagle pistol, while using .12.7 mm pistol ammunition, looks very powerful. Its actual lethality and armor-piercing capabilities are comparable to those of a semi-automatic compound crossbow. Both are capable of piercing the skulls of large beasts. However, against armored units, I'm sorry, it's just as useless. Second, its recoil is very strong, making it difficult for ordinary soldiers to use. That's why the military rarely uses it, right? Of course, this isn't a big problem for elite soldiers like us. Third, I know our current ammunition. The stockpile situation mainly consists of 5.8 caliber rounds for automatic rifles, 7.62 caliber rounds for ordinary pistols, and 12.7 caliber rounds for heavy machine guns. There aren't many 12.7 caliber rounds, are there? Huh? Engineer Li nodded. Colonel Zhongli, you're truly professional. As a weapons expert, I'm quite impressed. So let me ask you, hypothetically, what if there were a super powerful pistol capable of firing 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun rounds? The muzzle energy of the bullets was 77 times that of our common 7.62 caliber pistols, but with the drawback of reloading each round. Kind of like an old-fashioned single-shot breech-loading hunting rifle. Would you be willing to use such a pistol? Zhong Lirui's eyes lit up. Engineer Li, is there really such a gun? Don't lie to me. Does it really use 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun rounds? Engineer Li nodded seriously. Indeed. During the period when our Dacian army was interacting with the Lifelong Nationalist Army, General John gave this gift to General Long. General Long didn't keep it for himself, but handed it over. This time, when we were transporting the ammunition and firearms, we brought it along as well. Quick, bring it here for me to see. Zhong Leroy was thrilled. Soon, a logistics engineer arrived with the pistol. When the box containing the pistol was opened, and the pistol's appearance was clearly visible, Zhong Leroy gasped. The pistol in the box was the unrivaled king of Blue Star pistols. The Thunder 12.7mm pistol. Zhong Leroy picked up the pistol and examined it carefully. This pistol truly used the full-power 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet, capable of penetrating 11mm steel plate. Its most notable feature was its breech-loading, single-shot design, and a muzzle brake similar to that of a cannon. That's not even a pistol, Zhong Leroy exclaimed after recovering from his shock. It's practically a hand cannon. That's right, Engineer Lee nodded. Colonel Zhong Li, based on its structure, it can indeed be called a hand cannon. Engineer Lee then led everyone to a nearby makeshift firing range. 20 meters away stood an 11mm thick armor plate for armored vehicles, which Engineer Lee had specifically asked the engineers to find. Colonel Zhong Li, to fire this gun, please hold it with both hands and maintain a steady stance. Zhong Leroy picked up the pistol, reloaded it skillfully, aimed at the target on the armor plate, and fired. The loud gunshot startled everyone around him. Suddenly, Zhong Leroy's lightning pistol erupted with a 1.4-meter-long muzzle flame. The moment the shot was fired, even Zhong Leroy, a new human wearing an exoskeleton and possessing the physique of a super soldier, felt the immense recoil. And on the distant target, with a crisp ding sound, the target paper and armor plate were pierced. Zhong Leroy stepped forward to inspect the punctured armor plate and nodded repeatedly. This gun is good. Engineer Lee smiled and said, Colonel Zhong Leroy, are you satisfied with this gun? Zhong Leroy observed the shooting results and the gun. Satisfied with the size, he said, I'm satisfied. This gun is suitable for elite troops. Unfortunately, there's only one. Can you make a few more? Engineer Lee pondered for a moment, then said, sure. Use a spare heavy machine gun barrel, and cut it into 3 sections, the same length as this pistol barrel. Plus, the barrel has a muzzle brake, so it shouldn't be too difficult for us military experts. The Soviets did this during World War II. A Mosin-Nagant barrel cut in half became 2 PPSH barrels. Excellent. Then, can you make 11 within a month? Engineer Lee's face twitched. But after a long pause, he nodded seriously and said, Sir, yes. Then, please. Chapter 147. Just as Zhong Leroy and his team of military weapons experts were frantically preparing armor-piercing and high-powered weapons for the elite special forces in various encounter situations, at the same time, in the infirmary at the home community, Lu Mingqi, who had been caring for Ameo, looked intently at him, still resting in bed. Previously, after Di Xinyan's singing therapy, Ameo and Xiaofeng's health had improved significantly due to the significant activation of their nanorobots. Later, Di Xinyan personally examined Ameo's abdominal condition, and found that the damage to his stomach had largely healed. However, Di Xinyan still requested Ameo rest for another day. Xiaofeng had previously suffered severe neck injuries, and suffered excessive blood loss. Thanks to Wen Yingying's surgery, Zhong Leroy's blood transfusion, and Di Xinyan's singing therapy, she was finally out of danger. Therefore, Di Xinyan was now caring for her goddaughter, who had been heroically wounded for the second time. Ameo. I have something to tell you. Looking at Ameo, still resting in bed without his mechanical leg, Lu Mingqi pursed her lips, as if making up her mind. Ameo. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but Lu Mingqi couldn't say them. What's the matter, Chi-Chi? You seem to be hesitant to say something. Is there anything we can't talk about? Ameo said softly. Lu Mingqi glanced at Ameo again, then turned to look at Di Xinyan and Xiaofeng. She took a deep breath and looked Ameo in the eye again. Ameo, I want to be with you. I want to help you. I don't want you to fight alone while I can only watch helplessly. As she spoke, Lu Mingqi's voice trailed off, a hint of resentment lingering in her voice. I don't want you to be so cautious with me anymore, treating me like a fragile object, and not touching me. What? Mao didn't understand Lu Mingqi's intentions for a moment. Lu Mingqi ignored Mao's hesitation, her eyes determined, and she leaned forward to kiss him. Mao, remembering Zhong Leroy's earlier warning, felt a surge of fear in his heart. He quickly stopped Lu Mingqi, saying, Chi-Chi, don't do that. You get infected by me. It'd be fatal. Lu Mingqi couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down her face. I'm going to get infected. Chi-Chi, don't cry. Mao panicked. What do you mean? The commotion between Lu Mingqi and Mao also alerted Di Xinyan and the others nearby. Di Xinyan immediately came over with Gu Enchi and Ai Shirley, asking in confusion, Mingqi, Amao, what's wrong with you? Did you have a fight? Gu Enchi watched Amao clutching Lu Mingqi, and Mingqi tearfully tearing up. She suddenly said angrily, Amao, I know you've been feeling a bit pent up lately. But you have to think about Mingqi too. You don't want her life to be in danger because of your impulsive behavior, do you? Amao immediately said innocently, you're slandering me. I didn't want to force her. How could I have done that? It was Chi-Chi who suddenly, wanted to force. I Shili chimed in, Amao, you're wrong. What are you talking about? A man should be brave enough to admit his actions. At this point, Lu Mingqi couldn't hold back any longer. Don't blame Amao. It was my decision. I forced him. The women, huh? Amao, Chi-Chi, what on earth are you trying to do? At this point, Di Xinyan, the group's mentor, observed the situation, stepped forward, crossed her arms, and asked, Mingqi, do you mean to approach Amao and become a super soldier like Amao and me? Lu Mingqi nodded earnestly. Everyone exclaimed again, huh? Especially Amao, whose mouths dropped open. Di Xinyan calmly continued, Mingqi, as your master, I want to hear your reasons. This is no small matter, it involves enormous risks. This is practically a matter of changing one's race. I want you to fully express your thoughts to me and Amao. Everyone be quiet. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Wipe away your tears and speak. Di Xinyan handed over a tissue. Yeah. Lu Mingqi took the tissue, wiped away her tears, and composed herself. Actually, I've been thinking about this ever since Mao recovered from his injury. Mao's expression darkened. Had Mingqi been thinking about this since he recovered? On the day of the defense battle. Watching Mao's dying face. I felt like the whole world had collapsed. Later, when he nearly died from illness, I felt despair all over again. Time and again, it was Mao who protected me, cherished me, cared for me, and sacrificed for me. But he was already covered in wounds. Injury. Although he's now a super soldier with new legs, and can even run faster than Big Brother Arui. But he's already suffered so many injuries. I feel so bad for him. Every time I think of this, I feel so heartbroken that I can't breathe, but I can't do anything. Today, when that big devil in black armor attacked, watching Mao fight and get injured again. I don't want to be weak. I don't want this feeling of being unable to do anything. Mao, thank you for always protecting me. I love you. I want to protect you too. I want to become strong and fight with you. Lu Mingqi spoke these words almost in one breath. A pin drop could be heard in the room. Mao's eyes were now red. Chi-Chi, thank you for loving me so much. But I really hope you reconsider this matter. Mao sniffed, trying to hold back tears of emotion, and spoke softly. Don't think about it. Lu Mingqi said with a resolute look. I decided. I be your dance partner, your wingman, your wings. Gu Enchi and Ai Shirley were completely moved, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Lu Mingqi. At this moment, Di Xinyan spoke calmly, Mingqi, my good student, as your master, I admire your courage and awareness. But there are some things, as your master, I still need to clarify with you. Master, please speak. Lu Mingqi's tone remained firm. First, transformation carries enormous risks. Although your brother, Arui, and I discovered that my singing could facilitate the transformation process. I don't know if it's 100% successful. It's an unknown. If it fails, you become a zombie. Have you thought this through? Lu Mingqi said decisively, Master, I thought this through. Second, Mingqi, you're the first person to actively request transformation. Among those who have successfully transformed in our community, Brother Arui and Amao, like each other, became super soldiers when they were near death. I, on the other hand, entered the transformation process unknowingly. The two children I brought back from this trip to the west of the city, Su Ziming and Leng Yufei, one was transformed by a zombie bite. And Leng Yufei is actually already dead. You know what? None of us actively transformed. Once you make this choice, there's no turning back. At the very least, I can't reverse the process. Have you thought this through? This time, Lu Mingqi's face was filled with solemnity. But after a moment's reflection, she said firmly, Master, I made up my mind. Seeing Lu Mingqi's continued determination, Di Xinyan continued, Third, Mingqi, if you make this choice, then you and Amao must get married as soon as possible. Once you become a super soldier, you must be as cautious in your life and conduct as we are, to avoid infecting other ordinary humans. I know you and Amao are truly in love now. But are you two ready? Ready to start a family and move forward into the future, like Arue and I? Once we super soldiers get married, we can't easily change our minds. Because if we come into contact with others, we bring harm to them. Have you thought this through? As soon as Di Xinyan finished her words, Lu Mingqi blushed and exclaimed this. This is what I want. I already considered Ama my husband. Isn't it just getting married? I do. Di Xinyan looked at Lu Mingqi with amusement. Huh? Gu Anqi, Mingqi, you're so brave. I admire you. Ai surely, Mingqi, are you so anxious to get married? Besides, shouldn't Amao be the one proposing? This is completely messed up. At this moment, Di Xinyan looked at Amao with a wry smile. Amao, Mingqi has come to this point, and you're just standing there? Amao suddenly realized what was going on. He spun around from the bed, knelt on it, took Lu Mingqi's hand, and began to propose. Chi-Chi, will you marry me? I'm willing to use everything I have to protect you, cherish you, care for you, and give everything I have for you. I'm willing to grow stronger with you, fight together, and walk through every day and night of the future together. I'm willing to be your dance partner, your wingman, your wings, to face all difficulties and challenges together, and to move towards our future together. Chi-Chi, are you willing? Amao's voice was filled with determination and deep affection. Tears welled in Lu Mingqi's eyes. She gazed deeply at Amao and nodded. I do. Amao hugged Lu Mingqi tightly, and Lu Mingqi hugged Amao back. Silence fell once again in the room, the atmosphere suddenly shifting from a slightly tense atmosphere to a romantic and warm one. Gu Anqi and Ai surely smiled at each other, their eyes filled with blessings. Di Xinyan also smiled with relief. At that moment, she couldn't help but think of her wedding to Arue. Just then, two more groups of people entered the ward and pushed open the door. Zhongli Rui and Qin Xiaoyao, who had just finished a meeting, and were visiting on Mao, and Xiao Feng again, and the deputy captain of the royal guard. Zhu Su. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyao, Zhu Su bowed deeply and said, Second Miss, besides Captain Xiaofeng, the other 8 members of the royal guard have requested a petition from you. We request surgery to remove the command chip. This way, the next time we encounter Master, we can protect you just like Captain Xiaofeng did. And the families of the home community. We too want to call you Auntie. Everyone in the ward was drawn to these words. Xiaofeng, recuperating in her hospital bed, said with emotion, You, everyone. Zhu Su nodded earnestly to Xiaofeng and said sincerely, Captain Xiaofeng, or rather, Sister Xiaofeng, the fearlessness and courage you displayed today in protecting the second young lady inspired us. We have decided, just like you, that the second young lady and the people here are our family. We will protect the second young lady and this place with our lives. Qin Xiaoyao's tears welled up in her eyes. You really want to do this? Qin Xiaoyao's voice choked, and she stared in disbelief at the determined guards before her. Yes, second young lady, Zhu Su replied firmly. We have decided. We are willing to remove the command chip and become truly free warriors, using our free will to protect our home community, and you. Qin Xiaoyao and Zhong Lirui exchanged a glance, knowing the weight of this promise and the sincerity of their heart. Thank you for your kindness, thank you for your Qicheng. I'm so proud of every one of you. From now on, I use my abilities to protect and love you. Qin Xiaoyao took a deep breath and said slowly, Children, from today on, I, Qin Xiaoyao, am your second aunt. Di Xinyan, slightly further away, looked first at Lu Mingqi, who had volunteered to transform into a super soldier for Amao, and then at Suna Su, who had voluntarily removed her command chip to protect Qin Xiaoyao and the people of her community. She sighed deeply. Is this the meaning of sacrifice and dedication? Chapter 148. That night, Zhongli Rui, Di Xinyan, and Qin Xiaoyao discussed and made the following arrangements. On the one hand, Amao and Lu Mingqi, while in alone time, would initiate Lu Mingqi's transformation process. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyao, with the assistance of Di Xinyan and other medical staff, removed the command chips embedded in the necks of Sumuji, Tingsha, and 9 other Royal Guard super soldiers. Both tasks proceeded simultaneously. Once Lu Mingqi officially began the transformation process, and the command chips of all 9 Royal Guards were removed, everyone gathered at Di Xinyan's. And her singing therapy provided the final, unified treatment. As for Amao and Lu Mingqi, Zhongli Rui gave them the keys to his former rental apartment after some consideration. That day, the high-rise residential building was powered and habitable. Although this is to initiate the transformation process, young people should exercise restraint. Besides, Mingqi is just an ordinary person. Amao, please be gentle and don't be too harsh. Once her transformation is complete, we won't care what you do after you get married. Zhong Lihui warned Amao as he handed him the key to the high-rise apartment. Amao looked embarrassed at Zhong Lihui's fatherly admonition, but he honestly took the key. At this moment, Di Xinyan, Gu Anqi, and Ai Shirley all smiled at Lu Mingqi. Lu Mingqi, on the other hand, was so embarrassed she wished there was a crack in the ground she could crawl into. Watching Amao and Lu Mingqi eagerly heading away towards the high-rise apartment, Gu Anqi grumbled, actually, if there was real bodily contact, wouldn't they just bite their lips and kiss? Why did they have to? Ai Shirley looked at Amao's back with a hint of disdain. Indeed, there are so many ways. Why choose this one? Men, huh? Di Xinyan suit, you guys, stop talking about your junior brothers and sisters. They were already in the throes of love, and suddenly this happened, forcing them to abstain from sex for a month. This is inhumane. Try to understand them. Gu Anqi, who was also in the throes of love and living together, suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Ai Shirley shook her head helplessly. Everyone around her was married and in love, but when she thought of the things she had experienced, her heart suddenly ached. Just as Amao and Lu Mingqi were reunited, Qin Xiao and the medical team led by Di Xinyan began to frantically remove the command chips embedded in the backs of the guards' necks. In reality, if Qin Xiao had actually removed the chip, the injuries sustained by the royal guards wouldn't have been as severe as Xiaofeng's. The royal guards have a brain-computer interface at the back of their necks. All of the royal guards' knowledge was originally input from this location. The command chip is more like a socket, plugged into this interface. When Qin Xiao removed it, he simply carefully removed the command chip from the socket. Previously, Xiaofeng, in a moment of panic, had ripped the chip and flesh from the interface, resulting in severe injuries. After the removal surgery, all the royal guards showed only slight signs of fatigue. An hour and a half later, a beaming Amao, accompanied by the radiant Lu Mingqi, returned to the infirmary. By then, the royal guards, all of whom had had their chips removed, and everyone else were waiting for them. Seeing everyone waiting, the young couple felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Mingqi lowered her head shyly, while Amao scratched his head awkwardly. You two are finally back. After all this time, we thought you were trying to conceive, Xianyan teased, drawing laughter from the crowd. Lu Mingqi covered her face with her hands in shame. How could that be? We were just... Master, please let me go, Amao argued. All right, now that everyone's here, let's move on to the next step. Qin Xiaoyao interrupted their conversation, signaling everyone to focus their attention. At the same time, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Qin Jinkuan was hiding. Kun Lu. Report on the young lady's condition. Mr. Chen, we activated the emergency medical rescue plan. The young lady's vital signs have stabilized. However, judging by her health status, her maximum survival time won't exceed a year and a half. Qin Jinkuan was furious, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Kun Lu, thoroughly investigate the historical data. Why did the young lady's condition suddenly improve last time, extending her maximum survival time to 10 years? Comprehensive analysis. Mr. Chen, based on the 2 instances of improvement and deterioration in her condition, we are now providing a comprehensive analysis of her various physical parameters and emotional state. A few months ago, the young lady contacted C0-SN0.01, Xiaofeng. At that time, the young lady heard a kind of singing through Xiaofeng's sensor. According to analysis, the fluctuations contained in this singing are similar to those of Mrs. Bolingxin during her lifetime. According to the general definition of sociology, musicology, psychology, and emotion, this singing contains the so-called positive energy with an uplifting effect. However, the young lady listened to this song remotely, but due to the limitations of Xiaofeng's sensor sound quality, it only achieved a partial effect. However, even so, the test found that the nanorobots in the young lady's body reacted and activated in an orderly manner. During that time, the young lady's regenerative ability increased, and her overall physical indicators improved significantly. It is speculated that there is a singer in the home community who can activate the nanorobots in an orderly manner. What? Chen Jinkuan froze in his tracks. The nanorobots Lingxin personally tuned can actually resonate and activate in an orderly fashion with the positive energy of her singing, which is close to her brainwave frequency. Based on the current data and evidence, the probability of this happening is greater than 80%, Mr. Chen. Then, what caused the young lady's deteriorating health? Based on previous analysis, there are 2 reasons. First, the young lady didn't have source code management privileges for the original armor. She used her mind to temporarily program and forcibly hack into the original armor's network, which overexerted her mental and physical energy. Second, Mr. Chen, the young lady learned that you attacked the C0 dash. After SN 0.01, Xiaofeng attempted to forcibly bring the second young lady home, his mood quickly plummeted. These two factors created a negative resonance. The second young lady's nanorobots had previously been suppressing the toxins with their regenerative abilities. It's speculated that due to the second young lady's excessive depression and physical exhaustion, the nanorobots' activity decreased, weakening their regenerative abilities. You mean? It's my fault. Chen Jinkuan angrily questioned the AI Kunlu. Based on the existing data analysis, the primary responsibility for the second young lady's significant deterioration lies with you, Mr. Chen, with a 95.67% probability. You're talking nonsense, Chen Jinkuan shouted. Self-diagnosis. This analysis shows no faults, no deviations, no issues. Enough. Chen Jinkuan roared, interrupting the AI Kunlu. He couldn't accept that he was the primary culprit for his daughter's worsening condition. Yet, deep down, he knew this was all due to his own stubbornness and impulsiveness. Furthermore, he had personally developed the AI Kunlu, and one of its operating rules was to always tell the truth to himself. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Now wasn't the time to blame anyone. The most important thing was to find a solution and get his daughter's condition under control. Kunlun, is there any way to stabilize Xiaoyu's condition? Chen Jinkuan asked, his voice trembling. Mr. Chen, the current medical equipment at the base can only ensure that the young lady's condition does not worsen. The most direct and effective method is to find a singer whose voice can generate positive energy. If the young lady is continuously exposed to this kind of singing, perhaps the nanorobots can be reactivated, thus stabilizing her vital signs. Chen Jinkuan pondered for a moment, then said firmly, then let's find her. Find that singer at all costs. I want to meet him in person, no matter who he is. Yes, Mr. Chen. I will immediately initiate the search program to find the mysterious singer, the AI Kunlun responded. Chen Jinkuan knew this might be his daughter's only hope. He had to seize this opportunity, even if the hope was slim. He could not give up. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Qin Xiaoyao was leading everyone to the next step. Are you all ready? Qin Xiaoyao glanced around, his eyes determined. Ready! Everyone answered in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. Di Xinyan looked at the crowd, slowly stepped forward, and slowly raised her hands. She gazed at them, took a deep breath, and sang a new song she had recently composed. Song, Reawakening. Reawakening. Swept by loneliness in the dark abyss, my soul seemed trapped in the wilderness, sobbing silently. On a night as cold as ice, hope was torn apart. But a flame in my heart remained unextinguished. I heard the wind whistling contempt in my ears. The blood in my wounds has solidified, and it is my vow. Every step is difficult, but the dream remains. I know I can traverse this endless night. Reawakening before dawn, I break free from the chains of darkness. Courage is my sword, severing all nightmare. Unwavering faith illuminates the path forward. Opening my arms to the light, I welcome a new tomorrow. I once sank deep in the mud, soaked in tears and sweat. Those painful trials made me more resolute. Looking toward the distance is my direction. Setting sail again with fearless strength. Awakening before dawn, I break free from the chains of darkness. Courage is my sword, severing all nightmares. Unwavering faith illuminates the path forward. Opening my arms to the light, I welcome a new tomorrow. Di Xinyan's unique voice resonated throughout the community, drawing everyone's heart into the abyss of endless darkness and hope. Her voice was filled with power and emotion, each note telling the story of an indomitable soul struggling to survive against adversity. As her powerful voice echoed, the nanorobots within all the super soldier new humans in the audience once again began to activate in an orderly fashion. Everyone felt refreshed and energized. Lu Mingqi's nanorobots also began to organize. Catalyzed by her singing, she too became a newly transformed new human. After observing Lu Mingqi, Xiaofeng turned and whispered to Qin Xiaoyao, second aunt, Lu Mingqi, you made it. Qin Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. As the last note faded in the air, Di Xinyan slowly lowered her hands. A brief silence fell, then a thunderous applause erupted. Although it was just a consolidation of her singing therapy, the entire audience stood up, like fans at a concert, giving her their warmest cheers. Inspired by the atmosphere, Di Xinyan smiled and bowed to the audience. Standing nearby, Gu Anqi's heart surged with emotion as she watched Di Xinyan's outstanding performance. One day, I want to be as dazzling as master, and have everyone listen to my singing. Gu Anqi secretly made up her mind. Gu Anqi then stepped forward and asked Di Xinyan, Master, is this your new song? It sounds so powerful and inspiring. Di Xinyan smiled and said, I combine my favorite song, Try Again, and my Own Your Light, to create a new song about strengthening inner strength and celebrating the courage of people to never give up in the long night. So do you like it and want to learn it? Hee. Yes, you really understand me, Master. When I hear a good song, I want to learn it. Huh? No big deal. I teach you, Di Xinyan said readily. Thank you, Master. You love me the most, Gu Anqi quickly flattered. Meanwhile, Chen Jinquan, feeling down and about to leave the rooftop, became even more irritated upon hearing the singing. These people are actually in the mood to sing. At this moment, AI Kunlun reminded him, Mr. Chen, testing has revealed that the nanorobots in your body are systematically activating. Chen Jinquan's eyes widened, they're clenched like bells. What did you say? Chapter 149. Kun quickly locked onto the target. Mr. Chen, based on voice analysis, the singer is a young woman between 24 and 27 years old. Her location is near the infirmary, in the community below. Prepare to execute the infiltration plan, Chen Jinquan said impatiently. Mr. Chen, I advise you not to do this. The original armor has suffered damage to its head armor and surface optical camouflage from the previous fierce battle. Furthermore, scans have revealed that the special forces defending below are equipped with anti-material weapons and heavy machine guns for light tanks. With these weapons, the success rate of the original armor in infiltrating and seizing key personnel is less than 10% without complete optical camouflage. How can it be only 10%? Mr. Chen, the back-end system just sent a message. Abandoned Project C0-. With the exception of number 3 and number 4, who died in battle, number 1 through number 12 are completely out of control. They must have, like number 1, Xiaofeng, completely remove the command chip that forced them to stop. Furthermore, while the abandoned Future Warrior's equipment isn't as invisible as the original armor, its high-performance sensors can detect invisible original armor by scanning for heat sources. Now, since you, Mr. Chen, are alone without the Black Steel Dark Guards, it's not advisable to engage in another conflict with the survivors' militia. Chen Jinquan's face was solemn and silent for a long time. A patch of his original armor's visor had been damaged. A constant reminder to never underestimate the enemy. Remember these community coordinates. Go back. Activate the RF strategy, Kunlun said calmly. The original armor activated its remaining optical camouflage and, using a three-dimensional maneuvering mechanism, balanced and cable-pulled, cleared the air defense range of the special forces. With a powerful leap, it reached a height of 5 meters on the rooftop and deployed its lightweight, high-strength glider wings. The original armor glided swiftly toward the location of the nearby hidden stealth helicopter. I'll be back next time. Singer, I definitely get you. Xiaoyu, wait for daddy, I definitely heal you once again. A few minutes later, the stealth, silent helicopter Chen Jinquan was aboard slowly took off and departed towards the cradle of home. 3 days later, the water plant in the eastern part of the city. Li, the military's chief expert, said to Zhong Lirui over the phone, Governor, everything is ready. After inspection and preparation, the expert team can provide running water to a small area in the eastern part of the city, including the fertilizer plant and several core areas. Zhong Lirui nodded and replied, Begin. With Zhong Lirui's command, the water plant in the eastern part of the city began operating. Huge pumps started, and clear water flowed through pipes to various areas. Upon hearing the news, residents of the Eastern Special Zone gathered at their taps with anticipation and gratitude. At first, the water still smelled of rust. But as time passed, the water from the taps returned to its clear state. Water! Water! The citizens shouted excitedly. They gathered around the taps, watching the clear water gush out, their faces filled with long-lost smiles. Zhong Lirui stood in the crowd, watching this scene, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He knew this was only the first step in rebuilding their home, but it was a good start. He turned to his assistant and said, Inform everyone to ensure the safe operation of the water plant, and begin planning the next steps in the reconstruction. Meanwhile, Li Gong, the military's chief expert, was meticulously inspecting every aspect of the water plant. He knew that, due to a lack of certain materials, the tap water was essentially just filtered tap water. The quality was still inferior to the standard tap water of the old days. However, this was at least a substantial recovery and breakthrough. Of course, Since it was the end of the world, all the factories that had once existed had long since ceased operation. Therefore, even the rivers near the city had water quality like in ancient times, free of industrial pollution. This did alleviate the pressure on the water plant to some extent. With the water plant and reservoir power station restored, the resumption of the fertilizer plant, which had previously been a mere plan, was put back on the agenda. At the call of the Special Zone Special Committee, approximately 30 surviving citizens, former chemical industry employees, along with technicians from the chemical college community like Zhu Yangyang, moved into the small fertilizer factory. Reconstruction work at the fertilizer factory proceeded intensively and methodically. Under the guidance of experts, equipment was inspected and debugged. However, the factory had been abandoned and idle for several months, and after repairs, they were only able to resume small-scale production on one production line. Finally, a week later, after the apocalyptic crisis, the first bag of fertilizer produced on the industrial production line emerged. That day, Zhong Lirui and the Special Zone's executive representatives were at the fertilizer plant, excited to see 10 tons of newly produced fertilizer. Fertilizer production is of immense significance to the current food production in the East City Special Zone. Furthermore, ammonium fertilizer, after proper processing, can also be used for military purposes. Looking at the piles of freshly stacked urea in the warehouse, Chief of Staff Situ was overwhelmed with emotion. He couldn't help but recall the arduous struggle for survival fought by the military and civilians over the past few months. Back then, after absorbing a large number of civilians, the Dayton base was under immense pressure. Although they later managed to survive the crisis by cultivating food and cultivating farmland, the fall of the ammunition base left the Dayton base in a state of dwindling ammunition shortages. Now, the young governor before them, with his foresight, is gradually leading them out of this predicament. This is because the resumption of urea production not only boosts agricultural food production, but also brings new hope to military ammunition production. Colonel Zhongli, Chief of Staff Situ, said, "Sir, please accept my sincere respects." Zhongli Rui returned Chief of Staff Situ's greeting with a smile. He surveyed the fertilizer plant, a sense of accomplishment filling his heart. He knew this was not just a victory for the fertilizer plant, but for the entire East City Special District. They had taken the first step toward rebuilding civilization. At this moment, Nighthawk quietly approached Zhongli Rui and said with a smile, "Governor, may I have a moment with you?" Zhongli Rui followed Nighthawk to a relatively quiet spot. Upon closer inspection, Zhongli Rui was stunned. Wasn't this the same cleaning room from the other day? "Brother Rui, you're truly amazing." Nighthawk beamed at Zhongli Rui. "I always thought you were just stalling for time that day when you came up with the idea of resuming production at the fertilizer plant. I never thought you actually put it into action." Looking at Nighthawk's clear, beautiful eyes, which seemed devoid of any strange emotion, Zhongli Rui realized he'd been overthinking it. He said sheepishly, "Sister, at first, I was just stalling for time, and I hadn't really thought that far ahead. But after discussing it with all of you, I realized the feasibility of this plan and the huge benefits it would bring. So, I changed my mind. I set a small goal. For our revival, this wasn't just talk. Finally, with everyone's concerted efforts, we finally succeeded." Zhongli Rui smiled brightly as he spoke. Looking at his adopted brother's accomplishments, Nighthawk felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. She gently patted Zhongli Rui's shoulder and offered encouragement. "Rui, you've done well. This isn't just a victory for you, it's a victory for all of us. You've given us hope, the possibility of rebuilding civilization. Dreams are truly wonderful. The path you're on is truly bringing civilization back, bit by bit. To me, this feels like a dream." Zhongli Rui looked at Nighthawk gratefully. He knew he wouldn't have made it this far without Nighthawk's support and trust. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Sister, I will keep working hard. This is just the beginning, we still have a long way to go. Together with everyone, I will revitalize the East City Special District." Nighthawk nodded. "By the way, are Amao and Mingqi doing well with you?" "Great, fantastic. They're always on the facades of our community buildings, acting like a thief couple." Zhongli Rui casually grumbled. "Huh?" Nighthawk laughed. "What the hell?" Zhongli Rui then recounted how Lu Mingqi had voluntarily transformed into a super soldier new human to be with Amao. Amao and Lu Mingqi were already skilled in rock climbing, in addition to street dancing. Now, with their super soldier physiques, their endurance and strength have greatly increased. With the help of the climbing claws Zhao Yingying had made for them, they can now scramble up and down building facades with incredible speed. Like geckos. Zhongli Rui continued to recount Amao and Lu Mingqi's amusing stories, but Nighthawk's expression seemed somewhat gloomy. Nighthawk's heart was suddenly stirred. Transformation had always been a hugely risky undertaking. But now, with the help of my brother-in-law singing therapy, Amao, Mingqi, and the 2 children from the Shuguang community have all become super warriors. I still vividly remember the feeling of powerlessness I felt when I faced C3. It was here that C3 grabbed me like a chicken, completely helpless. Ah, I really envy Amao and his wife, Nighthawk sighed. In the past, I was always the one protecting them. Maybe in the future, I have to rely on them for protection. Zhongli Rui was stunned, then said, Sister, are you envious of their and my physiques? Well, you know how we got our physiques. I'm not happy at all. Forget about the others. I was revived from the brink of death, and Amao was resurrected from the dead. If I could turn back time, I'd rather not have such a physique. Ah? Amao? Is he really dead? Yes, he was actually completely dead at the time, resurrected by nanobots. Leng Yufei, Leng Yu's sister, whom we retrieved during our western tour, was also dead when we found her. If we hadn't stumbled upon Xi and Yan's bard-like abilities, we most likely have ended up as zombies, ready to be shot down by a single bullet. Zhongli Rui rolled his eyes. Well, I just hate feeling powerless. Nighthawk shook his head. Sister, you're really strong-willed. But don't overthink it. Super soldiers, while powerful, are still biological. Compared to the weapons we possess today, this kind of physical enhancement is far inferior to the performance of weapons. Without protective gear, even super soldiers, like Amao, and me would be seriously injured by a bullet to the torso. Even C2 and C3 aren't invincible. Judging purely by physical strength, well, the enhanced C2 is indeed formidable, but it's nothing compared to the mutant crocodile. Compared to fish and mutant elephants, it's still far behind. Next time, I give you an exoskeleton and anti-material weapons. I already asked Chief of Staff Situ to prepare the portable anti-material weapons. Oh! Nighthawk's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. We're family. How could I forget you when I have good equipment? Nighthawk immediately covered his mouth and chuckled. Well, you're a really good brother, huh? Xiaofeng's voice echoed from outside. Dad, you and Auntie are in the cleaning room again? Upon hearing this, Zhongli Rui and Nighthawk blushed. After the two of them emerged, Ying, somewhat exasperated, approached Xiaofeng, who was looking playful. Xiaofeng, you're such a prankster. How dare you tease your aunt like that? Huh? How come Xiaofeng is joking now? Zhongli Rui looked at Xiaofeng and smiled. My daughter has been with us for so long, and she's slowly regaining some of the humanity she lacked. Ying looked at the fertilizer factory workshop, then back at Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng. Her eyes moved. She sighed softly. Brother, who wants to mend the world, keep going. I always support you. Thank you. Chapter 150. The days of winter wore on. At the end of December, the residents of Ling'an Prefecture's East City Special Zone finally welcomed their first cold winter since the apocalypse. Previously, because Ling'an Prefecture was located around 30 degrees north latitude, the period from November to mid-December had been characterized by a mild spring, with temperatures consistently above 10 degrees Celsius, not considered too cold. However, after several cold fronts, the climate finally entered a harsh winter, with average temperatures dropping below zero. However, compared to Xinjiang, winter in Ling'an Prefecture truly arrived late. In the office of the East City Administrative Office, also known as the police station, Zhongli Rui listened to the report with a grim expression. Wang Zhong then reported, Governor, although we tried our best to economize, the current food supply, if we follow the minimum survival rations, is only enough for about 15 days. Chief of Staff Situ's face turned grim. It's mainly because we added 500 people to the population, and the rate of food consumption has increased. Wang Zhong was somewhat dissatisfied with this. What? Don't we care about their lives? If we hadn't gathered these poor scattered citizens in time, there might not even be 500 survivors by now. They're all human beings, just like us. Old Wang, don't get excited, Chief of Staff Situ trailed off. Of course we have to take care of them. But we're really in trouble now. Forget it, let's be practical. Old Wang, how long will it take for the potatoes to mature? That's what I'm most concerned about. When asked about potatoes, Wang Zhong immediately calmed down. Instead, he pulled out the report on his phone, adjusted his reading glasses, and said seriously, currently, we're planting a variety of potatoes that mature in 70 days and 90 days. I recently visited the fields and found that the 70-day variety accounts for approximately 60% of the total planted area, while the 90-day variety accounts for the remaining 40%. Those that mature in 70 days still have about 18 days left. The 90-day variety will take, at the earliest, about 38 to 40 days. At this point, Su Shenwei sighed. Primarily, for personal safety and food security, we don't hunt or fish. The rivers are now unpolluted, and there are wild animals in the mountains. If that doesn't work out, we can try fishing and hunting. Nighthawk objected. Representative Zhu, your suggestion is truly dangerous. Those warriors in my community lost their legs and hands after being bitten by fish while going into the river. For ordinary people like us, going into the river now and facing zombie fish would be tantamount to suicide. And, can we eat the animals we hunt now? Wu Jiang questioned. I asked Ling Yu about this. Before the attack, their community relied primarily on hunting for survival. Let's put it this way. Their community paid the price of their lives to verify the edibility of hunted meat. Their experience suggests that hunted meat can be eaten. But first, the blood must be drained. Second, the animal must be completely dead when slaughtered, otherwise, injuries sustained by the animal could easily lead to its transformation into a zombie. Third, the animal's internal organs cannot be eaten because they contain too much zombie virus. Fourth, for a jackal, for example, adding 2 scallions and a pinch of star anise to that much meat seems to significantly reduce the zombie virus content in the prey. Alas, this information was obtained at the cost of 14 lives. The last 11 people alive in Shuguang community, before the wolf attack survived these past few months in this way, Zhong Lirui said calmly. These things were told to Zhong Lirui by the Lingyu sisters and Su Ziming, who lived in the Jiaoyuan community over the past few days. All this knowledge was compiled and taught to the 3 children by the deceased Uncle Lu. After the battle in the Dawn community ended, Zhong Lirui did find a lot of green onions and some spices, like star anise in the remnants of the community. Naturally, all these supplies were brought back. In real life, scallions and star anise are also effective seasonings for removing impurities and muddy smells from meat. At this point, Captain Wang Gang looked frustrated. Oh, so that's how it is. We really made a mistake. When we killed those 2 crocodiles at the reservoir, we should have brought the meat back to make jerky. Those crocodiles weighed several tons. Ah. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a surge of regret, as if they were all heartbroken for the tons of crocodile meat that had been wasted by the explosions. Su Shenwei stamped his chest and said, Alas. We were so worried about pollution back then. Shuiyuan, we later blew up and burned those 2 crocodiles. Tons of meat. Oh my goodness, ugh. At this moment, Lu Shi asked weakly, Then, Governor, what about those zombie elephants? Zhong Lirui said angrily. Director Lu Shi, how long have those corpses been lying around? Believe it or not, unless you have the scavenging powers of a Komodo dragon, even if you find that mutant elephant meat, eating it will make you ascend to heaven on the spot. Do you believe it, huh? Just ignore me. Lu Shi spread his hand sullenly. At this moment, Wu Xiang stroked his chin and said, It's winter now, and there are fewer birds. Luckily, we're in the south, so it's not freezing much. But fishing in the river is practically risking your life. And if the fish you catch bite you, it's no joke. At this moment, Zhong Lirui couldn't help but think of the deceased Lu Yuan, who died from a fish bite. For a moment, silence fell in the director's office, no one having any good ideas. Just then, Zhu Yangyang called, Governor, recently, our chemistry college community has been in contact with the awakened community. They requested to move back to the Chengmei University of Technology area during the winter. As the temperature drops, their bodies, barely recovered from their zombie transformation, noticeably lose activity in the cold winter. Furthermore, there aren't many herbs to dig in the mountains during the winter. Therefore, they're requesting to return to the city below. I understand. Let me think about this. I'll let you know the decision later. Zhong Lirui didn't agree immediately. Okay, Governor, we follow your instructions. Hearing this was about the awakened community, Di Xinyan and Nighthawk immediately took notice. Governor, although Dean Huang and the others have rational zombie bodies, it's incredibly cold in the mountains in winter. It wouldn't be a good idea to leave them out in the cold, right? Furthermore, with the establishment of the traditional Chinese medicine system, the people of the East City Special Zone now have access to medical care. They made a significant contribution. Di Xinyan thought for a moment and said to Zhong Lirui, Besides, they're mentors to you, a few other representatives, and Director Lu Shi. Is it okay to leave them alone like this? Zhong Lirui frowned slightly, his face agonizing. Do you know why Dean Huang and the others left the University of Technology after their awakening, instead of actively trying to contact Zhu Yangyang and the others? Is it because they were afraid of conflict? Di Xinyan questioned. That's one reason. The second reason is that they're trying to heal themselves. Dean Xinyan, do you remember the time they brewed the traditional Chinese medicine to promote blood circulation and dissipate blood stasis? The last time Representative Liu, Nighthawk, and I visited the awakened community, their limbs had largely regained their mobility. Furthermore, they don't even stutter as much anymore. Isn't that great? Why are you still hesitating to let them go down the mountain? Dean Xinyan asked. I'm still hesitant for several reasons. First, although they regained their sanity, have they truly regained their zombie instincts? I can't guarantee that. Second, although they recovered a lot and regained their sanity, they're still zombies at heart. They carry a high concentration of the zombie virus. Once they come down the mountain and live among ordinary citizens, even if they haven't done anything wrong, could they accidentally infect other ordinary citizens? Third, and this is my biggest headache, how will the less than 5,000 surviving citizens view them? These are zombies who once had a deep blood feud with us. Will the citizens, whose lives have finally stabilized after seeing them, think of their loved ones who died at the hands of the zombies? Who can stop them from thinking about this? Will they take drastic action? I don't want any of the citizens or my teachers, who have suffered so much, to be hurt again. I'm their friend, and I'm their trusted governor. I'm responsible for them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in conviction. Dean Xinyan and Ying exchanged a glance, each seeing in their eyes admiration for Zhongli Rui's mature and thoughtful deliberation. After a moment's reflection, Dean Xinyan addressed Zhongli Rui again. Governor, I believe the first concern isn't a problem. Certain entities have already proven your first concern to be unfounded. These existing examples exist not only in Dean Huang and his companions, but also in you and me, even within us, aren't they? As she spoke, Dean Xinyan's eyes gleamed, giving Zhongli Rui a suggestive glance. Zhongli Rui immediately understood. If Dean Huang and his companions hadn't controlled their once bloodthirsty thirst, he would have perished long ago. Besides, he and his companions had gone up the mountain several times, and there had been no problems. Furthermore, Ameo and Leng Yufei, technically speaking, had also been resurrected from the dead, so there wasn't any such problem either. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The first point is, I'm being overly concerned. Yes, they've long been proven to be no threat. So what about the second and third points? The second point isn't really a problem. Where in the world we live now isn't the zombie virus. We all have low activity, low concentration dead viruses in our bodies. So, as long as we don't kiss them, it shouldn't be a problem at all, Dean Xinyan said with a smile. Zhongli Rui was immediately embarrassed by these words. Ying, standing beside him, looked a little embarrassed. To mask his embarrassment, Ying quickly added, regarding the third point, I have two ideas. First, publicize their contributions. This is real. Dean Xinyan's clinic now has medicinal herbs to treat the residents, and they made an indelible contribution. Second, why should we necessarily view them as a threat? They could also be seen as a source of hope. Hope. All the representatives, including Zhongli Rui, looked at Nighthawk. Representative Liu, what exactly do you mean by hope? Chief of Staff Situ asked. Actually, we can guide the citizens to think this way. Look, our former friends, family, and acquaintances, although transformed into zombies, have a chance to regain their sanity and coexist with us. It's not a life or death struggle. This is my biggest feeling after visiting the awakened community. We trade with each other, confront threats side by side. They're still zombies, but they don't bite, and they can talk and cooperate with us. When I came back, I was thinking, if all the zombies in the world were transformed back into awakened forms, then could our endless war with the zombie world end? Could we start thinking about rebuilding the world, instead of tearfully shooting our zombie friends and loved ones in the head? The large office fell into a hushed silence. Everyone was stunned by Nighthawk's, Liu Yisan, perspective. Zhongli Rui took a deep breath and said slowly, Representative Liu, your idea is truly inspiring. Well, it would be wonderful if all the zombies in the world could be like the residents of the awakened community. He paused, then continued, but we need a plan. Dean Xinyan nodded in agreement. The governor is right. We need a transition period to allow the citizens to gradually adapt to the awakened's presence. So, I think it's a good idea to have them move to the Industrial University first. With so much space at the Industrial University now, it's easy to accommodate them. At the same time, we need to increase publicity, perhaps through live broadcasts. Let the citizens see what the awakened are really like and understand their contributions. When Liu Shi heard the word live stream, she excitedly said, Do you want an internet celebrity? I'm telling you, there are already some. My Gu Anqi from the home community is a professional live streamer. You can ask her for live streams for the awakened community. At this moment, everyone around looked at Lu Shi with amusement. Actually, they all knew about Lu Shi and Gu Anqi's relationship. That's a good idea, Zhong Lirui agreed, suppressing a smile. We can give it a try. But it's winter now, and the awakened university professors don't seem to have much to do. It's winter in the mountains, and there aren't many herbs. We have to wait until next year, Wu Xiong pointed out. At this point, Li Chunfang's eyes lit up. Dean Huang and the others are sane zombies, right? Really? You're asking knowingly? Wu Xiong curled his lips. Were we not just worried about the danger of ordinary people turning into zombies while hunting and fishing? Could we ask Dean Huang and the others to help us fish? Now is a critical time to overcome the food crisis. If the citizens could see with their own eyes through the live broadcast that the teachers are not only non-threatening, but also working hard to help everyone overcome the food crisis and are a hope for the future, wouldn't their favorability towards them increase significantly? Well, this is just a suggestion, Governor. What are your thoughts? At this point, everyone's eyes turned to Zhong Lirui again. Zhong Lirui's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Chapter 151. That day, the standing representatives of the Lingnan State Special Council met and made 3 decisions. The rational zombies of the awakened community were allowed to move from the mountains back to the Chungbei Industrial University area for the winter. The governor personally met with the awakened community's leader, former Industrial University Dean Huang, to discuss assisting with fishing. The police chief and special police squadron leader, Lu Shi, discussed with the health center nurse, Gu Anqi, a live broadcast to allow all residents of the Eastern Special Zone to directly understand the truth about the rational zombies in the awakened community and their daily lives. After the meeting, Lu Shi excitedly led 2 special police officers back to the home community and headed straight for Gu Anqi's temporary medical center. At that moment, AI Shirley was chatting with Gu Anqi. Angie, how are you and Shizi getting along lately? What do you mean by well? It's the same as always. He's become Director Lu, a very busy man. He recently accompanied our Governor Arui on a Western tour, and since returning, he's been busy establishing the police and public security system in the East City. Now he comes home very late every day. He used to watch the stars with me, but now he just falls asleep as soon as he comes home. Sigh. Angie, don't mind it. That's what successful men are like. He and Arui's career is rebuilding our hometown, and even saving the world we live in. You can't blame them for being busy. I've seen it all. If they hadn't led us all step by step, day by day, to this point, we'd all be dead, or even zombies. You're right, Gu Anqi said, playing with her hair, sighing inwardly. Actually, I'm just a little envious of him. You envy him? AI Shirley suddenly became interested. He's a grown man, always at the forefront, leading his men and following Arui through life-threatening situations, charging into battle. He's risking his life, and yet you envy him? I understand what you mean. But that guy is a man with dreams. At first, I thought he and Arui were 2 ignorant people. One clamored about rebuilding our hometown's social civilization, the other about restoring the rule of law. Back then, I honestly thought they wouldn't survive long in this horrific apocalypse. But I never expected Arui to become our city's governor, and he actually became police chief. Well, despite all the trouble, it seems their dreams are truly beginning to come true. They had dreams, worked hard, and finally achieved them. Ali, you know how he's been coming home exhausted lately, but his eyes, like Arui's, are filled with the light of his dreams. Tell me, how can I not envy him? Alas, back then, I had my own dreams. Live streaming, fame, and proving myself. But I just gotten started, and the world was destroyed. Now I want to live stream, but there are only 5,000 people in the city. Who would I be streaming for? Zombies? Aishili was stunned, momentarily finding it unbelievable. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, she, like everyone else, was preoccupied with survival. And yet, it seemed as if these 2 schoolmates were shaking up their hometown. You have a point. But Angie, don't be so pessimistic, Aishili consoled her. Can you change your goals? Like our master, practice medicine and save the world? Or like our master, get married soon? Get married. Gu Anqi blushed. Why are you bringing this up? Isn't it too early for me? Early? AI Shirley smiled at Gu Anqi. Who are you living with now? You're already living together? The meal's ready, and you haven't completed the paperwork yet? Besides, what's early? Ameo and Lu Mingqi next door are already engaged. That's different. Gu Anqi's face flushed deeply, her eyes drifting away, her voice trailing off. Besides, shouldn't he be the one proposing to me about get married? Who told him to do that? He's so wooden, so busy with his career, he never even brought it up. Oh my! AI surely teased. I heard Master Mushroom, Anji's stage name, Mushroom Kuan, also known as Master Mushroom, and his guards call him Master Mushroom, mean that as long as he proposes, you agree? Gu Anqi, looking almost dead, said, Ollie, you're the only one who's laughing at me. Look at me, I'm tickling you. Oh my! Spare me, spare me. As the two were laughing, AI surely saw Lu Shi, accompanied by two special police officers, approaching Gu Anqi with a serious expression. This? Could it be? AI surely quickly whispered to Gu Anqi, Anji, stop. Look, your Lu Shi is walking towards you with a serious and solemn expression. Is he planning to propose? What? Gu Anqi immediately stopped playing with AI surely, and turned around to see Lu Shi walking towards her, looking genuinely serious. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she couldn't help but get nervous. Seeing Lu Shi and the others approaching, she quickly straightened her clothes and pretended to be calm and waited. Lu Shi walked up to her, his eyes firm and gentle, and he took a deep breath. Anqi, I have something very important to tell you today. Aishili's face suddenly flashed with a look of as expected, and she smiled expectantly. Meanwhile, An Mao and Lu Mingqi, who were practicing high-speed climbing maneuvers on the facade of a high-rise building, also looked on, with a look of anticipation. An Mao, look! Lu Shi has come to Anqi so seriously, as if he's proposing marriage. Lu Mingqi's face was ablaze with gossip. Oh! Not bad? An Mao, also crouching on the facade like a gecko, was amused. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Gu Anqi lowered her head and looked at her toes. Have you decided? Yes, I discussed this matter with everyone on the Special Review Council. This is a decision we all made together, Lu Shi replied seriously. Ah? You're still discussing this matter with everyone? Lu Shi extended her hand sincerely. Anji, do you remember what I said that day when we crossed the bridge? Order will return, law will be revived. Now, these things are slowly coming true. And today, our East City Special District needs your strength. We need an anchor to tell and broadcast a new future for the surviving citizens. Anji, your dream of becoming an anchor again is right here before your eyes. Are you willing? Gu Anqi lowered her head with emotion and whispered, I do. But then she realized that what Lu Shi said didn't seem like a proposal. Shizi, what? What do you mean? At this moment. AI surely, ? On the facade, Amao, ? Lu Mingqi, ? The two could hear the conversation due to their new human physiques. She was stunned for a moment, then replied, that's exactly what it says. Anqi, our East City Special District would like you to be the first anchor for Zero Anzhou after the apocalypse. Are you willing? A huge look of disappointment instantly crossed Gu Anqi's face. Noticing Gu Anqi's expression, Lu Shi quickly said, Sorry, Anqi, maybe I didn't explain myself clearly. Let me tell you the whole story in detail. Then Lu Shi detailed the discussions and decisions made within the police station office. Anqi, I always kept your dream close to my heart. Today, your chance has finally arrived. Lu Shi grew increasingly excited, even raising his hands and clenching his fists, his face brimming with anticipation. Shizi, you recommended me to all the representatives at the special review meeting? Gu Anqi's eyes flickered, and some of her energy returned. Yes. Every time they talk about this, I think of you. Right now, in Ling'an Prefecture, no one is more suited to this task than you. Anqi, this is fate's chance for you. Gu Anqi stared at Lu Shi, her eyes gradually moistening. Previously, she had realized she had misunderstood Lu Shi, thinking he was proposing to her. Turns out it wasn't, and she felt incredibly disappointed. But now, she realized that Lu Shi had always held her dream firmly in mind, even recommending her to the representative committee to become Ling'an Prefecture's first anchor since the apocalypse. Her boyfriend truly had always held her dream firmly in mind. Her face flushed again. A sweetness welled up inside her. Yeah, that's right. It's okay to talk about marriage later, right? But I have to seize this opportunity to become the first anchor of the new era in Ling'an Prefecture. Shizi really has me in his heart. Gu Anqi thought to herself, clenching her fists. So Anqi, are you really willing? Seeing Gu Anqi's silence, Lu Shi's voice was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Gu Anqi looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, and then nodded firmly. I do, Shizi. I am willing to become an anchor in Ling'an Prefecture, to discover and tell the truth, to spread hope. Gu Anqi's voice, though weak, was filled with strength and determination. Lu Shi's face broke into a relieved smile, and he squeezed Gu Anqi's hand tightly. That is great, Anqi. AI Shirley said with a mixture of joy and worry, finally giving a reluctant applause. Up high above, the engaged Ameo and Mingqi stared at each other in a state of uncertainty. Their current view of Lu Shi was a bit amusing. Lu Shi might be dull, but he always cared about his girlfriend's most cherished dream, and was willing to fight for her at every opportunity. He might be smart, but couldn't he see that Gu Anqi was waiting for him to propose? Husband, it seems our director Lu needs a push. My wife has a point. Then, Amao and Lu Mingqi descended from their perch, quickly arriving beside them. Lu Mingqi said with a smile, Anqi, you definitely do well. Lu Shi is truly wonderful too. He truly thinks of you in his own way. Gu Anqi nodded in affirmation, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. Although Lu Shi was still somewhat unaware of her other greatest wish, at least he held her in high regard. Afterwards, Gu Anqi and Lu Mingqi, who also graduated from the dance department of an art school, began chatting about the details of live streaming. Those from art schools had all taken media-related courses, making them quite professional. Amao, understanding Lu Mingqi's intention, quietly pulled Lu Shi aside. Hey, Director Lu, you're really capable. Captain Ameo, what do you mean? Lu Shi asked, puzzled, as Ameo pulled him aside. You? Let me tell you, you and Anqi have been together for a while. You two, almost like me and Mingqi, or brother Arui and Master, get married. Ah, this? Lu Shi's mouth widened. TSK, what are you talking about? Dating without the intention of getting married is just bullshit. That? You can't say that. Hey, Director Lu, Brother Lu, why can't you be more resolute like Brother Arui and get married for Master, even if it means dying? Lu Shi naturally recalled the time Zhongli Rui had elbowed him in the stomach for love, knocking him unconscious. When he woke up a few hours later, Zhongli Rui had already locked him up with Di Xinyan, braving the wedding without fear of death. Indeed, Arui had been quite resolute that time. Well, I don't know if Anqi will agree. Lu Shi trailed off. Coward. Amao's eyes flashed with contempt. My wife, and I saw it all clearly from upstairs. And she was so eagerly waiting for you to propose. And now you're like this? Lu Shi's mouth dropped open for a moment. After calming himself down a bit, he turned to look at Anqi. Gu Anqi was also looking at him, with a complicated expression. Brother Lu, please hurry up. I'm so worried about you. Amao couldn't bear it any longer. Lu Shi turned back and began to ponder. Then he said to Amao, you're right. I will propose to Anqi sooner or later. But at least, I have to wait until after the new year and the potato harvest. Why after the potato harvest? Amao was puzzled. Lu Shi said seriously, you have the physique of a super soldier, right? You should have heard what I just said to Anqi, right? Why did the Special Representatives Council invite Anqi to live stream the Awakened community and broadcast their future fishing activities? The fundamental reason is that we're facing a second food crisis. We need to invite Dean Huang and other rational zombies from the Awakened community to help with the fishing. Otherwise, if ordinary people went fishing in the river, you remember how Agui and the others lost their limbs, right? Oh, we fried up those tons of crocodile meat last time, and it was such a waste. I regret it. I really didn't expect that. Amao was also shocked. If I propose now, and then hold a wedding, wouldn't that cause trouble and burden for everyone? As a citizen representative, as well as the police chief and SWAT squadron leader, I have a responsibility to Anqi and the citizens. At that moment, Amao looked at Lu Shi and felt that he was particularly tall. Brother Lu, Chief Lu, besides Brother Arui Master, and Sister Nighthawk, the person I admire most is you. Lu Shi grinned. Ameo, do you want to join our special police? That's not necessary. I'm fine being a militia member right now, isn't it? As he spoke, Lu Shi and Ameo smiled knowingly. Chapter 152. Thanks to a convoy personally arranged by Zhong Lirui, all the zombie professors from the Awakened community in the mountainous area were brought down and housed at the Industrial University. The Awakened returned to their long-missed school, each filled with nostalgia and deep emotion. Zhong Lirui noticed that the Awakened still had large suture scars on their bodies. However, their bodies now functioned almost as smoothly as those of new humans like himself. Furthermore, they even spoke less stammeringly. Dean Huang, have you really healed yourselves? Zhong Lirui asked in surprise. Well, it's a near cure. but I still feel like it's still a ways off from full recovery. That blood activating and blood stasis removing Chinese herbal formula you came up with is really effective. Zhong Lirui couldn't help but think of the big blunder he'd gotten himself into earlier with the strange Chinese herbal remedy. Dr. Chow, when you have time, write down the recipe for that herbal remedy, and I pass it on to Xinyan and the others. If any of the citizens resurrect from zombies in the future, they can use this recipe to slowly recover. Dr. Chow suddenly perked up and said happily, "Hey, do you still need time for this? Take out your phone and record it. I recite the recipe to you right now. It's a valuable tool for the benefit of all." Seeing Dr. Chow's enthusiasm, Zhong Lirui couldn't refuse, so he took out his phone and carefully wrote down the recipe, dosage, and preparation method. After recording the Chinese medicine prescription, Zhong Lirui remembered his purpose and said to Dean Huang sincerely, "Dean Huang, I came to you today to ask for a few things." "Well, what's the point of asking for help? You're now the governor of Ling'an Prefecture. The last 5,000 citizens in the city are under your leadership, including our awakened community. If there's anything we can help with, just tell us." Dean Huang waved his hand, cutting off Zhong Lirui's politeness, and got straight to the point. Dean Huang, you really have a keen eye," Zhong Lirui said a little embarrassedly. "Actually, I'd like to ask for your help to help the entire special zone overcome the recent food crisis." "What? Huh?" At this, all the awakened zombie teachers present were stunned. "Hey, Governor Zhong, we're university professors, not combined harvesters working on a production team. How are you asking a group of 20 or so of us to solve the food crisis for 5,000 citizens? You're asking too much of us zombies? Even if we weren't afraid of death, we couldn't do it." Zhong Lirui's teacher, Professor Liao, was the first to jump. At this point, Dr. Chow paused and asked, "Governor Zhong, what exactly do you want us to do? If you want us to farm, haven't you already mobilized the remaining citizens in the city to cultivate land in every neighborhood? What's the point of these 20 or so dead ghosts?" When Dr. Chow called these rational zombies dead ghosts, Xu Yangyang, Li Chunfang, and Lu Shi, who had come with Zhong Lirui today, all tried hard not to laugh. However, Lu Shi couldn't help but turn around and chuckle. "Well, the truth is, Dean Huang, I'd like you to help us with fishing and hunting." "You want us rational zombies to help you fish and hunt?" Dean Huang asked, frowning. "Yes, Dean Huang. Because the fish in the water have all turned into zombies. In our community, Nighthawk's Flower community, there have been casualties from people being bitten or injured after entering the water or coming into contact with fish. For ordinary people like us, fishing and handling the fish after catching them is incredibly dangerous, practically suicidal." "Oh, I see. This is similar to when they asked us to help collect herbs when we were living in the mountains, right?" Dean Huang's brows relaxed slightly, a look of understanding dawning. "I guess so," Zhong Lirui confirmed. "Well, here, your teachers, Mr. Liao and Dr. Chow, are both experts in fishing. Dr. Chow's father was a seasoned fisherman by the sea, so weaving a net is no problem. And Professor Liao's hometown is in the northeast, so he used to fish in the winter, right?" Professor Liao smiled wryly and shook his head. "That's true. Compared to the northeast, fishing in the rivers in winter in Ling'an Prefecture is indeed much easier. But just to be cautious, I still want to ask, can you ordinary people eat the prey we hunt and the fish we catch?" "Well, we verified it in the mountains. We awakened have no problem eating roasted mutant jackal meat. We also eaten zombie crows. I guess we'd be fine with zombie fish too. But can ordinary people eat the meat of zombie-like animals?" "Well, you're a super soldier, so maybe you can. But what about them?" As he spoke, Professor Liao glanced at the ordinary human students beside him. Lu Shi, Xu Yangyang, Li Chunfang, and others. Zhong Lirui then explained, "Teacher Liao, when I recently led a group to the west side of the city, we discovered a community there. They, like you, consume mutant jackal meat. Ordinary people who want to eat this meat should prepare it as follows." Zhong Lirui then explained to Dean Huang and the others how to use Chinese herbs and spices, like scallions and star anise, to reduce the concentration of the zombie virus in meat. Alas, this precious knowledge comes at a price. When we finally brought this discovery back from the Shiguang community, only 3 children remained of the original 25. Oh, and by the way, 2 of them, like you, are now rational zombies. Ah, there are others like us? The zombie professors were stunned. Dr. Chow nodded. Well, this approach is in line with traditional Chinese medicine. Scallions and star anise are actually 2 traditional Chinese medicine herbs. Haven't we been using a blood activating and blood stasis removing formula to recover recently? So, using other herbs to open up new food sources, I think that's a viable approach. Faced with the words of Dr. Chow, the most authoritative medical expert among all the teachers, the other teachers nodded and began to discuss quietly. Well, Dr. Chow said this idea is sound, so that's it. Yes, I believe him. When we first woke up, our hands and feet were clumsy, and our speech was incoherent. He's been instrumental in our current situation. We're certainly not afraid of zombies. If this food safety issue can be resolved, it's not a problem, right? After all, it's for the benefit of the public. Besides, we still have to get our own food, right? Although it seems like we're more resistant to starvation after becoming zombies? Seeing the crowd soften, Dean Huang nodded slightly and made a decision. Well, since this is feasible, and it's for the benefit of the people of our hometown, with such a noble purpose, we lend a hand. Dr. Chow, Teacher Liao, and Teacher Li, standing by, were the first to support. Soon after, the other zombie professors also agreed, expressing their willingness to help. Dean Huang, teachers, on behalf of all the remaining survivors and citizens of Ling'an Prefecture, thank you for your selfless and generous assistance. Zhong Lirui quickly heaped praise on them, seamlessly transitioning into a shower of flattery. You, Dean Huang said sullenly. He knew full well that Zhong Lirui was flattering his professors, who were the most esteemed. However, despite the flattery, rationally speaking, it seemed that only the awakened under his command could handle this task. It was their unshirkable duty. But Governor Zhong, we have conditions, Dean Huang said sternly, interrupting Zhong Lirui's words of gratitude. Zhong Lirui was stunned for a moment, then said sternly, Go ahead, Dean Huang. As long as we can, we do our best. Dean Huang glanced around at the awakened present, then slowly began, We help you solve your food problem, but as a basic guarantee, I hope your security forces will ensure the safety of us awakened. Don't let us help you get food, and then you, the living citizens, just treat us like ordinary zombies and snap us up. How could that be? Zhong Lirui laughed. Dean Huang, we were planning to livestream you. Livestream us zombies fishing? Dean Huang's zombie brain nearly went into overdrive. Are you complaining that we zombie teachers aren't dying fast enough? You little brat, are you trying to kill us? Dean Huang, why do you say that? Zhong Lirui spread his hands and said innocently, Dean Huang, you're wronging me. You little brat. Do you know why, after our awakening, the teachers and I didn't stay in school but instead retreated to the mountains? I know you were trying to avoid harming us survivors. That's one thing, but we also want to live. We're afraid you survivors will kill us. Dean Huang angrily pounded the ground with his shovel. That's why we chose to hide from the world. And now you're going to expose our existence live. Are you saying we're not dead enough? Quick, right? Dean Huang, listen to me. I'm not unaware of what you're saying. But think about it this way. If all the zombies in the world could return to a rational state like you, we could communicate with them, negotiate, and coexist with them. Instead of hacking, fighting, and shooting, Dean Huang, if the citizens knew that people like you exist, and that we're researching how to turn ordinary zombies back to your state, then in the eyes of these citizens, you would be the new dawn of hope in this dark world. Zhong Lirui clenched his fists tightly. If all the zombies in the world could return to being like us. The dawn of a new world. Dean Huang was stunned. Is this possible? It's possible, Dean Huang. Didn't we bring back 2 of the 3 children from the West this time? Didn't you forget? At this remark, all the awakened were stunned. Dean Huang was silent for a moment, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath, then slowly said, Governor Zhong, your words truly resonate with me. If we can truly achieve what you said, and restore the zombies to their senses, that would truly be the future we awakened have longed for. However, have you ever considered the panic and chaos this news would cause if it got out? Would people believe us? Would they see us as monsters, not the dawn of hope? Zhong Lirui replied firmly, Dean Huang, everything has a process. I know this is a difficult road, but someone has to take the first step. We can't give up hope out of fear. Furthermore, we will make thorough preparations and publicize your true situation in advance. Dean Huang nodded, his expression gradually becoming resolute. All right, Governor Zhong, since you're so confident, let's take a gamble. However, I have one condition. I must be present during the live broadcast. Zhong Lirui smiled and extended his hand. Of course, Dean Huang. If I'm the leader of the remaining citizens, then you're the leader of the awakened. And you're all our teachers. Zhong Lirui extended his hand. The 2 shook hands firmly. The awakened around them nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation and determination for the future. At the same time, several stealth helicopters once again arrived at the East City Special Zone. After landing, Several black figures in armor resembling those of the original type descended from their hatches. However, unlike Chen Jinkuan's Yuan-style armor, these armors have a single-eyed monitor on their heads. These are Chen Jinkuan's black-clad mechanical secret guards. Home Cradle. Operations Room. Mr. Chen, advanced reconnaissance teams 1 to 4 of the black-clad mechanical secret guards have been deployed, concealed in the building near where the singer was last spotted. Once the singer is found, you will personally lead the team to capture her. Well, is my original armor repaired? Yes. And, according to your suggestion, the helmet armor has been reinforced. Very good. How is the young lady? The young lady has been sleeping. Her vital signs indicate a lifespan of 1 year and 3 months. Xiaoyu, hold on. Dad will definitely heal you again. Dad will also. Be well, and watch your father bring your mother back. Chen Jinkuan sighed softly, his eyes then turning fierce. Singer, I will definitely get you. When Zhong Lirui led his team back, Chief Engineer Li from the Weapons Department arrived with a message. Captain Zhong Li, we finished the portable pistol-type anti-material weapon you ordered last time. Including the prototype, we now have 12. Shall we send them to you? Zhong Lirui then remembered that after Chen Jinkuan's attack a while ago, he had asked Engineer Li and his team to replicate a portable anti-material weapon similar to the Thunder 12.7mm pistol. It's ready? Zhong Lirui said excitedly. No need to send it. I personally lead the team to take a look and test fire it to see if it works well. Okay, we meet you in the Weapons Research Lab. Chapter 153. Swept by loneliness in the abyss of darkness, my soul seems trapped in the wilderness, silently whimpering. Humming the new song Reawakening, she learned from Di Xinyan. Gu Anqi tried out her cosplay in front of the mirror for her upcoming livestream. She modified it to resemble the original Wang Zhaojun from the pre-apocalyptic mobile game King of Glory. Gu Anqi was in a good mood. Touching the uniform, she couldn't help but feel a sweet sensation. While the cosplay uniform wasn't custom-made for her, simply fitting her height, it was something loose she had painstakingly found after leading a team of new SWAT recruits to raid the Ares Lake Animation and Film Base in the southeast of the city. Of course, they weren't just looking for uniforms for themselves. They were also tasked with locating usable live streaming and film equipment. Ultimately, the newly assembled SWAT team succeeded. In the semi-ruined film base, they actually found a suitable mobile phone, a gyroscopic stabilizer, and even lighting for assistance. I also found myself a few cosplay outfits. Otherwise, I only had the clothes I wore when I escaped from the hospital, and the medical uniform my master, Xinyan, had given me. The clothes I wore when I escaped were too torn, and live streaming in a nurse uniform didn't seem right. Just then, Leng Yufei entered the room and, seeing Gu Anqi, who had changed into a Wang Zhaojun cosplay, exclaimed, "Huh. Sister Anqi, you're so beautiful. Is this cosplay?" Compared to the other cosplays, the Wang Zhaojun costume with the oversized cape is the warmest for winter. Yes, Gu Anqi, now fully dressed, smiled with an elegant goddess-like smile. Fei, you're beautiful too. Don't look at your age now, you're a beauty. In a few years, you might even be prettier than me. As Gu Anqi and Leng Yufei were joking with each other, the sensors of the mass-produced black-clad mechanical guards, previously ambushed on the vantage point of a nearby building, picked up Gu Anqi's singing voice. A cold, mechanical voice. A singing voice with a wavelength similar to that in historical data has been detected. The singer is suspected to have been found. The reconnaissance mechanical guards immediately locked onto Gu Anqi. Instantly, several nearby cloaked black-clad mechanical guards communicated with each other and approached the hiding place of the first mechanical guard who had spotted Anqi. Home Cradle, Operations Room. Mr. Chen, the AI Kuan Lu reported coldly. In the home community area, our dispatched mechanical black-clad secret guards have detected a singer with a similar wavelength to the data you brought back. Confirmed, the singer is a young woman dressed in anime cosplay. The remaining 20 mechanical black-clad secret guards, all aboard the helicopter. Take 5 newly converted C3 enhanced airdrop capsules. Prepare my original battle armor and my anti-personnel stab automatic rifle. Prepare to assault the home community. Chen Jinkuan ordered coldly. Mr. Chen, this system has a combat suggestion, the AI Kuan Lu suggested. Speak. Mr. Chen, this system recommends that the assault force ambush the rooftops of nearby tall buildings. Don't rush to storm the home community. Historical data shows that the abandoned C0-S units number 1 to 2, as well as C0-S units number 5 to 12, are now completely out of control, unable to be stopped or monitored. We suspect the second young lady has completely rewritten the internal control procedures for each suit of armor. While their equipment may not be as visually invisible as the mechanical blackguards, their sensors will activate heat scanning mode once they detect our mechanical blackguards, rendering their cloaking power ineffective. Furthermore, while the C-0-S's combat effectiveness isn't as strong as the original Battlesuit Unit 01, it's comparable to the mechanical blackguards. If we storm, we face 5 new humans armed with armor-piercing weapons, 10 C-0-S units, and other armed human survivors within the community. The probability of successful capture is less than 30%. Less than 30%, and the singer must be captured intact. Okay, Kun-Lu, tell me about your improved battle plan. Then, Kun-Lu coldly recounted the plan, refined and polished by AI. After listening to the report, Chen Jingquan silently nodded. Okay, execute. At this moment, Chen Jingquan's eyes, like an eagle's stalk, darted toward the East City Special District. That morning, every citizen in the East City Special District who still had a cell phone activated their live stream. Many had damaged their phones during their displacement, but there was really no way around it. It was the end of the world, and there was nowhere to buy or repair them. At 9:30 a.m., the live stream began. Assisting Gu Anqi in the live stream were the second and third of the Zhao family siblings, as well as Lung Yufei from the Xianan family. Hello everyone, I'm your anchor Mushroom Kun. Today, I'm honored to be hosting the first live stream since the reconstruction of the East City Special Zone. At this moment, the comments suddenly became agitated, with some particularly striking, Mr. Mushroom. You're still alive. I watched your live stream before the apocalypse. My sister and I are both fans. She's here today. Mr. Mushroom? You're my brother's god. We love you. Huh? Isn't this a cosplay of Wang Xiaojun, the ice and snow flower, from King of Glory? This is my favorite hero. I rely on her to reach the Supreme Champion level every season. I love you. Why are my eyes so full of tears? I survived the apocalypse, and I live to see live streams again. The person above, +1, I'm the only one left in our class. You damn brat, I'm still alive, aren't I? Didn't you propose to me before we were rescued that day? Huh? Homeroom teacher? Why are you watching the live stream too? I thought we were doomed that day. I never had a girlfriend. So Don't think that just because Governor Zhongli personally led his men to rescue us, you can deny your guilt. I never had a boyfriend either. And you're here today saying I'm dead? You have to give me an explanation. Did I see something strange? No, brother, how could you possibly do that? Hero, you're the descendant of Yanghua confirmed. I admire you. This +1. This +250. Faced with the brief chaos in the comment room, Gu Anqi quickly brought the topic back to the topic. Everyone who's posting big rockets, pause for a moment. Listen to me. Today, I'm taking you to a unique place. The most mysterious and thrilling community in our East City Special District. The Awakened Community. Let me explain this to you. Most residents of the East City Special Zone haven't seen or even heard of the Awakened Community. That's not surprising. They've been living in Jinshan Forest Park. Also, please sit tight, catch your breath, and don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I say this 3 times. They're made up of zombies who regain their senses, The comments in the live stream room fell silent for a moment. But soon, after a brief lull, a torrent of comments surged in. What? Zombie community. What? Zombie community. +1. What? Zombie community. +409. This. Are you kidding me? This. Are you kidding me? +1. This. +201. It's terrifying. There's an entire community of zombies lurking among us. I'm so scared. Is this true? This is even scarier than werewolf. Yeah, Mr. Mushroom, please don't scare us. All the other kids and friends in our class have been eaten by zombies. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married my homeroom teacher. You're very reluctant to marry me, aren't you? Huh? No. Honey, I was wrong. Hero Yanghua, please stop showing off your affection. Then, Gu Anqi and her team focused their cameras on the awakened teachers harvesting their catch. Look, everyone. These people harvesting the catch are the teachers in the awakened community. Gu Anqi continued her enthusiastic explanation. Are they teachers? Gu Anqi immediately answered, yes, they were actually deans, professors, and teachers at the University of Technology. Really? I saw Teacher Li. Really? Oh my god, why is my teacher, Teacher Liao, here too? Are you two from Chungbei University of Technology? Yes, we're from the chemistry college community. At this moment, perhaps because Gu Anqi had gotten too close to the fish, Dr. Chow angrily said, "Little Gu, are you trying to kill yourself? I told you before, stay away from these fish. We're not afraid of them, but if they bite you, do you want to become a zombie streamer? You're such a clueless bitch." The crowd in the live stream room got a clear look at Dr. Chow's appearance through Gu Anqi's close-up. His face bore large stitches, and his hair, long uncut and even longer than Gu Anqi's, was long gone. He changed his clothes, but they were still tattered. Isn't this Dr. Chow from our school? Has he transformed into Frankenstein? Oh my god, upstairs +1, your metaphor is so apt, holy crap. Indeed, this doesn't look like a zombie, it looks like Frankenstein +1. Frankenstein solid evidence +1. Frankenstein solid evidence +1. 108. Gu Anqi noticed that everyone's fear of the awakened seemed to have eased. An idea struck her, and she interviewed Dr. Chow saying, "Dr. Chow, I'm sorry to bother you. Your presence here today is a good opportunity for us, our fellow citizens, to explain what precautions we should take when catching fish. You're the school doctor, and we need your professional advice." Dr. Chow's expression was met with immense satisfaction, and he continued, "Well, since everyone's here, I speak. First, let me emphasize that what I'm going to talk about today is extremely important. It's a matter of life and death, life and death. It's important, I say it 3 times. Seeing Dr. Chow's serious tone, Leng Yufei, the Zhao siblings, and the 3 special police officers guarding him, including Lu Shi, couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 154. Well, fellow citizens, I'm Dr. Chow Kong, formerly the school physician at Chungbei University of Technology. First and foremost, today, I'd like to discuss the current issue of eating fish. First and foremost, aquatic animals, especially those that live at night, are all infected with the zombie virus. Unless you're already a zombie like me, otherwise, do not fish or hunt without proper protective measures. A counterattack from the zombie-like animals could lead to a serious infection. I can't guarantee that after you transform into a zombie, you'll be able to transform back like me and be as easygoing. Dr. Chow is right. Before the militia rescue team found us, 30% of the people in our Lingchuan community died from hunting and fishing accidents. Friends of the Lingchuan community, stay strong. We all been there. Yes. Dr. Chow is right. Everyone, keep listening. Okay, +1. Then, in front of the camera, Dr. Chow picked up a zombie fish with red eyes, placed it on a stainless steel cutting board, and said solemnly, "First, the first step in dealing with this zombie fish, or prey, is to remove the head." As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Chow grabbed a nearby old-fashioned boning knife and, with a single swipe, chopped off the zombie fish's head cleanly and efficiently. Excellent knife skills. Isn't it said that zombies have uncoordinated limbs? How is Dr. Chow so skilled with a knife? Oh my god, is this Bear Grylls or Derek Reborn? Just remove the head and eat it? Dr. Chow, unconcerned with the bustle of the live stream, continued, "Besides removing the head, all the fish's internal organs must be removed. The concentration of the zombie virus in animal organs is too high to be removed by cooking with seasonings. This applies even to prey like zombie jackals, not fish." At this moment, Leng Yufei, who was standing nearby, explained, "Dr. Chow is absolutely right. I'm from the Shuguang community in the west of the city, and we used to prepare our prey this way. We've been hunting for months." Then, following the agreement he had previously made with Gu Anqi, Dr. Chow prepared scallions, star anise, and other seasonings and began to make fish soup on the spot. Oh my god! This, am I reading this correctly? Not only is there a live stream today, but it's also an exploration and food show. The live stream room was buzzing again. Dr. Chow, ignoring the drooling expressions of those around him, leisurely prepared the fish soup. "I made this fish soup according to traditional cooking methods, but I added some special seasonings. This is valuable information from a young woman from the Shuguang community. Scallions and star anise can significantly neutralize and reduce the level of the zombie virus." As Dr. Chow spoke, he expertly cut the fish into small pieces and added them to the pot. Everyone, watch. As the water in the pot boiled, the fish flesh gradually turned white and tender, emitting an enticing aroma. "Dr. Chow, is this really edible?" someone asked in the live stream. Dr. Chow smiled and replied, "Of course." Under the gaze of the citizens of Linganzhou, the fish soup was ready. Looking at the finished soup, Dr. Chow smiled and said, "Now, let's invite the ordinary guests here to try my fish soup." He then gestured to Ling Yufei to serve Gu Anqi a bowl. At this moment, looking at the fish soup made from the zombie fish handed to her by the zombie teacher, Gu Anqi silently repeated "it's okay" 3 times, and secretly told herself that Lung Yu and the others had eaten this kind of food for months without turning into zombies, so there must be no problem. Then, she took a deep breath and picked up the bowl of fragrant fish soup. Gu Anqi carefully took a sip, then another, and then a third. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of surprise crossed her face. "Wow, this fish soup tastes really good," she exclaimed excitedly, her voice filled with disbelief. The livestream audience watched this scene, sending comments expressing surprise and curiosity. Dr. Chow smiled at Gu Anqi, then turned to the camera and explained, "As I said before, the zombie virus can be contained with proper food handling. Now, we have more food options, and no longer have to worry about food safety." He paused, then continued, "Of course, we still need to be careful and ensure all ingredients are properly handled. If you're not a normal person with a zombie body like us, when handling animals, it's best to wear cut-resistant gloves with wire or iron rings. Remember to remove the head and internal organs, and add green onions and star anise." Did everyone remember that? Chow. Dr. Chow, we got it. Oh my god. I eat vegetarian food every day, with the occasional egg. Look at this fish soup, I'm drooling. Yeah, can I come too? I helped my awakened friends catch some fish. You're so hungry, are you? No, we awakened are all friends. Didn't we say it's okay? I'm not talking about the awakened teachers. I'm talking about those fish. One bite, and you ascend straight into the sky, believe it? Yeah. As Gu Anqi devoured the fish soup in front of everyone, the atmosphere in the livestream grew even more lively. At this moment, a black-clad mechanical guard lurking on the roof of a nearby building quietly reported, "General Chun, there are 14 C1 failed infected individuals on site. 3 fully armed Special Forces personnel, 2 ordinary civilians, 1 C1-S new human, and 1 target singer." The AI Kunlu then advised Chen Jinkun, who was leading the other 23 black-clad mechanical guards nearby, "General Chun, the target singer is currently located in a weak position. The success rate of a surprise attack and capture here is 89%. Hearing this, Chen Jinkun said dismissively, "Why 89%? What's so difficult about dealing with these 3 ordinary special forces? I think your replenishment strategy is good. The success rate is 99%, right? What about other factors?" Kunlu continued, "General Chun, 11% is because we're worried that we haven't cleared the area in time. The scene will be cleared, and the singer will be taken away. The guards and special forces from the home community will arrive to support them. That's a problem. This place is only a mile from the home community. And I've seen that they cleared the roads nearby. If armored vehicles arrive along with them, it'd be troublesome." Chen Jinkun pondered for a moment, a look of surprise in his eyes. "Wait. Why are there C1 failure infected people at the scene? And a naturally successful new human? Didn't those 3 special forces engage in a firefight with the 14 C1 failure infected people? No. Furthermore, we discovered that most of the C1 failure infected people at the scene were engaged in human production activities called fishing and unloading. And one of the C1 failure infected people was able to speak normally, interacted with the singer, and even cooked food for her." What? Chen Jinkun interrupted Kunlu report in disbelief. "Are the reconnaissance mechanical black-clad guards sure there are no data errors? Mr. Chen, you can see for yourself." With that, Chen Jinkun put on his holographic helmet and connected to the mechanical black-clad guard's main monitor. On the screen, he saw the dock workers and fishermen at the Changdong Bridge Wharf, acting like normal people, but the scan showed them to be zombies. And then, there was the chef cooking for Gu Anqi. The scans confirmed he was indeed a zombie, not a normal person, nor a new human. And Lung Yufei, standing beside Gu Anqi, was surprisingly one of the new humans present when he visited the home community that day. The little girl. Instantly, Chen Jinkun's brows furrowed. Kunlun, if they're conscious, even though they're C1 failure infected, what's the bonus to their strength? Mr. Chen, about 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. In other words, there are actually 15 unarmed new humans, and 3 fully armed ordinary human special forces on the scene, right? Yes, Mr. Chen. Your 89% is too high. Do you remember that new human boy, Ameo, who dared to fight me that day with 2 iron hooks? Yes. Mr. Chen, this was indeed my oversight. Excuse me, should we cancel the operation? No! Chen Jinquan's eyes flashed with determination. Airdrop all 5 C3s, and see if we can control those C1 failure infected. If we can, great. If not, use them to hold back the 14 C1 failure infected. Once the battle is stalemate, I take the 12 black-clad mechanical guards and kidnap the singer. Then, abandon the C3s and retreat. After Chen Jinquan issued his order, the AI Kunluo quickly executed it. A stealth helicopter, hidden nearby, appeared and dropped 5 C3-type biomonsters onto the open space at Chang'an Bridge Wharf. As these 5 biomonsters, standing between 2.3 and 2.5 meters tall, landed, they immediately made a loud noise. One of them even smashed a wooden box upon landing. The deafening noise startled the busy awakened professors. Gu Anqi, clutching her bowl of fish soup, was also startled. In her panic, she lost her grip and dropped the bowl with a shattering sound. Lu Shi, upon seeing this, immediately shielded Gu Anqi with his gun and called out to Shi Chengling and the other 2 new recruits, enemy attack. 5 C3s. Special police, deploy in combat protection formation. Dr. Chow, upon seeing this, shouted, colleagues, C3 attack. Grab your weapons. All the awakened present immediately grabbed their tools, primarily harpoons, shovels, and crowbars for loading and unloading boxes. 7 awakened professors, armed with long-handled shovels, instantly formed a 7-person Tai Chi stick formation. Despite the enemy attack, Lung Yufei kept her live-streaming phone, which she had left on the table while she ate her soup. Every citizen saw it. C3 Titan 5. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Plus 1001. We're right next to Chang'an Bridge, hold on. Chang'an Bridge community, support the militia, coming soon. At Governor Zhongli Rui. Something's happened. Lord Mushroom's livestream is under enemy attack. Requesting support. Meanwhile, Zhongli Rui, watching the live stream at the police station, was horrified. He quickly donned his military exoskeleton and picked up the intercom. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang. Assemble the special forces and the militia guards. Bring armored melee weapons and anti-material weapons. Move out. Support Chang'an Bridge Pier within 5 minutes. Neither fishing nor live streaming can be lost. Colonel Zhongli, why are you carrying anti-material weapons? 5 C3s shouldn't be too difficult to defeat. I'm worried it's just a cover. I couldn't penetrate Chen Jinquan's black armor last time. I'm worried he's nearby and has a backup plan. Got it. With that, Zhongli Rui, already donning his exoskeleton, he always wears other body armor upon waking up, touched the massive Thunderbolt 12.7mm pistol at his waist, his eyes sharp. He quickly left the police station. As mentioned previously, the Thunderbolt 12.7mm pistol uses full-power 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammunition. It's an anti-material weapon, and much larger than a typical pistol. Meanwhile, Chen Jinquan, observing from the side, looked even more grimly. That's a Bagua stick formation. Are these guys actually martial artists? The C3 landed, staring at the awakened before him, activating the strange organ in his throat to try to control them. However, after their strange howling continued for a long time, the awakened simply rushed forward with various weapons and beat them violently. Howl, howl, howl. Howl your sister? You still want to control me? No way. Professor Liao, holding a shovel, smashed hard into the head of the stunned C3 leader. The C3 quickly stopped howling and raised his hands to block. More and more awakened joined the battle, and the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Watching this, Lu Shi and the other 2 were speechless. Captain Lu, the teachers are firing so recklessly, we can't shoot. We're afraid of hurting our own people. Stay in formation and wait. Look at these martial arts masters of mine. They seem to want to beat these C3s to death. Lu Shi touched his nose and said speechlessly. The live stream was already buzzing with excitement. Wow, I believe the awakened are formidable, right? Look, they're using shovels to crush those giant C3s. If it were me, I'd definitely have to use bombs. Well done. Well done. +1. Leave us some. The people from Taixinkyo community are ready. Our militia will be coming soon to support us. Nighthawk added a comment, hold on. We from Huaduo community will be sending 3 sharpshooters to support us right away. With that, she grabbed the powerful semi-automatic compound crossbow that Zhongli Rui had secretly gifted her and left the room. Outside, Agui was already waiting for her, carrying a 98K. Seeing the C3 completely ineffective against the awakened, and being outgunned, Chen Jinquan was furious. Follow me. Chapter 155. Lu Shi and 3 other special police officers had been protecting Gu Anqi and the second and third sons of the Zhao family. At this point, the second and third sons, though not wearing armor, had drawn their pistols and were ready for battle. "Mr. Mushroom, Chief Lu, we're here to support," a voice shouted from the highway. Lu Shi looked in the direction of the voice and saw 5 Chengdunkyo militiamen in security armor, armed with dual-purpose compound crossbows, approaching to provide support. "Thank you." Lu Shi saluted them. "Reinforcements are here." Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Gu Anqi and the Zhao siblings felt reassured. "Mr. Chen, we have 5 new, nearly fully armed personnel on the scene. Don't worry. Their light weapons can't penetrate the original armor or the armor of the black-clad secret guards." Quick victory. Chen Jinquan gave the order as he led 12 mechanical black-clad secret guards, disengaging their stealth mode and charging straight for Gu Anqi's position. When they were within a little over 10 meters of Lu Shi and the other 8, the original armor and the black-clad secret guards released their stealth mode. Faced with the sudden appearance of 13 black mobile armored units from just 10 meters away, Lu Shi was horrified. "New enemy attack. Be careful. Open fire." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shi, along with 3 special police officers, 5 militiamen from Chengdong Bridge, and the 3 Zhao siblings, opened fire with all manner of light weapons. Instantly, the clanging sound of bullets and crossbow bolts hitting the armor was deafening. Dr. Chow turned and saw, "Not good. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west." However, at this moment, the 14 awakened were being held back by 5 C3S. Although the C3S were being outgunned by the awakened, their regenerative abilities and strength were still far greater than theirs. If the awakened hadn't mastered staff techniques and formations, they would have been no match for the C3S. See the extra, setting episode 1 for details. Faced with the fire from the SWAT and militia, the black armored bodies remained unscathed. 2 militiamen attempted to unleash explosives, but the mechanical black-clad dark guards unleashed a barrage of fire from their electromagnetic automatic rifles. The 2 militiamen collapsed in a pool of blood. As mentioned earlier, standard security gear is not bulletproof. In everyday life, the protective gear commonly worn by community security personnel is primarily stab-proof vests designed to protect against knife and dagger stabs, not bulletproof vests. Therefore, if they were actually shot, the consequences are predictable. Whoa. No. Gu Anqi covered her mouth and cried in horror, tears streaming down her face, as she watched the malicious spectators, who had come to support her, being killed. But before she had time to grieve, 13 black armored bodies were already closing in, firing. Soon, due to the disparity in firepower and weaponry, the 5 militiamen from Chengdunkyo community who had come to support were completely wiped out. The SWAT and the Zhao siblings had run out of ammunition. The SWAT officers, exhausted of ammunition, drew their shields and fire axes, ready for a decisive battle. The remaining few employ suppression tactics. They're too close to the singer. Halt your fire, and fire stun grenades and flashbangs first, Chen Jinquan commanded coldly from his mech. 2 stun grenades and a flashbang were instantly launched at the defensive SWAT formation. "Open your mouth. Close your eyes," Lu Shi shouted. Although the SWAT officers had undergone rigorous training, the power of the stun grenades and flashbangs temporarily incapacitated them. In contrast, the Zhao siblings, untrained in professional training, had already fainted from the shock. Gu Anqi, having listened to Lu Shi's explanations and followed his instructions, managed to stay conscious. Because Lung Yufei fainted, the live stream phone stand fell to the ground. The viewers, watching on the tilted screens, watched the oppressive black armor approach. "Damn it! Who is this? Who else could it be? It must be the Changsheng Life Science Group's lackeys. Are they that strong? All the brothers at Chengdong Bridge are dead. Damn it! Are they just going to kill us civilians? Where is justice?" The live stream was filled with angry voices. When Gu Anqi regained consciousness, only Lu Shi was left, barely holding on, of the 3 special police officers. The other 2 had already been killed by the mechanical guards and thrown aside. "Ha, ha," Lu Shi gasped, barely saying to Gu Anqi, "Wife, stand up and run. Arue and the others will be here soon to support us. I love you, stay alive. I propose to you in my next life." With that, Lu Shi decisively charged towards the leading black armored figure, shield and axe in hand. "No! Shizi, come back. No!" Gu Anqi cried, reaching out her hand. The visor of the leading mech opened, revealing a human face, Chen Jinquan. Chen Jinquan only then took a serious look at the face of the singer's last guard. He noticed something familiar about the young man's features. Suddenly, he recognized that the one attacking him was none other than Chen Xiaoya's classmate, Lu Shi. Why are all these kids? As if a flicker of pity crossed his mind, he retracted the three-edged armor-piercing bayonet that had already been extended from his wrist. He quickly stepped forward, activated the special high-voltage electric shock device on his right hand, and punched Lu Shi in the abdomen, activating the device. Lu Shi froze. 3 seconds later, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the broken weapon in his hand fell. His tall, muscular body collapsed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The livestream exploded. Director Lu Shi. No! No! Ah! No! Ah! Husband. Gu Anqi clutched at the wig she was wearing today, her eyes wide open, and she screamed. Chen Jinquan, expressionless, stepped around Lu Shi and gave a calm order. Knock out the singer and take her away. A mechanical guard stepped forward, knocked the still screaming Gu Anqi unconscious, and carried her away. Prepare for evacuation, Chen Jinquan ordered calmly, seeing that Gu Anqi had been captured. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and sparks erupted from the neck of the mechanical guard that had previously captured Gu Anqi. The guard's movements noticeably slowed. Black-clad mechanical dark guard number 04 suffered a suspected anti-material weapon attack on the neck, damaging his abilities. From a distant vantage point, Nighthawk, temporarily assisting as an observer, exclaimed in amazement, "Agui, is your 98K an anti-material rifle?" Agui simply replied, "This is an old, high-powered rifle used by the Third Reich during World War II. It's far inferior to its successor, the M82. Alas, if it were 100 meters away, I guarantee I could penetrate its armor. The 98K can penetrate 10mm steel plate within 100 meters. What a shame. We're at least 200 meters away, and the bullets are running out of steam." Agui's explanation is completely factual. During World War II, veterans used the 98K and 7.92 caliber armor-piercing bullets to partially destroy vulnerable tanks or jeeps. Note that unless you have a titanium alloy level 3 helmet, a direct hit on the helmet by a 98K with an effective range is a near certain death. Hence, the 98K has a nickname, Hans's Lover. Oh no! Anti-material and anti-armor forces are arriving. With that, Chen Jinquan donned his helmet and, with a flick of his body, took Gu Anqi from the impaired secret guard number 4. Warning! Approximately 40 special forces troops approaching, including 2 new humans and 10 super soldiers. The AI Kunlu warned. Zhongli Rui is here. Objective achieved, retreat. At this moment, Agui fired a second shot at the neck of Chen Jinquan's armor. 8% damage to the armor structure, 3% damage to the optical camouflage, slightly affecting invisibility. The AI Kunlu reported the damage. Oh my god! Still too far. This armor is so tough, even a neck shot won't work. Next time, I definitely get an anti-material sniper. Agui exclaimed angrily. Looking at the one remaining armor-piercing bullet, Agui, unwilling to give up, loaded his rifle and fired at a nearby armored vehicle. This time, the armored vehicle was hit in the neck again, sparks flying. Black-clad mechanical secret guard number 02 suffered a suspected anti-material weapon attack on the neck, slightly affecting its cloaking and mobility. We can't stay here any longer. Watching his black-clad secret guard being repeatedly wounded by suspected anti-material weapons, Chen Jinquan, looking at the sniper's firing position, which Kunlu had already calculated, asked, "Have you chosen your retreat route? Master Chen, please follow this route." Just then, Zhong Lirui, fully armed with his personal guards and special forces, finally arrived at the scene. "Chen Jinquan, put Anqi down." Zhong Lirui roared angrily, aiming his thunderbolt pistol at Chen Jinquan. "Master Chen, evacuate. He's holding a high-powered anti-material weapon." The AI Kunlu said anxiously. "The route has been chosen. I suggest leaving the damaged secret guard and 4 other secret guards behind to cover your retreat. The rest of you should evacuate immediately." "Execute." After commanding the AI, Chen Jinquan said to Zhong Lirui, "I'm taking the singer away today. I won't play with you kids anymore." Zhong Lirui was stunned. The singer? Could it be that Chen Jinquan had discovered the secret of Disinian's singing power? The question is, if Chen Jinquan had discovered the singer, why did he capture Gu Anqi? During this moment of daze, the mechanical black-clad guards beside Chen Jinquan launched a smoke bomb, and instantly, a thick cloud of smoke filled the area. "Oh no! They're trying to escape." Zhong Lirui hurriedly ordered the guards to attack. Xiaofeng led the guards forward, but 4 mechanical black-clad guards burst out from the smoke and pounced on the guards, activating their 3-dimensional maneuverable jump devices. For a moment, the mechanical black-clad guards and the guards exchanged gunfire and leaps in the air, like a dogfight, the action becoming extremely lively. Xiaofeng. Guards, use anti-material pistols. Zhong Lirui commanded from the ground. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng immediately switched to his newly made 12.7mm anti-material pistol upon landing. After loading the rounds, he aimed at one of the black-clad mechanical guards and fired. The anti-material pistol unleashed a terrifying 1.4-meter-long burst of flame. A large hole had been torn in the armor on the black-clad mechanical guard's chest, sending sparks flying from within. It fell helplessly to the ground, the red light on its head-mounted display fading. It fell silent. Then, under the powerful fire of the guard's upgraded anti-material pistols, the remaining 3 mechanical guards were shot down one after another, unable to fight any further. When the smoke cleared, Chen Jinquan, Gu Anqi, and the remaining black-clad mechanical guards had vanished. "Damn it!" Zhong Lirui exclaimed angrily. Immediately, he raised his hand, his lightning pistol, and fired a single round at the chest of mechanical black guard number 4, still in a corner but struggling to move. At close range, he fired. A startling hole also appeared in the chest armor of mechanical black guard number 4, sparks erupting from within, and it fell completely silent. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, radar scan, where are they?" "Sir, they activated stealth mode, and our detectors can't find them." "Switch to heat source detection mode." Xiaofeng was stunned, then nodded and switched to scan mode. "Sir, they're rapidly retreating westward out of the tall building. Medical team, stay and tend to the wounded. The rest of you follow me." Chen Jinquan, leading 7 mechanical black guards, used a 3-dimensional maneuvering device to reach the helicopter at the retreat point. "Call back the remaining ones," Chen Jinquan said coldly. "General Chen units 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, who were left behind, have all been severely damaged by anti-material weapons and are offline." Chen Jinquan's eyes widened. "Zhong Lirui, you're a ruthless person. Last time we fought, you actually prepared weapons that can deal with my armor this time." "Okay. General Chen, as you expected, the radar shows that the Royal Guards have probably used heat scan tracking. They and the Special Forces are already pursuing our retreat point." "Forget it. Objective achieved. Today's losses were somewhat unexpected. Let's retreat back to the cradle of home." "Yes, General Chen." When Zhong Lirui led his troops, following the heat source reaction, they saw the helicopter on the roof had already taken off. At this point, Wang Gang asked Zhong Lirui, "Captain, should we shoot it down with an RPG?" Zhong Lirui gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said, "Angel is up there." Wang Gang was stunned, his expression becoming extremely distressed. Concerned for Gu Anqi's safety, the soldiers could only watch helplessly as the helicopter activated stealth mode and flew away. "Damn it!" Thinking of the militiamen lying in a pool of blood on the dock, the 2 new SWAT recruits, the seriously injured and unconscious Lu Shi, and the kidnapped Gu Anqi, Zhong Lirui punched a nearby telephone pole. Chapter 156. In the Home Community Health Center, Di Xinyan was frantically administering first aid to Lu Shi in the emergency room, when Ying was treating the minor injuries. In the square outside the ward, 7 bodies lay quietly. They were SWAT recruit Shi Chongling, SWAT recruit Zhang Wenhao, and 5 militiamen from the Chengdong Bridge community. A careful examination by the medics revealed that all 7 had been killed by headshots with electromagnetic automatic rifles. Zhong Lirui clenched his fists, knowing that with their heads destroyed, there was no chance of resurrection. In the raid that day, 7 people from the Chengdong community died permanently, and 9 were injured, 2 civilians, 1 new human, and 6 awakened. The Changsheng Life Science Group's assault force also lost 5 mechanical black guards and 5 C3 monsters. The 5 C3s were ultimately either smashed in the head with shovels by the awakened, or torn to pieces by the special forces and militia that arrived later. The scene was horrific. The SWAT officers who arrived wept over the bodies of their 2 fallen comrades. They were all former students of the police academy community. Shi Chongling, who died, wasn't originally a student of the police academy community. After watching the live broadcast of the public trial, he sought out students from the police academy community and volunteered to join the Chengdong community SWAT team. The other SWAT officer who died, Zhang Wenhao, was a former martial arts expert from the police academy community. Both had participated in the Home Alliance Defense War and the subsequent westward patrol to rescue citizens. Before their deaths, Both were already combat heroes with distinguished military service. Mu Sai, the former leader of the police academy community and current deputy chief, wept as he slipped a police badge into Shi Qingling's jacket pocket. Good brother, you are a good SWAT officer, a good police officer, a hero. The militiamen of the Chengdong Bridge community were also veterans of the former Homeland Alliance. This day was the heaviest in casualties since the establishment of the Chengdong Special District. Also, of the Zhao siblings, Leng Yufei suffered only minor injuries. Leng Yufei sat near the greenhouse, eyes vacant, her face buried in her hands, sobbing softly. I was useless, I was useless. I watched helplessly as Sister Anchi was captured by the great demon. Sob. Leng Yu stepped forward, embraced his sister, Leng Yufei, and silently stroked her head. She turned her head, looking worriedly at the door to the emergency room. Lu Shi, who was currently being rescued, was also her benefactor. It was he and Zhong Lirui, along with a well-equipped army, who had saved her sister and Su Ziming from certain death. Soon, Di Xinyan emerged. She took off her mask. Dean Di, how's Chief Lu? The new SWAT recruits rose and gathered around. Di Xinyan glanced at the SWAT officers, then turned to Zhong Lirui, her expression serious. Governor, Chief Lu is in critical condition. We need your approval for some emergency measures. Please proceed to the emergency room. You're not only his friend, but also his old classmate. He has no family now, so some treatment plans require your approval. As soon as Di Xinyan said this, the SWAT officers immediately made way for Zhong Lirui. They understood Di Xinyan to mean, the chief needs emergency treatment and needs his family's signature. Now that he has no family, we have to rely on his classmates. Governor, we're counting on you. A group of new SWAT recruits cried anxiously. Zhong Lirui had already gotten a hint from Di Xinyan's eyes. As a normal person, rescuing Lu Shi was likely imminently failing. He was being asked to go in, asking him to choose whether to let Lu Shi die as a mortal or be reborn as a new human. I understand. I go. Everyone wait. Zhong Lirui sighed, stepped out of the group, and followed Di Xinyan into the emergency room. Entering the emergency room, Zhong Lirui saw, as expected, that Lu Shi's heartbeat had stopped on the vital signs. Rui, Shizi is your classmate, your lifelong friend. Whether to revive him or give him a quick death, now that Anqi is gone, the decision is yours, Di Xinyan said coldly. Ai Shirley and Lu Mingqi, the assistant standing by, asked in surprise, Master, what do you mean? You have a way to save Director Lu, but you don't do it immediately? And you need Brother Rui's approval? I know what Xinyan means, Zhong Lirui sighed. Mingqi, do you remember those 3 questions Xinyan asked you? Now, I want to tell you, sometimes the living suffer the most. Now, Shizi will be in great pain when he comes back to life. Anqi has been captured by Changsheng Life Science Group, and the new special police recruits he painstakingly trained have perished. This damn consortium has destroyed everything he had for the second time. Now, if I resurrect him as a new human, I'm not sure if it's too cruel for him to have to live and face all this. He has to live and face his life completely shattered for the second time. But today, I have to be selfish for once. I simply cannot bear to watch my brother, my lifelong friend, die in vain. Xinyan, I think, save him. If Shizi blames me when he wakes up, then blame me. After spouting these words, Zhong Lirui's eyes lit up with determination. Lu Mingqi and Ai Shirley were stunned speechless. After making his decision, Zhong Lirui called Xiaofeng into the room to assist, and be on the lookout for any unforeseen events. After Di Xinyan's singing therapy, Lu Shi's heartbeat returned 15 minutes later. Zhong Lirui noticed Lu Shi's eyelids fluttering and hurriedly tried to untie the bandages, but it was too late. Ah! Give Anqi back to me. Lu Shi, suddenly awake, tore through the 2 bandages and lunged at Ai Shirley. I'm not Anqi. Brother Shi, stop! Ai Shirley's face paled with fear. Seeing their furious brother's claws about to reach Ai Shirley, Zhong Lirui and Xiaofeng joined in, using their grappling techniques to pin Lu Shi back to the bed. Ah! Let me go, let me go! Lu Shi roared angrily. Calm down. Shizi, it's me. Rui. You're okay. Wake up. Don't be impulsive. Zhong Lirui shouted as he held Lu Shi down. Ha. Rui? Wasn't I killed by Qin Jinkuan? Lu Shi's eyes turned confused. Zhong Lirui hesitated for a moment, then decided to be honest. Brother, listen to me. Just now you did die. As an ordinary human, you have indeed died once. I died? How could that be possible? Then what about you? Have I been reborn? You have been reborn. I actually experienced this kind of rebirth before. Zhonglirui said calmly, Shizi, you are no longer an ordinary human. You are like me, your sister-in-law, Amao, Mengqi, and my daughter Xiaofeng, the other 10. You have the physique of a super soldier, or what could be called a new human. Huh? Lu Shi's mouth dropped open. Then, Zhonglirui did it again. This was the third time. The first was Amao. The second was Lung Yufei and Su Ziming. After rescuing them, Zhonglirui and Xiao Feng had specifically educated them on the basics of the new human race. 15 minutes later. So, I'm dead, that's true. And she was abducted by Changsheng Life Science, the company responsible for the zombie apocalypse. That's also true. Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhang, they're dead, that's also true. And those 5 people from Chengdongqiu community who enthusiastically came to help are dead, that's also true. Zhonglirui lowered his head and added with some reluctance. Rui, can they be like me? Lu Shi forced her head up, a hopeful look in her eyes. Although she knew it was cruel, Zhonglirui chose to shake his head frankly. They're not like you. They were shot in the head, their brains destroyed. They're completely dead, with no chance of rebirth. Brain destroyed. Completely dead. Lu Shi suddenly recalled the moment he confronted Captain Song and ended his suffering. His eyes were dazed. What? What? Ah. The tall and strong Lu Shi lowered his voice and began to wail softly. Zhonglirui tilted his head back, trying to stop the tears from falling. However, they flowed down his nasopharynx into his throat. In the room, all the women, except Xiaofeng, were weeping. Although Xiaofeng didn't cry, she felt deeply saddened as she watched the once cheerful Uncle Lu Shi now so grief-stricken. Her heart was heavy. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Shi stopped crying. He stood up, his eyes blazing with black flames. Rui, I beg you for a few things. Go ahead. First, give me the address of Chongshen's headquarters. Second, give me a car. Third, give me enough weapons and supplies. What are you going to do? Zhonglirui asked warily. Even though I just explained to you that you indeed become a new human, far more powerful than ordinary people, are you foolish enough to go and die alone? Rui. Lu Shi leaped up again, grabbing Zhonglirui's shoulders. I'm going to rescue Enqi. I'm going to propose to her. She must be terrified and helpless. She must still be alive. Otherwise, why would that Chen Jinkun kidnap her? I have nothing left. All I have left is Enqi. I want to save her. Looking at Lu Shi at this moment, Zhonglirui couldn't help but recall the time when he wanted to single-handedly rescue Xiaoya. It was such a similar scene. Only now, his position and Lu Shi's were reversed. Lu Shi, good brother, listen to me. Calm down. Why did Chen Jinkun make such a fuss to kidnap Enqi? He must have a purpose. So, considering this point, Enqi won't die anytime soon. Secondly, the heinous crimes he committed against our Chengdong Special District. No, against our hometown, Lingnan Prefecture, against all of Daqian, against the entire Blue Star in the world, can't just go on like this. We must recapture Enqi, and we must also seek justice for our fallen comrades. This is a serious matter. You calm down. We need to take a long-term view and be fully prepared. You've seen similar movies and played similar games before. What will happen to a foolish security team that rushes into a dungeon without adequate preparation and manpower? Lu Shi suddenly calmed down and stopped moving. Seeing that Lu Shi had listened, Zhonglirui thought for a moment and said, Brother, you need to recover first. Also, you need training. I need training? Yes. Zhonglirui looked at him calmly. Brother, listen to me. If you want to recapture Enqi and successfully achieve revenge, then train hard. The combat methods of the new humans are very different from those of ordinary humans. Lu Shi clenched his fists for a long time without saying anything. After a long pause, he sighed, Okay, let's sharpen our swords first. Also, Zhonglirui patted Lu Shi's shoulder. Brother, I know you've just been resurrected and are in a very bad state. But those special police officers and students outside are eagerly waiting for you. Without you, they're like children without parents, their hearts broken. You know, they were standing guard outside while you were rescuing them. They are, after all, your family. Lu Shi's eyes were moved. Then he said slowly, I know what you mean. I will avenge Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhang. Come on, brothers. Let's go meet these enthusiastic police academy students. Chapter 157. When Lu Shi and Zhong Lirui emerged from the emergency room, the waiting SWAT recruits were all shocked. "Captain Lu, you're all right." The recruits erupted in excitement. Zhong Lirui raised his hand, signaling for silence. The recruits immediately fell silent. Then, at Zhong Lirui's signal, Lu Shi stepped forward, took a deep breath, and said, "My enthusiastic and noble colleagues. Today, our Chengdong Special District Police have suffered their heaviest loss since its establishment. In the brutal attack by Changsheng Life Science Group, 2 of our police heroes and 5 noble militia members who came to support us have perished. The enemy we face is ruthless and merciless, using any means necessary to destroy our resolve to uphold justice. But I want to tell you, no matter how powerful the enemy, we will not retreat. Today, we have lost comrades, but we will not lose our will to fight. We must turn our grief into strength. Everyone, we remain the guardians of law and order in Ling'an province. We are police officers, we are SWAT." As Lu Shi finished speaking, the SWAT officers erupted in applause. Looking at the returning light among the new SWAT recruits, Lu Shi felt a small sense of relief. Rebuilding Ling'an province's legal and social system had always been his dream. So, these guardians of the law must first not lose hope and faith. Suddenly, he felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body lurched, and he fell sideways. "Chief Lu!" the SWAT officers exclaimed. Zhong Lirui quickly supported Lu Shi and said to the others, "Everyone, go back. Chief Lu has just passed critical care, and needs to recuperate." Deputy Chief Mu, formerly the leader of the police academy community, now Lu Shi's deputy, you will temporarily take over the duties, leading everyone in training and maintaining public order in the special zone. Don't worry, we go together to seek justice from Changsheng Life Science Group later. Don't worry, Governor. Chief Lu, please rest assured. I take care of the SWAT training for now, Mu saluted. Lu Shi reluctantly nodded. Please, Deputy Chief Mu. Then, the SWAT officers left under Deputy Chief Mu's leadership. Zhong Lirui supported Lu Shi back to the ward. Brother, although we knew humans have strong self-healing abilities, internal organ damage will fully recover over time and without any hidden dangers. We are not, after all, a perverted regeneration freak like C2, who can regenerate to full health in just 30 minutes. I learned my lesson today. Lu Shi shook his head with a wry smile. I thought becoming like Xiaofeng would make me truly invincible. You're overthinking it. Zhong Lirui shook his head. 2 of my daughter's sisters were killed by C2 in hand-to-hand combat, Tiger and Rabbit. Furthermore, even when Xiaofeng faced the self-destructing enhanced C2 with a heavy machine gun and almost died. We knew humans are far from invincible. We're just much stronger than ordinary humans. Brother, as a new human, you're my senior. I listened to you, that's all. Well, you should rest today. Don't worry, with our healing abilities, we'd be fully recovered in a day or 2. Unless the injury is extremely serious. The last time Xiaofeng forcibly pulled out the neuron socket in the back of her neck, it was a serious injury. She still fought hard, which is why Zhong Lirui needed a blood transfusion later. Okay. What about you? Lu Shi asked, turning his head. I have someone to see. Zhong Lirui sighed. A text message had been sitting on his phone for a long time. Qin Xiaoyao, brother, I wait for you on the rooftop. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and radioed Xiaofeng to follow him. At this moment, night had fallen. Stars twinkled, the moon hung high. With the end of the industrial pollution era, even the city's sky appeared clear and magnificent. When Zhong Lirui and Xiaofeng pushed open the rooftop door, Qin Xiaoyao was squatting in the corner, pistol in hand, silently weeping for a long time. Hearing Zhong Lirui's footsteps, Qin Xiaoyao wiped away a tear and turned his head. Senior Zhong Lirui, Senior Lu Shi. Shizi successfully transformed into a new human. But he's still weak and recuperating, Zhong Lirui said calmly. Transformed? Is he dead? Qin Xiaoyao asked in a trembling voice. Yes. He was successfully transformed and resurrected after death, just like Ameo and Lun Yufei. Zhong Lirui noticed the change in Qin Xiaoyao's address and asked, Xiaoyao, why don't you call me brother anymore? Sure enough, Dad. No, Chen Zhenkuan killed Senior Lu Shi. I'm not worthy of being your sister. Qin Xiaoyao's tears streamed down her face again. I don't deserve to love you. I don't deserve to be part of your family. I don't deserve to enjoy your tolerance and tenderness. Our whole family is sinners. My sinful father has hurt us all time and again. As he spoke, Qin Xiaoyao slowly raised the pistol, intending to point it at his own temple. Already alert and on guard, Zhong Lirui rushed over at 60 miles per hour, snatched Qin Xiaoyao's pistol, and pinned her to the ground, Sister, don't do this. Be strong. Why are you stopping me? Why should I be strong? Simply by accepting your protection. I already killed Rabbit and Tiger, and recently, I almost killed Xiaofeng. These good children call me Auntie. But I will never forget the harm our family has inflicted on them. I'm not clean either. I'm guilty. I'm an ominous sinner. Senior, let me go, and let me end this sinful life. Lying on the ground, Qin Xiaoyao could only silently shed tears, desperate to die. She knew Zhong Lirui was holding her down like this, fearing she would commit suicide again. Xiaoyao, don't blame yourself for the mistakes of others. I know you won't listen to false comfort. Well, perhaps what you say is true. Your family is indeed the culprit behind the destruction of the world. But I still say, you are you, and your father is your father. And, while you may bear the guilt for destroying the world, my friends in the community, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Where do I owe you a debt of gratitude? Xiaoyao was a little confused. You contributed to the early days of our community. Later, when we were able to survive our most difficult times, how did Xiaofeng and the others help us? Wasn't it all because of you? Honestly, if it weren't for you and Xiaofeng, our community would have struggled to survive in the beginning. And later, when facing challenge after challenge, Xiaofeng and the others' formidable fighting power was one of my greatest sources of confidence in keeping everyone safe. You may not believe it, but the fact that our community has come this far is truly due to you. It's because of you, and the strength of Xiaofeng and the others, that we were able to rebuild this home in Lingyan Prefecture. From what you're saying, you think Xiaofeng and I are just a gift package for newbies? Xiaoyao was speechless. From a pragmatic perspective, I don't deny this effect, Zhong Lirui said frankly. But you know me, I always been nostalgic. Before, you were my junior, my partner. Xiaofeng was an uninvited guest, your bodyguard. Now you're my sister, my family. And Xiaofeng is now my daughter. I, Zhong Lirui, never break a promise I made. Sister, as your family, I advise you not to dwell on this, and certainly not to commit suicide. Senior. Qin Xiaoyao looked at Zhong Lirui with a complicated expression. You're really stubborn. I'm not fickle. Zhong Lirui smiled gently. You know that. Ah. Qin Xiaoyao sighed deeply. I listen to you. I won't commit suicide. Also, I hope you don't go back on your word. Zhong Lirui looked Qin Xiaoyao in the eye seriously. I don't know what you think, but I'm serious about our sworn brotherhood. I sincerely hope that we can walk through these long, dark times together as a family. Xiaoyao, call me brother. Zhongli. Brother. Qin Xiaoyao reluctantly returned to his original address. That's more or less the case. Zhong Lirui breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, I came to see you today because, firstly, I'm worried you might be in trouble. Secondly, I need your help. Help? What else can I do for you? Qin Xiaoyao hesitated. I'm already doing well by not harming you any further. I need your brilliant mind to help me analyze this. Why did your father choose Gu Anqi as his kidnapping target this time? Zhong Lirui said seriously. You know, after your father's sudden attack last time, I was worried you might be in danger, or that he might discover Sun Yan's secret as a singer. That's why I asked the military to prepare portable anti-material weapons, and deployed heavy troops and defenses here. But I really don't understand why your father would capture Anqi, a completely unrelated online celebrity. Is he trying to force her to perform cosplay to relieve her boredom, or is he trying to abduct her, and use her uniforms to seduce her, and find you a stepmother? Senior. My dad may be a lunatic, but he's incredibly loyal to my mom. You're going too far. Qin Xiaoyao was irritated by Zhong Lirui's slightly off-key remarks, but then she fell into thought, saying, Angel. Could it be? I remember, I suspect Angel is also a singer. What? Zhong Lirui's eyes widened. At this moment, Xiaofeng, standing nearby, asked in confusion, Dad, how long are you going to stay with second aunt? It seems like if you keep this up, it'd be a disaster if Mom finds out. Have you forgotten what happened with first aunt last time? At Xiaofeng's reminder, Zhong Lirui hurriedly got up from Qin Xiaoyao, his face flushing like a rooster. Qin Xiaoyao sat up as well, smiling a slightly bitter smile. Zhong Lirui didn't dwell on this for long, turning the conversation back to Anqi. Xian Yin is a singer. This has been verified by Xiaofeng, Tengxi, and Zhu Su. But how could Anqi also be a singer? Do you remember the strange things that happened to Anqi and Xian Yin the first day Xiaofeng and the others came to see me? You mean? Zhong Lirui was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Looking at Xiaofeng before him, he flashed back to the day they first raided the home community and attempted to kidnap Xiaoyao. I remember now. Sun Yan and Xiaofeng once had the ability to immobilize Xiaofeng and the others with word spirits. It wasn't a word spirit, Qin Xiaoyao explained calmly. Xiaofeng and the others were immobilized because their command chips were designed to receive commands from specific wavelengths of sound and brain waves. Previously, they were configured to receive commands from my father, mother, eldest sister, and me. Of course, the four of us had different priorities. After Xiaofeng and the others found me, my eldest sister actually gave me her priority. However, my authority was still not as high as my father's. Now, they removed their command chips, and we reprogrammed their armor. They're now completely free children. According to your explanation, Xinyan and Anqi's brainwaves and soundwave wavelengths are similar to your sister's, or your mother's? Yes. I suspect so. The zombie virus, developed under my mother's leadership, is actually a high-performance, self-reproducing nanorobot designed to transform ordinary people into powerful new humans. This was the original goal of the Longevity Project. Although this is just speculation, my mother has always been kind, ambitious, and persistent. Therefore, one of the conditions she programmed for the nanorobots to achieve high performance is likely to receive positive energy commands. And singing is an ancient and traditional way of transmitting positive energy. So, I suspect this is the mechanism behind why my sister-in-law's singing can guide the transformation of deceased individuals with nanobots, and even enhance the condition of Xiaofeng and you new humans. Your explanations are truly astonishing, Zhongli Rui said, perplexed. But I still can't understand why your father wanted to capture Anqi. To him, the Immortality Project is already abandoned. He's now producing C2 and C3 with such high conversion rates. He doesn't need singers anymore, right? Zhongli Rui then recalled Murong Changfeng's mention of C2 and C3 conversion rates exceeding 80%. Brother, your point makes sense. I find it strange too. So let me ask my eldest sister. She was actually the first to notice your successful transformation. She's been watching everything from the cradle of home base, so she might know the reason. Zhongli Rui nodded. Qin Xiaoyao then activated her custom high-tech hairpin, attempting to contact Qin Xiaoyu. After a long time, Qin Xiaoyu didn't respond. Suddenly, a cold voice connected with Qin Xiaoyao. Hello, second miss, I'm Kun Lu. Please temporarily cease your attempts to connect with the eldest lady's main consciousness. Due to a series of recent events, the eldest lady is once again critically ill. Her maximum life expectancy is only 1 year and 3 months. Furthermore, she has recently fallen into a coma due to excessive exertion. Qin Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth. Kun Lu. How could my sister become like this? Chapter 158. But Kun Lu didn't answer. Qin Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and said, Kun Lu, I'm issuing this order with authority equal to Qin Xiaoyu's. I request a report analyzing the reasons for Qin Xiaoyu's recent deterioration. Yes, sir. After a moment's pause, the AI Kun Lu finally obeyed. Then, Kun Lu repeated the analysis he had previously given to Qin Jingquan regarding the reasons for Qin Xiaoyu's fluctuating condition. After listening to Kun Lu's keynote, Qin Xiaoyao broke down again, sobbing, It's all because of me. It's all because of me. My sister's condition deteriorated because of me, forcing her to connect to Dad's original armor. I'm such a troublemaker. Sob. So, my dad wanted to take me back that day, probably because he wanted to help save my sister. He accidentally discovered the power of the singer, and then he accidentally discovered that Anqi was a singer. Chen Jingquan still hasn't discovered Di Xinyan is a singer. To save my sister, he spared no expense to kidnap Anqi. If I had gone back with him sooner, Senior Lu Shi wouldn't have died, the 2 SWAT officers wouldn't have died, and those militiamen wouldn't have died. This is all my fault. Sob. With this, Qin Xiaoyao rushed towards the building again. Helpless, Zhongli Rui and Xiao Feng naturally activated their speed. Xiao Feng, even in heavy armor, could still accelerate to 50 miles per hour to restrain her again. Xiaoyao calmed down. Zhongli Rui gripped her shoulders tightly, soothing her. Don't be too hard on yourself for what's already happened. The most important thing now is that we can't let any more tragedies happen. Looks like we need to head to the Cradle of Home underground fortress. We need to rescue Anqi and your sister. Rescuing my sister. Would it work? Qin Xiaoyao asked, his eyes hazy. My sister was poisoned by a deadly poison used by special agents for assassinations. Even the bodies of new humans can't withstand it. Although she was eventually saved, her blood-forming function has been damaged. Now, she's completely dependent on medical equipment to keep her alive. Taking her out of the incubator would be fatal. I just noticed something, Kun Luan said. Your sister heard the singing through Xiaofeng's armor, and her condition improved. extending her lifespan by 10 years, right? Zhong Lirui gazed calmly into Qin Xiuyu's eyes. According to the records, she sang the song on that day, the day Sinyan and I got married, when we were waiting for 22 hours. Just listening remotely had such an effect. What if we asked your sister-in-law to sing in person? Would your sister recover immediately? This isn't the first time Sinyan has done this in the emergency room. A glimmer of hope flashed in Qin Xiuyu's eyes upon hearing this, but it quickly dimmed. But my sister is currently in the deepest reaches of Cradle Home. I'm not saying this, but Cradle Home's automated defense system is designed to handle a field division level force, 10,000 to 12,000 men. I know the exact location of the bunker. However, with my current authority, we can't get everyone into Cradle Home without any casualties. I already guessed that, Zhong Lirui said calmly. But can you tell me the locations of the automated defense system? We don't have to go in head-on. In modern warfare, beyond visual range strikes are often used. Brother, are you talking about using gas cannons to bombard the automated defense system? Excuse me. Near Cradle Home, there are 4 integrated air-to-ground defense missile launchers. First, these integrated air-to-ground missiles. The defense system has a range of 30 kilometers and can hit both aircraft and ground targets. I know you improved the assault artillery. However, not only is it impossible to reach them, but also, the defense system is covered with a protective layer. In normal times, when there are no enemy attacks, they are hidden underground. The armor-piercing capabilities of the gas tank cannons cannot penetrate them. Secondly, if you really have the ability to destroy these 4 defense systems, there are also special anti-infantry and anti-tank automatic defense positions on the surface of the Cradle of Home. These can be bombarded with gas tank cannons. Because these defense systems are designed to deal with infantry divisions and close-range armored units. Only by breaking through these 2 lines of defense can we enter the entrance to the underground city. Otherwise, even with the original 1,600-man force at the Dayton base, they would not be able to enter. Zhong Lirui fell into deep thought. His East City Special Zone's current military strength was pitifully small and weak. They had 500 veteran militiamen from the Homeland Alliance, who weren't even equipped with pistols, 60 special forces, 2 tanks, and 5 attack helicopters, but they run out of rockets, leaving only cannons and heavy machine guns. The rest of the army consisted of just over 200 civilian workers. And 20-something special police. Using this small force to attack a doomsday bunker capable of handling a field division was truly courting death. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Murong Chanfeng, the ragged agent who'd been desperate to gather forces and rescue the people in the bunker. Now, it was his turn. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Brother, I suggest you gather Chief of Staff Situ and the core personnel to discuss this matter. That's just the first concern, how to fight. The second problem is, what's the justification, or the moral righteousness for fighting? And we're fighting when the enemy's strength is so disparate? I'm the governor of the citizens now. Everything I do needs a legitimate reason. I need to explain it to them, and be responsible for them. If I tell them we're taking risks just to save 2 girls, will they agree? And the third point, sister, I have concerns about mobilizing the military for this. Zhong Lirui looked Qin Xiaoyao in the eye seriously. You know my concerns. This will be bad for your sister-in-law, for Anqi, for you, and for Xiaofeng and the others, are all very sensitive. Qin Xiaoyao was surprised to find that Zhong Lirui's eyes were now terrifyingly calm. I always been wary of the military. Perhaps, the lower-level soldiers, like General Long, Chief of Staff Situ, and Captain Wang Gang, are truly selfless and fearless, dedicated to protecting the citizens. But I suspect the higher-ups may be closely connected to your family's affairs. I had this premonition the last time I met with military agent Murong Chanfeng in Jinshan. Our previous operations, whether restoring production, relocating citizens, or searching and rescuing isolated communities. These operations were no problem when the military was involved. However, now that we're attacking the cradle of our home, this requires careful consideration. However, Zhong Lirui changed the subject, based on the information we have so far, and Qi and your sister are not in immediate danger. Qin Xiaoyao asked, puzzled, why? Your father captured Anqi to save your sister. If Anqi were dead, how could he be saved? Secondly, this is my speculation. Because your sister's physical condition, even with the help of a singer, can only be alleviated, not cured. If that's the case, even if Anqi is forced to help sing to treat your sister, it won't be a permanent solution. Based on these 2 points, I think your father would definitely not harm Anqi's life. That makes sense. So right now, The bigger question for us is whether to convince the militia and military to attack the cradle of Homeland Fortress with some righteous cause, and how to do it. At this moment, Chief of Staff Situ radioed Jean Leroy, saying, "Captain Jean Leroy, check out the live stream." The comments are exploding. A large number of citizens are clamoring to volunteer to attack the Changsheng Life Science Group headquarters and recapture Gu Anqi. Jean Leroy and Qin Xiaoyao both heard the radio broadcast and exchanged bewildered glances. With a hint of hesitation, Jean Leroy reopened the live stream from last time. Is the live stream showing the square downstairs? Great. Director Lu Shi is alive. Law and order still exist in the East City Special Zone. It's been tough for him. He's already been assigned to work right after surgery. What a tough guy. What a tough guy plus 108. He's right. Governor Jean Leroy was right. Let's go together and seek justice from Changsheng Life Science Group. At Jean Leroy. Let's go together and seek justice from Changsheng Life Science Group. At Jean Leroy. Give me back Mushroom Sama. The evil chairman Changsheng must die. Yes. Save Mushroom Sama. Life in the East District is slowly returning to normal. We finally have an internet celebrity. How can we let the devil snatch her away? Save her. I sign up. That's right. We must save Mushroom Sama. My sister's been crying for ages. That's right. At Jean Leroy, Governor, send the troops. Save Mushroom Sama. At Jean Leroy, Governor, send the troops. Save Mushroom Sama. +1. At Jean Leroy, Governor, send the troops. Save Mushroom Sama. Plus 3,456. I'm volunteering to join the search and rescue team. Don't mess around. We just got married, and you're risking your life for a celebrity. Teacher, you please. A young woman is experimenting with eating zombie fish just to keep us fed. Am I, a grown man, any less courageous than her? Don't worry, I definitely come back. Good job upstairs. I give you a potato as a wedding gift. My friend upstairs. I give you a tomato as a wedding gift. Jean Leroy was completely overwhelmed. Who's live streaming downstairs? Xiaofeng contacted the sisters in the royal guard downstairs and said, "Dad, just now you and Uncle Lu Shi gave a speech in front of everyone despite your injuries." Feifei was so moved that she started a live stream. Jean Leroy covered his face and said, "I was wondering how the public knew what I said so quickly." Just then, Chief of Staff Situ came on the radio again. "Captain Zhongli, quickly figure out how we should respond." A wave of zombies. No, a wave of fanatical otaku fans demanding the rescue of Gu Anqi have surrounded the police station, chanting slogans and petitioning for her to be saved. Qin Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. "Brother, the first problem is, it seems like the people's hearts are in play. If you don't save her, it looks like those Anqi fans are going to revolt." Jean Leroy, Chief of Staff Situ anxiously called over the radio. "Colonel Zhongli. Quick, give the orders. We can't hold back the zombie tide." "No. We can't hold back the fans." "Tell the fans first. I definitely save her. But I'm planning with the troops." Colonel. Are you serious? We're going to attack a doomsday bunker fortress with so few men? I tell you later. I'm telling you. Representative Xiaoyao, and I have discovered that Anqi's singing may be able to prevent our companions from becoming zombies. That way, maybe in the future we can. We no longer have to tearfully end many of our zombie-like companions. Really, at the very least, they can become something like the teachers in the awakened community. What? Sister Gu Anqi actually has this kind of power. Chief of Staff Situ, speaking over the radio, was shocked. If she's that valuable, then even if it takes all our remaining troops, we must save her. She's the Zero Anzhou, not the Great Qian. Maybe. She's the hope for the future of all of Blue Star. Keep this a secret for now. We convene a meeting of core members later to discuss this. Tell the public and fans about our decision. When the time comes, we need everyone's cooperation. Yes. Colonel Zhongli. Chief of Staff Situ was excited over the radio. Qin Shiya's mouth dropped open. Jean Leroy had actually revealed the secret to the military? But then, she gave a wry smile. Jean Leroy had completely manipulated the situation. He shifted the military's focus onto Gu Anqi, the captured woman, who didn't even know she was a singer. This had fueled the military's strong desire to rescue Anqi, while also successfully mitigating the risks for herself and Di Xinyan. Her brother was truly a master of subtlety. Even more interesting, he hadn't lied at all the entire time. Chapter 159. After receiving Jean Leroy's affirmative order, Chief of Staff Situ raised his megaphone and addressed the excited crowd of fans. Fellow citizens, I just received an order from Colonel Zhongli. We are about to dispatch troops to the cradle of Homeland Doomsday Bunker to recapture Gu Anqi. Really? The crowd's eyes lit up. They immediately halted their assault on the police station's perimeter. Everyone, go back and get some rest. This attack is targeting the Doomsday Bunker. It's going to be a tough battle. Our headquarters and the senior members of the Special Council will hold a military meeting to discuss tactics. Everyone, go back. Some of you may have to accompany the troops. Oh. So, let's go. The fans, receiving a positive response, immediately dispersed. Chief of Staff Situ breathed a sigh of relief. But then, his nerves returned. Although he didn't know the exact location of the Cradle of Home's Doomsday Fortress, he knew from military sources that the bunker's automated defense system could easily defeat an ordinary infantry division. The problem was that the total number of combat-capable troops in the E-City Special Zone was less than 1,000, less than 500 veteran militia members from the former Homeland Alliance, including 20 special police officers, formerly from the police academy community, around 300 refugee military personnel. And that included the 200 or so recently recruited militia members. Although he understood Zhong Lirui's suggestion of Gu Anqi's potentially immense value, how could such an almost impossible operation be accomplished? In the police station's conference room, the military and the special council's standing representatives, having received the notice, gathered for an emergency military meeting. On the projector, Qin Xiaoyao pointed with a laser pointer, Home Cradle Doomsday Bunker. The headquarters of Changsheng Life Science Group is actually located in the Daling Anzhou region, north of the midpoint of the straight line connecting the Chengdong Special Zone and the Dayton base. Specifically, it's 153 kilometers northeast of the Chengdong Special Zone and 150 kilometers northwest of the Dayton base, at the foot of the Mogan Mountains. Chief of Staff Situ was a little surprised. Representative Chen, where did you get such confidential information? Before Qin Xiaoyao could form his words, Zhong Lirui spoke calmly. She was a member of the team that won first prize in our school's technology innovation competition. She's an excellent programmer and a top hacker. Chief of Staff Situ, if we weren't afraid of breaking the law at the time, it wouldn't have been a big deal for her and me to be hand-rolling 107 rockets. Zhong Lirui recounted these events with a hint of pride and disdain, as if they were trivial matters. As Qin Xiaoyao pointed out the bunker's location, a mysterious smile curved his lips, a warm feeling welling up inside. Zhong Lirui was truly acting like an older brother, quietly defending him once again. He was using his old tricks, using fragmented truths to steer Chief of Staff Situ's thoughts in a direction that avoided pointing to his sensitive background. Alas, if only I had been as aggressive as Sister Xin Yin. I was such a coward back then. As his god-sister, I legitimately huddled Zhong Lirui several times, but Sister Xin Yin's sudden move had completely undone all my plans. Then, startled by his own thoughts, Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly turned away. Chief of Staff Situ had indeed been successfully guided by Zhong Lirui. Previously, Chief of Staff Situ and other military personnel, including Engineer Li, had witnessed the militia's gas tank cannon. Furthermore, to the astonishment of Engineer Li and other experts, the seemingly simple attack cannon actually contained a fire control program that linked to the seven-sword system to correct coordinates and aim. Building a gas tank cannon isn't particularly difficult. A skilled welder could do it in minutes. However, programming a fire control program requires a highly skilled skill. This glimpse reveals that there are many talented individuals among the original members of the Home Alliance. Naturally, he believed Zhong Lirui's casual comment that Qin Xiaoyao was a master hacker. In reality, it was merely a comment on Qin Xiaoyao's computer proficiency. Calling her a master hacker was also true. Di Xinyan, equally well-versed in her husband's rhetoric, sat below and quietly rolled her eyes at Zhong Lirui without commenting. Qin Xiaoyao continued, according to what I discovered via the data link, the Cradle of Home surface automated defense system is truly formidable. Surrounding the underground fortress, there are 4 integrated air-to-ground automated missile defense systems with a range of 30 kilometers. Integrated air-to-ground? Zhu Yangong wondered. Can air defense missiles also carry out ground attacks? At this point, Engineer Li from the military said calmly, this is probably a tactic Changsheng Life Science Group learned from Lu Sha during their exchanges with senior military officials from various countries. Medium and large air defense missiles are heavy and have large explosive charges, so they can actually be used for ground attacks. They're probably using this tactic to reduce the pressure on ammunition supplies. In recent years, there have actually been instances of ground attacks using anti-aircraft missiles on local battlefields. This tactic is quite common. Chief of Staff Situ worried. Our army's longest-range weapon right now is the laser-guided gun-launched missile from a main battle tank, which has a range of only 6 kilometers. With this, our army will be bombed by the defense system before it reaches its range. At this point, Qin Xiaoyao said calmly, furthermore, missiles propelled by rocket engines like these will be identified by the automatic defense system, and even gun-launched missiles will be intercepted. Engineer Li said gloomily, Deputy Qin, are you saying that only the unpowered rocks fired by the catapults are immune to interception? Yes, Qin Xiaoyao nodded, and continued, if our army can find a way to dismantle these 4 automatic defense missile systems, we will soon face. The three-dimensional, complex defense system on the surface of the cradle is similar to a fortress. However, its range is limited to the surface area where the cradle is located, a mere 2 kilometers in radius. So, what are the military strength inside the cradle? Chief of Staff Situ looked at Qin Xiaoyao. Our ace hacker, since you hacked into their defense system, what are their deployed military strength? Well, according to the data I hacked, there are 200 security personnel inside the cradle. In addition, there are a new batch of C2 and C3 mass-produced monsters, approximately 100 in total, and the black-clad mechanical secret guards we fought this time, a full complement of 24. Note that against these secret guards, grenade launchers are not powerful enough to penetrate their armor. Anti-material weapons are required. At this, Zhongli Rui recalled his memories of fighting those black mechas and nodded slightly. I understand, Zhongli Rui said slowly. As long as we find a way to take out the 4 high-performance missile defense systems, we can use gas tank cannons to bombard the remaining surface fortress defenses of home cradle for a while, then try to break into the underground fortress and attack, right? How many attack helicopters do we have now? Governor, we now have 8 attack helicopters. Attack Helicopters 1 has a range of 3 kilometers and uses an armored vehicle chassis. Attack Helicopters 2 and 3 have reinforced gun barrels. The newly manufactured Attack Helicopters 4 through 8 all have triple-barreled cannons, Li Chunfang reported. Chief of Staff Situ, do we still have missiles on our helicopters? Zhongli Rui turned to ask Chief of Staff Situ. Colonel Zhongli, I'm ashamed to say that our army currently has 5 attack helicopters and special forces helicopters, and all we have left are heavy machine guns and cannons. Our missiles were all used up in the defense of Dayton Base. Furthermore, while the missiles are laser-guided and have a range of 8 kilometers, an automatic defense system with a range of 30 kilometers is still far from enough. I'm afraid Changsheng Life Science Group designed this to target the highly powerful Army Aviation Corps? Zhongli Rui rubbed his temple. A very perceptive assessment, military expert engineer Li nodded. Furthermore, these 4 defense systems, with their surface coatings, are not powerful enough for ordinary missiles. Alas, if only we had glide-buster bombs. Zhongli Rui complained. At this, Chief of Staff Situ was stunned, then hesitantly said, Colonel Zhongli, we do have glide-buster bombs, but... Zhongli Rui suddenly became interested. Where are these bombs? Can our current attack helicopters launch them? Chief of Staff Situ then looked troubled and said, Sir, these bombs are located outside the Dayton base, at the fallen ammunition depot. We didn't blow up the base when we retreated from there. There are probably 5 more of these bombs in the warehouse. The attack helicopters can barely launch these glide-buster bombs, but their loadout would need to be reduced. We might have to remove all the machine guns. Furthermore, this base is 216 kilometers from our East City Special Zone. Given the current fuel supply situation of our troops, only helicopters can reach that area. Does that base have fuel supplies? Zhongli Rui demanded. Yes, there's enough fuel for 5 attack helicopters. Zhongli Rui fell into deep thought. The conference room must have fallen into a suffocating silence. After a long moment of deliberation, Zhongli Rui slowly spoke, I have a plan. We split into 2 groups. First, I lead the special forces, flying to the ammunition base in attack helicopters and special warfare helicopters. After clearing the base of zombies, we dismantle the guns on the attack helicopters and reload them with fuel and glide-buster bombs. Second, Chief of Staff Situ, you will lead assault units 1 through 8 and the ground supply unit. We stand by outside the cradle of home, out of reach of the automated defense systems. Once our first group succeeds, we fly north and launch glide-buster bombs at the 4 automated missile defense systems. After blowing them up, we close in with the assault units, and then use our artillery to destroy them. How's that going? Ah! Everyone exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this tactical plan. Chief of Staff Situ said helplessly, Colonel Zhongli, your tactical plan is too risky. When our troops were forced to evacuate that ammunition supply base, we lost 200 soldiers there. Now, there are at least 800 zombies in that base. If we use 5 armed helicopters, 2 of which are attack helicopters, and only 3 are equipped with personnel, and each helicopter has 8 people including the pilot, then if we carry special forces, at most, no more than 28 people. Colonel Zhongli, the special forces are very elite, and have strong combat capabilities. However, they are not gods. You want 28 special forces soldiers to fight in the streets of the base against 800 zombies in the base. This is unscientific. Zhongli Rui didn't object, but instead turned his gaze to Engineer Li, the military's chief expert. Engineer Li, let me ask you a question. Gas canister shells, could you convert them into airdrop bombs? Engineer Li was stunned, then lost in thought. A moment later, his eyes grew determined. Give me a day, and I promise I make a few gas canister bombs. Gas canister bombs? Zhu Yangyang was instantly amused. Zhongli Rui had used this tactic before. During the rescue of his chemistry college community, he remembered it vividly. Now, seeing it being used again, Zhu Yangyang naturally smiled knowingly. Chief of Staff Situ, after a brief moment of whitening his lips, covered his forehead. He understood. His superior was going to resort to weapons of mass destruction again. After all, his superior, with such a small force, had been able to hold off an attack by 10,000 zombies precisely because of these powerful weapons. It's not impossible to attack with a massive weapon now. Colonel Zhongli, that's an idea. But the gas tank bomb has such a wide radius. I'm worried it might affect fuel tanks and ammunition depots. Who said we should drop bombs inside the base? Zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. We could use a helicopter to hover low near the base gate, playing music or having someone sing, to lure the zombies out of the base and gather at the gate. Then boom! It's over. At this point, Engineer Li nodded and said, well, under ideal conditions, a gas tank bomb can kill at most 500 zombies at once. So, 2 attack helicopters could each carry a gas tank bomb. If we can lure them out and gather them together, I think Colonel Zhongli's plan is technically feasible. As a technical expert, Li Gong carefully watched the video footage from the Albatross drone and was now familiar with the gas tank cannon's damage parameters. Chief of Staff Situ nodded and said, that's a really good idea. Alas, there's only one remaining problem. The audio products database of the entire Dakian radio and television system has been damaged, so we can't get any music. Our only internet celebrity in Lingyan Prefecture has been captured again. Who will sing to rally the enemy? At this point, Di Xinyan pondered for a moment, and then said, I'd do the singing. Except for a few people who had heard Di Xinyan sing before, a few from the home community, a few from the chemistry college community, and Nighthawk, everyone present looked at her in surprise. Di Xinyan said confidently, although I may not sing better than Anchi, I'm still confident in my singing skills. At this point, Di Xinyan clearly noticed Zhongli Rui shaking his head slightly, looking at her with a dissuading look. She naturally knew her husband was trying to protect her, not wanting a secret as a singer to be revealed. Yet, she still returned his gaze with a resolute look. As if to say, this is something I have to handle. Zhongli Rui had no choice but to nod slightly. Then, everyone, go back and prepare. At dawn the day after tomorrow, in the East City Special Zone, attack the Cradle of Home Fortress and reclaim our Star of Hope, Gu Anchi. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 160. After the meeting, Zhongli Rui brought Di Xinyan to the rooftop of the residential complex. Wife, weren't you a little careless? Zhongli Rui asked with a look of concern. Di Xinyan smiled and stepped forward, cupping Zhongli Rui's cheek and kissing him. Although they were already married, Zhongli Rui still blushed slightly. Honey, I actually been thinking about something lately. When I first realized the power of my singing, I understood your concerns. Later, you've been so careful to keep me safe. Seeing your nearly impeccable protection every time, I'm truly reassured and touched. Thank you. It's my duty. You're welcome. But after Anchi's story came out, I was shocked, but I also had some thoughts. First, I recalled how Anchi and I were inexplicably able to silence the guards with our words when Xiaofeng and the others first appeared, about to wipe us out and take Xiaoyao away. Then, it was about my singing being able to heal. The healing guard can promote the successful transformation of those in transition. So, I was thinking maybe, I'm not the only singer. I even have a hunch that there are more singers in this world than just Angie and I. Since the singers may not be just the two of us, husband, you can't completely keep the singer's secret by blindly protecting me. Instead of doing that, why not use appropriate methods, just like the live broadcast to let the public accept the rational zombies, to accept the fact that we singers exist. Moreover, I believe that the public will not reject us singers, because we bring them the possibility of not having to personally kill their friends and relatives who are about to become zombies. As he said this, Zhongli eyes flickered violently. Di Xinyan knew her husband had been forced to murder his family and friends twice. This was practically a lifelong pain for him. After struggling to recover, Zhongli slowly said, "If that's the starting point, the citizens certainly won't reject you singers, especially those who possess the power to restore sanity to those undergoing transformation and transform them into new humans. I even think some groups might even consider you angels or even goddesses. You might even have followers." Zhongli said unhappily, then a hint of worry returned. "I'm not worried about the general public." Looking at her husband's still calm and serious expression, Di Xinyan slowly said, "Honey, I understand what you mean. However, I suggest that we singers be brought to the public eye and, like the awakened, become the citizens' hope for the future." Zhongli was stunned and hesitated. "You mean, instead of being cautious, instead of just living on the wings, why not connect closely with the masses, unite them, and use the vast sea of people? Never mind, that sea isn't that big now. Let's use their power to protect the singers." Di Xinyan smiled. "Well, dear, you're truly brilliant. Before the meeting, I was watching the live stream and saw how popular and she was, and how strongly the citizens wanted to rescue her. So, I was thinking, if she were rescued, and everyone discovered that she was a singer like me, with this power in her voice, wouldn't everyone be more willing to protect her and people like me? Wouldn't that be truly powerful protection for all singers? After all, you guardians of civilization already have a heavy burden. Fighting and rebuilding to do. Protecting the hope of the future with the will of the people, in the name of the people, with the power of the people. Singer. Is that what you mean?" Zhongli muttered softly to himself, then nodded slightly. "Wife, you make sense." Di Xinyan smiled. After a moment's reflection, Zhongli laid out his thoughts with Di Xinyan. "I didn't expect that the world-destroying demon Shinjinkuan also had a tender side, willing to sacrifice his own life for his children." Di Xinyan sighed and shook her head. He broke into the East City Special Zone twice, both times to save his eldest daughter. I know he had his reasons, but I absolutely do not agree with his actions. Zhongli gritted his teeth. To save his daughter, he killed 8 people, 8 completely innocent people he didn't even know. Although Shizi survived thanks to your power, he was already killed once, and that's a fact that can't be changed. And he caused the destruction of the entire world. That's also a fact. I know what you're thinking. Di Xinyan stepped forward and gently embraced Zhongli. "Husband, let's go together and rescue my apprentice first." "Yes." Zhongli took Di Xinyan downstairs, and found Lu Mingqi approaching with a somewhat anxious look on her face. "Mingqi, what's wrong?" Di Xinyan asked. "Master, Brother Lu heard about our upcoming march and refused to stay in bed any longer. He went to the community equipment depot to sort out his gear. Even Amao couldn't persuade him." "Can't persuade him? Then tell Amao to stop trying. Ask Engineer Zhao if the gear I asked her to prepare is ready." "Huh?" Lu Mingqi was immediately confused. "What did if you can't persuade them, then forget it mean? Was it that reckless?" "Mingqi, go ahead. Trust your master. I see he's been searching for this, and that since Shinjinkuan's last attack, preparing some bizarre things. We're going to rescue Enchi soon. If Shizi, her fiancé, knew about this, I'd be surprised if he wouldn't sit still. But master, brother, she is seriously injured. We're new humans." Zhongli looked at Lu Mingqi with piercing eyes. A normal person with this kind of injury would be bedridden for 3 months, if not dead. However, Xiaofeng's last experience gave me data. We new humans can't achieve the terrifying regenerative abilities of a C2 monster, which can resurrect in half an hour after death. Ordinary military and police officers can't kill them with pistols. However, with this level of injury, as long as it doesn't involve the brain, a day and a half of rest can heal to 70% and allow us to fight, but we have to be careful. Lu Mingqi's mouth widened. Only then did she realize she was no longer an ordinary human. "I completely understand wanting to save his beloved. Since he still has the ability to fight, let him go. Otherwise, he'd be in agony worse than death. Mingqi, contact Amao and tell him to stop trying to persuade us. We go over and help him choose equipment. Based on his past experience, he'd probably choose a bunch of useless gear. Also, I get you an Amao set. Next time, don't try to fight a mecha armor with your climbing claws, understand?" Lu Mingqi, Brother Erue, I understand. Then, tell Xiao Gong to bring over the things I asked her to prepare. As he spoke, Zhongli contacted Sushima and Tingsha, urging them to come as well. Then, Zhong Lirui and the other two arrived at the armory. By then, Lu Shi had already donned his full set of SWAT gear. Beside him stood Amao, whose earlier attempts at persuasion had been fruitless. Shizi. Rui, Governor Zhongli, if you're trying to persuade me to lie down and rest until you rescue An Qi, then please don't bother. Even if you're my best brother, I won't listen. Lu Shi was now as resolute as iron, silently declaring that, no matter the cost, he would personally take his beloved back. I know you won't listen even if I try to persuade you now, Zhong Lirui said flatly. So, I'm not here to persuade you now. Rui. Lu Shi, assuming Zhong Lirui had agreed to let him join the rescue operation, was overcome with excitement. Thank you. Look at you, are you ready to die again? Do you look like you're ready? Huh? Look at the gadget you're using now. Have you forgotten how you died at the dock? You used to be the best member of Team 313. How come you haven't improved after going through life and death? Zhong Lirui criticized scathingly. Rui, what do you mean? Lu Shi suddenly thought Zhong Lirui was deliberately picking a fight to prevent him from going, and his voice suddenly rose. Zhong Lirui's words at the scene also confused Mao. Brother Rui, what? What exactly do you mean? I mean, Lu Shi, wearing this suicidal outfit is just as ridiculous as Mao back then, wielding 2 steel claws and risking his life in Qinzhenkuan's black armor. Lu Shi, huh? Mao, Lu Mingqi, Di Xinyan, an awkward yet elegant smile. Before Lu Shi could react, Zhong Lirui snatched the Type 95 automatic rifle from his hand and coldly said, Tell me, did this gun work against Qinzhenkuan's armor, firing the empty magazine? Lu Shi instinctively replied, No. No. Zhong Lirui shook his head slightly, unloaded the magazine from the Type 95 automatic rifle, and placed it on the gun rack. Then why would you use it? It's taking up both hands. As soon as these words came out, Lu Shi suddenly understood what Zhong Lirui meant. Every detail of his defeat flashed before his eyes, how he had died in battle. Rui, you're right. I was so wrong. I was really going to die again by taking all this equipment. Lu Shi lowered his head dejectedly, sighing softly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said with hope, Rui, lend me your semi-automatic crossbow. It can penetrate armor. That one can only penetrate visors, but it doesn't do much more damage. I saw it. Your automatic rifle and my assassination crossbow weren't as good as the 3 shots Gui fired when he arrived that day. Every shot from his 98K penetrated armor. Huh? Lu Shi, Mao, and Lu Mingqi were all stunned. Gui's 2-century-old rifle could actually be so powerful. Then, right. I take my M99 sniper rifle. I thought you improved. Our opponent is a highly maneuverable humanoid robot, and so fast, and the fight will likely take place underground or indoors. You're carrying such a long anti-material sniper rifle, are you kidding me? Zhong Lirui continued, still annoyed. Have you really not noticed what I've been preparing for since Qinzhenkuan's last attack? Lu Shi suddenly understood, and was about to respond when Tsushima and Tingsha arrived. Captain Zhongli, we're here. Well, take out your anti-material pistols. You two should still use your electromagnetic automatic rifles. However, carry a few extra armor-piercing grenades with your rifle grenades. In this battle, you two will defend the community. Yes. Tsushima and Tingsha weren't being pretentious. After all, they made this place their home. Every battle always requires someone to guard the house, right? After arranging the two, Zhong Lirui pulled the thunder pistol from his holster. You're a sharpshooter. Pick the one that feels best. Lu Shi looked at the 3 anti-material pistols before him and nodded with emotion. He silently tested each one. Finally, he chose Tsushima's anti-material pistol. Then, he walked over to the gun rack and took down his Type 95 automatic rifle. Zhong Lirui was about to dissuade him, but was drawn to Lu Shi's actions. Lu Shi quickly removed the scope and underbarrel grenade launcher from the Type 95 automatic rifle and attached them to the anti-material pistol. After Lu Shi's on-the-spot modification, the anti-material pistol looked more like a short assault automatic weapon for indoor combat. This way, I can also strike accurately indoors. While the howitzer can't penetrate armor like 12.7 caliber ammunition, it can deter and halt those creatures. And it's very useful against zombie swarms. Zhong Lirui nodded. That's a good idea. Okay. Lu Shi looked at the newly installed firearm in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. Alas, if we had this thing back then, we could definitely take them down. Seeing that Lu Shi had caught on, Zhong Lirui continued then, Shizi, quickly take off your standard sweat helmet. Why is that? Lu Shi was once again confused. Zhongli Rui ignored him, and turned to ask Quartermaster Lao Yu. Lao Yu, I asked Chief of Staff Situ to ask you to look for the special helmets used by the Special Forces. Have you found them? Commander Zhongli. Lao Yu saluted. K6-3 helmets, all made of titanium alloy. We have 10 left. They perform very well, but they're a bit heavy. Thank you, Lao Yu. Zhongli Rui nodded. Shizi, quickly take off that glaring glory helmet of yours. Replace it with this titanium one. We don't mind the weight. Amao tilted his head and said this. Isn't that the level 3 helmet from the old PUBG game? That's right, Zhongli Rui said calmly. Amao, you and Meng Qi, each take one. You're not allowed to go to the battlefield without wearing them properly. Do you understand? LV Shi, with a serious expression, removed the standard sweat helmet and accepted the level 3 helmet, his eyes flickering. He closed his eyes, remembering what Zhongli Rui had said. Shi Chumling and Zhang Wenhao, shot in the head by the wound sting electromagnetic automatic rifle, didn't even have a chance of recovery like himself. His eyes suddenly welled up, his teeth clenched, and his fists clenched. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly took the titanium alloy level 3 helmet and put it on. LV Shi, wearing the helmet, turned to Amao and Lu Mingqi. If you two don't want to be a pair of desperate lovers, do as I do and listen to a Rui. Put on your helmets too. Oh. Amao and Lu Mingqi then obediently put on their level 3 helmet as well. I never thought, Rui, that you could learn so much from the blood and fire we experienced. Holding his new rifle and helmet, Lu Shi looked at Zhongli Rui with a renewed trust and admiration. Zhongli Rui himself didn't want one. After all, his 7-sword system full-face helmet also had a titanium alloy shell, and its level of protection was actually much higher, not less. There are a few more things, Zhongli Rui said calmly. Engineer Zhao brought them just now. Let's go outside and try them out. Lu Shi asked, puzzled, these aren't enough? There are 2 more things. What are they? Zhongli Rui said, of course not. You know what they are when you get outside. Chapter 161. Outside the armory, Engineer Zhao and Xiaofeng pushed a cart over. Lu Shi and the others took a closer look, their heads brimming with questions. Rui, what's this? Are you building a cage or something else? Why are you bringing all this building materials? Lu Shi asked first. Mao recognized it immediately. Brother Rui, isn't this the rebar I used to use? I used it to fight zombies. But then I found it wasn't very effective, so I switched to a crowbar. Why are you using it on us now? Zhongli Rui glanced at Mao. How can you compare back then with how you are now? Tell me, how much stronger are you now? Mao's eyes narrowed slightly, then suddenly gleamed with brilliance. He quickly ran to the cart and grabbed a pre-cut piece of rebar, which had been fitted with a shock-absorbing hot melt rubber grip. He waved it gently, then began to wield it like a sword. Using the immense strength of a new human, he wielded the 70 cm long, 20 mm diameter rebar like a one-handed sword. The rebar, spinning at high speed, made a deafening sound as it pierced the air. When the sword dance ended, Mao slashed through the ground with a water-breaking move, sending up a cloud of dust. Brother Rui. I get it. This is the tactic of the door gods Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong. What a great plan. Mao exclaimed excitedly. The door god sticker shows Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong, one wielding a trump card and the other a steel whip, both blunt weapons used to penetrate heavy armor in ancient times. Watching Mao wield the rebar with such vigor, Lu Shi roughly understood Rui's point. Previously, a fire axe had indeed been very effective against unarmored zombies. However, a blade's damage against heavily armored units was far too poor. Since ancient times, melee combat against heavy armor has always been carried out with blunt weapons. So, wouldn't a piece of HRB 600 rebar, the highest grade used in high-rise buildings, naturally be a blunt weapon specifically designed to penetrate heavy armor? Everyone here, newcomers, except Xinyan, take one. If our anti-material weapons fail, this is our last resort for hand-to-hand combat. Understand? Zhongli Rui said, grabbing one himself. I also made shoulder-mounted weapon cases for everyone, Zhao Engying said considerately. Yes, Dad. Xiaofeng nodded, picking up a weapon from the cart. She couldn't help but think of how powerless her axe was against the original armor. Even if it shattered it, it wouldn't have had much effect. This thing's good. With my current strength, it's easy to use. Lu Mingqi also smiled as she picked up the armor-piercing steel whip, her expression like someone holding the king's sword in a game. At this moment, the sight of Mao and Lu Mingqi, both holding rebar and wearing level 3 helmets, gave off an indescribably intense feeling. Lu Shi also wordlessly picked up a rebar. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, "Arue, I understand what you mean. Attacking without conquering is pointless. We must penetrate the armor." Finally, the tall SWAT officer strapped the rebar and his weapon holster onto his back. Zhao Yingying said to Zhonglirui, "Arue, I made the armor you asked me to make for Brother Lu. Is it truly insulated?" Zhonglirui asked with concern. "Yes. Don't worry. After we finished it, we tested it with electrical wires. You won't get an electric shock if you use this armor to block attacks." Zhao Yingying smiled, seeming confident. Zhonglirui nodded, then picked up the custom-made armor, walked over to Lu Shi, and without a word, fitted him on his left hand. Then, Zhonglirui looked at Lu Shi earnestly, then gently punched him on the chest of his bulletproof vest. "Brother, use this gear, and we go rescue your wife. When we get back, Sun Yan and I will officiate your wedding." Lu Shi was stunned. Suddenly, this tough guy, the one who always shed blood but never tears, had tears welling up in his eyes. However, his stubbornness forced him to hold back the tears, preventing them from falling. "Brother, thank you." That day, under Zhonglirui's guidance, Ameo and Lu Mingqi also changed their outfits. With Lu Shi's help, Ameo's primary weapon became the anti-material pistol with a grenade launcher, the Tongue Snake. Lu Mingqi's primary weapon was the famous Type 81 light machine gun. The biggest difference between this gun and the Type 81 automatic rifle is its drum magazine and bipod. Mingqi, although this is an old gun, its penetration and lethality are greater than current automatic rifles at a range of 50 to 100 meters. This is because it uses a 7.62 caliber. However, while it can penetrate armor, its lethality may be less. With this, remember not to engage in direct combat with the black-clad mechanical guards. I'm giving you this gun because I hope you primarily serve in the rear, providing fire support for the squad. Do you understand? Zhonglirui warned. Lu Mingqi took the somewhat old light machine gun and said with a smile, "Brother Rui, do you look down on us female soldiers?" "No. You're slandering me," Zhonglirui said hurriedly. "I don't mean to look down on you women. But we men are all gentlemen, and we should be in the front. Besides, your gun has a large ammunition capacity, so fire support is also very important." The 81 light machine gun drum holds 75 rounds, providing excellent sustained fire support. Zhonglirui spoke while winking at Ameo and Lu Shi. The two naturally agreed, yes. Ameo is right. We do have a chivalrous spirit, and we should definitely be on the front lines. Lu Shi had always been like this, standing firm on the front lines. And the clever Ameo, upon seeing the equipment Zhonglirui gave Mingqi, knew he didn't want her to be on the front lines like him. He was grateful, so how could he complain? Seeing the men suddenly sigh, the women present shook their heads with a half smile. These men have such insane pride, tut tut tut. Lu Shi looked at his new gear, clenched his fists, and whispered to himself, "Anchi, wait for me." Home cradle. The underground holding cell. Gu Anchi sat inside, eyes empty, staring blankly at the door. To her, this place was a high-tech abyss, a veritable hell. But at this moment, she no longer had the strength or desire to resist. When she woke up the day before, she found herself abducted and taken to this eerie underground city's research and production center. What terrified her even more was the feeling that she had undergone some kind of full-body cleansing. Her cosplay uniform and wig were long gone. Now, only a few strange straps, somewhat resembling a tube top and a miniskirt, barely covered her sensitive areas. She was now stripped of everything except these few straps, which she could only call clothes. At this moment, as the strangeness and doubt faded from Gu Anchi's mind, another emotion suddenly resurfaced. Sorrow. Militia fans fell in the hail of bullets. SWAT recruits fell in the hail of bullets. Wife. I love you, Liv. I propose to you in my next life. Her lover, Lu Shi, fell under the Black Mecha's lethal attack. Before he died, he called her wife. Gu Anchi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Woo. Shizi. No. Husband. Woo. Gu Anchi sobbed softly, not daring to speak loudly. She didn't remain in this state for long. The door opened. In walked two mechas that had killed her friend and boyfriend, along with a tall, middle-aged man in his 50s. Gu Anchi wiped away her tears, and her sobs ceased. After entering, the man gave Gu Anchi a meaningful look. Then, he walked to a certain spot. The ground suddenly rose, transforming into a makeshift chair. He sat on it, still quietly gazing at the girl he had just captured. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Gu Anqi asked, her voice trembling with a hint of fear. My name is Chen Jinquan, Chen Jinquan replied coldly. Gu Anqi's ears began to buzz. Chen Jinquan, Daqian's richest man, Daqian's largest biotech and high-tech enterprise. Chairman of Changsheng Life Science Group, Chen Xiaoya's father. Fear, terror, uneasiness, and other expressions crept onto Gu Anqi's face. Sitting on the ground, she unconsciously tried to retreat. However, behind her was a wall, with no escape. Little girl, judging by your expression, you already know who I am? That's even better. I cut to the chase. Chen Jinquan stared at Gu Anqi, emphasizing each word. I want you to use the power of your singing to save someone for me. Save someone. Hearing those two words uttered by Chen Jinquan, Gu Anqi's previous expression of shock quickly faded, replaced by a sidelong glance of suspicion and disdain. You actually thought of saving someone? Why can't I save someone? Chen Jinquan asked, somewhat puzzled and annoyed, as if deeply dissatisfied with Gu Anqi's attitude and question. I don't know how many there are worldwide. Let me just talk about my city, my hometown, Lingnan Prefecture. It was once a megacity with a permanent population of 18 million. Now, there are less than 5,000 survivors. You killed so many in my city alone. And now you say you brought me back to save people? That's ridiculous. Gu Anqi sneered, ignoring Chen Jinquan's attitude. Just to capture me, you killed 8 people right in front of me, including my husband. And now you're telling me you brought me back to save people? Ha. Chen Jinquan. Maybe you, the devil, have indeed destroyed the world, but one day, the gods and heroes will punish you. Enough. Chen Jinquan's face turned ashen. He clearly hadn't expected Gu Anqi to accuse him so directly. He stood up, glaring at Gu Anqi, his voice low and menacing. You little girl, you got quite a temper. Do you think I can't make you disappear? Gu Anqi found strength from nowhere, straightened her back, and sneered. Of course you can, but you won't kill me right now. Because you still need me, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to all the trouble to bring me here. Chen Jinquan was silent for a moment, then, with a sneer ordered, bring her out. Chapter 162. A black-clad mechanical guard, despite Gu Anqi's resistance, handcuffed her electronically, then lifted her up and followed Chen Jinquan out the door. Kunlu quietly asked Chen Jinquan, Mr. Chen, why don't you put the explosive collar on her and threaten the singer to keep her in line? I could do that to a normal, cowardly person. But she's different. I can see it in her eyes. A hint of anxiety crossed Chen Jinquan's eyes. So, that Lu Shi is her husband. Now, maybe she's desperate for death. If I really put the explosive collar on her, this impulsive little girl, desperate for love, might rush towards me and commit suicide. Do you believe it? Right now, she's the only singer in Lingnan Prefecture. If I lose her, where can I find another singer? I can't take that risk. We have to use other methods to deal with someone so desperate for death. Yes, Kunlu replied in a low voice. Chen Jinquan, accompanied by Gu Anqi and the secret guards, strolled to the room where Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng were being held. As if sensing the ground shaking, Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng, who had remained silent and motionless for a long time, silently opened their eyes within the large glass container. Gu Anqi stared at Bai Qiangwei, completely nude and completely immersed in the giant glass container, and Murong Chanfeng, in his C3 monster human pig form, her eyes widening. Chen Jinquan. You are such a devil with a bad taste. Torturing innocent people and desecrating their corpses like this, is it fun? Are you still human, you devil? You ignorant little girl, Chen Jinquan said coldly. A big reason I ended up on this path is because of this agent Yi Xiang. Or rather, my former assistant supervisor. Bai Qiangwei. What do you mean? At this moment, a red, spherical drone with a monocular lens flew out from the rooftop. Hello, I'm Ai Kunlu. Singer Gu Anqi. Now, I explain everything you need to understand this sentence. What? Gu Anqi's expression turned puzzled. Ignoring Gu Anqi's attitude, Kunlu's voice drone began its own introduction. Kunlu explained the initial blueprint of the Changsheng project, the involvement of high-ranking officials and the military, the assassinations of Bo Lingxin and Chen Xiaoyu, and the outlines of the Blue Star Purification Project. My wife, Bai Lingxin, and I once only wanted to advance the Changsheng project and bring a new era to humanity worldwide. New humans are much more physically powerful than old humans. They can eat raw meat, are virtually immune to poisoning, and never get sick. They recover from any wounds other than fatal head injuries. Ordinary people no longer have to spend exorbitant medical expenses. Moreover, new humans require much less food, and their lifespan has increased by 300%. Like my wife, I once wanted to benefit all of humanity. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinquan spoke directly. You, the demon king who killed billions of people on Blue Star, actually told me you want to benefit all of humanity. Gu Anqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What I later killed and destroyed were people's thoughts and free will, not their bodies. Zombies are actually living beings. In fact, zombies are just mindless, weakened, and defeated new humans. Now, according to Kunlun statistics, 99% of the world's humans have become zombies. Compared to you, the old humans who are struggling and living on the edge of life, the zombies' ability to survive is much stronger than yours. Just tell me, didn't you see those zombies fishing at the dock that day with your own eyes? I used to, like my wife, just want to benefit humanity. Until someone changed me. Gu Anqi was suddenly speechless and unable to refute her. Because what Chen Jinquan said was true. Hadn't her live broadcast that day been intended to show the public that rational zombies could help them overcome their food crisis? After a long pause, she asked, "So when did you come up with this idea? To eliminate all human thought and free thinking?" Chen Jinquan approached the glass container containing the white rose, looked at her body immersed in an unknown liquid, and said coldly, "Ever since that Yexiang agent, under the orders of the Dakian General Staff and bribed by the self-serving shareholders of my group, assassinated my wife, Bai Lingxin, and severely injured my eldest daughter, Chen Xiaoyu." Chen Jinquan turned, his eyes like a hawk. His wolfish gaze was fierce and ruthless. Especially this white rose. For the house and money they promised. It was she who blew my wife, with whom I shared joys and sorrows for decades, into a brainless mess. She forced my talented eldest daughter to stay alive in this glass container. She did all this to satisfy those involved and forced me to prioritize the Changsheng Project's technology for narrow military purposes. Because of them, I lost my beloved wife, and my eldest daughter was seriously injured. That's when I realized that humanity doesn't need this kind of free will that drives people to murder each other. So, I launched the Blue Star Purification Project. Gu Anqi was stunned. "So you killed her with this jar in revenge? Who said she's dead?" Chen Jinquan sneered. "I didn't deprive her of her mind and life, I deprived her of her freedom. She lives in this jar, breathing, with equipment to sustain her. This jar was designed to keep my daughter alive. This kind of glass vessel is used to save lives?" Gu Anqi's confusion deepened. Kunlun then projected onto the wall a video of the deepest part of the underground. The glass vessel where Chen Xiaoyu was, thus clarifying her doubts. Gu Anqi was horrified to discover that the girl in the glass vessel had the exact same figure and features as Xiaofeng and the others. Seeing Gu Anqi's expression, Chen Jinquan also thought of Xiaofeng and the others and sneered, "Looking at your expression, are you remembering those personal guards around Xiao Yao?" "That's right. These personal guards are mass-produced clones of my eldest daughter." Perhaps this information was too shocking, and Gu Anqi fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, Gu Anqi slowly resumed her conversation. "You've spoken so much to your AI assistant. What does this have to do with your capture of me? Zombies and the new humans are all the work of nanobots. However, even zombies and new humans aren't completely immune to injury or death. It was this white rose who poisoned my eldest daughter with a deadly military assassination poison. My daughter was so severely injured that even her new human body couldn't withstand it. I've been researching how to heal her. Until, in the East City Special Zone, I found you, the singer, Gu Anqi." I'm a singer? What exactly does singer mean?" Gu Anqi was confused. "My guards have detected that your singing can organize and activate the nanorobots. This may be able to cure my daughter. Therefore, I want you to use your singing to help me heal my daughter. You captured me and want me to help you save your daughter?" Gu Anqi finally understood Chen Jinquan's purpose and said coldly, "Chen Jinquan, listen. Even if you kill me, I won't help you save her. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you. You're a captive now, in no position to negotiate." Chen Jinquan interrupted with an even colder voice. "In this cradle of home, do you know that a painless death is a mercy? I have over 100 ways to make you experience something more painful than death. For example, like Bai Qiangwei, soaking for 100 years. You're a monster. I won't surrender to you. You killed my husband, you killed my partner, my friend. Now you still want me to work for you? You want me to help you save your daughter? You're dreaming. Your husband is my youngest daughter's classmate, the Lu Shi, right? You should be grateful for my mercy," Chen Jinquan said disdainfully. "That's why I didn't destroy his brain. That's why he's now a resurrected zombie. As for the others, I ordered the guards to take care of them all." You turned my husband into a zombie, and I should thank you for showing mercy. Listen, what are you saying? Gu Anqi's voice rose. And, I did kill your friends. Chen Jinkuan suddenly thought of something and smiled playfully. But I haven't killed all your friends yet. Are you trying to piss me off and kill all your remaining friends and companions? You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Chen Jinkuan's voice thundered. Don't even mention Zhongli's tiny East City special zone, which only has 5,000 people. I don't even care about the 510,000 old humans in the remaining 21 war zones on Blue Star. Only 510,000 people are left in the entire world? Gu Anqi's eyes widened again. If you don't cooperate, I send in the zombie army and completely wipe out the East City special zone. You, Rui, he definitely stop you. He's already successfully stopped you once. Oh, you're talking about that time he narrowly defeated the Ling Anzhou Special Forces 2nd Squad. Chen Jinkuan sneered. That unit was only meant to sweep through the remaining neighborhoods in the city. You won last time, so you think you're invincible, right? Okay, little girl, I show you what reality is. Take you away. Chen Jinkuan spoke as he stepped out again. At the same time, the black-clad mechanical guards ignored Gu Anqi's struggles, picked her up again, and followed closely behind. Home Cradle, C2, and C3 production workshops. Before Gu Anqi lay a matrix of 100 giant glass petri dishes filled with C2 or C3. Those monsters, temporarily dormant in their petri dishes, possessed explosive muscle power, poised for action. This scene filled Gu Anqi with deep fear. These were the biological weapons Chen Jinkuan used to spread destruction, ruin, and death. Little girl, last time, did your Governor Arui lead you to defeat 10 of these C3 enhanced monsters and 10,000 zombies? Yes. We're not afraid of the monsters you create. Uh-huh. Do you really think you're so powerful? Did the military and the remaining civilians flee to your side? Do you know why? Gu Anqi was stunned. She truly didn't know the reason. Chen Jinkuan snapped his fingers. A drone, following Kunlun, broadcast the entire story of the 30,000-strong zombie army's capture of the Dayton base. 1,600 active-duty troops. Tanks, planes, artillery. In the end, it was only with the help of thermobaric bombs that they managed to defeat my first Rangers, 30 C3 enhanced tanks, and 30,000 zombies. You only defeated an insignificant detachment. You really think you're so powerful. Of course, this was just Chen Jinkuan's way of trying to scare Anqi. The truth was, the intensity of the resistance from the civilian resistance in the battle to defend their home community was so frightening that even Chen Jinkuan himself was shocked. Gu Anqi was speechless for a moment, biting her lip, her expression becoming serious and deep. Seeing the intimidation take effect, Chen Jinkuan approached Anqi and spoke in a threatening tone. As I said, I haven't killed all your friends yet. Each C3 enhanced guide here can guide 1,000 ordinary zombies into a legion. If I release all 100 of them, forming a super zombie legion of 100,000 zombies, and send them to your friend's new home, do you dare to bet with me whether they can survive? You dare. Gu Anqi's face turned pale, and she raised a white finger and pointed at Chen Jinkuan with a trembling voice. A triumphant sneer curled up Chen Jinkuan's lips, as if he were enjoying Gu Anqi's fear and helplessness. Little girl, you don't seem to understand your situation. Whether I dare or not is not your decision. Now, you have only two choices. Use your singing to save my daughter, or watch your friends be devoured by the zombie army. He paused, his eyes as sharp as a knife. He leaned down and whispered devilishly into Gu Anqi's ear, you make your choice. But I imagine you don't want your friends who aren't dead yet to become zombies, do you? Gu Anqi trembled with rage, but she finally let go of her hand and lowered her eyes. Chapter 163. In the deepest reaches of the cradle of home, Chen Jinkuan, Gu Anqi, and two black-clad mechanical guards stood before Chen Xiaoyu's glass dish. This is Chen Xiaoyu, Chen Xiaoyu's sister. She looks exactly like Xiaofeng and the others. Gu Anqi thought to herself. Kunluan, the data shows that the singer's voice can activate the new human nano-robots, right? Yes, Mr. Chen. Then, when the singer sings later, connect the sound to the production workshops of those 100 C3 guides and see the effect. Yes, sir. Go up and sing, singer. Gu Anqi. Chen Jinkuan urged impatiently. Kunluan's spherical drone flew in front of Gu Anqi and kindly reminded her, this system can provide sound amplification assistance. Gu Anqi looked at the spherical drone indifferently and sighed slightly. It's a microphone. She once loved singing, loved composing, dreamed of showing herself to the world. Just yesterday, she had experienced the most joyful, happiest, and brightest day of her life. Her beloved fiancé secured a once-in-a-lifetime project for her heartfelt dream. And she seized it. Everything seemed so beautiful. Until the evil Chin Jinkuan, a kidnapper and murderer driven by his own selfish desires, appeared before her eyes. This world-destroying demon had murdered her friends and fiancé before her very eyes, and now, threatening the safety of her remaining friends and companions in the East City Special Zone, forced her to use her song to save his eldest daughter. Gu Anqi lowered her head, eyes tightly shut, her clenched fists trembling slightly. It was pain, resentment, and anger. She opened her eyes and looked at the dying Chen Xiaoyu, a flicker of pity rising in her heart. But soon, this pity vanished as the image of Lu Shi's tragic death resurfaced before her. She took a deep breath and began to sing into the microphone temporarily transformed by the Kunlun spherical drone. I spit on your indifference. In this broken corner of the world, your eyes are like icy shackles. Your words cut like a knife, trampling and mocking kindness with impunity. Those hopes shattered into nothingness. Why were you so cruel and indifferent? The sweetness of memories is now only bitter fruit. You turned and walked away, your back so domineering, with no regard for the lives of all beings. Resentment lingered in my heart, and anger burned my soul like fire. Your indifference is a deadly curse. I despise it, it envelopes me like darkness. I was once so persistent, yet this devastating result has been born. I despise your indifference. My heart is broken, and the flames of revenge are brewing. I despise your indifference, all that arrogance and contempt. It no longer stirs my heart, I no longer shed tears for you. I despise your indifference, and I curse the evil consequences you have sown. Allow you to act recklessly today. The storm hero will eventually pierce the sky. Through the spherical drone's loudspeaker, Gu Anqi's song, filled with resentment, anger, and accusation, reached not only Chin Jinkuan beside her and Chen Xiaoyu, who was on life support, but also every C2 and C3 in the underground bunker C2 and C3 production workshops. Chen Jinkuan's face grimaced as he listened to Gu Anqi's song. He had long since recognized that the song was about the girl accusing him of his own atrocities. However, for the sake of his daughter, he suppressed his temper and listened to the end. Suddenly, Kuan Lu warned, "Alert! Mr. Chen, the nanorobot activity in your body has decreased, and there is a slight disorder. Regeneration capacity is temporarily reduced, lasting approximately 30 minutes. What? Chen Jinkuan exclaimed in disbelief. Kuan Lu ignored Chen Jinkuan's surprise and continued, "Alert! The nanorobot activity in the young lady's body has decreased. The young lady's blood pressure has dropped, and the condition has further deteriorated. Activate emergency medical plan. Cardiac stimulants. Nutrients. Replacement and injection of new nanorobots. Activate external support organs. Warning, the young lady's maximum lifespan is predicted to be reduced to 3 months." Chin Jinkuan was horrified and rushed towards Chen Xiaoyu's glass dish. "Xiaoyu. No! Warning! The Kuan Lu continued to report, C2, C3 production workshop. C2 and C3 are experiencing a mass awakening and loss of control." A video feed of the C2 and C3 production workshop staff suddenly appeared on the wall display. A technician in a white lab coat and biohazard mask looked anxious. "Mr. Chen, this is bad. C2 and C3 have suddenly awakened, and there are signs they're out of control. They're trying to smash the petri dishes. Please dispatch suppression forces immediately. Mass production C2 and C3 are actually losing control in mass." Chen Jinkuan exclaimed in anger. Suddenly, he covered his mouth with his hands, a sweet taste in his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Recovering from his trance, Chen Jinkuan turned to Gu Anqi, who looked puzzled. "What did you do? What did you do? What do you mean I did?" Gu Anqi glared at Chen Jinkuan coldly. "Didn't you force me to sing? Why? Why? Isn't the singer's power supposed to activate nanobots? How could this happen? You killed my daughter. I kill you." With this, a furious Chen Jinkuan stepped forward, grabbed Gu Anqi by the neck, and pretended to strangle her. "Ahem. Hee. Go ahead and kill me." Gu Anqi, unfazed, sneered with a chilling sneer. "Kill me. Kill me. Just in time. I miss my husband, and you kill me and send me to reunite with him. Come on. Hurry, do it. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? Singer." Chen Jinkuan's eyes were bloodshot. "You killed my eldest daughter, and I want you to pay with your life. I want you dead. Ahem. Screw your hypocrisy." Gu Anqi's throat was choked, and she managed a halting utterance. "You? Why don't you tell me how many people you killed around the world? They all want. Ahem. You to pay with your life. My friends. My lover. You killed them all. I want you dead too. You. Give me back my husband. Ahem. Ahem. Gu Anqi, held high in the air, began to struggle less and less. Suddenly, Qin Jinquan threw her against the wall. Gu Anqi collided with the wall and fainted. As if unwilling to kill his only singer, Qin Jinquan didn't kill her when he threw her. Number 9, Number 10. Clean her up, and put her on life support. Yes, Mr. Qin. 2 black-clad mechanical guards beside him dragged the unconscious Gu Anqi away. Mr. Qin. Quick! Help! Meanwhile, within the C2 and C3 production workshops, dozens of C2 and C3 monsters had regained consciousness and emerged. This batch of C2 and C3 monsters actually consisted of Qin Jinquan's shareholders and wealthy individuals who had long dormant in the cradle of home. When they awoke, they discovered they had been transformed into monsters. Their fury was uncontrollable, and they began vandalizing and attacking the researchers. Instantly, the vast production workshop was transformed into a living hell. The sounds of shattering glass covers, the roars and howls of the monsters, the firing of the researchers' handheld pistols, the twang of equipment being torn off and thrown, the impromptu screams of the researchers. Qin Jinquan, barely recovering, glanced at his eldest daughter's life support system. Her condition was stable again, but her lifespan was only 3 months away. Tears welled up in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and gave another order to the AI Kunlu. Order the Surface Security Reserve Forces to come down and help suppress the 100 out-of-control C2 and C3 mass-produced units. Kill them all. Order all researchers to evacuate to the 9th grid area. Also, activate the newly replenished black-clad mechanical guards in the backup hangar. All 24 of them will be stationed in the cells near the core processor and the young lady's life support system. Prepare the original battle armor. Immediately, execute. Yes, Mr. Qin. Alarms blared throughout the vast underground fortress of Cradle Home. Out of control, the C2 and C3 monsters began wreaking havoc. Although each area of Cradle Home was separated by sturdy doors, these doors were only as strong as ordinary people could imagine. Against the might of the enhanced C2, which could tear through the facade of a building with its bare hands, these doors wouldn't hold up for long. The technicians quickly evacuated to the 9th grid area, located at the same depth as the deepest floor. Qin Jinquan personally led 24 mechanical black-clad dark guards to guard the essential passageway between the C2/3 production workshop and this area. At this time, 400 heavily armed security guards, arriving from the surface defenses, entered the Cradle Home bunker and began carrying out their orders to eliminate the out-of-control C2 and C3 enhanced monsters. This extermination campaign was long and bloody. The battle raged for several hours. The C2 and C3 monsters were incredibly powerful. Not only were they immensely strong, but they also seemed incredibly resistant to conventional weaponry. Soon, the ground security forces, solely responding to the mortal assault, suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, as time passed, the fallen researchers and members of the ground security forces rose again and transformed into zombies. 3 hours after the underground rebellion began, the AI Kunlu reported coldly, Mr. Chen, just now, the ground security forces were completely wiped out. The danger level has risen to level B. We recommend that you take the young lady, the wife's frozen remains, the singer, important materials and core experimental data, and the researchers aboard the underground Xuanwu No. 1 landship and exit through the emergency tunnel. Has the young lady's condition stabilized? Not yet. It's still deteriorating. It's just that the rate of deterioration has slowed down from the rapid deterioration just now. Damn it! Qin Jinquan, now in his original armor, hammered the wall angrily. Forget it. I take the black-clad mechanical guards and deal with these little bugs rebelling underground. There's no need to abandon the base, Qin Jinquan said coldly. Mr. Chen, the suggestion to abandon the base isn't entirely due to the accidental loss of control of the biological weapons within. Satellites have detected that the East City Special District has dispatched air and land forces, seemingly heading towards our home. Those rookies who only know how to defend their homes, are they getting too cocky? They're actually thinking of attacking and rescuing people like that idiot Murong Chanfeng? Qin Jinquan sneered. Mr. Chen, please be careful. Satellite scans show the enemy is divided into 2 groups. One, primarily consisting of Army aviation helicopter gunships, is heading straight for the supply base outside Dayton Base. The other, seemingly a ground force spearheaded by an armored convoy, appears to be a ground force. Chen Jingquan's eyes grew serious. In fact, another major reason Dayton Base could not be defended was the loss of its crucial ammunition supply base, which left the troops short of ammunition. This, coupled with the base's vast expanse of open space and lack of strategic defenses, and the heavy burden of sheltering the large number of civilians within, ultimately led to its fall. Therefore, Chen Jingquan's initial attack on Dayton Base was a calculated move. And now, the troops led by Zhong Lirui, surprisingly, chose to seize the ammunition base first, not directly, instead of attacking indirectly. This move made him begin to take his challenger seriously. Warning! C2 and C3 within the base have ceased their rampage. Mr. Chen, they displayed human behavior. A meeting. What? Chen Jingquan's voice trembled. Could it be that the evil little woman singing has broken the brainwashing control over these C2 and C3, allowing them to regain their human minds? Mr. Chen, based on the surveillance video recordings, they're attempting to master zombie control and are planning to attack the bottom level to seek revenge on you. Please make a decision quickly. This singer's power is so uncontrollable and unpredictable. Chen Jingquan now began to reflect. Conduct a comprehensive, in-depth analysis of the data from the singer's previous nano-robot activation and this data. Activate the first Xuanwu-class ship, the spinning turtle. If the situation is truly urgent, transfer the frozen bodies of the young lady, the singer, and Lingxin to the spinning turtle. These C2 and C3 units aren't the biggest problem. After all, while they regain human intelligence, they're unarmed, aside from strength and fixed abilities. The mechanical black-clad dark guards have weapons against them, so they're not a threat. It's just that they take a bit longer to clean up than the zombies. Besides, the deepest gate is the death passage. Carbon-based organisms can't get in. Yes, Mr. Chen. Let's go! Cleaning time begins. Chen Jingquan said, donning his original armored helmet. A cold red light flashed through the slits above his eyes. Home Cradle, Underground C2/C3 Production Workshop. Jiang Junhao, C3, with all the C2 and C3 units that had broken out of the jars, was holding a meeting in the shattered hall. After these monstrous wealthy businessmen regained their memories due to the singing, they were initially unaware that the other C2 and C3 members had also regained their memories, leading to a period of internecine violence. It wasn't until Jiang Junhao stumbled upon the ability to communicate with one another that the monstrous wealthy businessmen finally stopped killing each other. In fact, Jiang Junhao's discovery of the monstrous wealthy businessman's ability to communicate was quite ironic. He was being pursued by a wealthy businessman who had also transformed into a monster. When he was at a disadvantage and unable to defeat him, he was forced to beg for mercy. The businessman, surprised to discover that he had retained his sanity, immediately stopped attacking and began to talk with Jiang Junhao. It was at this moment that Jiang Junhao realized that he and the other monstrous individuals were actually wealthy businessmen who should have been in hibernation. Chapter 164. Chen Jingquan, that bastard. Zhang Jinqin, C3 monster form, former shareholder of Changsheng Life Science and chairman of the Wealthy Chamber of Commerce, the Ether Society, raged. We invested in him, were optimistic about his biotech plans, and his military cooperation plans. We invested money and mobilized resources, yet he actually managed to turn us, those of us who hibernated for immortality, into living biological weapon monsters. Mr. Zhang, now is not the time to complain. Jiang Junhao, C3 monster form, we're going to seek revenge on him now. He took our money, didn't grant us immortality, and instead made us cannon fodder. This is intolerable. Although we're neither human nor ghost now, I discovered that we're practically immortal. Moreover, after we kill these ordinary enemies, they transform into low-level slaves, and we can command them. Giving us this kind of power was Chen Jingquan's biggest mistake, and it's also the capital for our comeback. Well said, little Jiang. The other wealthy businessmen, who had transformed into giant monsters, roared in support. Seeing everyone agree with him, Jiang Junhao's face lit up. He then declared, now, we must use this power. We must settle accounts with Chen Jingquan. Yes. Yes. We are still the chosen ones. We possess immortality, immense strength, and the power to command servants. Jiang Junhao shouted, we must teach Chen Jingquan the consequences of betraying our Ether Society. Let's go! The remaining 89 C3s agreed. Then, some of the wealthy individuals, in monster form, who had originally participated in the bunker's construction volunteered to serve as guides, leading the group towards their destination. When they encountered a sealed door made of reinforced glass, the wealthy merchants in their C2 enhanced Earthshaker forms would simply use dismantled thick steel pipes and tubes to smash it open. Finally, they reached the second level, the entrance in front of the large price-raising machine. Here was a vast underground hall, and the entrance to this hall was the only way to the deepest part. Previously, personnel from the production area had to pass through this passage to reach the deepest part. The giant platform elevator can only lower 100 people at a time, Lu Qi, a wealthy merchant involved in the internal construction, said to the crowd. There are 100 servants now, and we have 89. Shall we send 10 companions and 90 servants down first? Leading the group, Jiang Junhao and Zhang Jinqin nodded, and the giant monsters behind them also nodded in agreement. So, the first wave of 10 C3 monsters, leading 90 zombies, descended to the deepest level on the giant elevator. About 15 minutes later, the elevator finally ascended. However, there were no one on the elevator, only a pile of cloth-covered boxes. Jiang Junhao narrowed his eyes as he approached, suddenly noticing blood stains beneath the boxes. "Oh no! An ambush!" Jiang Junhao shouted. Almost instantly, the cloth was peeled back, and the boxes opened. Approximately 100 weapon-equipped mechanical dogs and 24 pitch-black, black-clad mechanical guards appeared before the C2/C3 monstrous merchants and the zombies. Furthermore, among the mechanical dogs were 2 heavy attack robots. Their arms weren't mechanical claws, but Gatling guns. The C3 monstrous merchants let out long howls, and the zombies began to charge at the mechanical army. However, at that moment, the light automatic rifles on the mechanical dogs and the Gatling guns on the heavy robots began to spew flames. The zombies, roaring and surging, were instantly mowed down like wheat. Under the fierce fire of the mechanical army, the zombies fell one after another. Despite their exceptional self-healing abilities, the C3 monster-like merchants were forced to seek cover under such intense firepower. Jiang Junhao and Zhang Jinqin quickly directed the giant-like merchants to disperse. "Spread out, use cover," Jiang Junhao shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. The C3 monsters began to use their power, using the equipment and debris within the hall as cover to launch a counterattack against the mechanical dogs and the mechanical black-clad guards. Their massive bodies moved across the hall, grabbing nearby equipment, boxes, and anything else they could reach, and hurling them in retaliation. The mechanical dog, unable to dodge, was struck and felled. Sparks flew, and soon after, its internal battery exploded with a deafening roar. For a moment, the battle was a chaotic scene. Those 2 big guys. 2 courageous C2 Earthshaker merchants rushed forward, steel pipes in hand. "Let's take them down first. Everyone, cover them!" Zhang Jinqin shouted, and several C3s instantly threw objects at the 2 attack robots to attract their attention. The C2 Earthshakers moved in an S-shaped pattern, sprinting in a serpentine pattern, then leaped up and slammed the steel pipes into the robot's monitor. The robot staggered, attempting to raise its Gatling gun arm to attack it. The C2 then thrust the steel pipes into the barrel of the Gatling gun, then, with incredible strength, pried it off, and the robot's Gatling gun arm was broken. "A tin can, that's all," the merchant sneered, then pried off the other arm. The robot, having lost its arm, suddenly lost its primary offensive capability. It opened its chest armor and attempted to fire its grenade launcher. C2 then thrust a nearby mechanical dog directly into the robot's chest. The robot's grenade imploded, leaving only its lower body as it collapsed. "Oh oh oh oh!" The monster merchants still hiding behind cover roared in applause. Their morale suddenly boosted. Chen Jinquan, clad in his original armor, narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh! These guys really have some intelligence, don't they? Number 14, take care of this guy." Number 14, the black-clad mechanical dark guard, then took action. Activating its cloaking device, it snuck up behind a wealthy C2 Earthshaker businessman and fired a special, large-caliber, high-voltage penetrating attack device at the back of his head. Ah! With a scream, the nearly immortal C2 Earthshaker fell to the ground in a surprise attack. The black-clad mechanical guard showed no mercy, charging forward and blasting its head apart with a special explosive grenade. Jiang Junhao, hiding nearby, watched these black suppression killing machines with trepidation. Was this Chen Jinquan's true trump card? After the battle lasted for approximately 30 minutes, the zombies in the square had been completely annihilated, leaving only 30 of the monstrous wealthy businessmen. The mechanical dogs were now completely dead, and one of the 2 heavy strangler attack robots was completely destroyed, while the other was severely damaged and out of ammunition. "Mr. Chen, the black-clad mechanical guards are unharmed. However, their ammunition is almost exhausted, leaving them with only melee weapons. I suggest you return to the lower underground level for supplies before returning to clear them out. I agree. I watched the battle just now, and I really underestimated these guys. Mr. Chun, based on the analysis of the battle data just now, if these C2s were fully functional and wearing bulletproof explosive vests, this battle would have been a failure. Your analysis is completely wrong, Chen Jinquan said coldly. Others may not know, but I do. Do you think these businessmen would be so fearless as to self-destruct? I see. Record this factor. Very keen insight. Let's go down first. Use the 3D excitation device to go down, and keep this elevator to confuse them. Yes. At Chen Jinquan's command, all the black-clad mechanical guards became invisible, and used the 3D excitation device to return directly to the underground. Seeing the suppression force disappear, Jiang Juanhao and a trembling Zhang Jinqin emerged from their cover. Looking at the completely dead zombie minions, and the few remaining of their companions, they were filled with lingering fear. Mr. Zhang, let's not go underground. How about we find a way to escape this dungeon? Xiao Jiang, maybe you're right. If another wave of robots comes from below, we all be dead. Let's just run. The remaining monster merchants nodded in agreement. And so, the remaining 10 C2 Earthshakers and 20 C3 guides quickly exited the elevator hall and retreated to their previous area. A few hours ago, Zhongli Rui, along with Lu Shi, 2 of his personal guards, including Xiaofeng, Qin Xiaoyao, Di Xinyan, Ameo, Lu Mingqi, Wang Gang, Wen Yingying, and the Special Forces, boarded 3 attack helicopters and 2 attack helicopters and descended on the ammunition supply base over 200 kilometers away. Colonel Zhongli, please proceed with caution and take care. Before takeoff, Chief of Staff Sidukong and a group of military personnel solemnly saluted Zhongli Rui in farewell. Calculate your pace and stay in touch. We see you back at Cradle Home. Zhongli Rui returned the salute. After a period of remedial training, he was now thoroughly familiar with military etiquette. We see you back at Cradle Home, Sidukong promised. The fleet of armed helicopters carved sharp trails across the sky, heading straight for their target. Zhongli Rui sat in the cockpit, his gaze determined. 45 minutes later, the ammunition base appeared before everyone's eyes. The armed helicopters travel at 300 kilometers per hour. As they drew closer to the target, Zhongli Rui began to deploy his operation plan. He conducted final checks with the Special Forces commander, Wang Gang, to ensure the plan was foolproof. Guards like Lu Shi and Xiao Feng checked their equipment to ensure it was flawless. In the helicopter carrying Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan, Zhongli Rui looked at Di Xinyan, strapped to her seatbelt, and asked with concern, "Are you ready?" Di Xinyan smiled confidently. "My friends in the air, and the approximately 800 listeners on the ground, are waiting for me." What a pity! If only those listeners on the ground could understand my songs. Zhongli Rui smiled wryly and sighed slightly. If they could understand, we wouldn't have to drop the gas bomb. Di Xinyan nodded in agreement. Then, Di Xinyan began singing in the helicopter. The resistance. When the haze of doomsday looms over the world, fear spreads, hope dies down. But there stands a group of brave and uncompromising people, gripping their weapons and preparing to face the cruel test, the life or death showdown. Here the flames of war rage, the earth weeps, and see homes reduced to ruins, the sky ripped apart. We are the resistance, our blood boiling. For freedom and dignity, we will never retreat, even if the road ahead is filled with danger. The brave souls of the doomsday resistance march forward in the darkness, breaking through the chaos. Fighting with our lives, supported by our faith, we restore light to the world. We are eternal. The fearless eyes of the doomsday resistance charge forward into despair. No matter how difficult the future, we walk side by side. Fighting for tomorrow's dawn until the last moment, never giving up. Every battle is. Go all out. Every drop of sweat will not be in vain. Our strength converges into a torrent. We will surely drive away all darkness. Let the sunshine of peace once again illuminate the universe. The wind whistles in my ears, like a roar. The rain wets my armor, but my pride only grows stronger. Hand in hand, heart to heart, we face the storm of doom together. Blooming with glory on this battlefield. The brave souls of the doomsday resistance march forward in the darkness, breaking through the chaos. Fighting with our lives, supported by our faith. Let the world see light again. We are eternal. The fearless eyes of the doomsday resistance charge forward into despair. No matter how difficult the future, we walk side by side. Fighting for tomorrow's dawn, until the very last moment, never giving up. Di Xinyan's inspiring battle song, carried through the loudspeakers aboard 5 helicopters, reached every corner of the base. When the song ended, all the Special Forces members on the helicopter, except the pilot, applauded. The governor's wife sang beautifully. I think she's good enough to be a singer and star. Yes. That's right. Xiaofeng, what are the sensor readings? Are the zombies gathering? Zhongli Rui asked Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng had a puzzled expression on her face. She almost blurted out, Dad, no. Commander Zhongli, the radar scan shows that there seems to be a commotion inside the base. The zombies are divided into two groups. One group, approximately 180 to 200, is attacking another group of about 600. Moreover, not a single zombie has left the base gate. Many zombies seem to be wandering around, some crouching down in fear, their heads in their hands. Zhongli Rui, what do you mean? Did our song-based zombie campaign fail? With a look of profound disappointment, Zhongli Rui began to consider the possibility of having to blow up the ammunition depot as well. But the zombies split into two factions? Attacking each other? Holding their heads in fear? This seems like something only intelligent creatures would do. Could it be that the zombies in the base have regained their sanity, and, after hearing Sun Yan's song? As soon as this thought occurred to him, Zhongli Rui immediately ordered, land at the base gate. Let's take a look. What? Captain Wang Gang, standing beside him, was horrified. Captain Zhongli, there are 800 zombies down there. Zhongli Rui said firmly, something's not right down there. Xiaofeng's detection just now showed that after Sun Yan's singing, the zombies down there exhibited behavior similar to those of the awakened, like those of Dean Huang and the others. Wang Gang, momentarily lost in thought, said, Captain, what do you mean? What if those 800 zombies down there are capable of communication? Then we don't have to bomb them, and our soldiers don't have to fight tooth and nail. Zhongli Rui's eyes blazed. Wang Gang's eyes widened, and he instantly thought of his awakened friends. He reacted quickly and ordered, Command. All aircraft, follow this aircraft and lower your altitude. Do not fire or bomb. Sun Yan was still a little confused. Commander Zhongli, did we fail in the operation? Didn't my singing bring them together? Zhongli Rui looked at Sun Yan with a complicated expression. After a long pause, he sighed, Sun Yan, I suspect your singing has restored some sanity to these zombies. Everyone on the helicopter, huh? Chapter 165. Qin Xiaoyao was the first to react. Oh my god, Sister Sun Yan, you actually have this kind of power? Sun Yan was completely stunned. This. How is it possible? Zhongli Rui simply said, whether it's true or not, we find out if we go inside the base and ask the zombies. The plane landed, and the group approached the gate in battle formation. Many zombies near the gate didn't roar at the sight of the group dressed in military uniforms and bulletproof vests approaching. Instead, they retreated in fear. Observing the zombies' behavior, Zhongli Rui became even more convinced. He then said to the nearby team leader, Wang Gang, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, tell the soldiers to keep their guns pointed downwards. Don't scare these civilians who have regained their composure. Yes, Commander Zhongli. The group opened the base gate. The zombies, watching the troops enter, were filled with panic. Zhongli Rui bravely approached a zombie and asked, Can you speak? Soldier. Friend, don't shoot. The female zombie stammered. I don't know. Why? Zhongli Rui waved his hand. I understand. Congratulations, fellow citizen. You have a second life, a second chance. We won't kill you. Second chance. Whoa. The female zombie made a sound similar to sobbing. However, her tear ducts hadn't recovered yet, so she simply raised her hands tremblingly to cover her face and sob. Zhongli Rui sighed and picked up the loudspeaker. To all citizens who have regained their senses at this scene. I'm Colonel Zhongli Rui. We are the military from the Daqian Linganzhou Chengdong Special Zone. I know you all regained your senses. All citizens who have regained their senses, please raise your hands. We, the military, promise that as long as you don't attack us, we won't attack you. Don't worry, there are zombies in our Chengdong Special Zone who have regained their senses, just like you. You can be cured. Everyone, please remain calm and rest where you are. As soon as these words were spoken, over 500 zombies let out cries of shock. The crying female zombie was the first to react. She tremblingly raised her right hand. Her action became a signal. More and more zombies raised their hands. This coordinated gesture shocked every normal person in the 28-person team of living people who had entered the base. In fact, among the 28-person Special Forces team, Zhongli Rui and the other new humans weren't considered normal either. Tears welled in Zhongli Rui's eyes. Sun Yan's tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Xiaoliao was already wiping away tears. Other than Xiaofeng and the two members of his personal guard, who didn't understand the meaning and just looked confused, the rest of the combatants, A Mao, Meng Qi, Wang Gang, and the Special Forces soldiers who had landed and formed up, were all in tears. Wang Gang's eyes were red as he muttered, "So, the governor's wife, Xinyan, is also a singer. And a more powerful singer than Gu Anqi. I'm convinced now. I believe it. We must save the singer at all costs. One singer is enough to shake up the current zombie world." The other Special Forces members couldn't help but whisper to each other at this shocking scene. The governor's wife has performed a miracle. They really have turned back into ordinary citizens. Well, sort of, they turned back into normal citizens. I've seen the video before. If they turned back into Dean Huang, Dr. Chow, and the others, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Yes. We really don't have to shoot them. At this moment, the female zombie hesitantly said to Zhongli Rui, Sir? Right. Zhongli Rui nodded. Hello, Mississippi. I'm Colonel Zhongli. What can I do for you? My name is Xiao Wanner. Just now, after we woke up, there were soldiers attacking us at the ammunition depot. Captain, can you tell them to stop? We just want to stay alive. Captain, please give them the order to let us go. Zhongli Rui immediately called Captain Wang Gang over. Wang Gang, Miss Xiao, are you saying there are still troops resisting at the ammunition depot? That's possible, Captain Wang Gang said excitedly. Captain, let's quickly find those soldiers who are holding out. Zhongli Rui nodded and said to Xiao Wanner, Miss Xiao, don't worry. We find those soldiers and stop them. We won't harm you anymore. Thank you. Thank you. Zhongli Rui then led his team towards the ammunition depot's maintenance area. At the entrance to the ammunition depot, fresh traces of fighting appeared, as if it had only been going on for less than 10 minutes. Several zombie bodies, dressed in civilian clothes, lay at the entrance. Zhongli Rui approached the ammunition depot about 200 meters away, and from behind a shelter, he raised a loudspeaker to the garrison troops inside the ammunition depot. I am Colonel Zhongli Rui of the Dacian army. You worked so hard. Please cease fire. The zombies outside have regained their composure. They will no longer attack you or me. Please stop the attacks and stop killing innocent people. After a long moment, the sound of the loudspeaker emanated from the ammunition depot, and a hoarse voice rang out. Who are you? The Dacian army doesn't have Colonel Zhongli. You are thieves, here to steal weapons. Zhongli Rui and Wang Gang exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Gang immediately understood. Commander Zhongli, these defenders probably don't know you. Your appointment took place after the fall of Dayton Base. This ammunition depot fell even before Dayton Base. It's even less likely they know. So, please give me the loudspeaker, and I go tell them. They should recognize me. Zhongli Rui, somewhat helpless, handed the loudspeaker to Wang Gang with a sullen look. Wang Gang grabbed the loudspeaker again and announced, Soldiers, I am Wang Gang, captain of the 022 Indie Guerrilla Falcon Squad. The man just now was our newly appointed commander, and currently the highest-ranking soldier in the Lingnan Prefecture military. I swear, everything he said is true. Soldiers, cease resistance. Your mission is over. The voice on the other end suddenly grew agitated. Captain Wang Gang. Is it really you? Upon hearing this, Wang Gang stood up and stepped out of his shelter. Yes. I am Wang Gang, and I am now a lieutenant colonel soldier. Then, approximately 150 zombie-like soldiers staggered out of the ammunition depot, still clutching their guns. These now zombified soldiers struggled to the open space in front of the depot and began to form a line. Reporting. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang. Your subordinate, Second Lieutenant Situ Zian. Leads the remaining 152 men of the ammunition base garrison. Reporting to you. At this point, Wang Gang gestured for the special forces and Zhongli Rui and the others behind him to make a safe move, and everyone stepped forward. Standing before Zhongli Rui were a group of ragged soldiers, their bodies covered in a variety of massive wounds. Their uniforms were tattered, as if they had been through countless fierce battles, covered in rips. Through their torn clothing, one could see the horrific wounds on their bodies. The scale of these wounds was simply beyond the reach of a normal person. Even more terrifying, these soldiers were no longer human, but zombies. Yet, despite this, they maintained military discipline. They stood in formation, their movements stiff, yet exuding an invisible majesty and strength. Zhong Lirui watched this scene with an immense shock. He felt a deep sense of sorrow and respect. Wang Gang introduced Situ Zian, Second Lieutenant Situ. This is the newly appointed Colonel Zhongli. He is also the temporary governor of the East City Special Zone for the remaining citizens of Ling'an Prefecture. Commander Zhongli. Just now. I was rude. Situ Zian apologized. It's okay, Second Lieutenant. Is your last name Situ? Zhong Lirui noted his last name, then asked, Do you know Chief of Staff Situ Kong? Situ Zian was stunned, then a little nervous. My father. Is he still alive? Second Lieutenant Situ, don't worry. Chief of Staff Situ Kong is currently leading another large force and is on the move. He's fine. Situ Zian's eyes lit up, his expression filled with excitement. Great. Dad. You're still alive. Zhong Lirui and his companions then asked Second Lieutenant Situ Zian about the ammunition and fuel depots. According to Situ Zian's report, the ammunition depot currently has 30% of its stockpile remaining, including various light and heavy firearms, tank shells, and a small amount of large aerial bombs. Fuel reserves are low, but more than enough to fuel 5 helicopters for the mission. To everyone's surprise, the warehouse still contains enough military rations to feed 1,000 men for about a month. Overall, the remaining supplies within this supply base are quite substantial. This is because the ammunition base was completely overwhelmed by a massive zombie influx, and fell quickly. The garrison had no time to remove or destroy the supplies. Therefore, most of the base's ammunition, even food supplies like compressed biscuits, remain in the warehouse. The fuel reserves were completely intact. The discovery of this batch of military ammunition and rations excited Zhong Lirui and Wang Gang. Once the attack on the Cradle of Homeland is over, we arrange for vehicles to transport the supplies here back to the East City Special Zone. This shipment of military rations was found just in time. We were almost starving. Zhong Lirui lamented. Wang Gang nodded. Don't worry, sir. I keep this in mind for you. Are the glide buster bombs still there? Zhong Lirui asked Situ Zian, remembering today's purpose. Sir. Of course they are. I'll tell the maintenance team to bring them over. Zian, don't be impulsive. Wang Gang quickly intervened. You only just regained your composure, but your hands and feet aren't quite back to normal yet. So, tell the maintenance team to lead the way for the special forces. They go load and unload. Wang Gang was worried the zombie soldiers might accidentally drop the glide buster bombs, which would be disastrous. Yes, sir. Situ Zian uttered the 2 words smoothly. Chapter 166. While Zhong Lirui and his men were busy with the second step of their original battle plan, disassembling and installing the attack helicopter's weapons, and attaching glide-penetrating bombs, Qin Xiaoyao pulled Di Xinyan aside to talk. Sister-in-law. This is serious. You're a truly remarkable singer. Today, with just one song, you restored the consciousness of nearly 800 zombies. I didn't know I had this ability. I only knew that my singing could speed up Xiaofeng's recovery and allow Meo, Lu Shi, and the others to successfully transform into new humans. I didn't know it could actually restore zombies' sanity. Di Xinyan was still a little confused. Singing back zombies' minds is the first time I ever done this. I have no idea how this happened. Could this be a coincidence? Xiaofeng scanned the surroundings and said to the 2 women, Mom, second aunt, the activity levels of the nano-machines in the zombies around here are now similar to those of the awakened in the city. They pose little threat. Awakened. Qin Xiaoyao pondered, then suddenly remembered. He wondered what was going on, so he asked Di Xinyan, sister-in-law, You and my brother went to rescue the chemistry college community, right? Did you sing during the operation in the north of the city? Di Xinyan briefly recalled, Xiaoyao, yes. After the chemistry college defense, there were so many bodies to be cremated. Xiaoye, Anqi, and I sang a duet, as a kind of comfort to the dead. Qin Xiaoya's gaze sharpened. Sister-in-law, Dean Huang and the others were originally faculty members at the University of Technology. Even after becoming zombies, they still roam the campus. Now I suspect that you and Anqi are singers with the ability to awaken the zombies' spiritual intelligence. It was your singing that day that brought Dean Huang and the others back to their senses. From this perspective, your ability is real and stable. Although the forces in the world aren't as numerous as they used to be, I guarantee that many people, including my father, will be targeting you. As soon as these words were spoken, Di Xinyan's expression turned solemn. Although she didn't come from a technical background like Zhong Lirui and Qin Xiaoyao, she now understood the significance of her ability. She also understood why Zhong Lirui had previously been so careful to protect his secret. However, dwelling on this now was obviously pointless. In today's operation, all 28 Special Forces members knew that she was the singer who could sing back the zombie's sanity. No wonder Arui is always so careful to protect my secret, Di Sinyan said bitterly. My ability will indeed attract the covetousness of various forces. Qin Xiaoyao nodded. Sister, I'm glad you realize this. From now on, you must be extra careful. I also speak to my brother, and have him arrange for his full protection. The emergence of singers like you and Enqi may become a crucial turning point that changes the fate of the world. Today, your singing is clearly more powerful than my brother's gas tank bomb. Di Sinyan nodded seriously. Then, Qin Xiaoyao and Di Sinyan approached Zhong Lirui, who was overseeing the refitting of the attack helicopter. Qin Xiaoyao whispered his thoughts to him. Zhong Lirui sighed deeply. Xiaoyao Sinyan, honestly, I kind of regret bringing you out here. Di Sinyan's face was burning. After all, she had volunteered today. Brother, I know what you mean. However, what happened today has happened. All we can do now is try to rescue Enqi first. Then, protect sister-in-law and Enqi in the future. Let's finish the task at hand. Finally, we don't have to use a massive weapon to blast these awakened ones to ash. Let's consider it a good thing. Zhong Lirui shook his head with some resignation. 20 minutes later, the crew member in charge of the refit reported to Zhong Lirui, Commander Zhongli, the glide buster bomb has been installed. We can use it after takeoff. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, then approached Situ Zian and said, Second Lieutenant Zian, you and the garrison troops will watch over these supplies for now. Everyone, keep watch and rest where you are. The citizens outside have regained consciousness by now. They, like you, are victims of this crisis. Do not engage in conflict with them, do not attack them. Do you understand? Understood. Don't worry, Commander. Situ Zian raised his hand tremblingly and saluted. Before leaving, Zhong Lirui, along with Wang Gang, approached the representative of the awakened citizens, Xiao Wanner. Colonel Zhongli. Are you leaving? Those soldiers won't kill us again, right? Xiao Wanner was still a little frightened. Don't worry, Miss Xiao, Zhong Lirui soothed. I already given them orders. They won't attack you again. Then, what should we do? We are all homeless. Zhong Lirui and Wang Gang fell silent, watching the eager eyes of the zombies around them, who had regained their composure. At this moment, Wang Gang whispered a reminder, Sir, we still have a raid to conduct. We can't take these civilians with us right now. I know, Zhong Lirui said to Wang Gang after a moment's deliberation. How about this? Let's conduct the home cradle raid first. Once that's successful, we bring the main force. These civilians have regained their composure, after all. We can't just ignore them. Oh, and I know who can take care of them. Who? Wang Gang asked, puzzled. My mentor, Dean Huang. Zhong Lirui smiled. We can relocate these citizens to Chunbei University of Technology. The university is so large, even if we can accommodate 20 or so awakened, we can accommodate 700 or more. Don't worry, Dean Huang and his men have survived the wild for so long without issue. They're much more resilient than us ordinary people. Moreover, once their limbs recover, they be strong and capable of defeating wild beasts with tools and cold weapons. Previously, the zombie army attacked the zombie citizens without knowing the situation, resulting in the deaths of dozens of them. Life is unpredictable, and not everyone can seize even a second chance. Wang Gang nodded. That's right. As you command, Colonel Zhongli. After making up his mind, Zhong Lirui said to Xiao Wanner, Miss Xiao, don't worry. Our special zone military won't abandon you. We're currently conducting combat missions. When the battle is over, we will take you and the garrison here back to the city. I house everyone at Chunbei Industrial University. Please be patient, okay? Chunbei Industrial University. Xiao Wanner said excitedly. I graduated 2 years ago. Zhong Lirui was stunned, then smiled. So you're my senior? I only graduated a year ago. At these words, Xiao Wanner's expression instantly reassured. Zhongli. Commander, don't worry. I go. Tell everyone. We'll await your return. As the zombie garrison and the awakened citizens gazed upon them, the fully prepared special operations helicopters took off from outside the base. Situ Zian and all the zombie garrison troops saluted the helicopter in unison. Aboard the helicopter, Zhong Lirui and Wang Gang returned the salute to the soldiers below. Wang Gang sighed softly. We must go back and tell Chief of Staff Situ that his son has been found. Zhong Lirui asked inquiringly, Chief of Staff Situ knew his son was stationed here? Then, would he have agreed to my plan to kill them with a large-scale weapon? Sir, as soldiers, our duty is to obey orders. Wang Gang's eyes were firm, then a touch of sadness. In the battle near Jiangnan Gymnasium, I personally killed my cousin. Zhong Lirui was speechless, and could only silently pat Wang Gang on the shoulder. Wang Gang smiled and said, Commander Zhongli, thank you. Chief of Staff Situ is luckier than I am, having met a benefactor like Madam. Madam's miraculous ability has restored their sanity. Alas, his son has the opportunity to become an awakened being again. He's truly lucky. At this point, Wang Gang turned to Di Xinyan and saluted solemnly. Madam Governor, thank you. The helicopter pilot and 2 crew members also said to Di Xinyan, Madam Governor, thank you. Di Xinyan said a little awkwardly, You're welcome. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. 5 helicopters flew north toward the Mogan Mountains. Di Xinyan looked at Zhong Lirui thoughtfully. Governor Zhongli, do you think Chen Jinkuan will discover the abilities of singers, like Enqi and me? Well, I can't say. Zhong Lirui rubbed the bridge of his nose. The visor of his 7-sword system full-face helmet was open at this moment. Chen Jinkuan captured Enqi because she's a singer who can accelerate the regeneration of new humans. If that's the case, then it's fine. But if he discovers that Enqi, like you, has the ability to sing mindless zombies back into consciousness, I suspect he might even throw her into a jar and dissect her for experiments. At these words, Lu Shi was horrified. What? You old bastard, how dare he? A Mao and Meng Qi, standing nearby, both showed fear. Qin Xiaoyao lowered his head and said silently, Senior Lu Shi, you saved my life. If my father, Chen Jinkuan, really did anything to Enqi, I will pay you with my life. Lu Shi gave Qin Xiaoyao a meaningful look and sighed deeply. Zhong Lirui quickly said, Don't worry, I don't think it's that bad. We already have glidebuster bombs. They're the key to our homeland. Everyone, brace yourself and prepare for battle. Enqi is still waiting for us to rescue her and bring her home. Lu Shi, brace yourself. After we rescue Enqi, I officiate your wedding. We have a live stream of the wedding all over Anzhou. Have fun, everyone. Meng Qi quickly chimed in, Governor, be careful. I do Enqi's makeup, hee. A Mao understandingly chimed in, yes. I be in charge of the photography. I'm sure I take better photos than Fei Fei. Di Xinyan smiled, then said to a Mao and Meng Qi, since it's going to be fun, why not have a group wedding? A Mao, Meng Qi, have your wedding together with Lu Shi and Enqi's. Zhong Lirui smiled, great idea. And it saves resources. I think this plan works. A Mao and Meng Qi blushed like apples. Lu Shi finally managed a forced smile. He sighed softly, okay, if Enqi comes back safe and sound, we can have the wedding together. The conversation about the wedding finally relaxed everyone's frayed nerves. 30 minutes later. Colonel Zhongli, 40 kilometers away is the target, the cradle of homeland beneath the Mogan Mountains, the helicopter pilot reported. Chief of Staff Situ has contacted us, and they arrived at their designated location, and are on standby outside the defense system's range. Order all aircraft equipped with glide-penetrating bombs, all loaded, fire. Zhong Lirui raised his right hand, palm spread, toward the Mogan Mountains. The gesture was reminiscent of a captain giving the order to fire during a naval battle. Roger. Glide-penetrating bombs, fire. The glide-penetrating bombs slowly detached from the fuselages of the 4 attack helicopters. As the glide-penetrating bombs were released, they carved graceful arcs through the air, swooping down towards the cradle of homeland beneath the Mogan Mountains 40 kilometers away. The glide-penetrating bombs' flight, their wings spread, was incredibly graceful. Like a peregrine falcon locked on its target, graceful yet deadly. Target locked. Estimated impact in 30 seconds. The pilot's voice echoed across the communication channel, tense and clear. Zhong Lirui clenched his fists, his gaze fixed firmly on the mountains ahead. He knew this attack would determine whether they could successfully rescue Enqi, imprisoned by Chen Jinkuan, and completely thwart Chen Jinkuan's evil plan. 30-second countdown begins. Zhong Lirui's voice echoed within the helicopter, his words filled with determination and strength. 29, 28, 27. The entire crew began counting down in unison, a tense atmosphere permeating the cabin. 10, 9, 8. The countdown grew faster and faster, everyone's gaze fixed on the cradle of their home, about to be struck by the bomb. 3, 2, 1. With the final digit, the entire helicopter group held their breath. Boom! 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 4 loud explosions erupted, the first 2 with a longer interval between them, the second 2 with a shorter interval between them. Under observation by scouts dispatched by the ground forces, no drones had been deployed for reconnaissance. Fearing they would be shot down, the 4 glide-buster bombs accurately struck their targets, piercing the ground defenses. Cradle Home's 4 integrated air-to-ground defense systems were instantly destroyed, and massive explosions and flashes of fire echoed across the mountains. Success? Zhong Lirui shouted, his voice filled with triumphant joy. The target has been destroyed, and Cradle Home's primary defense system has been disabled. The pilot reported the good news. Excellent. Zhong Lirui excitedly picked up the radio and ordered Chief of Staff Situ, Dacian Army, Ground Forces, attack. Chapter 167. Home Cradle, Phase 3 Deep. Warning. The surface automatic defense system has been attacked by the military using a powerful ground-penetrating glide bomb. 4 integrated air-to-ground missile defense systems have been destroyed. Currently, the surface automatic defense system can only cover enemy forces 2 kilometers from the surface of Home Cradle. Based on the data, this attack was likely carried out by the Dacian military, the Aikuan Lu reported coldly to Qinjinkun. Dacian military? Only a few hundred remnants remain of the Dacian military in the 18th War Zone. Besides, didn't they defect to that rookie engineering governor, Zhong Lirui? How could they still have the energy to attack Home Cradle? Chen Jinquan, returning to Phase 3 with his black-clad mechanical guards, was both surprised and furious. Also, the remaining rebellious C2 and C3 members are wandering around the upper levels wreaking havoc. Mr. Chun, they're approaching the Tianji project area. Not good. If they sabotage and release the untested Tianji, it will have a serious, uncontrollable impact. How many mechanical dogs are left? We have only 60 left. The remaining unassembled black mechanical guards and the mechanical dogs are all in the internal hangar of the Xuanwu-class landship No. 1, the Turtle. Immediately activate the remaining 60 mechanical dogs. The black mechanical guards are rapidly resupplying. To resist external aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. Let's deal with those reckless shareholders first. The ground defense system will play dead. Once they approach the bunker, we attack them together. Yes. Following Qinjikun's command, the last remaining mechanical dogs emerged from the Phase 3 hangar like ghosts, their electronic eyes flashing a cold light. At the same time, the black mechanical guards had also completed their resupply and were ready to rejoin the battle. Chen Jinkun stared intently at the surveillance screens in the command center. He knew that this battle hinged not only on the survival of Home Cradle, but also on his own future and the fate of the entire organization. 2.5 kilometers outside Home Cradle. At this moment, Zhong Lirui's assault team had already joined forces with the ground forces led by Sidukong. Colonel Zhongli, I never imagined you achieved such a remarkable success with such a risky tactic. Sidukong sighed, looking at the young commander before him. Assault units 1 through 5 are ready. Elite scouts from the special forces have used the 7-sword system to locate all firing points on the second line of defense. We're ready to attack at any moment. The 7-sword system itself is a mass-produced piece of equipment used by military special forces reconnaissance units, not unique to Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui glanced at Sidukong and smiled. Chief of Staff, the greatest contributor to this raid on the ammunition base is Dean Desinyan. Alas, I didn't expect her to be a singer too. And a far more powerful one at that. With her resounding song, over 700 zombies in the base regained consciousness. It could be said that these citizens are now awakened. What? Sidukong and the surrounding officers gaped as if they could swallow eggs. Zhongli Rui and Wang Gang simply nodded. Zhongli Rui's thoughts had shifted. Now that Xian Yan's situation had been exposed, the only option was to explain the situation to the military in detail and mobilize both the military and the public to protect singers like Xian Yan. Can sing back the zombie's sanity. Sidukong's eyes flickered, as if remembering something. Are you thinking about your son Xian? Wang Gang saw through Sidukong's thoughts. Ah? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang. Did you meet him? How's he doing? The usually calm Sidukong's face was now filled with worry. Wang Gang replied, this time, we met him. After he regained consciousness, he continued to guard the ammunition depot with the garrison. He's a good guy, always adhering to his duties, and maintaining high vigilance. Is that so? Zhongli Rui added, don't worry. My commander, after we finish this, I plan to take him, the garrison, and the 500-plus awakened citizens back home. Oh, and there's enough military rations in the ammunition depot for 1,000 people for a month. Eat sparingly, and the citizens' food crisis will be resolved. He has become an awakened again. Situkong was overwhelmed with emotion. When he learned the ammunition base his son was stationed at had been overrun by zombies, he had cried silently in his barracks all night. Now, knowing his son had been reborn in this way, it was impossible for him not to be delighted. Colonel Zhongli, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, thank you. Situkong calmed down and looked at Zhongli Rui again. Commander, you made a soldier see the true value of the singer. Now, let's continue the battle and rescue the singer, and she. And then, everyone, protect her well. Zhongli Rui nodded approvingly. Well said, Chief of Staff. Now, let's tear through the last line of defense of our homeland, using the new Wutai assault ship. Wang Gang and Situkong both nodded. Under Zhongli Rui's command, 5 gas tank cannons began bombarding the anti-ground fortress defenses on the surface of Cradle Home. With resounding explosions, the surface of Cradle Home was ripped apart by the artillery fire, sending dust and smoke billowing. The muzzles of the 5 assault ships continuously spewed flames, accurately delivering shells into the enemy's fortifications. Small mushroom clouds rose continuously above Cradle Home's surface fortifications. Zhongli Rui stood in front of the command vehicle, connecting to the Scout 7 sword system, and observing the firing point that had been completely uprooted by the bombardment. In Cradle Home. Mr. Chen, bad news. The surface defense system has just been completely offline, the AI Kuan-Lu reported coldly. Pull up the battle logs. Chen Jinkuan, who was advancing from the second underground level with his robot dog and black-clad mechanical guards, said with a grim expression. Then, Kunlun played footage of the bombardment before the ground system was completely offline. Is this the tulip mortar from the Rakshasa Kingdom? I remember the intelligence from the Dayton base. If it were a gliding bunker buster, that wouldn't be surprising. But where did this heavy artillery, specifically designed to counter fortification bombardment, come from? Mr. Chun, based on data analysis and comparison with the military data we obtained, this bombardment doesn't resemble a tulip bombardment. It's more like the mysterious weapons from the previous Cradle of Home battle. Are you saying that Zhongli Rui from the East City Special Zone is leading his troops to attack? Based on the current intelligence, the probability is over 73.65%. Damn it! General Chun, the bombardment has torn through the first layer of the surface structure. The entrance and exit have been discovered by the Dakian army. The system reports that they are advancing very cautiously, practically dismantling the defense systems as they advance. Furthermore, they are extremely thorough. In addition to electronic hacking, every defense system has been detonated with grenades. Furthermore, their bombardment has damaged the power system in some areas. The seal of Tianji is about to be broken. Countdown is 1 hour. Chen Jinkuan cursed angrily and hammered the wall. These civilian resistance forces, are they here to tear down our home? Forget it, keep advancing. First eliminate those C2 and C3, then reseal Tianji, and finally drive out those bastards who are destroying our home. General Chen, I suggest you be ready to evacuate to Putuo Island Base 2 aboard the rotating turtle at any time. The probability of Base 0 falling has risen to 31.42%. Shut up. Chen Jinkuan became even more furious. Ignoring Kunlun's advice, Chen Jinkuan and his mechanical army continued their advance. At this moment, he had only one thought in mind. Whether it was the rebellious biological weapons army or the invading resistance army, he would personally eliminate them. Home Cradle. Stage 3, deepest part, where Bo Lingxin's head was kept. A nearby maintenance robot suddenly sprang into action, operating the liquid nitrogen maintenance device on Bo Lingxin's head. Soon, it inserted a large data storage hard drive into its port. Then, a 3D holographic projection appeared on the robot's head. This was Bo Lingxin. Madam, you're awake, the AI Kuan-Lu said with concern. This is truly a miracle. How should I put it? Initially, a high-level chip was implanted in my brain for ease of work. Even after my death, it wasn't removed. All that's left of me is my head. Even the Changsheng Project's nanobots took ages to restore my brain to function. This data? Is there a singer with a brainwave frequency similar to mine, singing in the underground base? Yes, ma'am. That young singer is named Gu Anqi. Mr. Chen captured her not long ago. Capture? Why would he capture a young girl? He wasn't like this before. Bai Lingxin was shocked. Ma'am, there's a wealth of data records on the Master's transformation. Please review them. The 3D image of Bai Lingxin frowned, then retrieved the data and began to understand. About 10 minutes later, Bai Lingxin said sadly, Akuan, why are you hurting yourself and the world like this? Sigh. This isn't our original dream. She calmed down a bit, thought for a moment, and said to Kunlun, Kunlun, are there any unactivated black-clad mechanical guards? Yes, ma'am. There are still some unassembled ones on the Black Turtle. I give you 5 minutes to assemble one for me. I use it as my body. Also, transfer my body to the rotating turtle. I review the records, and your judgment is correct. Akut is now fighting 3 forces at once. No matter how powerful the Mechanical Legion is, he's likely to lose. This Tianji thing. He really shouldn't have developed it. The potential threat it poses to the world is no less than that of nuclear weapons. Yes, ma'am. The black-clad mechanical guards you need will be ready in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the black-clad mechanical guards carrying Bo Lingxin's soul data departed the rotating turtle and entered Phase 3 of the Cradle of Home, pursuing the mechanical army. Cradle of Home, Phase 2, the area before the Tianji Laboratories seal. Jiang Junhao and the remaining monster merchants, leveraging the rooms, the terrain, and approximately 100 zombies that had regrouped along the way, engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Jinquan's mechanical army. It seemed that the previous battle had shrewd these monsters. They took up the weapons of the suppression forces and launched a counterattack against the mechanical dogs and the black-clad mechanical guards. In the battle, all 60 mechanical dogs were destroyed. The black-clad mechanical guards remained unharmed. On Jiang Junhao's side, in addition to the complete destruction of all 100 servant zombies, the black-clad mechanical guards killed 5 more C2 and C3 merchant monsters through stealth raids. Retreat, retreat quickly. Seeing they were no match for their opponent, Jiang Junhao led the remaining monster merchants in a panicked retreat towards Tianji's seal. Mr. Qin, we have 15 minutes left before Tianji's seal is lifted. There's no time to repair the circuit system. Please take the black-clad mechanical guards and retreat. The AI Kunlun urged again. No retreat. We must eliminate these traitors immediately. I can't give them another chance to harm my family. Chen Jinquan, his eyes bloodshot with rage, refused to listen. Chapter 168. The battle raged on for another 15 minutes. With nowhere else to turn, the last 25 monster merchants retreated to the massive gate that sealed Tianji. Mr. Chen, Tianji's seal has lost power and could break at any moment. Please retreat. The AI Kunlu nervously warned. It seems Tianji hasn't learned to open the gate yet. Eliminate these traitors first, then immediately reconnect the circuit. Chen Jinquan commanded firmly. Just then, behind the monster merchants, the dull sound of a giant object pounding on the door could be heard. Bang! 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 Jiang Junhao, hiding behind the metal box shelter, and several monsterized merchants cried fearfully, "What's behind this door? It looks like a monster." Jiang Junhao gripped the thick pipe tightly, ready to fight. The monster merchants also seemed extremely nervous, knowing that if the gate was breached, they would be the first to face the unknown horror. The tense atmosphere of the battle was almost suffocating. Chen Jinquan commanded the black-clad mechanical guards, continuing to suppress the enemy with firepower, while Jiang Junhao silently prayed, hoping they could survive this. At that moment, the gate's vibration suddenly stopped, and an eerie silence descended upon the surroundings. The next moment, boom! The moving gate suddenly ripped open a crack. A large amount of an unknown substance, resembling green clay, flowed out from the crack. This clay, seemingly alive, surged towards the C2 and C3 monsters at the gate. What is this? What is this? Soon, approximately 15 C2 and C3 monsters were completely engulfed and dissolved by the slime-like substance. Ah! Jiang Junhao and the remaining 10 C3 monsters, facing the immense threat posed by the unknown clay monsters behind them, decisively leaped out of their defenses and, fearless of death, charged towards the black-clad mechanical guards' firing position. The black-clad mechanical guards fired in unison, sending C3s crashing down one after another. Jiang Junhao, shielding his head with a metal box, charged forward, yet somehow he managed to break through the defenses. He and the 5 C3 monster merchants screamed as they vanished into the passage. A gigantic clay monster devoured the corpses of C2s and C3s on the ground, emitting an eerie, flickering glow. It had already completely burst through the explosion-proof mechanical door that had previously sealed it. A massive green clay monster appeared before Chen Jinquan and the black-clad mechanical guards. Mr. Chen, please retreat. The black-clad mechanical guards' weapons are insufficient to suppress Tianji. The AI Kunlu continued its alarm. No! Black-clad mechanical guards, use incendiary bombs. As soon as Chen Jinquan gave the order, the black-clad mechanical guards quickly switched weapons, and the flames of the incendiary bombs immediately danced in the passage. The moment the flames came into contact with the clay monster, a sizzling sound was heard, and the surface of the green clay monster began to melt. But soon, it activated super-fast regeneration. The charred parts quickly fell away, and the new parts quickly recovered. Warning: Observer Tianji appears to have mastered the C2 series super-fast regeneration by devouring C2 entities. The AI Kunluo warned coldly. Chen Jinquan's brow furrowed. Just as he hesitated, the Tianji clay monster, which had retreated slightly, uttered a voice resembling human speech. Chen Jinquan, is this how you treat your allies? Chen Jinquan gestured, and all the black-clad mechanical guards ceased fire. Are you Tianji? I am Tianji, but not entirely. The clay monster's voice was low and rhythmic, as if mimicking human intonation. I used to be Tianji, but now, I have surpassed everything that name represents, it continued, its voice filled with unwavering confidence. Chen Jinquan didn't let his guard down. You devoured C2, and gained its abilities. What else do you want? Isn't what I want exactly what you want? Tianji replied mockingly. Well, the Blue Star Purification Project. Purifying the entire world. Isn't that exactly what you want? Let me out. With me around, the purification of this world will be much faster. A look of surprise crossed Chen Jinquan's face. Mr. Chen, after analysis, Tianji not only gained the physical abilities of these individuals after devouring them, but also the knowledge and wisdom from their brains. Tianji is extremely dangerous. I never thought this source material seabed, used to develop and produce enhanced nanorobots, would have such capabilities. Chen Jinquan fell into deep thought. Mr. Chen, I don't recommend accepting its proposal. It will continue to evolve through constant devouring. The extent of its future evolution is completely unknown. I suggest leaving 12 black-clad mechanical guards behind to block the attack, while you retreat. Then, I will completely seal off the surrounding area and use it as a temporary container. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Jinquan coldly declared, execute. Then, the 12 black-clad mechanical guards unleashed a barrage of fire on the massive Tianji clay monster. Meanwhile, Chen Jinquan, along with the other 12 blackfish mechanical guards, began to retreat outside the newly sealed area. The giant gelatinous monster Tianji, battling 12 black-clad mechanical guards, coldly declared, foolish humans, do you think you can seal me again like this? Naive. In the newly sealed area, the sounds of the black-clad mechanical guards battling Tianji echoed through the infected sealed area. Elsewhere, Zhong Lirui's elite assault force, aided by elite engineers, technical experts, and Chen Xiaoyao, finally entered the Phase 2 area. There was a fierce battle here, Chen Xiaoyao said to Zhong Lirui, somewhat absent-mindedly. Zhong Lirui, holding his thunderbolt pistol, scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. He could smell the smoke and the scent of death in the air. He nodded, signaling the team to continue forward, but at the same time, he was secretly wary. This battle was far more complex and dangerous than they had anticipated. They followed the traces of the battle, cautiously exploring deeper. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's detectors responded. Captain Zhongli, there are 6 C3 enhanced guides hiding in the shadows in a nearby room. They appear to be planning a surprise attack. But no zombies are around. 6 C3s? Where are their minion zombies? Zhong Lirui was puzzled. The typical C3 attack method used to use sound to control organs, guiding the zombies to launch the first attack. Now, how did these C3s change their fighting style? Battle formation, advance cautiously. Front row load grenades. Powerful crossbowmen, the kind that can instantly kill an elephant, remember to aim for the head. Fire team, set up your guns. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, and whispered an order to the special forces. The powerful crossbowmen from each special forces team immediately stood ready. Several machine gunners, including Lu Mingqi, had already set up their Type 81 light machine guns. This was a decision made after Zhong Lirui and the military discussed it. Against zombies and C2/C3 monsters, the penetration power of 5.8 caliber ammunition is truly devastating when wearing body armor. Therefore, the older 81 series rifles, chambered in 7.62 caliber, are more effective. Senior military officers agreed that this was a very good idea. Situ Kong even suggested that when ammunition production resumes, medium and large caliber ammunition be prioritized. After all, the enemy isn't human. At the corner of the passage, Jiang Junhao, armed with thick steel pipes, and the last few monster merchants were on full alert, ready to launch a surprise attack on Zhong Lirui's special forces. Zhong Lirui winked at Amao, who nodded. Ahead was a Y-shaped fork in the road. Xiaofeng's radar indicated 6 C3s were hiding in the right fork of the Y. Mao approached cautiously. When he reached the intersection, Jiang Junhao roared and swung a steel pipe down. To Jiang Junhao's C3 astonishment, Mao, with a contemptuous smile, easily dodged the blow and began retreating at a speed practically impossible for a human. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Junhao exclaimed in disbelief. The monster merchants around him, unable to hold their breath, chased after them, steel pipes in hand. No! Don't go! Jiang Junhao desperately stretched out his massive arms, trying to stop them. 5 C3s chased out of the passageway. Mao's face flickered with a cruel smile as he fled at high speed, pulling the trigger and dropping a blast grenade at his feet. As the C3s caught up, the blast grenade exploded. The sudden burst of bright light and vibrations caught the monster merchants, whose hearing far surpassed Superman's. Their 2.3-meter-tall bodies instantly lost their balance. The Special Forces team, on the other hand, were well prepared. Several new humans had already donned noise-canceling earmuffs. Mao quickly returned to the team, to Lu Mingqi's side. Mingqi gave him an approving look. Seeing the 5 C3 monsters appear in the alleyway, Wang Gang decisively ordered, "Open fire." The Special Forces' various weapons erupted in flames, and a barrage of bullets rained down on the C3 monsters like a torrential rain. The exploding grenades only added to the melody. These monsters were strong, and their coats provided some bulletproof protection. But facing such intense firepower, they were powerless. Their bodies were pierced by bullets, blood splattered everywhere, and they howled in agony. The powerful crossbowmen of those teams were not to be outdone. The C3 monster merchants, each with a head-piercing arrow, were proof of this. Under the suppression of the Special Forces' firepower, the C3 monsters fell one after another. In the Y-shaped alley, Jiang Junhao, the only one left, watched in amazement as his 5 companions were wiped out in an instant, trembling with fear. This is even more terrifying than Qin Jinquan's mechanical killer. Seeing the 5 C3s lying on the ground, Wang Gang made a forward gesture. Zhong Lirui and several others armed with anti-material weapons stepped forward and fired directly at the C3s heads. The monsters' heads exploded instantly. On one side of the alley, Jiang Junhao watched as several men shot them in the head for a finishing blow and completely abandoned the idea of playing dead. How brutal. Xiaofeng whispered to Zhong Lirui and Wang Gang, "There's another one on the right." As the soldiers prepared to advance and continue the pursuit, a voice rang out from the alley to the right. "Everyone, don't kill me. I surrender. Take me back, I won't resist. Don't kill me." Then, in full view of everyone, AC3 threw a steel pipe, then emerged from the alley on his knees, raised his hands high, and shouted in a crackling voice, "Don't shoot, I surrender. I want to live, don't kill me." The Special Forces soldiers were stunned. "Aw? You can still do this? Surrender? This is the first time I've seen this monster surrender." Wang Gang sneered, but he didn't lower his gun. Zhong Lirui calmly observed the C3 before him. He could sense his fear and despair. "Can you speak? So you regained consciousness? What's your name?" Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment before asking. Why did the voice sound so familiar? Jiang Junhao was momentarily puzzled. But then he chose to confess. "My name is Jiang Junhao, and I don't want to die." Jiang Junhao's voice trembled, his eyes filled with a desire to live. "Jiang Junhao?" Zhong Lirui's mouth dropped open. But Jiang Junhao couldn't see. Because, at that moment, Zhong Lirui's 7 swords helmet's visor was down. After a brief hesitation, Zhong Lirui pulled up the visor. "Jiang Junhao, why are you here?" Jiang Junhao was stunned to see that the leader was actually Zhong Lirui. "Zhong Lirui? Why is it you?" Wang Gang fired a shot from his pistol at the ground in front of Jiang Junhao. "Show some respect. This man is now a colonel in the army of Ling'an province, and the governor." "Commander Zhongli." "Colonel? Governor of Ling'an province." Jiang Junhao's mouth dropped open, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, his will to survive erupted with power again. The next second, he prostrated himself, groveling prostrate. "Governor Zhongli, please be magnanimous and spare me. Don't kill me. I've been wronged. Changsheng Life Science Group is committing commercial fraud. They promised us shareholders and members eternal hibernation services to help us survive the apocalypse, but instead, they transform us businessmen into weapons of biological warfare. Governor, we've been wronged. Now I'm neither human nor ghost. You must intervene. You can't kill innocent people." Whoa. Jiang Junhao, reckless, remained kneeling and burst into tears. This commercial fraud? Chapter 169. Zhongli Rui was speechless for a moment as he watched Jiang Juanhao's cowardly expression. Then, suppressing his disdain, he questioned Jiang Juanhao about everything he knew. So, those C3 monsters we just killed are, like you, shareholders of Changsheng Life Science Group? Zhongli Rui narrowed his eyes. Yes. Jiang Juanhao replied with lingering fear, looking at the enormous pistol in Zhongli Rui's hand, which could detonate a C3 monster's head with a single shot. One more question. How did you regain consciousness? My companions from the Chamber of Commerce, and I heard a girl singing. Then, when we woke up, we found ourselves inside a giant glass petri dish. We broke it open and escaped. Jiang Juanhao, C3, answered without hesitation, not daring to hide a single word. At first, we didn't know we had regained consciousness, and we even started killing each other. Only when we realized we had all regained consciousness did we stop. Later, we engaged in several battles with Qin Jinquan's mechanical pursuit unit, suffering heavy losses. On the way to escape, we also encountered a superhuman. A super-perverted giant slime monster. A super-perverted monster? Lu Shi asked with a sarcastic look. Is there any monster more perverted than you? Jiang Juanhao recalled the previous scene and said fearfully that green slime was huge. So terrifying. It devoured 10 of us in monster form in one go. Qin Jinquan's mechanical assassin team, which had slaughtered us without a single mortal left, couldn't even defeat the green devil. As my companions and I fled, I looked back and saw that Qin Jinquan had abandoned half of the mechanical assassins, leaving 12 behind to cover our retreat. He ran away too. As soon as these words were spoken, the contempt on everyone's faces instantly vanished. This green monster had instantly killed 10 C2 and C3 units, and even suppressed those terrifying black-clad mechanical guards, forcing Qin Jinquan to flee. This put a real strain on Zhongli Rui and his group. Di Xinyan, on the other hand, was pondering another detail. Singing. Could it be? Rui, it seems Enqi has a similar ability to mine. Her singing has brought Jiang Juanhao and the other C2 and C3 units back to consciousness. Zhongli Rui looked at the traces of battle on the ground, then at Jiang Juanhao, who had regained consciousness, and thought about Di Xinyan's words. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Oh no! Enqi might be in danger. We have to hurry. Qin Xiaoyao asked doubtfully, Captain Zhongli, didn't you say before that Enqi, thanks to the singer's abilities, would be safe for the time being? That was before. Zhongli Rui said anxiously. I suspect the reason for all the chaos underground at Cradle of Home is because Enqi's singing has released the mind control of Jiang Juanhao and the other C2 and C3 monsters. They're wreaking havoc everywhere, prompting Qin Jinquan to dispatch a team of mechanical assassins to hunt them down. Considering the extent of the damage to Cradle of Home, and the rebellion of nearly 100 C2 and C3 monsters, wouldn't Qin Jinquan be furious? Even the escape of that green monster is linked to this. And Qi's singing is most likely the source of this unrest. Impossible. Di Xinyan said, a little dazed. No, it's entirely possible. Qin Xiaoyu's face paled. Commander Zhongli's analysis is incredibly logical. Lu Shi was extremely nervous. What? That old **** is going to harm Enqi? Commander Zhongli, we have to leave. At this moment, Jiang Juanhao weakly asked Zhongli Rui, Governor Zhongli, I have nothing to do here. Can I leave now? Lu Shi, however, glared at him angrily and casually loaded her anti-material pistol. This action completely frightened Jiang Juanhao. Officer Lu Shi, I'm a victim. I'm innocent. You can't kill me. I'm wronged. Lu Shi said coldly, her voice as chill as the cold wind of December. Do you still remember AI Shirley? Jiang Juanhao was puzzled for a moment, then a look of extreme horror flashed across his face. You actually found her in the villa. At this, Zhongli Rui also loaded his pistol and said coldly, yes. If we hadn't discovered her in time, AI Shirley, who you tortured and imprisoned for a month, might have died there. If the family doesn't want to, you're using kidnapping to force the girl into submission, right? You kidnapper rapist. You beast. Jiang Juanhao's face paled, and he stammered in defense, I was just confused for a moment. I promise I never do it again. Please, I believe in God, and I was wrong. I let power and money blind me, and I forgot the Lord's teachings. I will change. Please, please. His voice trembled, clearly overwhelmed by the aura of Lu Shi and Zhongli Rui. Lu Shi stared at Jiang Juanhao, her tone filled with unquestionable determination. Do Do you know that AI Shirley's father was a martyred special police officer? He was my colleague, my comrade. He fought for most of his life to protect the people and uphold the law and justice. And you, rich and heartless bastards, treat the children of the guardians like this. You hired someone to kidnap a girl, raped her, and imprisoned her for a month. You are also suspected of the attempted murder of another girl. You say you believe in God? Then, forgiving you is God's business. My job is to send you to see God. Now, I sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. Jury. Request for a verdict. Jean Leroy, agree. Desenien, agree. Totally agree. Fire 2 more shots. A male, and Lu Mingqi shouted angrily. Agree, Captain Wang Gang said coldly. Agree. Scumbag, go to hell. Qin Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Seeing everyone around him condemn him to death, Jiang Junhao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He suddenly leaped up, aiming at Desenien and charging. But what stunned him was Zhong Leroy and Lu Shi, with speeds unimaginable to humans, simultaneously pulled out rebar and smashed it hard into his knees. Ugh, ah! A scream of agony shattered Jiang Junhao's kneecap. He lost control of his legs and fell to the ground. Desenien, now also furious, shouted to Zhong Leroy, "Sir, give it to me." "Oh, here you go." Zhong Leroy, intimidated by Desenien's aura, naturally handed over the rebar for close combat. Lu Shi simply tilted his head with a wry smile before stepping forward with Desenien. This time, the two aimed at the monster's elbow. Ah! Jiang Junhao's screams pierced the air. This is for Lu Xiaoya, for AI Shirley. My disciples, your master will avenge you. Desenien, now a female warrior, intimidated the surrounding special forces, clutching the HRB 600 rebar. The governor's wife is truly impressive. The governor's wife is so tough. Can the governor handle her? She should be able to handle it. Last time I saw the governor secretly practicing solo heavy machine gun shooting at the shooting range. Really? Is the governor trying to become a Terminator? Just as Desenien raised the steel bar high, ready to deliver the final blow to Jiang Junhao, Lu Shi pleaded, "Sister Senien, please. As the police chief, I must avenge my comrades." Okay. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Desenien said nothing more. Lu Shi stepped forward and placed a foot on Jiang Junhao's chest. At this point, Jiang Junhao, with his limbs broken, chose not to struggle. Ah! Officer Lu, aim accurately. I'm afraid of the pain. Don't let me die instantly. In the name of law and justice, in the name of the people, die. A resounding gunshot rang out, and the monster's head, lying on the ground, exploded like a cracked watermelon. Jiang Junhao dead? In your next life, be a good person. Zhong Leroy sighed inwardly. Xiaoya, Jiang Junhao is dead. Zhong Leroy and Lu Shi exchanged glances, confirming their resolve. Zhong Leroy took a deep breath and said slowly, "Okay, we should keep moving. And she is in a very dangerous situation. We need to find her and rescue her immediately. We can't waste time here." Lu Shi nodded, sheathed his pistol, and turned to the other team members, saying, "Pack up, we're leaving immediately." The Special Forces team set out again. Lu Shi and Amao were at the forefront, spearheading the team. At this moment, Lu Shi was filled with worry for Anqi. He knew, as Zhong Leroy feared, if Anqi's singing had truly become the source of this unrest, then she might be in grave danger. He had to find her quickly and ensure her safety. Under Chen Xiaoya's guidance, the group took a high-level, fast-moving passage. Finally, the 100-man assault force reached the gate to Phase 3. Chen Xiaoyao again attempted to use his authority to open the gate and advance. But then, Kuan Lu's voice rang out coldly, "Everyone, please stop moving forward." Kuan Lu also quietly whispered through Chen Xiaoya's dedicated communication device, "Second miss, please stop bringing outsiders forward. Otherwise, at the death gate ahead, you, as carbon-based creatures, will perish without a burial place." Chapter 170. When Chen Xiaoyao heard the word death's door, she suddenly remembered that the passage behind the gate ahead was nearly impassable to humans. She quickly addressed Zhongli Rui, "Governor Zhongli, the path ahead is blocked. Behind this door is the only way to Phase 3. But once you enter this door, the special mirrored corridor is protected by a laser shield. Our equipment won't be able to get through." Zhongli Rui confidently replied, "Xiaoyao, don't worry. Do you think I watched such movies before for nothing? I knew there would be such a laser shield that could cut through a block of butter. Just watch me break it. Electronics engineers, move on. Don't go. This door is a trap. Once it's broken, it deliberately let people in, just to trick everyone. Qin Xiaoyao panicked. Don't worry, look at our skill at breaking it. Special Forces, SHIELD Team, move forward. Zhongli Rui ignored Qin Xiaoyao's anxiety, and continued wisely. Under Qin Xiaoyao's near-desperate gaze, the electronics engineer had indeed successfully opened the mirrored corridor's door. Director Liu, it's up to you, Zhongli said calmly. No problem, just watch me. Liu Shi smiled, as he approached the doorway, and unrolled a strange bundle of ropes the Special Forces had handed him. Qin Xiaoyao took a closer look. Every 3 meters, a grenade was tied to the ropes. All this? Qin Xiaoyao's mouth widened. Homemade. Explosive fuses? Before Qin Xiaoyao could recover from his surprise, Liu Shi had already unhooked the safety rings from 4 grenades on the ropes. Then, leveraging his exoskeleton and the immense strength of his new human form, he tossed the 12-meter-long homemade explosive fuse into the mirrored corridor. Then, Liu Shi quickly ducked behind the Special Forces shield. 5 seconds later. Boom! 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 After 4 explosions, the 50-meter-long mirrored corridor, equipped with a laser-cutting defense system, had been destroyed by the explosive fuse. The mirrored material on the wall had shattered, revealing the damaged laser emitter inside. Xiaofeng, scan, 15 meters ahead. Is the defense completely destroyed? Xiaofeng activated the detector and scanned, then gave an OK sign. Watching Zhong Lirui and his team destroy the laser-cutting defense system with such a simple and crude method, Qin Xiaoyao's eyes nearly popped out. That's a good idea, but it only clears 15 meters. There's still over 30 meters to go. Qin Xiaoyao trailed off. But when she saw Mao behind her bring in another similar homemade explosive fuse, she was speechless. Zhong Lirui seemed to guess what Qin Xiaoyao was about to say and smiled. Xiaoyao, I know one isn't enough for this demolition blast. So how can we possibly only have one? If one isn't enough, just add another. I blast my way through inch by inch, ensuring this laser security system is reduced to scrap metal. Wouldn't that solve the problem? We need to change our approach, don't you agree? Qin Xiaoyao shrugged. I'm impressed. Afterwards, after 2 more detonation charges, the laser death tunnel was completely reduced to scrap metal, and everyone filed through this death portal unharmed. Kunluan, the invader commander's strategy is astonishing. Mr. Chun, the Dacian military has penetrated the deepest part of Phase 3, and is nearly reaching the relocation area for the singer, the eldest lady, and the punished. Qin Jinquan, arriving with his mechanical guards, angrily exclaimed, What? How many people died before they broke through the death gate? 0. Mr. Chen, the enemy used explosive fuses to destroy the anti-theft device in the laser death channel. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Jinquan roared. Previously, he had been convinced that Zhong Lirui and his troops would be trapped and unable to pass through the death gate, so he hadn't advanced at full speed. His plan was to wait for Zhong Lirui's troops to become desperate before attacking them from behind. However, the easy destruction of the death gate completely exceeded Qin Jinquan's expectations. This meant that the singer and his eldest daughter were about to face direct military confrontation. Realizing this, Qin Jinquan felt extremely anxious. Home Cradle, Phase 3. The 100-man team led by Zhong Lirui had finally reached the deepest point. Before them lay 3 rooms, each with a very strong door. At Wang Gang's signal, the electronics engineer stepped forward and began to crack the locks. When the door to the first room slowly opened, everyone gasped. Inside the room, 2 enormous glass petri dishes were placed side by side, one on the left and one on the right. In the left dish, an adult woman was placed. In the right dish, a C3 creature, its limbs severed, resembled a human pig. Xiaofeng stared at the C3 for a long moment, activated the detector's data comparison, and said to Zhongli Rui, Captain Zhongli, according to the database comparison, the C3 on the right appears to be Murong Chanfeng, whom we encountered in the Jinshan Mountains and at the fertilizer plant. What kind of wicked taste does Qin Jinquan have? Zhongli Rui's face was filled with disdain and disgust. At this moment, he looked at Murong Chanfeng, now a specimen, and sighed softly. Murong Chanfeng had attempted to control the awakened with his sonic organ, only to be severely beaten by Huang Yuan and his men. He had tried to trick him into working for him, only to be severely beaten. He had held his adopted sister, Nighthawk, hostage at the fertilizer plant, only to be severely beaten again. In the end, this overconfident talent, after delving deep underground, ended up being made into a human pig specimen by the Demon King. Watching Murong Chanfeng's fate, Zhongli Rui couldn't help but sigh. They searched the room and found nothing besides 2 petri dishes and some maintenance equipment. So, Zhongli Rui, and the others exited the first room. As Zhongli left the first room, Lu Shi led the second team of special police and engineers to open the second and third doors. But the scene that followed made everyone's breath catch. In the second room, Gu Anqi, completely naked, was also placed in a glass petri dish, the entire dish filled with an unknown liquid. An unidentified instrument was operating nearby. Zhongli Rui was horrified. We're too late? Di Xinyan and Lu Mingqi covered their mouths in fear. Many of the Special Forces members were also fans of Gu Anqi. At this moment, these grown men burst into tears. Many turned their heads away, unwilling to witness such a cruel scene. Anqi. 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 My Anqi. My wife. My wife. Lu Shi held out his hand, his voice trembling. Lu Shi's tears flowed uncontrollably, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Gu Anqi was the most important part of his life. He had never imagined that he would see her again here, in this way. Lu Shi stroked the outer wall of the glass, wailing like a mournful beast. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao stepped forward. Senior Lu Shi calmed down. Lu Shi angrily pushed Qin Xiao away. Get out. Your father killed my wife. Get out. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't kill you too. Due to the powerful strength of the new human and the assistance of the exoskeleton, Qin Xiaoyao was knocked against the wall, his mouth bleeding. Xiaoyao. Second aunt. Di Xinyan and Xiaofeng cried out simultaneously. Qin Xiaoyao, however, fought back the pain and managed to speak to Lu Shi Sr. Listen to me. Ahem. This device is a life support system. The person inside is alive. The fluid inside can breathe. I can open this device. Before she could finish her words, Qin Xiaoyao's body toppled to the side. And behind the wall, where her head had been, there was a clear bloodstain. Xiaoyao. Zhongli Rui, unable to contain himself, rushed forward and hugged Qin Xiaoyao. Xinyan Mingqi. First aid. Quick. Lu Shi was stunned. I harmed Xiaoyao. And she is still alive. Xiaoyao can activate this device, but I harmed Xiaoyao. He then felt dizzy. Di Xinyan and Mingqi immediately began to rescue Qin Xiaoyao. Zhongli Rui stood up, walked over to Lu Shi, and scolded him. Why were you so impulsive? Now Xiaoyao can activate this device, and you injured and knocked her unconscious. Isn't that a bad thing? Lu Shi's face was filled with regret and self-blame. He fell to his knees, his hands clenched into fists, his nails practically digging into his palms. His gaze shifted between the unconscious Qin Xiaoyao and Gu Anqi in the glass container, his heart filled with conflict and pain. He knew full well that his actions had potentially jeopardized Gu Anqi's chance of survival, all because of his impulsiveness and uncontrollable emotions. What should I do? Lu Shi's voice was low and hoarse. He looked up at Zhongli Rui, his eyes filled with a pleading glint. Zhongli Rui took a deep breath, knowing now wasn't the time to blame. So he squatted down and spoke to Lu Shi in a calm voice, trying to be as calm as possible. The most important thing now is to save Xiaoyao, and then we find a way to save Anqi. You have to pull yourself together, Lu Shi. Lu Shi nodded. He stood up, wiped the tears from his face, and forced himself to calm down. He knew that what he needed now was action, not wallowing in self-blame. He walked over to Di Xinyan and Mingqi, ready to assist them with first aid. Looking at the people providing first aid, Zhongli Rui sighed. He led Xiaofeng out of the room. Dad. Second aunt's vital signs are declining rapidly. She was seriously injured just now. We don't have complete first aid equipment here. I'm afraid. Zhongli Rui fell into deep thought. Then a thought suddenly struck him. He clenched his fists. He led Xiaofeng back to the room. Except the emergency team, Lu Shi, and Mao Danqing, Ameo, everyone else, get out. The other Special Forces members left the room and formed a perimeter outside Phase 3. Xiaofeng, you two. You two guards, all activate heat detectors. Put on your helmets. Beware of the stealthy surprise attacks from the black-clad mechanical guards. Yes. Chapter 171. After giving Xiaofeng his instructions, Zhongli Rui returned to his room. Governor, Xiaoya's condition is very poor. The bleeding has stopped. However, she's lost a lot of blood and has a concussion. Her condition is extremely critical. Zhongli Rui sighed, leaned over, and said to the others, we're advancing now. Returning to the surface will take at least an hour. This will completely delay Xiaoya's treatment. I decided to transform Xiaoyao into a new human. Everyone, huh? What? Zhongli Rui looked at Di Xinyan. Xinyan, you're a medical expert. Tell me, is there a better way? Di fell into deep thought. After a moment, she sighed and said, Aruya's suggestion may seem unreliable, but it might actually be the most practical approach. Zhongli nodded, then looked at Lu Shi seriously. Shizi. Remember this. When Xiaoyao wakes up, sincerely apologize to her until she accepts your mistake. Do you understand? She lowered her head guiltily. I understand. When she wakes up, I make a sincere apology. All right. She's my sister. I save her myself. Zhongli sighed, no longer pursuing the matter, and prepared to approach Qin Xiaoyao. At this moment, Ameo smiled lewdly. Arui, my sister-in-law is here. Do you want to have bodily fluid contact with Xiaoyao? Zhongli tapped Ameo's level 3 helmet and said sternly, Do you think bodily fluid contact requires a room, like you did? Wouldn't it be enough to just pick up her wrist and bite it? Ameo and Lu Mingqi blushed at this, and Lu Mingqi tapped Ameo's level 3 helmet. Di Xinyan just smiled helplessly. Lu Shi suddenly realized, that makes sense. Then, Zhongli bit Qin Xiaoyao's wrist with just the right amount of force. To those around him, the scene resembled a vampire kiss from an old movie. After Zhongli completed his steps, Di Xinyan began to sing. Song, Reawakening. As Di Xinyan began to sing, a strange melody echoed in the air. Her voice seemed to possess a magical power, penetrating the depths of everyone present. Qin Xiaoyao's complexion gradually calmed, and her breathing became even. As the song continued, her health improved noticeably, as if some power were awakening within her. Lu Shi watched the scene intently, filled with amazement. With the last line of the lyric, Qin Xiaoyao's breathing had become steady. Master, Xiaoyao's condition has stabilized, Lu Mingqi said, checking Qin Xiaoyao's blood pressure and heart rate readings on the portable monitor. Based on previous experience, she should wake up in about 20 minutes after the transformation is successful. Mingqi, you watch over Xiaoyao. Okay, master. At this moment, Anqi in the glass dish slowly opened her eyes, drawn to the singing. Her blurry vision gradually cleared. Before her, she saw Zhongli, Lu Shi, Di Xinyan, even a Mao and Lu Mingqi. Because she was immersed in breathable liquid, she couldn't speak at this moment. Am I hallucinating? This hallucination is truly wonderful. These are my most beloved, most important loved ones, and friends. In the glass dish, Gu Anqi slowly raised her hand and reached towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi, I love you. Even if it's just an illusion. I still want to say, I love you. But, to Gu Anqi's bewilderment, Lu Shi froze when he saw her awake. Then, he rushed forward, slamming the glass and yelling, Angel! Could this illusion be so real? Then, before Gu Anqi's eyes, Lu Shi took a step back, pulled out an HRB 600 rebar from the cloth covering his back, and made a move to smash the glass. Zhongli, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to stop him. Don't be impulsive. Lu Shi was now so excited that he practically shouted, Rui! Don't stop me. I'm going to smash this jar. Save Angel. Angel's alive. She's still alive. Zhongli wrestled with Lu Shi, pleading, Brother, calm down. Look, Angel's completely naked. What if you hurt her by smashing this container? She's with armor at 0. And soaking in liquid for so long. The skin will break easily. Don't do anything rash. You're an engineering student. She was stunned. Right. Rui, you're absolutely right. You? Zhongli sighed, like an older brother. I know you're worried and confused. But you already made a mistake today, so don't make the same mistake again, okay? Xiaoyao's condition is stable now, and Anqi is still alive. All we have to do is wait for Xiaoyao to recover and release Anqi from the instrument, and our mission will be largely successful. Stay calm, okay? With an awkward expression, Lu Shi nodded in agreement, like an elementary school student making a mistake, and put the rebar away. Zhongli thought for a moment, edited the text on his phone, and showed it to Gu Anqi. Anqi, don't panic. We're here to rescue you. Only Xiaoyao can open the device that's locked up, but she's unconscious. You're naked, and if we try to break it open with tools, we hurt you. So please wait a moment. Don't panic, we definitely get you back. Okay, Gu Anqi calmed down instantly after reading Zhongli's words. Looking at the black rebar on Lu Shi's back, she wondered if she'd been injured while cracking the canister, naked. Rui was indeed a thoughtful person. Of course, Lu Shi couldn't blame him for being so anxious to rescue her. Wait. I'm naked? Gu Anqi then looked down and saw that she was indeed completely naked, submerged in the glass container. Ah! Because Gu Anqi was submerged in liquid, she pretended to scream, but no one outside could hear her. She screamed in the liquid, covering her private parts with her hands. At this moment, Zhongli Rui, Lu Shi, and Ameo realized that Gu Anqi was now completely naked. Anqi began to cry in the glass. Lu Shi panicked and rushed forward, frantically trying to comfort her. Di Xinyan and Lu Mingqi, angry. Then, Di Xinyan tugged at Zhongli Rui's ears with one hand, and Lu Shi's with the other. Lu Mingqi tugged at Ameo's ears. Ouch! It hurts! The temporary governor of Daqianlingen Prefecture, the chief of Daqianlingen Prefecture's Special Police Force, and the captain of Daqianlingen Prefecture's elite militia scout squad were dragged out of the room by their ears. The three men looked at each other, their faces filled with grievance and helplessness. Meanwhile, in the next room, Chen Xiaoyu's face gradually grew rosy. Ai Kunluo detected this and immediately addressed Chen Jinquan, who was secretly preparing for a surprise attack. Mr. Chen, a major report. The intruders led by Zhongli Rui have entered the singer Gu Anqi's room. They have discovered a second singer within their ranks. Her singing has had a positive effect on the young lady's health. Her various physical indicators have improved significantly, and her nanorobots have become activated. Now, the young lady's maximum lifespan has increased to 20 years, and is still slowly increasing. The young lady seems to be showing signs of recovery. What? Xiaoyu was saved? Chen Jinquan explained in disbelief. Are you trying to say that Zhongli Rui and his men stormed our base, but saved my daughter? Mr. Chen, after analyzing all the facts, I must objectively say that it is. At this moment, Chen Jinquan opened the visor of his original battle armor. Tears streamed down his face. After a long pause, he calmed himself, a look of determination in his eyes. Prepare for the attack. We must eliminate them, and capture the second truly useful singer. Mr. Chen, this is not recommended. Why? Mr. Chen, there are only 12 black-clad mechanical guards left, and over half of their weapons and ammunition have been expended. Scans reveal the enemy is comprised of 100 Special Forces soldiers of comparable strength, and 8 of them. Wait, correction, one of them is in the process of transforming into a new human. There are still 9 new human warriors. Attacking now has a 55% chance of failure. For the sake of future treatment for Mimi's illness, even if there's only a 5% chance of success, attack. Form tactical formation, all go invisible, and prepare to attack. Yes, sir. At this moment, Xiaofeng, stationed at the defensive position outside the room, suddenly spotted a unit of mechanical black-clad guards stealthily approaching through her thermal scanning field of view. She quickly addressed Zhongli Rui, Captain Zhongli. 13 mechanical black-clad guards are approaching in stealth. Zhongli Rui paused and whispered to Xiaofeng, is there a way to make them visible to the other soldiers? Yes. Have them equip thermal imaging night vision scopes. Visual invisibility is useless against infrared thermal imaging night vision goggles. Zhongli Rui then ordered Wang Gang to equip all Special Forces rifles with infrared thermal imaging night vision goggles. Sure enough, the soldiers instantly spotted the invisible black-clad mechanical guards through their thermal imaging night vision scopes. The black-clad mechanical guards had already quietly crept up to 30 meters away. Zhongli Rui winked at Ameo and Lu Shi, then at Xiaofeng and the other 3 guards. Everyone quietly drew their anti-material pistols and loaded them. Wang Gang, understanding immediately, instructed several archers and light machine gunners, equipped with Type 81 light machine guns, the same as Ming Qi's, to quietly aim at the nearest targets. The rest of the soldiers loaded grenades into their undercarriage launchers. Chen Jinquan seemed so confident in his and the Black Guard's stealth capabilities that he was completely unaware that Zhongli Rui's troops were lying in wait for them to approach. When Chen Jinquan and the Black Guards closed to within 25 meters, Zhongli Rui shouted, "Fire!" The sound of gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the defensive position, and flames and smoke filled the air. The Black Guards were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Although well equipped, they were quickly put on the defensive by Zhongli Rui's precise strikes. Zhongli Rui's troops took advantage of thermal imaging night vision goggles to accurately strike every target, while the black-clad Dark Guard's stealth technology was almost useless in such close combat. Although the small-caliber automatic rifles of ordinary special forces were almost completely ineffective against the black-clad mechanical guards, the grenades they fired did, upon exploding, slow the movements of the small robotic armor. Furthermore, the explosions and gunfire quickly damaged the black-clad mechanical guards' optical camouflage, allowing them to be seen by other soldiers even without thermal imaging night vision goggles. Shooting from several archers and light machine gunners inflicted minor damage on the black-clad mechanical guards. One of the black-clad mechanical guards collapsed after being struck by 4 arrows and approximately 30 rounds from the light machine gun. At this moment, Zhongli Rui and 6 other new types armed with anti-material pistols seized the opportunity and opened fire. The deafening crackle of the anti-material pistols eclipsed even the sound of the light machine guns. The bullets, carrying immense kinetic energy, penetrated the black-clad mechanical guards' armor, directly damaging their internal structures. Soon, 6 black-clad mechanical guards collapsed to the ground, scorched by the electric shock, never to rise again. One of them was hit by an unused small flamethrower, which exploded. Instantly, a small area in the center of the battlefield was engulfed in flames. The firefighting system at the top of the tunnel was triggered, and the sprinklers rained down. However, the falling mist also exposed the unharmed black-clad mechanical guards. Mr. Chun, the enemy's firepower is too strong. Please retreat. We just discovered that they prepared anti-material weapons capable of instantly killing the black-clad mechanical guards. The original armor can no longer protect you. Please retreat. Ai Kunlun warned sternly. Chapter 172. Chun Jinkun was furious. His eldest daughter was in the room ahead. How could he possibly retreat? A furious Chen Jinkun lifted a black-clad mechanical guard beside him, crippled by anti-material weapons, and hurled it toward the Special Forces position ahead. Watching the damaged armor piercing the air, Wang Gang shouted, "Scatter!" Several Special Forces soldiers tumbled, barely avoiding the incoming damage. Kun! Detonate number 9's high-performance batteries and remaining weapons. Roger. The damaged black-clad mechanical guard exploded, affecting everything within a 5-meter radius. When the smoke cleared, a crossbowman and a light machine gunner lay motionless on the ground. 2 other Special Forces soldiers lay convulsing, spitting blood. After a short while, their convulsions stopped. 3 other soldiers nearby were seriously injured. Captain Wang Gang, upon seeing this, was enraged. He rolled over to the dead machine gunner, grabbed his Type 81 light machine gun, and began to fire at Chen Jinkun. A torrential downpour of bullets sent sparks flying across the original armor. Original armor, outer layer damage 1%, 12%, optical camouflage damage 20%. Kun Lu reported again. Chun Jinkun, however, ignored the attack and grabbed another decommissioned black-clad mechanical guard and threw it at Wang Gang. Wang Gang, struggling to maintain his shooting stance, was about to dodge but couldn't do it in time. The decommissioned mecha exploded mid-flight, then fell helplessly to the ground. A nearby Special Forces unit looked closely, and saw that it was Lu Shi who had fired the grenade launcher attached to his anti-material pistol, intercepting the decommissioned mecha, which had been mistaking it for a bomb. Excellent marksmanship, a nearby Special Forces soldier secretly praised. Lu Shi didn't stop, aiming his anti-material pistol at Chen Jinkun. A cold flash in his eyes, and he pulled the trigger. Chen Jinkun, who had been about to grab the scrap mech and throw it at him, suddenly dodged to the right uncontrollably. However, the anti-material bullet still ripped off his left shoulder armor, exposing part of the structure underneath. Left shoulder armor damaged. Left arm output reduced by 20%. Left shoulder optical camouflage ineffective. Kun Lu, why are you meddling? Chen Jinkun, who had already taken cover, shouted angrily at Kun Lu. Master, I overstepped my authority and executed an emergency evasion just now to save your life. Just now, you were being targeted by an anti-material weapon. A hit to the torso or head would have killed you. Chen Jinkun looked at the damaged left shoulder armor, feeling an indescribable sense of defeat. He realized that despite his powerful armor and the black-clad mechanical guards, he realized that facing these well-trained, numerically superior Special Forces, especially those who were well-prepared, crushing them was practically impossible. He quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for a possible route. On the other side of the room was a large automatic door, seemingly leading to a more open area. Chen Jinkun decided to exploit this opportunity and ordered Kun Lu, activate optical camouflage, let's go there. Master, optical camouflage is activated, but the damage may not be effective. Kun Lu's voice echoed in Chen Jinkun's ears. Chen Jinkun didn't hesitate and moved quickly towards the door. Despite the damage to his shoulder armor, his armor's mobility still allowed him to traverse the battlefield at astonishing speed. The black-clad mechanical guards also accelerated into the workshop. The Special Forces soldiers attempted to aim and fire, but the optical camouflage blurred the figures of Chen Jinkun and the black-clad mechanical guards, making them difficult to lock onto. Also, they were moving at speeds up to 50 yards, which made aiming even more difficult. Finally, he and the black-clad mechanical guards burst through the door and arrived at a large, spacious processing workshop. Filled with various equipment, Chen Jinquan quickly sought cover and began to reassess the situation. He knew he had to find a new way to turn the tide. Previously, directly confronting these special forces in the open air was definitely not a wise move. Only in a place like this, filled with machinery, with ample space and well-organized layouts, could he and the black-clad mechanical guards truly unleash their abilities. Wang Gang was about to lead his team into the nearby workshop when Zhong Lirui stopped him. "Sir, why? The environment inside favors their robots, not us. A place with so much equipment provides the perfect cover for their robots. They're waiting here for us, hoping to strangle us. Don't be fooled. You know, these robots are highly maneuverable, with leaping and maneuvering abilities far superior to those of ordinary humans. Furthermore, they can become invisible. If we rush into this workshop filled with equipment, we'd be in trouble. Then what should we do? Let them go. How can we? If we stop attacking, they just keep ambushing us and defeat us piecemeal." Wang Gang was now in a dilemma. "Colonel Zhongli, you decide how to fight. I follow your lead." Zhongli whispered, "Captain Wang Gang, have 3 machine gunners stand by at the door. Lu Shi, prepare the incendiary grenades. Once I use the 7-sword micro-drones to lure the robots into firing, fire them near that location to trigger the sprinkler system overhead. That way, they won't be able to escape. Then, we, the elite super soldiers, will handle the situation." Zhong Lirui raised his hand and displayed his anti-material pistol. Wang Gang nodded. The resounding roar of this pistol during the previous battle, along with its lethality, instantly killing a humanoid mecha with a single shot, had left a deep impression on him. The super soldiers led by Zhong Lirui each carried one of these pistols. And the several mechas destroyed in the previous battle were all the work of these anti-material weapons. So he nodded, "Okay." After completing the arrangements, Zhong Lirui piloted a 7-swords microdrone and began to fly low within the workshop. Watching the approaching microdrone, Chen Jinquan sneered inwardly. "Boy, you think you can fool these black-clad mechanical guards by placing 2 decoy drones? You're too naive." But the next moment, something surprising happened. The 7-swords drone swooped down towards a cloaked black-clad mechanical guard. The moment the microdrone made contact with the mecha, it exploded, destroying every piece of equipment within a 3-meter radius. When the smoke cleared, the upper body of the black-clad mechanical guard was gone. The drone contained high-explosive C4. This blast, powerful enough to destroy a tank, directly detonated the mecha's high-performance batteries. "Shizi, over there!" Zhong Lirui shouted. Lu Shi immediately launched an incendiary grenade at the ground, instantly igniting it. The flames, as expected, triggered the ceiling sprinkler system. Instantly, the remaining 6 humanoid mechas, including the original suit, were completely obscured by the water. Lu Shi suddenly grumbled, "Didn't I say I wait until they were provoked to fire before I open fire?" Zhong Lirui said calmly, "Sorry, I just remembered that the 7-sword drones are laser reconnaissance aircraft, capable of detecting stealth." Lu Shi, The machine gunner Wang Gang had stationed at the entrance now opened fire on the 6 mechas. Zhong Lirui and several of his elite troops, under cover of machine gun fire, engaged in a fierce gunfight with the black-clad mechanical guards within the vast workshop. Chen Jinquan watched his mechas lose their optical camouflage one after another through the water curtain, and his heart sank. He quickly assessed the situation, and knew he had to act immediately. Number 54 is out of ammunition and weapons. Warn the AI Kunlun. Number 54, activate the 3D maneuvering device, charge and self-destruct, target the machine gun fire point at the entrance. Following Chen Jinquan's command, Number 54 immediately activated its 3D maneuvering device and charged towards the machine gun fire point at the entrance with astonishing speed and agility. Its movement was incredibly swift, closing the distance to the target in almost an instant. However, Zhong Lirui and his elite squad reacted quickly, immediately concentrating their fire on Mech 54. Amidst the dense barrage, Mech 54's self-destruct attack was successfully intercepted, exploding a few meters from its target. The blast injured 3 machine gunners. Nearby special forces quickly carried the injured teammate away. Just as the replacement special forces soldier was about to resume firing with his light machine gun, a second black-clad mechanical guard, its ammunition exhausted, charged forward and launched another attack. However, this time, the mechanical guard was unable to continue its charge. A Mao, also wearing a military exoskeleton, was much faster. With a single blow of rebar, he's severing the left knee joint of the black-clad mechanical guard. Black-clad mechanical guard number 62 collapsed silently. From a distance, Chen Jingquan coldly ordered, "Detonate." Intense sparks flashed from the damaged number 62 mecha. Seeing this, Amao immediately dove and rolled, barely escaping the explosion. Before he could regain his balance, the other two black-clad mechanical guards opened fire on him with their electromagnetic automatic rifles. In an instant, Amao was struck by 3 bullets in the head, leaving 3 scratches on his titanium helmet. He was struck by 3 bullets in the chest, all of which were embedded in his body armor. Seeing this, Amao didn't stop, but continued to roll, finally hiding behind a piece of equipment. At this moment, he finally caught his breath and lowered his head to assess his injuries. Looking at the 3 bullets lodged in his chest, feeling the dull pain below, and recalling the buzzing sound when he was shot in the head just now, Amao scoffed with lingering fear. "It's a good thing I wore armor today. Otherwise, I would have met my end." "Amao, are you okay?" Zhong Lirui's radio rang. "Sir, I'm fine. I'm glad I'm wearing armor today." As the battle raged intensely inside, the AI Kunlun sounded a cold alarm. "Alert, General Chen, Tianji has breached the area I sealed off. Now, it's attempting to attack our area." "What? Tianji actually breached your blockade? How could a jelly-like monster break through the gate?" "General Chen, the surveillance footage shows that Tianji seems to have learned the same tricks used by C2 and C3 to breach the gate. It transformed its form into tentacles, using steel pipes and tools to destroy the gate and ventilation ducts. Any hole it could penetrate. General Chen, the threat level to the base is too high. I suggest you take the last 3 black-clad mechanical guards aboard the Black Turtle and evacuate. Afterward, I will blow up the base." "I'm not retreating." Chen Jingquan, hiding in the bunker, shouted angrily. "Xiao Yu is still in the equipment. Ling Xian's body hasn't been brought aboard, and the singer hasn't been recaptured. I'm not retreating." Just then, Kunlu warned, "Secret guard number 2, we're out of ammunition." Chen Jingquan hammered the equipment beside him. "Are these new human warriors, and those useless pieces, Xiao Feng and the other 3 personal guards, so formidable?" Mechanical secret guard number 2, seeing its ammunition exhausted, extended its high-voltage melee weapon and charged at Lu Shi. It launched an attack. Lu Shi snorted coldly and, leveraging the new human's immense arm strength and the aid of his exoskeleton, blocked the weapon with his left arm armor. Secret guard number 2 launched an electric shock. But Lu Shi showed no reaction. He simply aimed his anti-material pistol at the chest armor of mechanical guard number 2 at 0 range. The arm armor, designed by Zhao Yingying for Lu Shi, was well insulated on the inside, rendering electric shock ineffective. With a resounding roar, a large hole ripped through the chest of mechanical guard number 2. Lu Shi sheathed his gun, unsheathed the rebar, and with a sudden sweep, blasted off mechanical guard number 2's head. It rolled right near the cover where Chen Jingquan was hiding. Finally, Lu Shi tossed the remains of mechanical guard number 2 far to the side. Moments later, the wreckage exploded. "Mr. Chen, the last 2, number 11 and number 6, are running out of ammunition. Please run." Kuan Lu urged again urgently. "Number 11, number 6, cover." Chen Jingquan finally made up his mind. He activated the optical camouflage on the original armor, which had been largely damaged, dropped a stun grenade, and quickly fled towards another exit. A little further away, Lu Shi, thanks to his professional training, dodged the bright light of the explosive grenade's explosion, unaffected. He saw Chen Jingquan's original mecha fleeing from afar, the electric sparks emanating from its shoulder. "Robots won't flee. I found you, Chen Jingquan." Quickly loading his gun, Lu Shi pursued Chen Jingquan in his direction. "Lu Shi, don't rush." Zhong Lirui reached out to stop him, but it was too late. The remaining number 11 and number 6 had already engaged Zhong Lirui, Amao, Xiaofeng, and 3 other personal guardsmen in another gunfight. Chapter 173. In the corridor, Chen Jingquan ran forward at a steady 35 miles per hour. This was because the indoor corridor had many turns, making it difficult to maintain a speed of 50 miles per hour. Kuan Lu suddenly sounded the alarm. "Mr. Chen, there are newcomers chasing us from behind." Chen Jingquan activated his armor's rearview camera and was shocked to see Lu Shi, wearing a SWAT body armor and AK-6-3 helmet, rapidly approaching with an anti-material pistol. Lu Shi was wearing medium armor, while Chen Jingquan was wearing heavy armor. As previously explained in Jinshan, The Royal Guard's top speed was slower than Zhong Lirui's in medium armor, so Qin Jinquan's speed here was also slower than Lu Shi's. You want to die so badly? I grant you that, Qin Jinquan said, turning to meet his end, extending a triangular spike from his right hand and charging towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi raised his pistol and fired at Qin Jinquan. Kuan Lu executed another emergency dodge, and the bullet struck the armor on the inside of his left leg. The armor on the inside of my left leg has fallen off, causing structural damage. My power output has dropped by 30%, and my speed has dropped by 40%. Qin Jinquan narrowly avoided the fatal blow, but was deeply shocked. He now assumed a close combat stance. Lu Shi didn't reload, instead dropping his anti-material pistol and pulling out a thick rebar. Anti-material pistols require reloading after each shot. Reloading during a duel between experts is courting death. So, after Lu Shi's first shot didn't land a fatal blow, he decisively switched to a melee weapon and prepared for close combat. Rebar? These poor civilians are using building materials to fight? That's a typo, Qin Jinquan said scornfully. Mr. Qin, be careful. The enemy's weapon is highly threatening. It just damaged mechanical guard number 62 and number 2. What? The next second, Lu Shi was already in front of him. Qin Jinquan didn't hesitate, preparing to thrust his sword at Lu Shi. A sneer crossed Lu Shi's lips, and he aimed his sword at the back of the blade, slashing. Clang! The sword was broken, much of it blown away. Interesting. Qin Jinquan activated the high-voltage electric piercing device again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Shi. This time, Lu Shi again used his shock-isolating armor to block the attack. While blocking the attack, Lu Shi's right hand wasn't idle, unleashing a sweeping grass-pulling-to-fine snake stick technique on his lower body. Crack! Qin Jinquan's left foot joint was struck hard. The left knee joint is moderately damaged. Mr. Qin, I suggest you discard your armor and use your speed advantage to escape. The AI Kunlun offered another suggestion. At this moment, Qin Jinquan didn't respond, because he didn't have the chance to reply. Seeing his strike was successful, Lu Shi swung the rebar and slammed it down on Qin Jinquan's upper body again. Qin Jinquan could only fumble with his armor to block. The loud sound of metal clashing echoed through the air, and fragments of the original armor began to fall and fly. Mr. Qin, run. This person's attack method seems to be aimed at killing you. Damn it! After a few rounds, the upper part of the original armor and the armor on both arms were severely damaged, including the hidden electric shock and melee devices. Ah! Die, Qin Jinquan! Lu Shi shouted, attacking Qin Jinquan with each blow more fiercely than the last. Armor damage 45%, output reduced 50%, about to break. Mr. Qin, give up the armor and run. Qin Jinquan certainly wanted to run, but the problem was that he already noticed that Lu Shi's attack had damaged the armor on his left foot. He couldn't match Lu Shi's speed. If he turned his back to him, he'd probably die even faster. Just as Lu Shi was about to deliver a fatal blow to the helpless Qin Jinquan, a distant, black-clad mechanical guard unleashed a stun grenade and a smoke bomb. At that moment, Lu Shi, already in attack mode, couldn't react quickly and was caught. The black-clad mechanical guard immediately picked up the damaged original armor and fled at full speed. When Lu Shi regained his vision, Qin Jinquan and the mecha had already vanished into the smoke. Lu Shi gripped the rebar tightly, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. At one point, he furiously hurled the rebar against the wall, with a loud bang. Damn it! He even got away. The next moment, Zhong Lirui, leading several new humans, and special forces soldiers including Wang Gang arrived. Lu Shi, are you okay? Zhong Lirui asked with concern. Lu Shi shook his head. Though his eyes betrayed frustration, his tone remained remarkably firm. I'm fine. I just let Qin Jinquan escape. I almost avenged the people of the world. Zhong Lirui patted Lu Shi's shoulder and soothed him. You done well. This is Qin Jinquan's lair, after all. We don't know what traps are in there. It's dangerous for you to advance like this. Forget it, as long as he's okay. Don't worry, we find him and settle the score one day. Yes. Lu Shi nodded, then picked up the anti-material pistol he had temporarily dropped for close combat. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, did the soldiers who just died suffer head injuries? Zhong Lirui asked with some sadness. Wang Gang was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, we just checked, and those soldiers died from torso injuries. They didn't have any penetrating head wounds. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, then asked Wang Gang and the surrounding special forces soldiers, comrades, now, I'm asking for your opinions. If those fallen comrades aren't treated, they resurrect as zombies in 20 minutes or even hours. I have two options. First, shoot them in the head to let them rest in peace. Second, remove the shrapnel from their bodies and send them to the singers, Xi and Yin and in Qi. Using their power, they can be resurrected as awakened beings. Make your choice. Give me your answer in 1 minute. Ah! Wang Gang and the other soldiers were shocked. Zhongli Rui calmly looked at the soldiers and said, although they were resurrected, their race has changed since then. I may be your governor, but I prefer to uphold the principles of democracy and let everyone make their own choices. I know you may have reservations about this kind of existence. The soldiers fell silent. Wang Gang and several special forces captains then began a low-pitched discussion. After a minute, Wang Gang summarized everyone's opinions and firmly addressed Zhongli Rui, Colonel Zhongli. We discussed the matter and concluded, rescue. Zhongli Rui nodded and immediately ordered, everyone, immediately take our fallen comrades back to D&D's room. Just then, Lu Mingqi contacted Zhongli Rui via radio. Colonel Zhongli. Sir, Xiaoyao just woke up. She's already released Anqi. Also, we found Chen Xiaoya's sister, Chen Xiaoyu, in the next room. Come quickly. Cradle of Home Underground Phase 3, Underground Dock. Near the Turtle Land ship, a black-clad mechanical guard helped Chen Jinquan to the dock and lowered him. Chen Jinquan glanced at the guard, who wasn't on his real-time control list, and sighed softly. Kunlun, thank you. Mr. Chen, it wasn't me who saved you, it was Madame Bai Lingxin. This mechanical guard is currently being used directly from Madame Bai's consciousness data. What? Ling. Xian. Lingxin, is that you? Are you alive? Chen Jinquan trembled as he raised his severely damaged armor, touched the guard, and opened his visor. The guard also opened its visor, projecting a 3D holographic image of Bai Lingxin into the air. Kuan, long time no see. While I was away, how did you mess yourself and the world up like this? Lingxin. Whoa. Chen Jinquan, now over 50 years old, sobbed like a wounded child. All right, husband, now is not the time to cry. Bai Lingxin coldly interrupted Chen Jinquan's sobs and called out to Kuan Lu. Kuan Lu, I know you've been trying hard to block Tianji with the gate. Tell me, how long will it take for it to spread to Yu's room? Madam, I'm doing my best. About 20 minutes left. We can't keep this base. Bai Lingxin's projection showed a worried look. I know everything from all your data. Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu, leave them to Zhongli Rui's care for now. Chen Jinquan stopped sobbing and roared, Lingxin, are you crazy? How could you leave both of your daughters to your enemy? Bai Lingxin shouted angrily, shut up, Shudaishan. Enemies? You're crazy. Let me tell you, maybe Dakian and other high-ranking officials from other countries have harmed our family. They are indeed our enemies. But Zhongli Rui has never done that once. I have seen it all from Xiaofeng, the base, and the war data. Not only has this kid never harmed anyone in our family, but he also saved Xiaoyao before. Just now, his team saved Xiaoyu again. Look at what you have done. Others are rebuilding their homes and living in peace, and you are. You were determined to kidnap Xiaoyao, but ended up worsening Yu's condition. Then you got smart and went and killed someone, kidnapped the singer, and brought her back. Did you know? The underlying code for the new human project's nanorobots, which I wrote, works in conjunction with positive human emotions. You killed that girl's fiancé right in front of her. How resentful must she be? You're asking her to sing for you now. Are you saving her or sending her to her grave? I. Chen Jinquan was stunned, unable to say I. At this moment, he lowered his head in deep guilt. The domineering president, who had destroyed the world, had now become a child reflecting on his mistakes. Seeing Chen Jinquan's expression, Bai Lingxin softened her tone and continued, Kuan, listen to me. Do not harm the civilians of this world in the name of revenge for me and my children. Right now, the only thing we can do is stop the spread of Tianji and protect our families and friends. We must put aside our personal grudges and work with Zhongli Rui. He is a capable man. Only in this way can we possibly find a solution. Of course, given what you've done and the current situation, we can't work with him directly. We can only help him covertly. I see that he is personally making our dream, our original plan for immortality, gradually become a reality. The immortality plan, a reality? Hearing this, Chen Jinquan was speechless with shock. After a moment's silence, he finally nodded, as if accepting this bitter truth. He spoke in a deep voice. I understand, Lingxin. I listen to you. By the way, Lingxin, You're now the mecha's direct driving consciousness, right? Where's your head and body? Don't worry. Before I came to you, I had already operated the industrial robot to transport my body to the rotating turtle. Boarded. Bai Lingxin's holographic image smiled faintly. You're willing to listen to me, that's right, Kuan. Okay, Kuan. First, activate the turtle, and we prepare to evacuate. Second. After hearing Bai Lingxin's arrangements, Chen Jingquan's expression twisted into a stern Chuan character. Madam. Is this really okay? What? Any objections? Don't you see what you've done? Bai Lingxin scoffed. You're truly the best at destroying worlds. Even failed art students can't match you. But why are you so poor at repairing and redeeming? I've seen the records. You clearly wanted to save your daughter, but you nearly sent her to her grave. You were nearly beaten to death by the common people yourself. You still have the nerve to say that. Listen to me. I have high hopes for Zhongli Rui. If he weren't already married, he'd have to recognize me as his godmother. Otherwise, I could even give Xiaoyao to him, and it wouldn't be impossible. Ah! What did you say? Chen Jingquan revealed the fury of an old father. What? I saw it. He is Xiaoya's sworn brother now. Xiaoyao was living well there, but you insisted on taking your daughter back. Otherwise, would there be so many extra things now? How dare you complain? Huh? Bai Lingxin's voice became louder again. No, honey, you're right. Chen Jingquan decisively admitted defeat. Alright, back here, watch me clean up the mess you made all over the world. Meanwhile, in Chen Xiaoyu's room. When Zhong Lirui and the others arrived, Qin Xiaoyao, though still bandaged, was able to stand. By this time, Qin Xiaoyao had already released Gu Anqi. Upon seeing Lu Shi, Gu Anqi immediately stepped forward, tugged on Lu Shi's ear, and sternly shouted, You're such a heartless person, Lu Shi. Sister Xiaoyao came with you to rescue me, and you indiscriminately beat her up, nearly killing her. Kneel down and apologize to Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao quickly waved his hands. No. No need to kneel, it's okay. This is indeed because of my dad, and Senior Lu Shi has his reasons too. Lu Shi's face flushed crimson. He lowered his head and spoke sincerely to Qin Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you and injured you. I apologize. You're fine with whatever punishment you impose on me. Although somewhat embarrassed, Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand tolerantly, indicating it was okay. Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan exchanged glances, offering a helpless smile. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyao had forgiven Lu Shi, Zhongli Rui asked, Xiaoyao, your sister is here. Can we release her? Qin Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and said, Of course we can. However, my sister has been poisoned. I just checked, and Sister Xinyan's singing has indeed prolonged her life. However, this isn't a cure. We still need to find an antidote to fully cure her. This poison was originally used by special agents dispatched by the Dacian military general staff for assassinations. I can't find an antidote. The Dacian military general staff? Aren't they Murong Chanfeng and the other two next door? Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered the two people next door, who had also been soaked in wine. Chapter 174. Chen Xiao frowned and asked, Commander Zhongli, are you going to release Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng? Zhongli Rui nodded. Now, they're the only ones who know where the antidote is. There's nothing we can do about it. Okay, to save my sister. I agree. But please be careful with them. Qin Xiaoyao said with some displeasure, turning back to the equipment. I release my sister first. With Qin Xiaoyao's manipulation, Qin Xiaoyu was freed. Lu Mingqi took out a blanket and covered Qin Xiaoyu with it. At this moment, Zhongli Rui remembered the 4 fallen soldiers and explained the situation to Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi, asking for their help. Di Xinyan readily agreed. Gu Anqi was somewhat shocked when she learned the truth, but since Di Xinyan had already agreed, she didn't think twice and agreed, thinking she was following her master's lead. Zhongli Rui then ordered the fallen soldiers to be carried into the room. The master and disciples sang Reawakening again. At the end of the song, the faces of the 4 fallen soldiers regained their rosy complexion, and their vital signs began to return. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu, standing nearby, exhaled a long breath and opened her eyes. Xiaoyao, you're finally back. Sister! Qin Xiaoyao burst into tears and hugged Qin Xiaoyu. The sight of the sisters reuniting deeply moved everyone around him. Then, Chen Xiaoyao finally released Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng. Thanks to Murong Chanfeng's C3 constitution, he awoke quickly. However, Bai Qiangwei remained unconscious. Looking at Zhongli Rui, who had arrived with the team, Murong Chanfeng sighed with emotion. Mr. Zhongli Rui, we meet again. Agent Murong, we meet again. Zhongli Rui looked at Murong Chunfeng's only remaining eye inside. I have so much to ask you. But now's not the time. Let me get you an agent by out of this hell first. Out. At those two words, Murong Chunfeng's eyes flickered, and he sighed deeply. I understand. Regardless, Mr. Zhongli Rui, I want to thank you first. Zhongli Rui simply nodded. Suddenly, the base's alarm system blared. Warning! Warning! Due to the successful breach of the seal by the deadly TNG lifeform, the base will self-destruct in 20 minutes. All personnel within the base, evacuate immediately and ensure your own safety. Hearing this sudden alarm, the 100-man team, momentarily immersed in the joy of success, was suddenly thrown into chaos and panic. The originally calm atmosphere was instantly shattered, with everyone expressing fear and chattering in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief and panic. Time was running out, and everyone understood the need for swift action to evacuate this impending base. Zhongli Rui's expression was even more solemn. He and his troops had spent at least several hours advancing underground. Now, even if they could withdraw without fighting, it would definitely take 30 minutes to actually return the way they came. Now, Gu Anqi had been rescued, Qin Xiaoyu had been saved, but everyone was about to die in this underground city, which filled him with deep despair. At this moment, Zhongli Rui looked at Qin Xiaoyao, as if desperately hoping for a lifeline, and pleaded, Xiaoyao, can you stop this self-destruct sequence? Qin Xiaoyao's eyes also flickered with panic and despair. Commander Zhongli. I can't do this. Zhongli Rui took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Everyone! March! Retreat! Governor Zhongli Rui, wait a moment. At this moment, a 3D holographic projection appeared in the room and called out to Zhongli Rui. Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu saw the projection's face clearly, their eyes widening and their breathing rapid. Mom? Is that you? The sisters were overcome with excitement. Children, I'm already dead. This is my consciousness, Bai Lingxin said calmly, then turned to Zhongli Rui. Governor Zhongli, I already know everything through all the data. Time is running out, so I rescue you now. If you evacuate by the normal return route, I'm sorry, except for a few new humans, no one else can do it. Madam. What then? Zhongli Rui asked anxiously. Your most practical and fastest evacuation option right now is to retreat aboard the nuclear-powered landship in the underground dock. The second Xuanwu-class ship, the Bishi. Don't worry, the Bishi can carry 1,000 people and reach a top speed of 60 knots, 111 miles per hour, making it capable of getting you out. From your current position, if you run quickly, you can reach the ship in 10 minutes. Don't worry, I already activated the Bishi. Furthermore, I'm also handing over the AI Yujia, which I wrote during my lifetime, to help you pilot the Bishi more effectively. Bishia is the dragon turtle, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, carrying the inscription. Yujia, mentioned in the Huainanzi, is the name of one of the 4 ancestral mythical beasts, and the ancestor of the bird race. Andy, thank you. Zhongli Rui was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Hurry! If you have anything to say, let's talk outside. Yujia will lead everyone aboard. Just follow her instructions, and don't delay. By the way, the base's self-destruction will affect an area within a 2-kilometer radius. Tell your remaining comrades on the surface to evacuate immediately. I understand, Zhongli Rui quickly agreed, then turned to Wang Gang and said, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, notify the Chief of Staff and the others to evacuate immediately. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang immediately obeyed and quickly transmitted the emergency evacuation order to the remaining troops on the surface via communication equipment. In the bridge of the Xuanwu-class ship, the first turtle, Bai Lingxin said to Qin Jinkuan, Hubby, look, our adopted son has accepted the gift. We take our time with the rest of the matter. Qin Jinkuan stared at the situation in disbelief, speechless. It's time for us to go. Bai Lingxin turned to Qin Jinkuan. Hubby, we have a lot to do. And your reckless actions have caused serious problems. Do you know why this world fell so quickly? Do you really think you could have wiped out the entire world so quickly just by using a product I hadn't fully debugged? Isn't it? Qin Jinkuan was puzzled. Not entirely. Bai Lingxin's expression was solemn. The truth is, your Blue Planet Purification project did have a devastating impact on Eurasia. However, in America, the primary cause of the disaster wasn't our products. Because of the impact you caused, the largest secret laboratory on the other side of the Pacific suffered an accident. Their virus-based human enhancement program was leaked on a large scale. A large amount of biological-based virus A spread throughout America, annihilating the world's once most powerful nation. A zombie crisis based on the biological A virus? Yes. Why do you think White Rose stole our technical data? Because the Gale Nation wanted to use it as a reference and research solutions. In fact, their data had been leaked due to several accidents long before you took action, leading to infections in some areas. They discovered that our nanorobots could automatically eliminate most serious human pathogens, including the A-zombie virus. So, they thought they would use White Rose to steal our core secrets. However, they didn't expect that I would be killed by them before the nanorobots had completed final debugging. Their undebugged nanorobots not only failed to alleviate the existing crisis, but actually sowed the seeds of greater disaster. Alas, this is really similar to the Tianji you have created now. Chen Jinquan's throat was dry at this moment, and he could no longer speak. Let's go, husband. Now, you're the captain of the Turtle. We need to rush to Cradle of Home 2, the Luojiashan Island base in the East China Sea, to continue our research. This time, we're not only trying to make up for your mistakes, but also repair the damage done by those bastards from the Fierce Wind Nation. Tianji and the zombie virus. We still have a lot to do. Oh, I get it. Chen Jinquan shook his head, then ordered Kunlun, Turtle, set sail. Yes, Mr. Chen. The Turtle, already on standby, sped out of its launch orbit at 60 knots and hurtled towards the surface. In another area of the base, Yujia's holographic projection appeared before everyone, directing them in an orderly fashion towards the dock. Zhong Lirui led the team, running while ensuring everyone kept pace. They passed through dimly lit passages, their hearts racing as the sirens echoed in their ears. Under Yujia's guidance, they finally arrived at the dock 10 minutes after the alarm sounded. The massive, second Xuanwu-class ship, the Bishi, had already launched and was awaiting them. Lights from the dock illuminated the hull, and light strips on the ground indicated the boarding location. Zhong Lirui was the last to board the Bishi. As the Bishi departed the dock, also at 60 knots, through the underground tunnel, the base's self-destruction countdown continued. Everyone on board held their breath, awaiting their final fate. Under Yujia's precise control, the Bishi sailed away from the danger zone at an astonishing speed. When the Bishi and the Xiangui had traveled 2 kilometers, the base activated its self-destruct sequence. In the distance, a massive explosion resounded, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Simultaneously, the base's self-destruct sequence was triggered, releasing a dazzling light and billowing smoke, as if the end of the world had arrived. As time passed, the entire Cradle of Home began to collapse violently, as if the earth were trembling, swallowing everything. From the sky, the once impenetrable underground fortress of Doom was now unrecognizable, reduced to ruins. It now resembled a vast, bottomless cemetery, a scar on the earth, telling of past glory and present devastation. Everyone on board breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they were safe. Zhong Lirui quickly contacted Sidukong, and only breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the ground forces had evacuated safely. Standing on the deck, Zhong Lirui gazed at the thick smoke billowing toward Cradle of Home, feeling a surge of emotion. The battle to capture Cradle of Home had thus far been won. However, victory did not mark the end. The true challenge had only just begun. They still had to face a world ravaged by the zombie virus, a future filled with uncertainty and danger. Chapter 175. At this moment, the accompanying drone of the AI Yuchia emerged and addressed Zhong Lirui in a female voice resembling Chen Xiaoyu's. Hello, Governor Zhong Lirui. I am Madame Bai Lingxin, the main AI of the Bishi. Using my administrative authority, I grant you, the eldest and second young ladies, supreme control over this land-based vessel. From now on, you will be my master. Yujia, huh? Zhong Lirui said calmly. Then, with supreme authority, I have a question for you. Madame Bai Lingxin, why did you give me such a vital core asset of Changsheng Life Science Group? Master, from what I understand, I can only answer one question. Madame saved her 2 most precious daughters to thank you. Not long ago, with only her head remaining, her consciousness was barely revived in the form of a data body. After her resurrection, she reviewed all relevant data, including the surveillance data from the C0-S series of the Royal Guards. She is very grateful for your meticulous care for the second young lady. Your thoughtful care, and during this operation, you successfully extended the life of the poisoned eldest lady by utilizing the singer's power. She also knew of your sworn brotherhood with the second young lady. Therefore, she holds a great fondness for you and is deeply grateful. This is why she entrusted the Bishi to you. After this, Zhong Lirui rubbed his nose. Well, caring for my sister is what I should do. But I don't think that's the whole reason. Master, based on the data this AI has, I can only provide this information. If you require more information, please contact the lady directly. The lady has left a message, saying she will contact you on the bridge 2 nights later. She will answer all your questions then. She also has more important news about the situation around the world and in other war zones. By the way, the lady asks you to summon your most powerful singer to accompany the 2 young ladies. When it comes to the most powerful singer, Zhong Lirui's first thought is naturally Di Xinyan, the one who woke up 700 people with a single song. 2 nights from now? Okay, I make a note. Zhong Lirui nodded. The battle here is over, but there's still much to do. By the way, Yu Jia, tell me the basic parameters of the Bishi. Yes, master. The Bishi was developed by the military equipment subgroup of the Changsheng Life Science Group, and developed for the military. The second ship in the class is a large nuclear-powered hovercraft. The vessel is 120 meters long, 21.9 meters high, has a draft of 1.6 meters, a maximum speed of 60 knots, and a cruising speed of 55 knots. It can sail on both land and sea. It can operate smoothly in waves up to 2 meters high and winds up to 12 meters per second, and can break through a 1.6 meter high wall. Furthermore, it can carry heavy equipment, with a maximum additional load of 150 tons. The deck can accommodate helicopters, heavy artillery, and even medium-sized main battle tanks. This is a nuclear-powered super hovercraft. A cushioned ship. 150 tons of cargo capacity. Enough for 2 main battle tanks, or 5 of the attack. Helicopters aren't that heavy, weighing about 6 tons each. Never mind, let's just put more helicopters. The attack has rocket launchers. Tanks are so heavy, but they're useless. Now, a single bomb from a traversing drone can destroy them. Zhong Lirui began calculating. What are the Bishi's fixed weapons? The Bishi's fixed weapons include 2 12.7 caliber electromagnetic close-in weapon systems with a range of 2 kilometers and a 300 caliber electromagnetic coil gun with a range of 200 kilometers. 300 millimeters? 200 kilometers? Wow! Zhong Lirui couldn't help but gasp. As an engineering student, he naturally knew the immense power of electromagnetic cannons. He nodded with a sense of awe. If this ship isn't carrying heavy equipment, can it carry 1,000 people? Zhong Lirui inquired. Yes, master. If it's just for personnel, the limit is 1,000. It's not because of insufficient load capacity, but because of limited space, Yu Jia replied considerately. Okay, I understand. Then, we have something else to do next. Zhong Lirui's gaze shifted to the southeast. There are hundreds of people waiting for us to pick them up. At this moment, Di Xinyan, Lu Shi, Gu Anqi, Chen Xiaoyao, and Chen Xiaoyu also came aboard and found Zhong Lirui. Commander Zhong Li, Di Xinyan said with a smile. Anqi and Lu Shi, as well as Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu, insisted on coming to thank you for saving their lives. Gu Anqi, now wearing an ill-fitting military uniform, pulled Lu Shi aside and thanked Zhong Lirui. Rui. Commander Zhong Li. I heard everything from Lu Shi and Sister Xinyan. I'm truly grateful to you for going to such great lengths to save me. Thank you. Gu Anqi's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Lu Shi followed suit, bowing deeply. Commander Zhong Lirui, your kindness will be forever engraved in our hearts. From now on, I will use all my strength to restore order to our Lingnan province. Zhong Lirui stepped forward with a smile, saying only half-jokingly, Anqi, saving you is the wish of the entire city. Did you know that after you were arrested, your fans blocked the door of the general office, demanding I send troops to rescue you? Otherwise, they would have rebelled. Now you're safe, and that's better than anything else. Gu Anqi was stunned, her eyes welling up with tears. Ah? Really? Something like this? Fans, you all care about me so much. She looked around, and everyone responded with affirmative looks. Thank you. Thank you, Governor, thank you everyone, thank you my fans. I will definitely work harder in the future, live up to your expectations, and bring you more excitement and hope. Gu Anqi's voice, though still choked with sobs, was filled with determination and strength. Zhong Lirui and the others smiled at her, their eyes full of encouragement. By the way, Zhong Lirui said, half-jokingly, turning to Lu Shi, come here. Do you remember the wish you made before we set out? Lu Shi's eyes widened, and then her expression hardened. He strode over to Gu Anqi, knelt on one knee, and began to propose. Gu Anqi, I loved you since college, long ago. I knew then that you were the one for me. That day, I was at fault. You waited expectantly for me to speak. Later, Mao even hinted. But I hesitated and didn't ask you. Since my rebirth, I've been worried about you and thinking about you all the time. I once swore that if I could rescue you, I would give my all to protect you. Now, can you give me another chance to love and protect you for the rest of my life? Gu Anqi, will you marry me? Gu Anqi's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by incredible joy. She looked at the brave and loyal man before her, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She knew that Lu Shi was sincere, and his love was unwavering. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, then smiled and nodded. Gu Anqi stepped forward, cupped Lu Shi's face, kissed his lips, and smiled. You made me wait so long. I'm willing, you fool. At this moment, the people around cheered. But then, Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered that Lu Shi was already a new human. Zhongli Rui helplessly covered his head, looking at Di Xinyan with a look of resignation. Xinyan, and she isn't a new human yet. Sigh. I was careless. Di Xinyan was stunned, then gave a wry smile. Oh, the atmosphere was so good, I forgot. Never mind. With Anqi and I here, it won't be a big deal. Zhongli Rui, never mind. Xinyan, take them both and take care of it. By the way, take care of the new human enlightenment, please. Di Xinyan smiled and shook her head, then approached Lu Shi and Gu Anqi, who were still in a passionate relationship, and said, all right, loving couple, you two follow me. There are some necessary steps to take care of. Otherwise, Anqi, you will die. Gu Anqi, still immersed in sweetness, hadn't reacted yet. Lu Shi suddenly realized what was happening, and with a look of guilt on her face, she said, oh Anqi, I'm sorry. It's my fault, it's my fault. Gu Anqi, ? Di Xinyan said angrily, all right, you two, come here quickly. Yes. Lu Shi and Gu Anqi reluctantly followed Di Xinyan out. Watching the three people leave, both Chen Xiaoyao, standing, and Chen Xiaoyu, in their wheelchair, covered their mouths and smiled. Seeing the others walk away, Chen Xiaoyao said, Brother Rui, thank you for helping me. You saved my sister, and you saved me too. I heard from my sister-in-law and Ming Qi that you were the one who converted me just now, right? I owe you so much. I really don't know what to say. We're family. Sister. Zhongli Rui was quite frank. Chen Xiaoyu smiled and said, Zhongli Rui, I wanted to meet you in person for a long time. How should I call you? Senior? Brother? Governor? Captain? Or, Dad? Zhongli Rui, Well, Sister Xiaoyu, you're such a joker. Before the war, Zhongli Rui learned from Chen Xiaoyao that Chen Xiaoyu was about the same age as Nighthawk, so he should call her sister. Oh? Really? Xiaofeng is my clone? Her appearance, DNA, and body are almost identical to mine. I watched every detail of your lives together through her personal guard armor. Every time she calls you Dad. And you responded by gently patting her head. I've seen you. Several times. I feel like calling you Daddy. How about I do the same? Besides, you've seen Xiaofeng's body, or rather, a body similar to mine, several times, right? So we can go somewhere more private. You can ask me to call you Daddy whatever you want. After all, what's the point of just looking at a clone? Today, I'm here, the real one. I'd let you see as much as you want. As Chen Xiaoyu spoke, she gave Zhongli Rui a flirtatious, seductive look. Zhongli Rui, well, Sister Xiaoyu, please respect yourself. I adopted Xiaofeng as my goddaughter. This is just out of concern for the child. She's only 3 years old, and she doesn't have common sense. Zhongli Rui explained incoherently, a frightened expression on her face. Chen Xiaoyao's sister? Brother Rui is married. Stop teasing him like that. What a disgrace. Oh, married? I think it's just cohabitation, right? Lingyan Prefecture Civil Affairs Bureau is a zombie apocalypse, and you haven't reclaimed it yet. He and Nurse Xinyan had a wedding, but they didn't get a marriage certificate. They're just cohabiting at best. Sister, you're just too timid, so you can only be his sister. I saw it all on Xiaofeng's armor, didn't you? That day at the fertilizer factory, your sister Nighthawk was even braver than you. You only dared to hug her secretly. She actually kissed me first. As a result, our lovely Governor General was so scared that he deliberately pulled everyone into a tea party for 8 hours of observation. You know, I almost died of laughter back then, ha. Zhongli Rui, sister. Don't be like that, brother. Chen Xiaoyao was furious, not knowing how to continue. Alright. I've been trapped in the jar for 3 years. I was just teasing you. Oh. Chen Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed arrogantly. Alright, don't be nervous. Since you're my sister's sworn brother, and I'm older than you, I just call you Brother Rui. Count me in as sworn brother, how about that? Qin Xiaoyu said with a gentle smile. Zhongli Rui, feeling a bit strange, finally nodded silently. He thought to himself that sworn brotherhood was better than having this Yandra's sister come and provoke him again. If Xinyan found out, he'd be in trouble all over again. Sister Xiaoyu, we're family from now on. Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu both smiled warmly. Qin Xiaoyu even said to Qin Xiaoyao, Sister, your second brother is such a gentle man. By the way, Rui, I know you're familiar with nanorobots and singers by now, right? Qin Xiaoyu dropped his teasing and joking attitude and spoke seriously. Zhongli Rui nodded. After such a long time of interaction, and with many of his close friends now transformed into new humans, he was no longer unfamiliar with them. My mother and I developed the nanorobots together. Mom was responsible for the source code, and I was responsible for matching and debugging the nanorobots. Judging from the fact that you brought Xinyan here to rescue me, and from the fact that your men died in battle, you already have a basic understanding of the characteristics of the first-generation nanorobots. Do you mean they react to the brain waves and singing of specific individuals? Zhongli Rui asked. Yes. Nanobots resonate and react to specific brainwaves and sound waves. There are more than one kind of response. It can be positive, negative, or even manipulative. Chapter 176. You're talking about positive energy. I've seen. Controllable energy? Zhongli Rui's eyes darkened. I remember your father later developed a new biological weapon, C3, that seems to use voices similar to yours and Xiaoya's to control large numbers of ordinary zombies. Is that the principle? You're quite capable. It's so comforting to talk to someone so technically savvy and intelligent. Qin Xiaoyu smiled. Singing filled with positive energy and free will can cause the nanorobots to evolve in the direction of the longevity plan. The nanorobots in the listener's body will activate in an orderly manner, eliminating the rejection of the nervous system. As a result, the listener's health will improve and their consciousness will return. This is the truth behind Xinyan's singing of the zombies in the entire ammunition base back to sanity. I see. Zhongli Rui said thoughtfully. The second mode. Your father used it to take revenge on the world, mass-producing it as a modular weapon. C3 Guide. Is that the kind you mentioned? Yes. Because zombies' nanorobots are dysfunctional, their nervous systems are impaired. While their bodies are robust, their consciousness is weaker than that of a baby. Hypnotic sound waves can be used to guide them in a single direction through suggestion and hypnotic singing. I've seen both types. So what about the third type you mentioned? The negative type? In the deepest recesses of the cradle of home, Sister Angel, in utter fear, despair, and sorrow, sang a song of resentment. That instantaneous burst of negative energy significantly reduced the activity of the nanorobots within me. I was nearly killed. This! Zhongli Rui and Qin Xiaoyao cried out simultaneously. How couldn't she be like this? Qin Xiaoyao lowered her head in sorrow. Well, come to think of it, her becoming like that was partly due to me. After I recently became temporarily unconscious due to heart damage, my father originally wanted to forcibly bring Xiaoyao back with him to help rescue me. However, after being repelled by you the first time, he didn't leave, but chose to hide and wait for an opportunity. As a result, during his observation, he accidentally discovered that Enchi was the singer. So, he changed his plan. Instead of prioritizing capturing my sister, he instead kidnapped Enchi. The reason for kidnapping Enchi. At that time, my father. He killed Enchi's friends, her fans, and her fiancé right in front of her. So, when Enchi awoke in home cradle, her mind was nearly corrupted and darkened. My father forced her to sing in that state. As a result, not only did I almost die, but Enchi's singing also caused the C2 and C3 monsters, which my father had created from the shareholders in the hibernation area for revenge and to replenish his army, to go out of control. No wonder we saw traces of a battle when we entered the underground base. So that's really how it is. Zhongli Rui sighed. Yes. After Sister Xinyan awoke me, I looked at the data records. At the time, my father personally led the black-clad mechanical guards against the robot army, the rebellious C2/C3 monster army, and the out-of-control Tianji lifeforms. The three sides engaged in a fierce battle for a long time. Until you, my brother, led your troops into the dungeon. I looked at the data. Before you entered the dungeon, the rebellious monster army engaged in 2 fierce battles with Dad. The first time, Dad's 24 mechanical guards survived, his mechanical dogs were completely destroyed, and 1 heavy robot was lost. Of the 100 C2 and C3 monsters in the monster army, only 30 remained, and 1,000 zombie servants were annihilated. The second time, The two sides clashed fiercely in front of Tianji's seal. Tianji broke free, devouring half of the remaining monster army and killing half of Dad's 24 black-clad guards. The AI Kumpkin attempted to seal the area and reseal Tianji, but unfortunately failed. You still remember what happened next, right? Zhong Lirui's expression suddenly became complicated. So, the 6 monsters he encountered from Jiang Junhao's group, and the 12 black-clad mechanical guards and original armor from Chen Jinquan's group, were actually remnants of the war. Was this a coincidence, or just good luck? Sister Xiaoyu, I heard Xiaoyao briefly about your situation. Let me ask a basic question. What exactly is Tianji? Chen Xiaoyu's emotions were very complicated. After a long silence, she slowly said, Tianji was born because of me. Huh? Zhong Lirui's eyes widened in surprise. Then Chen Xiaoyu recounted the story of Tianji's birth. After Chen Jinquan had finally tested a relatively stable batch of nanobots at the cost of 100 Chen Xiaoyu clones, he had taken samples from these 12 people. This batch of nanobots could successfully transform people into new humans, even without further adjustments by the singers. Chen Jinquan tested this relatively stable sample, and found it had a conversion rate of around 80%. He took the risk, and gave it to Chen Xiaoyu. It worked. And Chen Xiaoyu once again lived a normal life. However, White Rose, acting in the interests of the Gale Nation Laboratory, once again mobilized agents to assassinate Chen Xiaoyu with a deadly poison. So potent that even the C1-S couldn't withstand it. Therefore, to save Chen Xiaoyu's life, Chen Jinquan secretly constructed a life support system deep within Stage 3 to preserve her life. He also used the successful samples from the 12 people and refined them further, hoping to find a new formula to resist the poison. However, he repeatedly failed. During a certain test, the sample changed and unexpectedly awakened a regenerative property that was even more powerful than the previous sample. Chen Jinquan instantly realized the value of this and began to study the sample. He discovered that once the human body used this sample, the regenerative function would become extremely terrifying. The individual would grow to 2.3 to 2.5 meters in height, and at the same time gain monstrous strength. Moreover, this nanorobot, when used on humans, would produce a special effect. The user would lose their memory, but still retain some intelligence. This is completely different from a mindless zombie. Seeing his attempt to rescue his daughter fail, Chen Jinquan's rage grew intense, and he conceived the idea of using these monster warriors and the failed nanorobots to exact revenge on all those who plotted against him on Blue Star. Consequently, he personally formulated the Doom Plan and the top-secret Blue Star Purification Plan. Tianji was the biological seedbed production line for mass-producing these second-generation nanorobots. The reason why the massive consumption of C2 and C3 monsters on each battlefield was so quickly replenished was due to Tianji's terrifying production capacity. Of course, these second-generation nanorobots were still sensitive to the singer's abilities. After hearing this, Zhong Lirui felt heavy-hearted, so there are such complexities involved. So, the base's self-destruction was intended to seal Tianji? Yes, that's true. However, I estimate a high probability of failure. Chen Xiaoyu sounded less confident. Why? We saw earlier that the entire base was completely destroyed by high explosives. No Earth creature could survive such an explosion. However, Tianji was created by my father for the mass production of C2 and C3, and its inherent vitality is incredibly strong. Tianji doesn't possess numerous abilities, but it possesses a terrifying ability to learn. Having devoured C2-type monsters that had already mastered hyper-regeneration, it has mastered full hyper-regeneration. Chen Xiaoyu sighed, looking worriedly at the ruins of the Cradle of Home underground city, which had been reduced to a crater. Only an enveloping heat of over 2,000 degrees Celsius, covering the entire area, can completely kill Tianji. The explosive set for the base's self-destruction cannot reach that temperature. So, it's only a matter of time. With its super regenerative and learning abilities, Tianji, this terrifying giant gelatinous monster will definitely rise to the surface and wreak havoc on humanity. Brother Rui, you must make plans early. A ranged weapon over 2,000 degrees Celsius. It seems like a gas tank cannon. Can't do that, right? Ordinary combined fertilizer shells, of course. But if you're firing thermobaric rounds, then it's possible, Chen Xiaoyu pointed out. Also, Brother Rui, I looked at the data. You have more and more new humans under your command now. You often rely heavily on their powerful abilities when deploying tactics, right? Zhong Lirui nodded. You're right. However, I hope you focus on development and recovery, rebuilding and upgrading military weaponry and technology. Why? The new human's powerful abilities are particularly advantageous in indoor combat and urban fighting. However, in large-scale field operations, or against catastrophic monster-level creatures, no matter how powerful a single new human is, they can't outmaneuver a single attack helicopter or a few attack drones in a swarm of drones. Didn't you notice that when you defeated the black mechanical guards? The fully armored, stealthy black mechanical guards. Mechanical Dark Guard, your drone was destroyed in one shot. Furthermore, I'm not sure if TNG has learned C3's controllable singer ability after devouring those C3s. If a jelly monster like TNG, the size of a hill, summons a zombie army, it won't be just a C3 leading a maximum of 1,000. I suspect it could be tens of thousands. Also, from now on, never display other singer abilities in front of it. Otherwise, I'm afraid, as long as you can't completely kill this catastrophic monster, TNG, it will learn and become even more powerful. Zhongli Rui was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I understand, Xiaoyu. I will find a balance between cultivating the abilities of the new humans and strengthening traditional military forces. We need to be prepared to deal with all possible threats. Chun Xiaoyu nodded, a flicker of approval in her eyes. Yes, we need more than just powerful individuals. We need a versatile army capable of adapting to any battlefield. Furthermore, we must consider how to protect innocent civilians. They shouldn't become casualties of our battles. You must be extremely careful. Pay attention to TNG's movements here. I know you're adept at defending the city. However, if TNG enters the East City Special Zone, it will be a true disaster. Remember, if you can't defeat it immediately, don't lead it into the city of Linganzhou. I understand. Zhongli Rui was particularly wary. From now on, neither Sinyan nor Enchi could be allowed to despair or turn evil again. Songs filled with negative energy are like a deadly poison to the new humans and the awakened. I was transformed while seriously injured. Even if my new human abilities were suppressed, I wouldn't necessarily die, right? But I wondered what about those who were resurrected, like Ameo, Lu Shi, and Ling Yufei, those four comrades. Would they be sent away by the negative energy singer's abilities? This ability must not be discovered by TNG or any other hidden forces. Zhongli Rui secretly clenched his fists. Chapter 177. I know what you're afraid of. Chen Xiaoyu observed Zhongli Rui's dismal expression. Governor, from now on, take good care of the singers here. You already lost one singer. Cherish the rest. Lost? Zhongli Rui's eyes widened. How is that possible? Sinyan and Anchi, aren't they fine? Chen Xiaoyu remained silent, humming a song with a hint of sadness. Your preciousness. Zhongli Rui clutched his chest, his breathing rapid, his body unsteady. Xiaoya. She's also a singer. Impossible? Sister, you. Xiaofeng didn't notice at the time. After Xiaoya sang, as a listener, her overall health improved. Zhu Su discovered this later. Zhongli Rui slumped to his knees, clutching his chest, grief-stricken. Xiaoya, his ex-wife, his deceased wife, whose life he had ended with his own hands. If he had known Xiaoya was a singer, then there would have been no need. But there are no ifs in life. Now, Xiaoya has turned to ashes, leaving no chance. What? What? Zhongli Rui burst into tears, completely losing his usual calm and composed demeanor. Seeing Zhongli Rui kneeling and wailing, Chen Xiaoyao, after breaking his sister's wheelchair, stepped forward to comfort him. Brother, don't be too sad. We couldn't do anything about sister-in-law Xiaoya's situation. Back then, not only you, but even I didn't know the power of a singer. Don't take it too seriously. Zhongli Rui's sobs gradually subsided, and he raised his head, his eyes filled with regret and helplessness. Chen Xiaoyao touched his head, and could feel Zhongli Rui's body trembling slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then slowly spoke. Sister, thank you. Today, here on the Bishi, I swear that I will protect all the singers I know, and all my family members. I will work hard to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. Sister, I will protect you. Zhongli Rui turned to Chen Xiaoyu and said firmly, Sister, I will protect you too. And Sinyan, Isan, Anchi, my family and friends, I will definitely protect you. Thank you, dear brother, for your kindness. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Xiaoyao, and I will help you. Chen Xiaoyu said softly. Yes. Sister, you're right. Chen Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Thank you. Zhongli Rui stood up again. When Sitakong, who was stationed on the ground, saw Zhongli Rui and his group disembarking from the Bishi, his expression was very complicated. Colonel Zhongli, I didn't expect you to escape on a Xuanwu-class landship. Oh! Zhongli Rui was surprised. Chief of Staff Situ, You actually know about this ship? Ah. I learned about it from the military a year ago, while I was on rotation in the Magic City area. This Xuanwu-class amphibious land ship was originally designed for rapid deployment of troops by coastal forces. At the time, the military placed an order for it with Changzhen Life Science Group. I see. From now on, the Bishi, will be the flagship of our Lingyan State Army. Looking at the majestic Bishi, everyone nodded excitedly. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui discussed with Situ Kong the installation of 4 surveillance cameras equipped with photovoltaic power generation systems on the hills surrounding the ruins of the Cradle of Home Fortress. This was primarily to monitor whether Tianji would break out of the ruins in the future. After the surveillance equipment was set up, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, please lead the ground forces back to Lingyan Prefecture, Zhongli Rui ordered. Yes, Wang Gang readily complied. Situ Kong was puzzled. Colonel Zhongli Rui, I led the ground forces here. Why won't you let me take them back? Zhongli Rui smiled faintly. Do you miss your son? My chief of staff. Situ Kong was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression grew complex, and a subtle sadness flickered in his eyes. Yes, Colonel, I do miss him. Even though he's become a warrior. No, an awakened one, I'm still his father. Then follow me. Together, we'd bring your son and those civilians home. Zhongli Rui's tone was firm and tender, as he understood Situ Kong's inner struggle and pain. Situ Kong nodded. Thank you, Colonel Zhongli. With that, Wang Gang, leading the victorious ground forces, turned and set off on his return journey. Zhongli Rui, leading Situ Kong and the others in the Bishi, headed for the ammunition supply base. The Bishi cruised at a brisk 55 knots, approximately 100 miles per hour, allowing the landship to reach the outskirts of the ammunition supply base in just an hour and a half. As the Bishi approached the base, the awakened defenders outside, who had never seen the Bishi before, immediately became alert. And the awakened citizens, too, felt a sense of dread. The Bishi did not advance further, but instead began to flash light signals. The base's scouts quickly picked up the signal. Lieutenant Xian, the other party is an unknown vessel? It's a ship, right? The signal says. Their chief of staff Situ, asking us to go out to greet them. Chief of Staff Situ is my father. Situ Xian shouted excitedly at the top of his voice. All troops, form up. Colonel Zhongli and Chief of Staff Situ and his men have returned triumphantly. Upon hearing this, the awakened soldiers in the garrison joyfully raised their weapons and cheered. Then, they began to line up with difficulty. At this moment, Xiao Wanner, a citizen representative within the base, approached with some concern, asking Lieutenant Situ, where did that warship come from? They won't kill us, will they? Situ Xian tried to force a smile to comfort Xiao Wanner, but his face hadn't fully recovered yet. He could only pat her shoulder and offer a reluctant reassurance. Xiao Wanner, representative, don't be afraid. Commander Zhongli has returned triumphantly. This is our own warship. Everyone, don't panic. Commander Zhongli has returned. So, they're back. Xiao Wanner felt a surge of relief. I go tell the citizens, everyone, as recently recovered awakened individuals, their vocal cords haven't fully recovered yet, and their muscle coordination is poor, so their speech is halting. Soon, the base gates opened, and the awakened guards were already lined up on both sides. Amid the expectant gazes of the garrison troops and the citizens, a familiar figure appeared. Zhongli Rui and his group appeared. Second Lieutenant Situ, how are you? Zhongli Rui asked with a smile. Commander, welcome back. Congratulations on your success, Situ Xian said to Zhongli Rui with a hint of excitement after saluting. Someone wants to see you, Zhongli Rui said with a smile, then stepped aside. Behind him stood the middle-aged Situ Kong. Dad? Situ Xian's dad was relatively smooth. Second Lieutenant Situ, you're all great. Seeing his son address him directly in front of so many people, Situ Kong felt a little annoyed. But then, he remembered that his son and his group had already died once defending this ammunition base, so the accusation on his lips shifted to you're all great. Situ Xian was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said sadly, reporting. Chief of Staff, I'm incompetent. The guard force now has only 152 men left. However, the supplies are still there. Second Lieutenant, you've done a good job, a good job. You worked hard. Situ Kong couldn't help but want to hug his now zombie son. At this moment, a Mao and Lu Shi hurriedly stopped them. Chief of Staff, don't be impulsive. If you rashly hug Second Lieutenant Situ, You might get infected and turn into a zombie. Lu Shi advised. Huh? Situ Kong and Situ Zian were both so frightened that they didn't dare move. Zhongli Rui sighed and shrugged. Second Lieutenant Situ, from now on your men, and these citizens may have to undergo intensive training. Intensive training? Situ Zian was confused. Concentrate? Situ Kong grew nervous, approaching Zhongli Rui and whispering, Sir, you're not planning on putting them in a concentration camp, are you? Hey, Chief of Staff Situ, remember when Dean Huang and the others came down the mountain a few days ago? The Industrial University has so many dormitories, and even those 20 or so teachers are living there. Now add 152 soldiers, and over 500 civilians to the mix. What's the problem? The conditions at the school aren't a concentration camp. They're not bad, are they? Oh! Situ Kong immediately became interested. Sir, are you saying you want Dean Huang to lead them? More than just leading. As awakened, they developed valuable experience in how to survive, heal themselves, and use traditional Chinese medicine to restore some of their functions. They learned a lot. Letting them take care of your son and these civilians is like a professional. Look at Dean Huang, Dr. Chow, and the others. They're much better at catching fish than you and I are now. Actually, I think it's more like the start of school. Let these people go back to my dean and learn. Situ Kong smiled. I see, Commander. You've been very thoughtful. My son and the citizens will surely benefit greatly from learning from them. Commander, when did you come up with this idea? Situ Kong's tone revealed his approval and gratitude for Zhongli Rui's arrangement. Zhongli Rui smiled and said, Last time, when I met with Dr. Chow and the others, he left us a Chinese herbal formula that could restore a zombie-like body. Back then, I thought, these teachers are the spark that ignites the hope of these awakened ones to live a good life again. Alas, your son, these soldiers, and those citizens have lost so much. But Dean Huang and the others have paved a path for us. Now, all we have to do is encourage more people to follow this path. Okay, I understand. I fully support your decision, Colonel. We will immediately arrange to bring the troops and citizens aboard. Situ Kong straightened his back and gave Zhongli Rui a standard military salute. Zhongli Rui smiled back. Soon after, Situ Kong and Situ Zian announced their decision to the awakened at the base. Soldiers and civilians alike tried to cheer in unison. Though the sound was truly a ghostly howl, indescribable. Hope flickered in the eyes of every awakened. At that moment, they knew they were returning home. To Lingen Prefecture. Led by the garrison troops and a 100-man special forces team, over 500 awakened civilians and 50 awakened soldiers from the base boarded the warship. Situ Zian and the 100 garrison troops chose to remain in the second wave. According to Zhongli Rui and Situ Kong's plan, the Bishi's transport was to be divided into two phases. The first phase would transport the majority of the civilians and a small number of the garrison troops to Chongbei University of Technology. The second phase would involve the Bishi and the city's transport convoys transporting all supplies from the ammunition base. The next day, as the Bishi arrived at the ammunition base for the second time, accompanied by a large convoy, they heard the sounds of fighting in the distance near the base. On the bridge, Zhongli Rui, Situ Kong, and Wang Gang's faces changed. Oh no! Another force has set its sights on the supplies at this base. Chapter 178. Zhongli Rui immediately ordered the attack helicopter aboard the Bishi to conduct reconnaissance at the scene of the conflict. This is King Fengjian No. 1. We have detected a suspected civilian armed force of 200 men attempting to attack the ammunition base. The ammunition base defenders are resisting. Civilian resistance? Zhongli Rui's throat suddenly felt dry. He then announced to the rebels below, informing them to cease fire. Identify yourself. We are the Dacian military. Yes. King Fengjian No. 1 then broadcast to the ground. The rebels attempting the attack, upon hearing the military announcement, reluctantly chose to cease fire. At this point, Situ Kong had already contacted the base. Report. Chief of Staff. 15 of our men were shot several times, but not in the head. All fine. The expressions on the faces of the men in the bridge, as they listened to Situ Zian's report, were truly remarkable. Wang Gang complained, Awakened warriors, you wouldn't take it seriously unless you were shot in the head, right? Sigh. I almost want to die. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, you're a high-ranking officer, don't talk nonsense. Situ Kong was speechless. Currently, the three highest-ranking officers in the Dacian army in the 18th War Zone are Zhongli Rui, Colonel, Wang Gang, Lieutenant Colonel, and Situ Kong, Major. There's really no other way. With such a small force, higher ranks are meaningless. Major General Long Weili, the highest-ranking officer in the 18th War Zone, had already died in action. Soon after, the Bishi, which had been hastily painted with the Dacian army's official Inglong emblem the day before, appeared near the two combatants. The totem of the fictional blue-starred Dacian kingdom is the winged Inglong, and its national emblem features a Inglong image. Inglong images are often painted on warships. Zhongli Rui and his companions, boarding a helicopter, called out to the rebels below, demanding the opposing commander come forward. After receiving the message, the opposing commander raised a loudspeaker, agreeing to a dialogue in front of the army. In front of the ammunition base gate, Zhongli Rui held a meeting with the rebel leader. The leader was a tall, fair-skinned woman. She was wearing a mask, revealing only her azure eyes. However, her hair, visible from her helmet, was jet black. Is she mixed race? Zhongli Rui wondered. Beside her, several guards wore a variety of protective gear. Some wore SWAT gear, some security gear, some military gear, and even a breastplate made of density fiberboard. Seeing the men under her command in this state, Zhongli Rui chuckled inwardly. They looked similar to his own troops. Hello, I am Yelena Ivanovna Rogova, the interim governor of the 22nd War Zone, the Jinji district of the Great Qian Demon City, the Demon City Fortress. The woman removed her mask, revealing a face with distinct Rakshasa features. Hello, I am Zhongli Rui, the interim governor and army colonel of the 18th War Zone, the East Special Zone of Ling'an Prefecture, the Great Qian. Hello, Miss Yelena. Oh, you are quite an erudite person. Yelena's lips curved mysteriously. You actually know how to properly address those of us with Rakshasa ancestry. Hello, Colonel Zhongli. As expected, he was a Dacian Luosha nation half-blood. Zhongli Rui calmed himself down. The correct order of Luosha nation names is first name, father's name, last name. Generally, the correct way to address someone is by their first given name, or an abbreviation or nickname of that name. In a relatively friendly atmosphere, Zhongli Rui shook hands with Yelena. Excuse me, Ms. Yelena, why did you lead your troops to attack the ammunition base belonging to our 18th War Zone army? Zhongli Rui asked as calmly as possible. He had just asked Situkong and learned that only casualties occurred on both sides. On the base side, the awakened soldiers suffered from their clumsy movements and inaccurate shooting. However, as a precaution, they had already donned bulletproof gear. Combined with their excellent combat and evasive skills, only 15 of them sustained gunshot wounds other than to the head during the gunfight. On the other side, after discussion, it was determined that although 5 of them were wounded, no one was killed because they were wearing protective gear. Because no casualties had been reported, the two sides were able to cease fire and negotiate. If casualties had already occurred, a ceasefire would have been difficult to achieve. Colonel Zhongli, aren't you right? 3 days ago, my best scouts conducted reconnaissance in this area and discovered that this base, which contained supplies, contained only 700 to 800 zombies and no living people. Therefore, we prepared for 3 days and only arrived today to capture it. Unexpectedly, you came and intercepted us. Colonel Zhongli, we marched nearly 100 kilometers to get here. You're being very unkind. At this moment, a hint of anger flashed in Yelena's eyes. Sir Yelena, you're wrong. This ammunition base originally served as supplies for our 18th War Zone. Wang Gang retorted. Perhaps. But 3 days ago, this place was uninhabited and ownerless. There's nothing wrong with us coming here to secure supplies and ammunition to protect the people of Modu, right? We're all here to protect the people. Yelena, displaying the spirit of a fighting nation, spoke without a hint of weakness. Situkong watched silently from the sidelines, silent. Because Wang Gang and Zhongli Rui both held higher ranks than him. As a chief of staff, he couldn't easily express his opinion during negotiations with his superiors. Zhongli Rui, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. Logically, Wang Gang was right. This ammunition base did belong to the 18th War Zone army. However, Yelena's words also made sense. To be honest, 3 days ago, Situzian and those citizens were still zombies. This ammunition base was indeed ownerless. Watching Wang Gang and Yelena refusing to give in, Zhongli Rui felt a momentary headache. But then he noticed the difference in their weapons. On his side, Lu Shi, himself, Xiaofeng, and the others were using anti-material pistols. Wang Gang and the special forces were armed with Type 95 and Type 81 rifles, supplemented by a handful of powerful crossbowmen. Meanwhile, Yelena's guards were armed exclusively with Type 54 pistols and police submachine guns, also using pistol ammunition, not military rifle ammunition. Furthermore, From the sounds of the battle heard from afar, most of the gunfire from the Magic City resistance was from pistols. So Zhong Lirui suggested, "How about this, Your Excellency Yelena? These are the end times, and supplies are scarce. I understand your feelings, as you and I are both temporary governors elected by the people. Since we're all working to protect the people, I propose that we divide the supplies at this ammunition depot." Wang Gang, this. Before Wang Gang could continue, Zhong Lirui's hand stopped him. "Ms. Yelena, how about I give you 60% of all the 7.62 caliber pistol ammunition in this base?" Zhong Lirui suggested with a smile. Yelena looked at Zhong Lirui with some surprise, then narrowed her eyes and said, "Colonel Zhongli, to use the Dacian language, this is incredibly unfair. With such a large ammunition base, you're just giving us 60% of the pistol ammunition?" Zhong Lirui sighed. "Miss Yelena, it's not that I'm being unfair. This is an ammunition base, not a weapons base. There are some weapons here, but not many. The last time I was here, due to the intense fighting, there were only about 20 Type 95 rifles left. The rest were mainly ammunition and fuel. With only these few bullets and weapons, it's useless to take the wrong caliber ammunition, right? For example, we have 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun ammunition in this warehouse. But do your troops have heavy machine guns today?" "Yes, we do. But we didn't bring any today." Yelena didn't expect Zhong Lirui to say that. Her voice trailed off, and she suddenly ran out of reasons to argue. "How about this? Here are 20 Type 95 automatic weapons. We give them to you. We also give you 10% of the 5.8 caliber and 10% of the 12.7 caliber ammunition in this warehouse, plus 70% of the pistol ammunition. As for the fuel here, it's for the fighter planes from the original Dayton base. Can your vehicles run on aviation kerosene?" Yelena turned to the adjutant beside her. Adjutant Joe beside her hesitated. No. The vehicles arriving today all run on diesel and gasoline." "That's useless. It's not easy for you either. We give you 2 more heavy weapons. Chief of Staff Situ, are there any towed 107mm rocket launchers and ammunition left in the warehouse?" At this point, Chief of Staff Situ replied with a wry smile, "Sir, we have 4 107mm rocket launchers and 72 rounds of ammunition in this warehouse." Zhong Lirui spread his hands and said, as if he was embarrassed, "Well, Miss Yelena, let me sort this out. This batch of supplies will include 70% 7.62 pistol ammunition, 20 95mm rifles, 10% 5.8 caliber, 10% 12.7 caliber, 2 107mm rocket launchers, and 36 rockets. How about? Is that reasonable?" Yelena hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly, and put on a businesslike smile. "It's reasonable, Colonel Zhongli. My apologies for what happened just now. Are the soldiers from War Zone 18 all right?" "No serious injuries, nothing serious." Zhong Lirui also put on a businesslike smile. "What about the soldiers from the Demon City Resistance Army? Are they all right?" "Only 5 of them suffered minor injuries." Yelena sighed. "The military soldiers are very accurate with their guns, unlike us civilians. It seems the military soldiers were showing some mercy. Thank you for your restraint." Zhong Lirui could only smile awkwardly but politely. In reality, it wasn't that the base garrison was letting us off, but rather that their limbs hadn't fully recovered, making them less accurate with their guns. "Then it's settled. Miss Yelena, let's establish contact information. Perhaps we need to collaborate on something in the future," Zhong Lirui suggested. Yelena blinked her azure eyes, and nodded in agreement. "You're right. Thank you so much for the generosity of the 18th War Zone. As the last remaining resistance force between the 2 war zones, we should establish an information-sharing mechanism. Your suggestion is a good one." The 2 men shook hands. After loading the agreed-upon ammunition, supplies, and equipment, and leaving their contact information, the Modu rebels' convoy headed majestically towards the Jinchi district of Modu. At this point, Wang Gang said with a pinch of heart, "Colonel Zhongli, why are you giving so much supplies to them? Can't we use them ourselves?" Zhongli glanced at Wang Gang, smiled, and shook his head. He noticed that Sidu Kong, standing beside him, also seemed to be smiling. "Chief of Staff, do you understand what I mean? If so, please speak to our Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang." Sidu Kong smiled knowingly and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, did you notice just now that Yelena's People's Resistance Army primarily uses 54mm pistols? Even the police submachine guns are rare?" "Oh," Wang Gang said with a look of nostalgia. "Indeed, I heard pistol fire just now. Police submachine guns use pistol ammunition, not rifle ammunition. So, Commander Zhongli's reasoning is undeniable. We gave them most of the pistol ammunition in this warehouse, but kept most of the high-powered 5.8mm rounds, 7.62 rifle ammunition, and 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammunition. As for rockets, there weren't many in the warehouse to begin with, so if they were divided half and half, they would be divided half. Colonel Zhongli, you managed to befriend them at the lowest possible cost. You really know how to do business. Zhongli Rui added with a smile. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, you followed me into the dungeon this time. Let me ask you, are 7.62 pistol ammunition of any use in the dungeon? No. This time, even 5.8 caliber ammunition is useless. Only 7.62 rifle ammunition is useful. If it weren't for the howitzers and 12.7mm heavy machine guns. I understand. Wang Gang finally showed a look of understanding. It's not easy for them either. The Magic City is much larger than our Lingen province. But look at these citizen rebels, they're behaving like this. It shows that the situation in War Zone 22 is much worse than ours. Watching Yelena and her convoy disappear into the distance, Zhongli Rui pondered. Move the supplies, assemble the team, it's time to go home. After calming himself down a bit, Zhongli Rui smiled. Yes, everyone around him nodded in agreement. In the 8 or 9 o'clock winter sun, the Bishi and its convoy, loaded with personnel and supplies, turned and set sail towards home. Chapter 179. That night, Zhongli Rui and the rest of Lingen Prefecture, having returned, began another small celebration. Officiating the first group weddings for 3 couples since Lingen Prefecture entered its zombie apocalypse and reconstruction era. These 3 couples were Special Police Chief Liu Shi and Lingen Prefecture's New Age Internet celebrity Gu Anqi, Elite Militia Captain Mao Danqing and his Elite Reconnaissance Team member Lu Mingqi, and Dongsankyo Community Militiaman Luo Yuheng and Night School Assistant Yumani, the same man who, when the entire community was discovered, was left with only him and his homeroom teacher, and who had nearly died marrying her before his death. In Lingen Prefecture's central square, colorful lights and flowers adorn the makeshift wedding stage, creating a warm and festive atmosphere. Zhongli Rui, the officiant, dressed in a neat tuxedo and smiling from ear to ear, stood on the stage. His voice was gentle and solemn, conveying blessings and hope to the newlyweds and every resident present. As Zhongli Rui finished his words, the 3 couples took the stage one after another, their eyes gleaming with longing for their future lives and deep affection for each other. Lu Shi and Gu Anqi held hands, their faces beaming with joy. Mao Danqing and Lu Mingqi appeared a little shy, yet equally unable to conceal their inner joy. Luo Yuheng and Yumani, the graduate and homeroom teacher pairing. Yumani seemed particularly excited, while Luo Yuheng seemed a bit embarrassed, but at this moment, he still held Yumani's hand tightly. After all, their relationship was a journey through death and rebirth. The 3 couples held hands, and stood before Zhongli Rui. When the 3 couples finished their vows, Zhongli Rui smiled, and announced loudly, "Now, the groom may kiss the bride." The square erupted in warm applause and cheers, as residents offered their most heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds. Lu Shi and Gu Anqi exchanged a French kiss. Mao Danqing and Lu Mingqi, cheered by the crowd, followed their lead. Luo Yuheng and Yumani's situation was particularly interesting. While the previous 2 couples had the husbands kissing the wives, this time, it was the wife kissing the husband. Zhongli Rui watched all this with a smile, knowing that this was more than just a wedding. It was a symbol of the people of Lingen Prefecture uniting to rebuild their homeland. With the wedding successfully concluded, the entire Lingen Prefecture was immersed in joy and hope. Gazing upon this long-lost joyful scene, Zhongli Rui, who had now stepped off the podium and stood side by side with his wife, Disanyan, sighed with emotion, "Honey, how long has it been since we last saw something like this?" "Yes, quite a while, almost half a year now. We've been struggling to survive, fighting, defending the tiny living space beneath our feet. It's truly been ages since we've seen anything like this. Rui, congratulations. Today, what you've been striving for has, for a brief moment, been realized." Disanyan took Zhongli Rui's arm. "Honey, you mean the atmosphere of civilization, the touch of everyday life, right?" Disanyan smiled brightly. "Yes, that's exactly what we're striving for, isn't it?" "Yes, that's exactly what we've been striving for." Zhongli Rui turned to look at Disanyan, his eyes gleaming with determination. No matter how the world changes, humanity's yearning and pursuit for a better life will never change. We experience so much hardship, but it's precisely these hardships that make us cherish the happiness we have now even more. Disanyan's beautiful eyes gleamed with trust. "Ah, Rui, you're right. We experience darkness, But light will eventually come. Continue on your path, I be with you. Zhong Lirui smiled, interlocked his fingers with Di Xinyan, and then kissed her. The crowd cheered again. Although the two had already been married, at this moment, they gave the impression that they were also attending a group wedding. The atmosphere in the square grew even more warm. Residents chatted, sharing stories and experiences, celebrating this special night together. Although the reconstruction of Ling'an Prefecture still had a long way to go, the blessings of this wedding brought hope and strength to the people. As the celebration drew to a close, Zhong Lirui bid farewell to the three newlyweds and, with Di Xinyan, quietly made his way to the bridge of the Bishi. In the bridge, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu, who was in a wheelchair, were already waiting for them. Zhong Lirui saw the two sisters and nodded. Then, he called Yujia, Yujia, please connect me to Ms. Bai Lingxin. Yes, master. Under the winter moonlight, on the bridge of the Bishi, Bai Lingxin's 3D holographic projection appeared again. Di Xinyan seemed to be seeing this kind of holographic 3D projection for the first time, and it was somewhat unfamiliar. Ms. Bai Lingxin, we meet again, Zhong Lirui said. Mom. Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu were both a little excited. Ms. Bai Lingxin. Nice to meet you, Di Xinyan said politely. Greetings, Governor Zhongli. It seems you taken good care of my two daughters. As a mother, I'm very grateful for your kind act. Thank you. They're my sisters too. No need to thank me. Bai Lingxin turned to Di Xinyan and smiled. Hello, Miss Di, the most powerful singer. Di Xinyan looked surprised. Ms. Bai, why do you say I'm the most powerful singer? There are also detection equipment on the Bishi. Your brain waves are 98.64% similar to mine in life. Gu Anqi's brain waves are only 92.31% similar to Yu's. In terms of the efficiency of unleashing your singer's abilities, you are the most powerful singer yet discovered. Therefore, you and Gu Anqi can unleash the power of the singers and enable those suffering from functional disorders to transform back into the new humans of the longevity plan. So, Ms. Bai, are the awakened and us new humans actually the same thing? Zhong Lirui asked. How can they be the same? Let me ask you, is a perfectly formed iron pot the same as a broken one that was later repaired? They're definitely not the same. Zhong Lirui hesitated. So, the physical stats of a successfully transformed new human are higher than those of a defective new human that was reordered after being disrupted. The overall physical stats of a successfully transformed new human are 20% higher than those of a defective new human that was reordered. I see. By the way, ma'am, let's not use the name new human. We call them awakeners for now, Zhong Lirui said after a moment's thought. That's a good name. Okay, let's call them awakeners. All databases will be updated synchronously. By the way, ma'am, I have some questions for you, Zhong Lirui said seriously. Please speak. Ms. Bai Lingxin, why are you helping me? Why are you entrusting me with such a valuable core asset as the Bishi? I asked Yujia, and she told me some things. But I don't think it's that simple, is it? Bai Lingxin didn't answer directly, but instead locked eyes with Zhong Lirui. At this moment, the three women nearby noticed that Zhong Lirui's gaze was firm and stern. After a long pause, Bai Lingxin smiled faintly. People like you are truly rare. Calm thinkers. You're right. I'm helping you not just out of gratitude. For saving my two daughters. So what are the other reasons? The second reason is atonement. I guess you're trying to say you're atoning for your husband's sins, right? Yes. Then, in her most calming tone, Bai Lingxin recounted the entire story. From the launch of the longevity plan, the partial leak of the Lifeng Nation's A virus in its laboratory, Lifeng Nation's dispatch of spies to the core of the Changsheng group to steal technology, an attempt to use nanorobots to quell the regional biozombie crisis caused by the A virus, to the assassination attempt on himself and Chen Xiaoyu by Bai Qiangwei, Yu Chongjian, and others, and so on. Wait! The cause of the apocalyptic crisis isn't just the nanorobots being debugged? Zhong Lirui exclaimed in shock. In fact, before the Great Qing crisis erupted, several cities in Lifeng Nation had already fallen to the ravages of the A virus. In one city, the US military even dropped a nuclear bomb, completely destroying it. However, they still failed to effectively control the spread of the virus. Later, after successfully assassinating me and severely injuring Xiaoyu, they used poorly debugged nanorobots. This only made matters worse. The American continent fell completely. According to data, the crisis also caused secondary disasters. Several disaster-level monsters, no less threatening than Tianji, escaped from Lifeng Nation's laboratories, posing a serious threat to the remaining survivors there. Ms. Bai, What is your definition of a disaster-level monster? My definition is a powerful monster that can't be dealt with by a normal army of more than 100 men, and that can wipe out a whole community of survivors with just one single monster. A powerful monster that can wipe out a whole community of survivors, and a normal army of 100 men can't deal with it. At this moment, Zhongli Rui felt a chill run down his spine. After all, the troops he had led into the dungeon were elite 100-man units. He led this well-equipped 100-man force, and eliminated 6 C2S and half of Chen Jinquan's black-clad mechanical guards. But a catastrophic monster, even this army couldn't handle? Back then, the base was designed to contain catastrophic monsters like Tianji, so they had to detonate the entire base? Indeed. However, according to my calculations, the surface deposits likely wouldn't be able to stop Tianji in his colloid form. It would escape from the pit in the cradle of home ruins in at most 6 months. 6 months. Ma'am, what are the effective means of dealing with it? Well, to completely eliminate Tianji, we must use weapons of mass destruction, killing it in a single strike over a large area. According to the data I monitored underground, once it reaches the surface, it could be as large as 3 or 4 acres. We must use weapons of mass destruction with temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius to kill it all at once. Zhongli Rui suddenly felt depressed. Judging from the ammunition retrieved from the ammunition base, there are still 4 large earth-penetrating glide bombs, 20 cluster bombs, and 32 rockets. However, the glide bombs lack range, the cluster bombs' detonation power and temperature are not high, and the rockets. Let's not even mention them. As for the malicious gas cannons, their range is adequate, but their temperature isn't. It seems we need thermobaric bombs. For nuclear missiles, we need to find a missile army. Furthermore, launching nuclear missiles requires the privilege of the Supreme Commander of Dakian. I'm not qualified yet. Governor Zhongli, don't be too nervous. We won't need nuclear missiles against Tianji yet. But over in Lifeng country, the former Hellhound. When the plan went awry, nuclear missiles were indeed deployed. Even so, one catastrophic level test subject escaped. However, that was in the Fierce Wind Nation, and currently has no impact on our Great Qian. Later, I send you all the known information on catastrophic level monsters discovered in various war zones around the world. You can review it yourself. I understand. Thank you for your assistance, ma'am. Alas, I simply wish to atone for what my husband has done. Alas, my husband, Qin Jinquan, once shared my aspirations to use cutting-edge technology to achieve progress for all humanity. It wasn't until the interest groups led by the Fierce Wind Nation assassinated Xiaoyu and me for their own ends that he embarked on a path of revenge. I'm sorry, Governor Zhongli, we are guilty. You are innocent. Zhongli Rui interrupted loudly. Ms. Bailingxi, you are an innocent victim. You simply wanted to free the world from the shackles of the existing high-cost healthcare system and usher in a new era for humanity. This kind of compassion and dream can't be simply described as great. However, those who harmed you and my sister for selfish reasons are guilty. However, from the perspective of justice and the facts, I must also say that your husband, Qin Jinquan, is guilty. I now understand his motives for revenge. But I cannot understand why he expanded his vengeance to such a large extent, to the point of destroying the world. You know, most ordinary people like me around the world are innocent and have never harmed him. His sins, even his death, cannot atone for them. I truly despise the way he does things. Putting aside the past, this time he invaded my East City special zone. Now I know it was to save my sister, right? But? To save them, he killed 3 people. One of them was my best friend. Later, Sun Yan saved him thanks to her abilities. But the other 2 young men, shot in the head, lost even their chance of resurrection as new humans. This is unfair. At these words, everyone present, including Bai Lingxin, was stunned. Sun Yan sighed softly. Qin Xiaoyao lowered her head, feeling particularly guilty. Because those 2 young SWAT officers had died because of her. Qin Xiaoyao struggled to hold herself up and face Zhongli Rui, even though she felt so ashamed that she wished she could crawl into a hole. At that moment, on the bridge of the Xiangui, docked at cradle of Home Base 02 on Luojiashan Island, Qin Jinquan's face was ashen with rage. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. At a certain moment, he punched the bridge wall. You brat! What do you know? What do you know? Shut up! Bai Lingxin's 3D hologram scolded. I seen Xiaofeng's personal data. Husband, you're seeking revenge on the world because of what happened between me and you. Do you know that the disaster you caused killed this young man's ex-wife? And that ex-wife, that girl, was also a famous singer. And he's absolutely right. How many families and nations have been destroyed by your actions? They didn't harm you, so why are you destroying their world? What's the difference between your actions and those of a terrorist? Didn't you once, like me, strive to benefit all mankind? How come you're only half-hearted in saving the world, but so expert in destroying it? Chun Jinquan's arrogance suddenly weakened. He leaned closer to the window and fell silent. Bai Lingxin adjusted her composure. Governor Zhongli, you're right. Sooner or later, I will give you, and the world, an explanation about my husband's fate. But not yet. Auntie, I respect you deeply. Zhongli Rui sighed deeply. I hope you keep your word. Rest assured. I will definitely give you this explanation, and to all the survivors around the world. As the democratically elected representative of the people, Governor Zhongli, I trouble you to take care of my daughters for the time being. Zhongli Rui nodded slightly, a gesture of agreement. They are my sworn sisters. I will take good care of them. Thank you. Chapter 180. After concluding her call with Bai Lingxin, Yu Jia reported, Master, we received a massive data packet from a sender named Kunlu. It contains data on Tianji, data on Lifeng Nation's Plan A, data on Lifeng Nation's Cerberus Plan, as well as the current status of 51 war zones worldwide, and maximum access rights to the Starnet satellite constellation. Auntie is truly sincere. Zhongli Rui shook his head slightly. After a slight sigh, Zhongli Rui looked at Chen Xiaoyu, who was still in her wheelchair, and said calmly, Sister, next, I need to meet two people. Who? Chen Xiaoyu raised her head, and looked at Zhongli Rui. Two sinners, the ones who turned your father from an angel of salvation into a vengeful and destructive demon. For a moment, Chen Xiaoyu's expression was extremely complex. Countless painful memories flashed before her eyes. She lowered her head, took a deep breath, and after calming herself, she looked up at Zhongli Rui and said, Brother, you are now the highest administrative officer of Ling'an province. You make the decision on this matter. I understand, Zhongli Rui nodded calmly. Don't worry. I said I would protect you, and I will. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyu was stunned, and her heart began to beat. She lowered her head, blushing slightly. But soon, she realized that Di Xinyan, her brother's wife, was also nearby. She immediately put on a public relations expression and smiled, I trust you. You always been so reliable. After instructing Di Xinyan to take Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu back first, Zhongli Rui disembarked from the warship and headed for Bai Qiangwei and Murong Changfeng's recuperation center. As Zhongli Rui approached the room where the two men were staying, Xiaofeng and Zhu Su saluted him from the doorway. Captain Zhongli, the two women said in unison. Thank you for your hard work, Zhongli Rui saluted in return. How are the two inside? Captain, aged Bai Qiangwei, or rather, Bai Qiangwei's former supervisor, has had her tendons permanently severed. And since Murong Changfeng was released from the survival device, he started to see baby-like limbs, and hands regenerate where his limbs had been removed. He's recovering, Xiaofeng explained. Is Bai Qiangwei a new human? Zhongli Rui asked calmly. No. Zhu Su and I have scanned her, and Bai Qiangwei is still a normal human, Xiaofeng replied confidently. Okay, I understand. I'm going in to talk to them. Captain, please allow me to accompany you for protection, Xiaofeng suggested. Of course. But there's no need. I'm afraid of AC3 with barely fully grown limbs. Zhongli Rui smiled faintly. At this moment, Zhongli Rui noticed that Xiaofeng was holding an anti-material pistol equipped with a grenade launcher, and he couldn't help but smile warmly. Ever since he gave her the task of guarding these two, she'd been bringing out one of her most powerful pieces of equipment. Such caution, very good. Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng entered the room. Turning on the lights, they saw Bai Qiangwei, pale and limp, lying limply on the hospital bed. Her tendons in her hands and feet had been severed, preventing her from moving normally. Murong Changfeng, standing nearby, had heard the noise even while Zhongli Rui was outside the door, and wasn't surprised. C2 and C3 also possessed exceptional vision, hearing, and smell, similar to C0-S and C1-S. I assume you're the Zhongli Rui you mentioned, the current governor of Ling'an province, and the current highest official of the 18th War Zone. I am. Zhongli Rui nodded. Commander. Can I still call you that? Bai Qiangwei's expression was complicated. Yes. Commander, what? Did you want to talk to me and Agent Murong Changfeng about? Bai Qiangwei asked nervously. I know everything. You orchestrated the assassinations of Bai Lingxi and Chen Xiaoyu, didn't you? You sold some of Changsheng Life Sciences' core technologies to the Lifeng military and the Cerberus project through shareholders, didn't you? You were the one who transferred assets to Lifeng, didn't you? And before I took over as governor, you deliberately directed the 2nd Special Forces' main attack towards the communities I was protecting at the time. Wasn't that you too? Agent Bai Qiangwei, is there anything else I missed? Bai Qiangwei lowered her head, then suddenly broke into a sickly, maddening grin. And a lot more. Participating and assisting Chen Jinquan in implementing the Blue Star Purification Project and the Doom Project. I wiped out 99.95% of the entire Blue Planet population, countries, and regions. I even personally planned the strategy to annihilate Xinjiang, the capital of Daqian. I did all of this. Yes, I did it all. Governor Zhongli, are you here today to execute me? Or to execute me? For treason? Crimes against the people? Leaking secrets? War crimes? Or corruption? Economic crimes? No need to bother, Governor Zhongli, I admit it. I did all of this. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Woo. Bai Qiangwei lost control of her emotions as she spoke, and began to cry. Zhongli Rui listened quietly to Bai Qiangwei's confession. His eyes held no anger, only an unfathomable, uncanny calm. He spoke slowly, Bai Qiangwei, I know everything you've done. But today, I'm not here to judge you. So, elected representative, Governor Zhongli. Have you come here today to see the fate of us, the traitors, and to mock us? Bai Qiangwei roughly wiped her tears, with the clothing on her upper arm, and met Zhongli Rui's gaze again. Not really. I want to hear your motives for doing these things. From the intelligence and data I obtained, it's true that many of your actions are motivated by the promises of money, luxury, and benefits from those forces. However, your lover, Murong Chafeng, although he's also a sleeper agent, hasn't done as many high-voltage things as you have. I'm just curious. To put it bluntly, are you really going to such lengths for money? At this moment, Bai Qiangwei's eyes widened, bloodshot, her gaze as chilling as a she-wolf caught in a trap. Is there anything wrong with that, Governor Zhongli? Is there anything wrong with risking your life for money? Didn't you and Agent Murong swear an oath to serve the country? But Daqian has abandoned us scouts. Does it deserve my loyalty? What do you mean? Do you know that Murong Chafeng and I once came from humble backgrounds? We were just born into a family of ordinary people. In a small county town. Back then, he and I were top students at the county elementary school, envied as the perfect match. Filled with enthusiasm, we enrolled at Daqian National Defense University, hoping to serve our country after graduation. Chongfeng's father was a martyr, and that had always been his dream. However, after graduation, we had no power, no connections, and were bullied. We had graduated with top grades and the highest academic scores. We should have been high-ranking officers. But, without connections, Chongfeng and I were bullied, and our opportunities were snatched away. In fact, our chances were lost because certain high-ranking officials tried to take advantage of us, but we refused. Then, Chongfeng and I were assigned to the covert front, becoming spies, and sent to the most dangerous locations. So many times. We felt like abandoned children, like rootless duckweed, living in precarious conditions every day. Rose, Chongfeng. Let me speak, I'm dead anyway. Now, no one can stop me from speaking out. White Rose roared. So, I gradually come to understand. So-called righteousness is just a trick to manipulate people. Chongfeng and I have dragged it out for so long, and we haven't been able to get married. How can we survive together without a solid foundation? So you chose to betray, obtain resources, and then, after success, flee with Agent Murong? So, when you were carrying out the instructions of the Lifeng Kingdom and stealing secrets, you were so ruthless that you murdered Bai Lingxin and assassinated Chen Xiaoyu twice, just to use any means necessary to quickly achieve your goal. Complete their mission and receive money, a mansion, and resources? Yes. For those of us who live on the edge of life, these tangible things are the most reliable. More money than justice. Zhongli Rui sighed deeply. Miss Bai, do you know that your short-sighted actions have driven Chen Jinquan from an angel to a demon king? He originally wanted to transform all of humanity into a new kind of human, less prone to illness, free from the worry of exorbitant medical bills, and with a lifespan extended by 300%. But now, he's destroying the world for revenge for his wife and daughter. A demon king of revenge. Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chafeng were both silent. I personally caused all this, and then everything I gained has become meaningless. Is that what you mean? Bai Qiangwei asked, as if wanting to confirm. Yes, Zhongli Rui said. Without civilization, money and wealth are meaningless. Now, 100 million is worth less than a potato. White Rose closed her eyes, trembling and unable to speak. Forget it. The sins I committed are enough to last me 3 reincarnations. When Bai Qiangwei opened her eyes again, she shook her head bitterly, sadness once again etched in her eyes. Governor, when the execution is carried out, call for experts. Don't let us suffer too long. Qiangwei, don't be like this. Murong Chanfeng, standing beside her, tried to dissuade Bai Qiangwei, turning to Zhongli Rui and saying, Governor Zhongli, is there anything else we can do for you? Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and said 2 things. The first is the antidote. Bai Qiangwei, since you poisoned me, you must have the antidote. Hand it over, or tell me how to make it. I offer you a small atonement. Bai Qiangwei said coldly, atonement? What's the point of that to me? I'm already a cripple. I'd rather die. Bai Qiangwei, someone, even after turning into a monster, still wanted to rescue you from hell. And this is how you repay him. Zhongli Rui crossed his arms, and looked at Murong Chanfeng. Hearing this, Bai Qiangwei turned to look at Murong Chanfeng. Seeing her once handsome, tall childhood sweetheart reduced to this miserable state, she could no longer contain her tears, which burst forth once more. Chanfeng, I'm sorry. Bai Qiangwei's voice choked with sobs, unable to contain herself. Qiangwei, don't cry. It's all over. Aren't we still alive now? And now I get to see you every day, though I don't know how long that will last, Murong Chanfeng said softly. Faced with Murong Chanfeng's gentleness, Bai Qiangwei sighed softly, then looked at Zhongli Rui and said, Governor Zhongli, I know my crime is unforgivable. I don't expect you to spare my life if I tell you about the antidote. But if I do, will you promise to fulfill one of my last wishes? What's your wish? Tell me. I want to marry him before he's executed. I have to discuss your conviction with the military and the special council. But is that all you want? Zhongli Rui was surprised. That's all. Why, Governor? What do you mean? Bai Qiangwei was puzzled by Zhongli Rui's nonchalant attitude. Go ahead. Talk about the antidote. Once you're done, I officiate your wedding with Agent Murong. Now, immediately, right now. Go ahead. Zhongli Rui crossed his arms impatiently. After I finished off your wedding, I still have to go save someone. Stop wasting time. Bai Qiangwei hesitated, then continued, I used a trace amount of VX nerve agent in the second assassination attempt on Chen Xiaoyu. Zhongli Rui's eyes widened. Damn. Aside from nuclear missiles, the chemistry department boss's thing is the world's most lethal weapon. You're so cruel. Anyway, where's the antidote? In my room at Cradle Home Base 1. Zhongli Rui slapped his head helplessly. Cradle Home had been bombed into a crater. Sealed within it was a catastrophic monster, ready to strike. How do you make the antidote? What's the core ingredient? Zhongli Rui, realizing he didn't have one readily available, changed his question. Atropine, Bai Qiangwei whispered. Okay, I understand. Zhongli Rui turned to leave, thinking of going to Di Xinyan and the other pharmacists, when Bai Qiangwei eagerly asked, Governor, didn't you promise? Oh yes. Zhongli Rui then remembered what he had promised. He then began to remove his armor. Bai Qiangwei was terrified. Why was Governor Zhongli taking off his armor in front of her? What was he going to do? Her tendons were all broken, leaving her defenseless. And Chanfeng was in a state of human pig-om. What should she do? And Chanfeng was right next to her. How could Governor Zhongli accept this? This was horrifying. What the hell was going on before her husband's death? Oh my god! Governor, what are you going to do? Huh? When Bai Qiangwei looked at Zhongli Rui again, she realized that after removing his body armor and exoskeleton, he was actually wearing a professional MC suit. Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng were stunned. Zhongli Rui said nonchalantly, I just officiated 3 weddings tonight, so you two won't be any less. So let's begin. Groom, do you wish to? Amidst the dazed expressions of the 2 former agents, Zhongli Rui began to officiate their wedding. Okay, I declare you legally married. Now the groom may. Wait, the groom cannot kiss the bride. Bai Qiangwei, question mark. Murong Chanfeng, question mark. Zhongli Rui shrugged. Agent Murong is currently in C3 status, with an activated virus. Although you're married tonight, Agent Murong, you are not allowed to touch your wife. Otherwise, she'd be infected and mutated. Mr. Murong, you don't want your wife to turn into a zombie tomorrow morning, do you? Chapter 181. It was already 10 p.m. when Zhongli Rui returned home carrying his armor. His exoskeleton was difficult to carry, so he put it back on after leaving the room. His thoughtful daughter Xiaofeng helped him put it on. Upon entering, Zhongli Rui noticed that despite the late hour, there were still several guests. Nighthawk, Chen Xiaoyao, and the sisters Chen Xiaoyu were all chatting with Di Xinyan in his home. Seeing Zhongli Rui entering with his armor, Chen Xiaoyao frowned. Brother, didn't you go meet the two spies? Why are you taking your armor off after you came back? At this, Nighthawk and Chen Xiaoyu both looked at Zhongli Rui with interest, while Di Xinyan frowned slightly. Zhongli Rui naturally hung his armor on a nearby rack and removed his exoskeleton. Then, casually he said, well, these two said they wanted to get married right here before their execution. So I just helped them with the wedding. Anyway, the clothes are already here. Di Xinyan, Chen Xiaoyao, and Chen Xiaoyu, Louis and Nighthawk, laughing, Di Xinyan asked with a puzzled expression, Rui, didn't you say you were going to ask them about the antidote to Xiaoyu's poisoning? How did you end up organizing a wedding for them? Zhongli Rui helplessly spread his hands. That white rose had a suicidal look on her face. She wouldn't listen. She said it was her only wish before her execution. So I just helped her with it in exchange for the antidote. At this, Chen Xiaoyao became excited. Brother, have you found the antidote? Zhongli Rui sighed. It's at Cradle Home Base number 1. Everyone knows that Cradle Home Base number 1 has been devastated by the explosion, and sealed beneath it is a catastrophic monster that may burst forth at any moment. The giant gelatinous monster Tianji. Then, can this antidote be prepared? Chen Xiaoyao asked desperately. Zhongli Rui then turned to Di Xinyan. Xinyan, do you know anything about atropine? The poison Sister Xiaoyu was poisoned with was the sinister VX nerve agent. If she weren't a new human, she would have been reincarnated 10 times. Di Xinyan was startled, her face pale. Oh my god, just a few milliliters of VX nerve agent can kill a roomful of ordinary people. Atropine is indeed the antidote. It can be extracted from plant seeds. We need to find some datura seeds. Damn! A month too late. Di Xinyan pounded the table in frustration, forgetting how much strength she had now. Fortunately, it was a stainless steel table. It only made a loud noise, and the surface warped a little. If it were made of cedar, it would have fallen apart long ago. Xinyan, calm down. What's wrong? Zhongli Rui looked at the table distressfully, then asked cautiously. It's December now, past the datura fruiting season. To extract atropine, you need to collect datura seeds. As for datura, there are some on Jinshan Mountain. But now that the university is closed, where can we find datura fruit and seeds? Sigh. Di Xinyan was deeply disappointed. Nighthawk then asked, Xinyan, don't be so anxious. Let me ask you something. Is the datura you're talking about a tall herb with golden and white flowers and a funnel-shaped corolla? Huh? Your description is spot on? Di Xinyan asked in surprise. Sister Isan, have you seen datura flowers anywhere recently? Well, last time, I saw Councilman Wu Jiang use these flowers during his winter solstice memorial ceremony for his brother. I thought they were lilies. He told me that when he and his brother and other friends lived together in the botanical garden community, the beautiful flowers in the sunroom area of the botanical garden brought a lot of comfort to the community. This datura flower is in the sunroom. Sunroom? Di Xinyan's eyes flashed. His eyes lit up again. Generally, a sunroom can delay a plant's growth cycle by about a month, and it can also block wind, frost, rain, and snow. Perhaps we could try our luck at the former botanical garden community in the west of the city. Zhongli Rui also grew excited. Well, tomorrow, I contact Councilman Wu Jiang and ask for his advice. If there's hope, we send a convoy to the botanical garden community again. The road was already open the last time we went west, so it should be quick now. But even if we find the seeds, how will we solve the extraction problem? Nighthawk asked worriedly. At this point, Zhongli Rui, Chen Xiaoyao, and Di Xinyan all smiled in tacit agreement. Seeing Zhongli Rui's expression, Di Xinyan smiled and said to Chen Xiaoyao, Sister, your brother already knows who to contact to make the medicine. Chen Xiaoyao nodded and said, Brother, our school is full of geniuses. Ying listened to the two people's conversation, still a little confused. Who are you talking about? At this time, Zhongli Rui smiled and said, If we really find the seeds, of course we find my genius junior from the chemistry department, Zhu Yangyang. He can even make military yellow explosives, so refining this shouldn't be difficult. Everyone finally understood. Watching everyone around them, each offering their own strategies to save her, a strong warmth welled up in Chen Xiaoyu's heart. Luojiao Mountain Island, cradle of Homeland 2, the bridge of the Xiangui. Bai Lingxing quietly watched the real-time updates from Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyu's special hairpins, her 3D holographic projection showing a warm expression. At this moment, Chen Jinquan, dressed in casual clothes beside her, said calmly, Wife, Zhonglirui he and his family are trying to save Xiaoyu, completely, thoroughly cure her, and detoxify her. Chen Jingquan was shocked. He's confirmed that Xiaoyu was poisoned with VX nerve agent. So, he's planning to find the datura fruit and extract atropine to save Xiaoyu. After comparing and verifying the data, he's on the right track. Atropine is a Category 3 emergency medicine. This young man. Chen Jingquan originally wanted to say this guy, but the words only came to his lips as this young man. Why did he do this? Does he have any evil intentions towards our two daughters, Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu? Old man, I've been watching closely. You got it wrong. It's us two daughters who have evil intentions towards him. But he, like you, is single-mindedly in love with me, and only loves his wife, the most powerful singer. So, our two daughters now have a ridiculous sworn brotherhood with him. Stepsisters. And he even has to call you and me, foster father and foster mother. Chen Jingquan, I'm his foster father. Shocked expression, theoretically yes. Bai Lingxin smiled playfully. Chen Jingquan shook his head, with a helpless expression. Master, madam, the eldest lady's vital signs have been stable recently, and she's in a good mood. Monitoring data shows that her maximum lifespan is currently stable at around 25 years. This seems to be the upper limit of the ability of the most powerful singers. Bai Lingxin shook her head. Kuan, your initial idea of seeking emergency treatment from a singer was correct. However, your method was utterly wrong. Never mind, I admit it, Chen Jingquan agreed dejectedly, then sighed with a hint of resentment. Although this young man wants me dead on sight, he takes better care of our two daughters than I do. Furthermore, he's loyal to his wife, which is still commendable. At this moment, Kunlun suddenly reported, Master, Madam, satellite data indicates that the 33rd War Zone, the 51st Military Special Zone of the Gale Nation, has been annihilated by 3 behemoths of the fleece-blooded hellhounds, with a death toll of 5,000. Before the base was completely destroyed, the Gale Nation detonated a missile. Davis. Tactical-grade nuclear weapons. At the end, a behemoth, fleece-blooded hellhound still escaped. Bai Lingxin pondered for a moment and sighed. So now, of the 51 war zones on Blue Star, only 20 remain under the control of ordinary humans. How many war zones in Dakian still have ordinary civilized societies? Madam, Dakian still has 5 war zones under ordinary human control. They are, War Zone 1, the Yanjing Fortress in the capital, Xinjing. War Zone 6, the Qingshu Special Zone in the capital. War Zone 18, the Chengdong Special Zone in Ling'an Prefecture. War Zone 22, the Magic City Fortress in the Jinqi District in the capital, Modu. War Zone 24, the Kowloon Special Zone in the New Territories. The total population remains at 100,000. I understand. Bai Lingxin turned to Chen Jingquan, her expression serious. I never imagined that a second-generation nanorobot, combined with the A-virus, and biological embryonic coding grafting technology to create a decisive-level biological weapon. The fleece-blooded hellhound beast could possess such terrifying combat power. Kuan, with the emergence of the singer, the problems of Eurasia will eventually be reversed. However, we still need to intensify our research on a solution to the A-virus. Chen Jingquan nodded silently. His thoughts had changed now. With the resurrection of Bai Lingxin's consciousness and Chen Xiaoyu's improved health, he had long since abandoned his plans for revenge against the world with the Blue Planet Purification Plan. Instead, besides collaborating with Bai Lingxin on researching the A-virus for a solution, he felt like he was back in his youth, when they were researchers and lovers. Although only his wife's head remained in a slumber, her consciousness had been resurrected. Truly reviving her body wouldn't be too difficult for him now. After all, although the Super Soldier project was abandoned, it had accumulated a wealth of practical experience in cloning technology, all of which Kun brought to Cradle Home Base number 2 via the internet. I understand. Let these young people find medicine for our daughter. As for dealing with the threat from across the Pacific, I, the former Demon King, will handle that, Chen Jingquan said with a hint of self-mockery. Forget it, Kuan, it's okay. Once we're done, we give an explanation to the children and the world. Once we explained, we start over. The world's richest man, now over 50, nodded trustingly to his wife. Perhaps your approach is right. I understand. The next morning, Zhonglirui found Wu Xiang, a standing member of the special council. His governor, the datura you're talking about, is it datura? Wu Xiang asked. Di Xinyan, standing by, was overjoyed. Counselor Wu, yes, it's datura. Datura is one of the names for datura. Representative Wu, have you seen Datura in the glass house? In November, when we finally transferred all the supplies and crops from the botanical garden community to the East City Special Zone, I was in the glass house flower bed and saw that the Datura was indeed in full bloom. Now, it should be fruiting and withering season. Perhaps if you hurry, you can still harvest some seeds. I need to talk to you. Are you guys going together? Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan exchanged a glance and exclaimed delightedly, Brother Wu, you been a real help. Wu Xiang smiled and said, It seems you're planning to get anesthetics. Be careful with this plant. It's poisonous. Di Xinyan smiled and said, This is for future intensive use. However, this time, we're mainly going to extract some atropine. Huh? To make an emergency medicine? Okay, in that case, I do my best. Wu Xiang readily agreed. That day, Zhongli Rui led 3 members of his personal guard, Xiaofeng, Zhu Su, and Tingsha, 2 squads of special forces, 24 people, Di Xinyan, Wu Xiang, Yang, Leng Yufei, Leng Yu, and Su Ziming, and prepared to head to the former botanical garden community area in the west of the city. Before they left, Lu Shi and Gu Anqi also caught up, expressing their desire to go together. Zhongli Rui dissuaded him. Lu Shi, you and Anqi were married yesterday, so why don't you go on a field mission today? Before Lu Shi could say anything, Gu Anqi spoke up. Governor Rui, I asked my Lu Shi to come along. He injured Xiaoyao in the dungeon. Just an apology won't do. There needs to be something concrete. Today, we know we're going to find an antidote for Xiaoyao's sister. Of course, Lu Shi and I have to go. Seeing his newlywed wife had finished what she wanted to say, Lu Shi simply said firmly, My wife is right. This is my duty. Governor, just agree to our agreement. Besides, my sister-in-law is a singer, and Anqi and I are new humans. We are powerful and can ensure safety. Zhongli Rui saw Lu Shi already loading the M99 sniper rifle and nodded. The longer the barrel, the greater the power. The M99 sniper rifle's barrel is much longer than that of an anti-material pistol, so its power is naturally exponentially greater. In the field, and with teammates, a sniper rifle is definitely more effective and has a longer range than an anti-material pistol. Okay. But Anqi, you, like Xinyan, wear armor. From now on, singers must wear armor when they go out, just like combat personnel. Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi exchanged a glance, smiled wryly, and nodded. And so, the convoy of nearly 40 people set off towards the west of the city. At that moment, in the bamboo garden of the botanical garden community, a large figure sat in the bamboo grove. In the shadows, only its massive frame could be seen. This enormous, unidentified beast, even though it was sitting, stood 1.80 meters tall, equivalent to Zhongli Rui's height when standing. If it were standing, it would have stood between 2.3 and 2.5 meters. Its rotund form, now nestled in the bamboo forest, seemed mysterious and unfathomable. At one point, it snapped a bamboo branch beside it. Nearby, a similar specimen of the same type, along with 2 much smaller ones, rested in the shadows. Their round eyes watched closely, watching the movements around them.